Chui has been married into our Xia mansion for 2 years without bearing a child, and she suffers from a heart ailment. The physician says her days are numbered. What is wrong with me seeking another woman? I only demoted her to a concubine. After all, Chun'er is a princess. How could she marry me as a concubine? She threatened to die, so I Xieshuriao had no choice but to divorce. A man in a blue robe slapped the divorce letter onto the desk. At the same time, it startled Chui Jiu, who had been unconscious. As all the information rushed into her mind, she realized she had transmigrated into a book. The surroundings were no longer the zombie-infested apocalypse she had fled. Instead, it was the novel with a planting space she had read for entertainment. The cannon fodder female supporting character in the book shared the same name as Chui Jiu. Early in the story, she was divorced and jumped into a river. Unexpectedly, she had now transmigrated into this very person. The original owner's tragic fate began at this moment. Next, she would be divorced, then jump into the river. 3 days later, her brother would be falsely accused, and the entire family would be exiled, and their property confiscated. Her frail father coughed up blood and died that very day. Her brother was thrown into prison and tortured to death, while her sister was violated by bandits on the road to exile and died in hatred. Her mother, to protect her sister-in-law and nephew, froze to death in the biting wind. All those memories of the original owner rushed into Chui Jiu's chest, causing a violent pain in her organs. As she recovered, the man grabbed her. Chui Jiu, since you refuse to demote yourself to a concubine, then take this divorce letter. Leave the mansion today, and we have nothing more to do with each other. As soon as the words were said, Chui Jiu suddenly stood up and tore the divorce letter in half. Everyone was shocked. She looked coldly at Xieshuriao, that bastard. The day I married you, you left with your uncle to the south and disappeared. 2 days later, news of your death arrived. I mourned you for 3 years. Now you come back from the dead and accuse me of bearing no child in 3 years. Tell me, if I had given birth to a child, wouldn't your Xie family become a huge laughingstock? She ignored Xieshio's pale face and spoke with a cold smile before he could respond. You faked your death for 3 years, then came back to become a princess consort. To get that position, you wanted to demote your wife to a concubine. When I didn't comply, you used this so-called 7 grounds to divorce me. I would be justified in divorcing you. As she flicked her sleeve, the onlookers were astonished. Chui Jiu's mother-in-law, Madame Chung, hurried forward sobbing. You don't talk nonsense. How can a woman clamor to divorce her husband? I know you've been devoted to our Xia household these 3 years. Everyone in the mansion remembers your kindness. We all thought Shuriao was dead, but you didn't abandon us. You mourned him and cared for his parents. But now things are different. The princess saved Shuriao and fell in love with him. Even if he didn't marry her, he would eventually take a concubine. And with your help, the Xia family cannot be left without an heir. The mother-in-law trailed off, looking pitiful. Xieshuriao, distressed for his mother, quickly stepped forward to help her up. Mother, she doesn't understand my difficulties. I didn't want to divorce her, but if she doesn't agree to be a concubine, the princess won't marry me. Mother, she doesn't understand my difficulties. I didn't want to divorce her, but if she doesn't agree to be a concubine, the princess won't marry me. If the princess is offended, our small Xia mansion will be implicated because of Chui Jiu. At these words, Chui Jiu couldn't help but laugh. She signaled her maid Nakiu to bring ink and paper and wrote a mutual separation agreement on the spot. Since that's the case, let's separate. Xieshuriao was shocked. He never expected this submissive woman to suggest a mutual separation. You refuse to be divorced, but you accept separation. So you're after your dowry. He pointed at her nose and began to curse. Chui Jiu laughed coldly and retorted, the dowry is my property. You, on the other hand, are making up excuses to divorce me. Could it be that you're also after you? Xieshio's face flushed with anger. Nonsense. You refused to be demoted to a concubine, and now you want to separate. There's no way. He reached for the separation agreement, but at that moment a woman in a light blue dress walked gracefully in. She wore a faint smile with dimples at the corners of her lips. Elegant and noble, she was clearly the most favored Princess Chun of the court. The Xia family members all changed expression. Xieshio's previous anger instantly turned to fawning. Chun'er, what are you doing here? The princess glanced at the separation agreement and smiled. Xiaolang, I was just missing you, so I came to see you. Then she turned her gaze to Chui Jiu, bent down. Her smile remained, but her eyes turned icy cold. She whispered in a voice only Chui Jiu could hear. A mere merchant's daughter, you don't know what's good for you. Miss Chui, do you really want to compete with me for a man? You should know that crushing you is as easy as crushing an ant. At these words, Chui Jiu lowered her eyes and smiled, noticing the jade pearl ring on the princess. Compared to her other jewelry, this small jade pearl ring seemed rather cheap. But Chui Jiu recognized it. At once, it was originally part of her dowry, later repackaged by Xieshuriao as a gift he made himself, given to the princess as a token of love. In the original book, after the princess discovered the space secret of the jade pearl ring, she used it to solve a famine, helped Xieshuriao rise in rank, and even illegally profited from the planting skills in the space. What perfect timing. Chui Jiu suddenly looked up and presented the separation agreement with both hands. I know I am no match for the princess, so I am willing to give way to the princess and Xieshuriao. I will only take my personal jewelry and headdresses. I want none of the land deeds estates or storeroom keys. At these words, Xieshio's eyes lit up. Afraid that Cui Zhiyu would change her mind, he snatched the separation agreement. This is what you said. Don't covet a single cent of our Xie Mansion's property. After saying that, he pressed his thumbprint onto the separation agreement. Nakiyu, seeing this, quickly grabbed her mistress' sleeve and sobbed quietly. Miss, how can you let them bully you like this? Miss, your dowry was 200 cases when you entered the mansion. Over the years you used your dowry to fill the Xie family's deficits. Even the shops and estates outside were bought back with your dowry. Cui Zhiyu smiled, faintly unconcerned, and looked at the princess. Since we have signed the separation, the jade pearl ring on your highness' finger should be returned. Upon hearing this, the princess' face changed drastically. She shot a sharp look at Xieshiyao. When she had accepted it, she thought it was a heartfelt gift. Now she was told. She gave a scornful laugh and said with disgust, "This worthless trinket is worth your attention." Then she threw it to the ground without a second thought. But with resentment in her eyes, she glared at Xieshiyao and then stormed off. Xieshiyao hurried after her, trying to appease her. Chunner, listen to me. Things are not what you think. Cui Zhiyu picked up the ring, a cold smile spreading across her face. Having read the book, she certainly wouldn't let the hypocritical Xie family succeed, nor would she let a scumbag like Xieshiyao get what he wanted. She recalled how the original owner had given everything for the Xie family, running the household, even caring for the sickly sister-in-law. The seemingly kind mother-in-law had sold off so much of her property. Now that he was back, he was making a scene to divorce her. How could such a thing be allowed? Now that she had the space, she would use it to devour the entire Xie mansion, leaving him with nothing. Let him see how he could rise in rank. Ignoring the chaos in the courtyard, Cui Zhiyu hurried back to her room with Nakiyu. Go and put away all the jewelry and headpieces. Also bring me the dowry list from when I first entered this household. Nakiyu sobbed, her face streaked with tears, her voice full of grievance. Miss, you usually live so quietly and frugally. We've pawned almost all your jewelry. All that's left are a few worthless hairpins. And now you still. Cui Zhiyu knew she was feeling indignant on her mistress' behalf, so she smiled gently and whispered, "Stop crying. First give me the dowry list. Tonight when I leave this house, I will take back everything that is rightfully mine." Nakiyu blinked through her tear-blurred vision, confused but obeyed. While she was tidying up, Cui Zhiyu rubbed the jade ring on her finger, trying to control it with her mind, as the book described. The next second, she found herself in a vast, boundless rice paddy. A huge warehouse on the ridge also caught her attention. This was indeed the planting space from the book. Beside the rice paddies, there were many other plots of land, and turning over the soil revealed seeds everywhere. And that warehouse must be the space capable of storing all things. A smile of joy spread across Cui Zhiyu's face, and she immediately put it to the test. She stored all the few pieces of porcelain books and writing materials from her room into the space. After this, she would no longer have to endure such humiliation. She put the ring back on. When Nakiyu returned, she called out, "Let's go to Xie Minking's room." This sickly young sister-in-law never set foot on the ground, always waited on hand and foot. Because she had supposedly broken her leg, she even relied on Cui Zhiyu for her most basic needs, refusing any servant's help, insisting only on her. They arrived at Warm Fragrance Court. The room was filled with silks and satins, and a wave of warmth hit them. Compared to the icy world outside, the charcoal braziers here made it feel like stepping into a heated chamber. Xie Mingqing, lying in bed, was adorned with gold and silver, dressed in luxurious brocade, no different from any noble lady. Seeing Cui Zhiyu approach, her maidservant smiled and gave a slight bow. "Madam." Cui Zhiyu's gaze fell upon the maidservant's hair. What a fine jade hairpin. If she remembered correctly, it was hers. It wasn't just the hairpin on the maid's head. Recalling the events in the book and how her predecessor had bowed and scraped for this girl, like a common servant, a wave of anger surged within her. She instructed Nakiyu to lock the door. Take all of the young lattice jewelry and hairpins. Having said that, Cui Zhiyu reached out herself, intending to remove the ornaments and trinkets from Xie Minking's person. Seeing this, the maidservant immediately tried to stop her. "Madam, what are you doing?" Cui Zhiyu slowly turned her head, her gaze as cold as the midwinter wind. "What I intend to do is hardly something you can question." The maidservant's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly knelt down. "And madam, this slave wouldn't dare. I was just..." Before she could finish, she felt a sharp pain in her head. Cui Zhiyu had already snatched her hairpin. The maidservant cried out in panic. "Madam, this was a gift from the young lady." "You can't." "A gift from the young lady. Is there anything on your young lady that isn't from my dowry?" Nakiyu, catching on, immediately moved to help Cui Zhiyu strip Xie Mingqing of her jewelry. Unexpectedly, Xie Mingqing suddenly woke up, and like a shrew out of control, she clutched her jewelry tightly, her face full of vigilance, as she shrieked. "These are all mine. Are you trying to rob me? How dare you be so disrespectful?" The moment these words were spoken, everyone in the room stared at Xie Mingqing in shock. Cui Zhiyu let out a derisive snort, a look of interest on her face. "So money makes the mare go. The young lady who couldn't even get out of bed has been cured by her jewelry, and is now hopping around lively as can be." So her predecessor had been kept in the dark all this time, thinking she was dutifully caring for an invalid, when in reality, she was slaving away for a lazybones. How utterly ridiculous. Chui Xiu's eyes hardened, and she delivered a sharp slap. Rules. The entire Siam mansion was built with my dowry, and you dare to speak to me of rules. What right does someone who feigns illness and hoards my jewelry have to talk to me about rules? Siam Mingqing, her head snapped to the side, had never seen such a formidable Chui Xiu. She was too terrified to speak, and could only burst into tears. Chui Xiu glanced at Nakiu, who immediately understood. She rushed forward and ruthlessly tore off all the jewelry and headpieces from Siam Mingqing's body. As she struggled, the maidservant also screamed loudly, "Help! Help! The madam is killing someone." Chui Xiu yanked her back. Just then her mother-in-law, Lady Cheng, came rushing over, shouting loudly, "Stop! Stop this at once!" She hurried over and grabbed Chui Xiu's hand, speaking in a feigned affectionate tone. "I know Shiryao has wronged you. But this matter of divorce, I think there's still room for discussion. Think about it, a woman like you, if you really divorce and leave our Xie residence to return to your maiden home, you'll be giving people something to gossip about for nothing. Whether I give people something to gossip about is my concern. Madam, I am merely retrieving my jewelry, as per the divorce agreement. Are you going to stand in my way too?" Lady Cheng hadn't expected her to be so blunt, and her smile stiffened. "Yes, well, Mingqing has recovered so quickly thanks to your care. Naturally, if you want these trinkets you may. It's just that your mother thinks these past 3 years we've been a family. Do you have to make such an ugly scene over this princess? It's not good for anyone. If Princess Ruochuan were an ordinary woman, I wouldn't even give her the title of a concubine. But she's a princess after all, and a princess cannot be a mere concubine." Lady Cheng lowered her voice, trying to persuade Chui Xiu. Your mother knows you've always been sensible. Besides, Shiryao has promised you it's only a matter of title changing you from wife to concubine. But your food, clothing, and expenses will certainly not be reduced. For the sake of our family, just agree to this. It will save face for your family as well. What's more, once Shiryao becomes the imperial consort, his prospects for promotion are long. Are you afraid you won't enjoy wealth and glory then?" Hearing this, a sneer curled on Chui Xiu's lips. Ignoring Lady Cheng's words, she extended her hand towards Siam Mingqing with an imposing air. "Young lady, my things. Hand them over." Lady Cheng's face darkened instantly. "Where? Are you really going to be so stubborn? Let me make this clear to you, since Shiryao is alive, he will have his wives and concubines. I don't expect a woman like you to carry on the Xie family line anyway. If all women were as jealous as you won't have a good life ahead of you." Gone was the gentle demeanor she usually showed Chui Xiu. "These trinkets on Mingqing were gifts from you, how can you ask for them back?" Before she could finish, Chui Xiu had already snatched the jade bracelet from her wrist. "Madam, you two are wearing quite a few of my ornaments. Since I have already divorced Xie Shiryao, I will take back everything that is mine." Seeing her mistress being so assertive, Nakiu felt a surge of boldness. She stopped caring about the consequences, and swiftly stripped Siam Mingqing and Lady Cheng of all their jewelry. Lady Cheng stamped her feet in fury, choking on her own phlegm, unable to speak properly. "You? Cough. Cough." As she left Siam Mingqing's chamber, she could still hear Lady Cheng's unbridled indignant curses echoing behind her. "You treacherous wench. Short-sighted fool. Take these trinkets and use them as burial goods. I'd like to see where a divorced woman like you can find a place to belong outside the Siam mansion. Don't you dare come crying back to me. Get out. Get out now." Chui Xiu carried her bounty of jewelry back to her room. She retrieved the meager silver notes the original owner had hidden in a box, and instructed Nakiu, "Find a reliable coachman to pick me up outside the mansion at midnight." Nakiu nodded immediately, her heart swelling with genuine joy at seeing her mistress finally escape this man-eating pit. But Chui Xiu alone knew time. In 3 days' time at dawn, her brother would be thrown into prison, and their family would be stripped of their wealth and exiled. She couldn't stop it now, so she had to prepare thoroughly before the exile began. With 1 night left, she made a decisive move towards the treasury. After the original owner had entered the mansion with her substantial dowry, Lady Cheng had handed her the keys to the estate's treasury, claiming it was to let her manage the household. Even a widowed bride must not be mistreated. But in truth, the Xie mansion's monthly allowance was barely a drop in the bucket. The late patriarch, who had met a violent end 5 years ago, had left behind a mountain of debt from usury. The younger generation was utterly useless, so all their hopes rested on Xie Shiryao, the only one with some education. It was only thanks to a distant relative consort Li that the marriage between Chui Xiu and Xie Shiryao had been arranged. The motive was obvious. They coveted Chui Xiu's dowry. The original owner had always believed the Xie mansion was in debt, and that she had to use her own dowry to fill the gap. But Chui Xiu, having read the story, knew this voracious family was simply exploiting the original owner without limit. Following the plot of the original book, she found the hidden mechanism beneath the candlestick in the treasury. As she slowly activated it, a wall painting slid aside. Behind it lay a secret passage. Holding the candlestick, Chui Xiu hurried in. After traversing the dark corridor, she laid eyes on a glittering pile of gold bars stacked neatly like a small mountain. An entire wall was covered with priceless paintings by famous masters, white jade corals, and precious porcelain. A dazzling array of treasures. In one corner stood a massive purple gold nanmu chest filled with even rarer artifacts. The agate and jadeite were engraved with their years and origins. Cui Jiu guessed these were the accumulated wealth of 3 generations of the Xia family. But why had the old patriarch not used this treasure to pay off his debts? Why let himself be beaten to death rather than touch these hidden riches? Cui Jiu let out a cold laugh. Based on the plot she had read, she suspected that every member of the Xia family was utterly self-serving. Perhaps the old patriarch's death was even connected to them. But that wasn't her concern. Emptying this place for her own use was what mattered. Without wasting another moment, she decisively swept every single item in the secret vault into her space. She didn't even leave them a single wooden chest. After leaving the vault, she also cleared out everything else in the treasury. Only the deeds to the farmlands and shops in the box gave. Though she had redeemed them, they were still registered under the Xia mansion's name. After a brief moment of thought, she decided to take them all and deal with the matter later. After moving the valuables, she remembered the small room next to the treasury that held an entire store of cold weapons. She knew these were imperial gifts bestowed upon the Xia ancestors for their meritorious service in founding the dynasty. Unfortunately, by Xia Xiu's generation, no one pursued the martial arts, leaving these fine weapons to waste away. She might as well take them all. They could prove useful on the road to exile. So she cleared out all the swords, bows, and spears. Only when the vast treasury was stripped bare, not even a splinter of wood left, did she stroke her pearl jade ring and curl her lips into a smile. This still wasn't enough. She also recalled the Xia mansion's granary and kitchen. Lady Chung and her daughter were particular about their food, and the second branch of the family only cared about eating. The household's food expenses alone were astronomical. The granary was stocked with new rice, the kitchen maids had pickled vegetables, and the cellar held fresh produce. Everything one could imagine. It far exceeded Cui Jiu's expectations. In her memories, the old servants were always complaining to the original owner. One day the pastries were insufficient, the next the rice was gone. It was as if the mansion was feeding 100 oxen buying food endlessly. Now she saw clearly. They were fleecing the original owner like a single sheep. Since that was the case, Cui Jiu would show no mercy. After emptying the granary, she swept through the study in the back courtyard, the ancestral hall, and every chamber, confiscating all the fine silks, quilts, bedding, and the charcoal and heating stoves that hadn't yet been distributed. The Xia household had few members, and no one noticed Cui Jiu's midnight excursions. But as she emerged from the back courtyard, she collided with a guard employed by them. He was highly skilled in martial arts. With a single glance, he leaped down from the tree and blocked her path. Cui Jiu's brow furrowed slightly, her guard up, but her expression remained composed. Before he could speak, she produced a banknote from her sleeve and pressed it into his palm, saying calmly, "Guard Jiang, I know you stay out of gratitude for the old patriarch's kindness, bound by your word to protect the Xia mansion. But in these 3 years, have they treated you with any respect? Have they paid you a single coin? Have they even offered you a meal? These people simply exploit your sense of gratitude, using you as a free slave. They never acknowledge your loyalty. When your sister fell into trouble, and you begged Lady Chung for help just 2 days ago, did she give you even a cent? Do you truly believe she has no money? She simply doesn't care about you and never intended to help. Guard Jiang, I came here as a widow for 3 years, pouring my dowry into this mansion. And what do I get in return? Demoted from wife to concubine, then cast out entirely. Huh? Don't you find it absurd?" She cast a sharp, deliberate gaze at Guard Jiang, recalling from the original novel that his martial prowess was enough to save Xia Xiu's life in a critical moment. If she took him away, who would be there to save Xia Shiyao when disaster struck? Guard Jiang, you've done more than enough. The Xia family doesn't treat you like a person. Why degrade yourself to a beast of burden? Take this money and get through your troubles. At dawn I leave this mansion for good, severing all ties with the Xia family. If you trust me, come with me when I return home. I'll write to my brother and secure you a proper position." Guard Jiang stood frozen, stunned by her words. Seeing that he no longer blocked her way, Cui Jiu nodded at Guard Jiang and hurried off. When she returned to her room, Nakiu rushed over, saying, "Miss, where did you go? I've been looking everywhere for you. I went to take care of some matters. Have you arranged for the coachman?" "Yes, he's already waiting outside the residence." Cui Jiu immediately had Nakiu grab their only bundle, and the two of them fled the detestable Xia residence that very night. As they were leaving, Nakiu stared at the Xia residence's plaque and let out a deep sigh of relief. "Miss, you finally escaped. No matter what, life from here on will be better than it was in the Xia household. We no longer have to face the vile faces of that blood-sucking family." Cui Jiu smiled. Just then the sound of hooves approached, and Guard Jiang's voice called out from outside the carriage, "Madam." Nakiu was startled, thinking they had come to capture them, and quickly shielded Cui Jiu. Cui Jiu smiled to reassure her, then lifted the carriage curtain. "Guard Jiang, your words earlier truly enlightened me. I will escort you back to your residence, but I will no longer stay with the Xia family. The old master's kindness has long been repaid." Hearing this, Cui Jiu recalled something, a glimmer of an idea, flashing across her eyes. She then asked, "In that case, could I trouble you with a task, guard Jiang?" As she spoke, she took a gold leaf from the bundle Nakiyu carried and handed it over. "Consider this your payment for the trip." An hour later, the carriage stopped at the back gate of the... They had assumed the family would be asleep at this hour, but unexpectedly the room of Chui Ziyu's birth mother was still lit. Seeing her appear suddenly, Lady Jing, who was dabbing at her tears with a handkerchief, was shocked. "You are... Why are you returning home at this hour?" Her elderly father, lying on the sickbed with a worried expression, was also astonished and struggled to sit up. A pang of pain struck Chui Ziyu's heart, the original owner's emotions resonating within her. She quickly steadied her old father, having no intention of hiding her situation from them. She stated succinctly, "Father, mother, you must have heard that Xie Shiriao has returned to the residence." Mentioning this brought tears back to Lady Jing's eyes. "You will have to endure injustice in the future. That princess will never agree to be a concubine, and as his legal wife you don't come from an official family. The Xie household will surely..." "Mother, I don't need to endure that kind of injustice. I have already divorced Xie Shiriao." "What?" The old couple were stunned by the news of the divorce. Lady Jing, heartbroken, wailed, Why is this happening to us? You shouldn't have divorced. Returning home now does you no good. Do you know your brother was taken for questioning and has been gone for a whole day without any word?" Chui Ziyu was of course aware of this. In the original story, her brother Chui Zizhou was falsely accused of treason by Huang Wenbing and Xie Shiriao after composing a poem while drunk. They even threw him in prison and threatened his wife and son to force a confession. "Mother, rest assured. Brother was only taken for questioning, he will be fine. Worrying like this won't change anything, it will only ruin your own health. It's late now. You and father should rest. Tomorrow morning, I'll go make inquiries and find out about brother's situation. As for my divorce, don't worry. Rather than suffer unspeakable grievances in the Xie residence, I'd rather return to you father and mother and take care of you." The original owner had a close bond with her parents. In the book before her death, she only ever shared good news with her family, never the bad. In this life, Chui Ziyu was determined not to let her continue enduring in silence. She helped Lady Jing sit on the bed and said, "Mother, I found a skilled physician for Chuangir and Luzhou. Tomorrow someone will come to take sister-in-law and Chuangir there for ITLL, also keep them from worrying about brother and delaying Chuang's illness. This physician is very capable and will surely cure Chuangir completely." In the book, the original owner's nephew suffered from a chronic skin condition that caused him to itch all over. So Chui Ziyu seized this opportunity to have Guard Jiang take them away, first preventing them from falling into enemy hands and being used to force her brother into a confession in prison. Lady Jing was taken aback by the suddenness of it all. "You're leaving tomorrow. The person escorting sister-in-law and Chuangir is also brother's good friend. You can rest assured on that." At this point, Lady Jing was also worried that trouble might befall the family and implicate the children. If they could go out for treatment and avoid the situation, it would be for the best, so she agreed. The next morning, Chui Ziyu found her sister-in-law Lady Hai and explained the situation. Lady Hai was astute and immediately understood that Chui Ziyu wanted them to take refuge. Deeply devoted to Chui Zizhou, she quickly shook her head. "You err with your brother's situation unknown. How can I leave in peace? Let Chuang go ahead. They'll stay in the residence and wait for him to return. Sister-in-law, I'm here. I won't let anything happen to brother. Chuangir is still young. How can I be at ease without you there to look after him?" "But..." "No buts. With brother's situation still unclear, I must plan ahead. Take Chuangir and go for now. Once things settle down at home, I will write. We'll come to Luzhou to meet you in half a month." "You'll come to Luzhou? Do you know something? What's going to happen?" Chui Ziyu couldn't reveal everything at this point, lest it frighten Lady Hai and make things difficult to explain to her parents. She could only reassure her, "I'm just worried about the worst. Chuangir is brother's only child, and you are his most beloved wife. If anything happened to you, how could brother face those people with peace of mind?" These words did strike a chord with Lady Hai. After some deliberation, she followed Chui Ziyu's arrangement. Before they left, Chui Ziyu placed a stack of silver notes into Lady Hai's luggage and gave some silver to Guard Jiang. Seeing him about to refuse, Chui Ziyu quickly spoke up, "You'll need silver for food and expenses along the way. Though Luzhou isn't far, you must travel discreetly to escort the mother and child. Thank you for your hard work, Guard Jiang." After seeing them off, Chui Ziyu hurried out again. She initially planned to instruct the household to stock up on supplies, but she was afraid that making such a big commotion would draw unwanted attention, so she decided to prepare the essential items herself. In 2 days they would be exiled to Chanting, a desolate frontier 1,000 li away. It was a barren, uninhabited land. The Thusanli journey alone was an immense challenge, not to mention the suffering that awaited them there. With the whole family on this journey, they couldn't end up like in the original story, where most died before even reaching the exile site. Now that she had acquired the spatial farming space from the book, at least they wouldn't starve. As for other supplies, the more thoroughly prepared the better. The most crucial were medicinal herbs. The Chui family was a merchant clan with numerous shops in the capital, especially pharmacies, most of which were under the Chui name. The shopkeepers of the herb stores all recognized her. Before her marriage, Chui Jiu had often managed the family's business. Seeing her arrive today, they all treated her. Chui Jiu wasted no time and stated directly, "Shopkeeper, there are urgent matters at home. Besides the basic herbs for sale, please register and pack all the herbs in the warehouse. I need to take them all today." The shopkeeper was astonished. "Young mistress, those herbs in the warehouse are our stockpiled goods. If they're gone, we'll have nothing to sell. Restocking would take considerable time, and we haven't heard a word from the old master about this." Chui Jiu produced the seal of the Chui family and said gently, "My father is unwell and cannot travel. I am making this decision on his behalf. As for restocking, there will be a resolution in 3 days. For now, just focus on registering and packing the goods." Seeing the family seal, the shopkeepers ceased their objections. This was the seal she had taken from the mansion last night, and it was her only recourse now. On this journey, their very survival depended on food, lodging, and travel. Having this stockpile of herbs would serve as a crucial safeguard for unforeseen needs. Afterwards, she hurried to several cloth merchants using a portion of her silver notes to purchase a range of ready-made garments from large to small along with various lengths of. The destination was cold and the journey long, making warmth a paramount concern. However, cotton was not yet in use. Warm clothing relied mostly on animal furs, which commanded a high price in the market. Fortunately, she had already emptied the Xie family's private treasury. The amount of silver alone was beyond counting. She used a portion of it to buy every piece of animal fur, every bolt of thick cloth, and every bit of charcoal available in the market. When she went to the cloth shop to collect her purchases, she unexpectedly spotted a token from the Jiang Marquis mansion on the counter. With a subtle shift in her expression, she discreetly slipped the token into her storage space. The next moment, a sarcastic voice sounded from behind her. "Oh my, look who we have here." Chui Jiu's delicate brows furrowed slightly at the sound. Her guess was correct. It was Chui Nanchun. Her half-sister from a different mother, whose birth mother was concubine Lu, had been sold off from the Chui estate years ago. She had married in the same year as Chui Jiu, but despite her husband being the heir of the Jiang Marquis mansion, she was merely a lowly concubine within that household. The Chui Nanchun before her, now draped in a white fox fur coat, swayed her headpiece as she sauntered up to Chui Jiu. Her radiant face was barely concealed mockery. "Oh, if it isn't my dear sister. But hasn't my sister already divorced? How dare you still parade around so ostentatiously? Showing your face in the market, aren't you afraid of shaming the Chui family and becoming a laughingstock?" As soon as she said this, the two other finely dressed women beside her chimed in agreement. "So this is the former wife who was cast out of the Xie mansion. Divorced? I think it's more like being cast aside. If I were a woman who'd been thrown out by her husband, I'd have drowned myself long ago." Chui Nanchun smiled, offering a consoling remark. "Sister, think about it. You married into the Xie mansion with such a grand dowry, only to be a widow for 3 years. Now you end up cast aside. As your sister, I feel both sympathy and embarrassment." Her gaze then fell upon the several fur garments and the fine shoe brocade that Chui Jiu had purchased. Her expression soured, and she snatched them away, turning to the "He'll take all of these." The shopkeeper looked troubled. "Miss, these? They've already been selected by this young lady here. I'm just about to finalize the sale." "A sale? To whom?" "To her, a cast-off woman. Why don't you go and find out if she even has any silver left to pay you?" The woman behind Chui Nanchun stepped forward, chin raised haughtily. "That's right. We're from the Jiang Marquis mansion. Our purchases are billed to the young Marquis account. Hurry up and wrap them." Seeing their commotion, Chui Jiu let out a cold laugh and sat down to the side, gesturing for the shopkeeper to give them the items. Seeing her lack of resistance, Chui Nanchun moved closer, trying to provoke her further. "Chui Jiu, back when you married with such a grand dowry, you surely never imagined it would come to this, did you? Back then, people laughed at me for being a lowly concubine, while you even as a widow secured your position as the mistress of the Xie family. But look at you now. Fortune's wheel turns. Besides, your elder brother Chui Jiu is about to face a great calamity. The entire Chui mansion. The Chui mansion is going to collapse. Ha ha. And me? I married into the Marquis mansion and wasn't cast aside. The Chui mansion's downfall has nothing to do with me. I'm no longer part of the Chui family. But you're about to be in serious trouble." Where she had gotten this news was anyone's guess, but it was clear she had come deliberately to pick a fight and mock Chui Jiu. Chui Nanchun grabbed Chui Jiu by the lapels, her taunts still spewing forth when a sharp smack echoed through the shop, startling everyone. Chui Jiu had slapped her. The force sent Chui Nanchun stumbling backward, crashing into a nearby chair and falling flat on her face. Everyone was stunned. Chui Nanchun, enraged, screamed, "I am a member of the Marquis household. How dare you, a common cast-off woman, lay your hands on me?" Chui Jiu picked up the fur garments, tossing them aside. "The Marquis household? If you're truly from the Marquis household, then pay for the goods with silver. If you want to bill it to the young Marquis account, then at least have the decency to show his token." Chui Nanchun, flustered, reached for her money pouch, but suddenly remembered she had placed her token on the counter to pay earlier. She scrambled to her feet to look for it, but the shopkeeper, seeing no token, was skeptical. "Miss, if you're truly from the Marquis household, you should have his token. We serve many nobles here. Many ladies from the Marquis mansion favor our fabrics. When they buy on credit, they either present the young Marquis token or pay in. A crowd was gathering to watch the commotion. Chui Nanchuan, face burning with humiliation, glared at Chui Jiu. Pointing a trembling finger, she shouted, "It was you. You stole my token." Chui Jiu calmly took the fur garments in one hand and gracefully handed a few silver notes to the shopkeeper with the other. As the shopkeeper's eyes gleamed, she waved her hand magnanimously. "Keep the change. Give a few bolts of cloth to this young lady who can't afford them, so she won't have to impersonate the Marquis household and embarrass herself again." With that, ignoring Chui Nanchun's ashen face, she strode out of the shop without hesitation. Chui Nanchun chased after her a few steps, clutching her wobbling hairpin. "The Chui family is about to be exiled. Let's see how long you, a cast-off woman, can stay so arrogant. Just wait, you'll die on the road to exile, your corpse left to rot in the wilderness." Chui Jiu had no intention of wasting more time on the troublemaking Chui Nanchun. Even without taking her token, she would have found a way to make her back down. The most pressing matter was to stock up on food. The provisions they had from the Xia mansion would certainly not be enough to sustain them on the long journey into exile. The food and grain currently in her planting space required time and tasks to acquire. Since they would be consuming supplies daily on the road, they couldn't afford to wait. They needed to stockpile as much as they could now. Beyond that, she had one more crucial person to see: the Minister of Justice. Minister of Justice Song Hung, young and accomplished, was one of the most trusted officials of the reigning emperor. He was also the nemesis of Xie Shiyao in the original story, a stumbling block on Xie Shiyao's path to rapid advancement. Since he was Xie Shiyao's enemy from another perspective, he was her ally. Chui Jiu knew that at this moment Song Hung was investigating a case of a subversive nursery rhyme that implicated the Jiang Earl's mansion. Having read the book, Chui Jiu knew this was one of Xie Shiyao's schemes. In the book, Xie Shiyao belonged to Prince Huai's faction, and his rise was largely backed by Prince. Although Chui Jiu hadn't read the entire book, just this memorable plot point was enough. So she headed straight to the capital's largest pleasure boat, Shushang Terrace. Pavilions stood in clusters, and in the small pond, dotted with remnants of snow, several exquisitely decorated boats drifted slowly. The faint sound of pipa music drifted out from the night, carried by the evening breeze in all directions. Along the torchlit pavilions and corridors, a scene of lively merriment unfolded. Although the boats of Shushang Terrace bore elegant names, they were hardly different from brothels, merely a place of amusement for the capital's idle rich and high-rank. Moreover, only male guests were allowed. So Chui Jiu had to disguise herself as a young man, tying her hair, donning a bamboo hat, and spending generously to buy a ticket to gain entry. She slipped some silver coins to the waiter and was led to the pavilion where Song Hung was. At her arrival, the man in plain robes slowly turned to look at her, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Before he could speak, Chui Jiu removed her hat and introduced herself directly: Minister Song. She performed a woman's greeting, and before he could express surprise, calmly stated her purpose. "I am the daughter of the merchant Chui family in the capital. My elder brother is Chui Zhizhou, a compiler of the Hanlin Academy. I have come to trouble you today because I have some..." Her features were gentle, yet there was a distinct heroic spirit uncommon among other women. Song Hung merely took a sip of tea and said without changing expression, "So you are Minister Xia's younger sister." He then set down the lid of his teacup with a stern look. "You have indeed disturbed me today. If you came because of Minister Chui, there is no need." Minister Chui wrote treasonous poetry that angered His Majesty. It cannot be pardoned with a few words. Chui Jiu nodded in agreement and continued, "I have not come to beg you to release my brother, but to make a deal with you, Minister Song." Oh, Song Hung had never seen a woman come to him to make a deal. Chui Jiu stood up, took out several silver ingots from her pouch, and placed them on the table. "I know who spread the street nursery rhyme you are investigating, Minister. If you can transfer my brother from the eastern prison of the Ministry of Justice to the western prison, sparing him from physical torture, I will tell you." At this point in the book, Song Hung was investigating that subversive nursery rhyme circulating among the people which had angered the emperor. Chui Zhizhou, accused of singing it, was implicated in the case by Xie Shiyao and Huang Wenbing, and conveniently made a sacrificial scapegoat. In this life, Chui Jiu was determined to change the outcome. Even if she couldn't alter the exile sentence, at least she could prevent Chui Zhizhou from being beaten to death in the eastern prison. Song Hung smiled faintly. "How can I trust you?" Chui Jiu had anticipated this and produced her countermeasure. "This matter involves the second son of the Jiang Earl's mansion, Huang Wenbing. I know many things about Huang Wenbing, even that he bears the Anxia totem of Prince Huai's faction." Upon hearing this, Song Hung frowned, slightly surprised that a merchant's daughter knew such things. It was widely known that Prince Huai harbored rebellious intentions, but the fact that some of his early loyal followers bore the Anxia totem was little known. He had already traced the investigation to the second son. Now he was here in disguise, secretly trailing Huang Wenbing. While he was pondering, Chui Jiu spoke directly. "If you have doubts, Minister, please come see for yourself whether what I say is true." Her gaze fell below the pavilion, where faint giggles of women could be heard from a rickety little boat. Chui Jiu glanced at Song Hung, and before she could act, Song Hung gave a few signals to his men. Suddenly several black-clad figures leaped out from the shadows. They held bows and shot a volley of flaming arrows, instantly igniting the small boat. Soon several disheveled men and women scrambled out of the boat, screaming and tumbling over each other as they fled. Chui Jiu immediately spotted Huang Wenbing naked from the waist up, and turned to Song Hung. The totem is on his lower right abdomen. Song Hung led his men forward and rescued the panicked Huang Wenbing onto the shore. Behind him several concubines clad only in belly bands collapsed indecently on the ground. This sensual scene immediately drew the attention of everyone on the boat. Huang Wenbing, disregarding his dignity, roared furiously, "Who dares to be so odd?" Then recognizing Song Hung as his rescuer, he hurriedly bowed and said politely, "Thank you for saving me, Minister Song." Song Hung remained calm, his gaze sweeping over Huang Wenbing's lower right abdomen, where he indeed saw the inconspicuous totem. It seemed that young Miss Chui was not lying after all. She had the audacity to approach him so directly for a deal. She had some guts. At this moment Chui Jiu also walked up to Song Hung, and noticed among the crowd of onlookers that the concubine, with a look of utter embarrassment, was none other than Chui Nanshan. Quite the wild game she was playing. Naturally Chui Nanshan recognized her too. She immediately stood up and angered Chui Jiu. "What are you doing here?" She still remembered the humiliation Chui Jiu had caused her during the day. Now encountering her at her most embarrassing moment, Chui Nanshan was certain that the boat fired. She clung to Huang Wenbing and gritted her teeth, accusing Chui Jiu, "My lord, she made me lose face today. She also stole the token you gave me. What just happened must be connected to her." Chui Jiu inconspicuously moved closer to Song Hung and said calmly, "I am with Minister Song. How could I have set your boat on fire? You alone can't do it. You must be in league with this Minister Song." "What did you say?" Huang Wenbing cut her off sharply. Chui Nanchuan, still not catching on, said, "I said that Minister Song must be in cahoots with her." Then she suddenly realized who this Minister Song was. The next moment Huang Wenbing slapped her across the face and scolded, "You vile woman. Minister Song is the current Minister of Justice. How dare a concubine like you speak of him so casually? Slap yourself again." Chui Nanchuan, tears welling in her eyes, dared not speak, but followed Huang Wenbing's order, slapping herself several times in front of everyone. She bit her lip hard, a flash of murderous rage in her eyes, wishing she could tear Chui Jiu apart on the spot. It must be her, it must be her. But she dared not make a sound. Huang Wenbing apologized profusely. "Minister Song, my worthless concubine has eyes, but cannot see. Please do not take offense at her." Song Hung shook his head and interrupted. "It is enough that the young master is safe." With that he led Chui Jiu away from the scene. On the way he agreed to her exchange terms. "I can ensure your brother suffers no physical harm. Now shouldn't you fulfill your—" Chui Jiu, seeing this, handed the document she had already prepared to Song Hung. "Naturally, Minister Song. The evidence of the rumors spread by Huang Wenbing and Xie Shiyao is right here." The document contained the address of a child's home, as well as the hidden location where Huang Wenbing concealed his correspondence with Prince Huai. In the original story, Huang Wenbing deliberately hid his secret letters with Prince Huai. He refrained from burning them immediately, because he wanted to keep a way out for himself. He intended to use those letters to blackmail Prince Huai's faction and successfully escape the later house raids. However, in this life, he wouldn't be given such a good opportunity. It was their just deserts for harboring treacherous intentions and framing the innocent Chui Jiu, which led to the entire Chui family being destroyed without a proper burial. As she was leaving, Chui Jiu tentatively raised another difficult request. "Magistrate Song, may I visit my brother tomorrow?" Song Hung replied calmly, "According to the law, family members are permitted to visit, but the time is limited." Chui Jiu broke into a smile, bowed politely, and expressed her gratitude. Upon returning to the Chui residence, she found her worried mother, Lady Jing. "Mother, I've made the arrangements today. Brother will be safe in the Ministry of Justice's prison for now. Tomorrow I can visit him once more. Please don't worry." Lady Jing exclaimed in surprise, "Where are you?" "Telling the truth. But who did you manage to find?" Her daughter had already divorced Xie Shiyao. Where could she possibly have such connections? Chui Jiu explained, "Money makes the mare go. I naturally found some ways. Mother, there's something else we must prepare for in advance. Father is in poor health, and now that brother has been thrown into the Ministry of Justice's prison, I want to be cautious. Let's sell off our most valuable shops and estates that are easiest to pawn or transfer, converting them into silver we can carry." "What? But, Mother, I know you have many doubts right now, but you must trust your daughter. Brother won't be in danger, but I fear the Chui family will struggle to stand firm in the short term. I'm thinking. You ere well do as you say. Wealth is ultimately a worldly possession anyway. Having silver on hand is better than having our assets confiscated. But do you have a safe place to keep the money?" Chui Jiu hadn't expected Lady Jing to be so understanding. She had worried for nothing. She quickly nodded. "Don't worry, I have a place." But with only one day left, there was no time to sell off the estates and shops. They could only have her mother contact the shopkeepers who had previously shown interest in their businesses, selling for whatever they could get. As for the other miscellaneous items, Chui Jiu wrote out a list overnight and handed it to Nakyu. Show her tomorrow, find some capable hands in the residence, and buy everything on this list, then store it all in the backyard warehouse. Nakiyu was puzzled, but didn't ask further. After all, her young mistress surely had her reasons. That night, Chui Jiu also gathered the valuables from her own quarters into her spatial storage, knowing she would need them on the journey ahead. By candlelight, she reviewed the deed contracts of the household servants, setting aside a sum of money for the older ones who could no longer endure hardship. They would be released from service at dawn. But she could only do so much. She couldn't risk being discovered making preparations before the raid. The same applied to the family assets, as she could only take the bulk of it. Early the next morning, Lady Jing handed Chui Jiu a basket of pastries made overnight. "Yuer, these are your brother's favorites. Go, see him on my behalf, and tell him not to be afraid." In truth, it was Lady Jing herself who was truly terrified, and she could do nothing to help. She could only rely on her daughter now. Chui Jiu reassured her, and arrived at the Ministry of Justice prison early, handing the prepared pastries and some silver to the guards on duty. "Thank you for your hard work, officers. Please take good care of my brother inside." Her generosity pleased them, and they gladly escorted her in. When she saw Chui Jiu sitting upright, he rushed forward in excitement, before she could even speak. His wrists, chafed raw by the heavy shackles, gripped the cell bars tightly as he exclaimed in shock, Why are you here?" Chui Jiu looked around, and only after the guards had left did she speak concisely. "Brother, it's a long story. We'll talk about it another time. Today I came here to do What is it?" Chui Jiu was bewildered when Chui Jiu suddenly reached out and tore the crescent-shaped jade pendant from his waist. What are you doing? This must not be worn. Brother, if anyone comes to interrogate you later, no matter what they say, you must absolutely not confess. Just say truthfully that those poems were merely verses you composed while reciting to the moon. How could that constitute any intent of rebellion? That's exactly what it was. I never once contemplated treason. Of course Chui Jiu knew that. In the original story, the entire Chui family was nothing but a stepping stone for Xiesheriao, an innocent sacrifice. He had used them as a scapegoat. And that crescent-shaped jade pendant Chui Jiu had worn since childhood. In the original book, Xiesheriao and Huang Wenbing had used it to make a big issue, linking it to the Astronomical Bureau's celestial omens and the Empire Falling children's rhyme. Now that Chui Jiu had taken it away, let's see how they could spin their story. To ease her brother's mind, she added, "Sister-in-law and little Chuan have already been sent to Luzhou by me. They're safe. They'll also take care of father and mother at home. Oh, and I've already divorced Xiesheriao. From now on I stand with the Chui family through thick and thin." "What? Why did you divorce him? You're a woman. What will you do after a divorce?" Chui Jiu smiled, and handed him the pastries Lady Jing had made. "So what if Xiesheriao wronged me, and he's a selfish, despicable man? I don't want to hang myself on his tree for the rest of my life. Now that the Chui family is in trouble, it's my duty to step forward. Brother, promise me, as long as you don't confess, you'll get out eventually." Chui Jiu looked at the resolute woman before him, and felt a sudden sense of unfamiliarity. He felt that the wearer before him now was different from the one he used to know. But he couldn't quite put his finger on what exactly had changed. Their time was limited, and Chui Jiu was escorted out after only a few words. While she was busy all day, chaos had erupted at the Xie residence. Xiesheriao had spent considerable time and effort pleading and begging before he managed to appease Her Highness the Princess. After dutifully attending to the princess for a day and a night, he returned home exhausted, yet still had to prepare the betrothal gifts and choose an auspicious date for the wedding. Moreover, Consort Li herself would be visiting the Xie residence, personally claiming she wanted to catch up with Xie's mother, Lady Cheng. In reality, she was there to inspect the betrothal gifts in advance and ensure the royal family's dignity was upheld. Princess Chun was one of the emperor's most beloved daughters, so to be a worthy consort, he had to handle everything properly. And since Consort Li was a distant relative of the Xie family, she naturally took a keen interest in this matter. Especially when she learned that Xiesheriao had already divorced that merchant's daughter. That made it all the more perfect. Xiesheriao had promised the princess that even if he had to empty the entire Xie residence, he would marry her in grand style. He intended to show his respect for the royal family and the importance he placed on this marriage. However, upon returning to the Xie residence, he discovered that a major crisis had occurred. Madame Cheng and her group hurriedly scurried about the mansion, the servants also in a state of chaos. Seeing this commotion, Xiesheriao walked over in confusion. Before he could utter a word, Madame Cheng suddenly burst into tears and wails. My son, you are finally back. What will become of our Xie mansion? What happened?" Her voice trembling, nearly fainting, tears streaming, she could barely stand. Stammering and unable to utter a complete sentence, Xiesheriao grew anxious and grabbed the old woman beside him, shouting, "What on earth has happened?" The old woman, pale with fright, fell to her knees with a thud and stammered, "Young master, everything in our mansion has been stolen." Hearing this, Xiesheriao frowned. "What do you mean?" "It means there's nothing left. A great thief has struck. Even the bedding, rice jars, and chamber pots have been absurd." Xiesheriao roared and strode straight toward the storeroom. How can a mansion this large be burglarized? Are all the dozens of servants just idle and useless? He did not believe it, but every room he passed was empty. Where porcelain vases, famous paintings, and curtains once hung, there was nothing. Not only that, the kitchen servants also swarmed up to complain, "Master, that thief is truly despicable. The coarse rice in our kitchen is all gone, and the firewood in the woodshed has vanished. Not a single pot, pan, or bowl remains. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous." He kicked the servant away in fury and quickened his pace. After taking the keys from Madame Chung, he opened the door and found it empty, not even a single piece of wood left. Even the tables and chairs were gone. His eyes wide with fury and disbelief, he frantically searched the storeroom. But no matter how hard he looked, he found nothing. Until his gaze locked onto the hidden door, his heart instantly leaped to his throat. The princess' words still echoed in his mind. "Xialing, you promised to make me shine. You must not disgrace the royal family's honor. My dear princess, rest assured. The Xie family has 3 generations of some savings. I will certainly not let you lose face. By then I will make the entire capital know that Princess Chun is married to a lover whose eyes, heart, and soul are all for her. And in this secret chamber lay all his betrothal gifts." Trembling, he pressed the switch with a stunned expression. As he passed through the dark corridor, Sheshredsthedivorcepapers felt as if he were walking the road to the Yellow Springs. With his heart in his throat, he finally reached the secret chamber. As expected, there was nothing inside. Sheshredsthedivorcepapers clutched his head, his mind suddenly going, "How can this be?" He ran around the secret chamber in a daze, not missing a single corner, even suspecting that his eyes had gone blind. He couldn't see anything. He must be blind, unable to see the treasures here. It must be because he had said too often that wealth is but an external thing, so he couldn't but there was really nothing left. Unable to accept it, he rushed out in fury, but as soon as he reached the storeroom, his vision went black, and he fainted. Madame Chung collapsed to the ground, sobbing voicelessly, "Heavens, heavens! What kind of bandit is this? Report to the authorities. Quick, report to the authorities." She wiped her tears vigorously and rose shakily. Meanwhile, Xie Mingxing also arrived upon hearing the news, looking as if the sky had fallen, and fainted directly before Madame Chung. Madame Chung was startled. "Oh, Mingxing, my daughter. What's wrong? Quick, call a doctor." In an instant, the mansion fell into utter chaos. This was truly unheard of. Where did such a capable thief come from to have emptied the entire mansion? Even a government confiscation wouldn't be so thorough. After much effort, they helped the unconscious Xie siblings onto the bed, but because the bed was too hard, the room had no charcoal fire, and there were no mattresses, the siblings were literally frozen awake. Madame Chung could no longer bear it. "I will report to the authorities. This great thief must be forced to spit out our belongings." Upon hearing report to the authorities, Sheshredsthedivorcepapers, ignoring the pain of his head injury, immediately stopped her. No. If word got out that the Xie family had been robbed by a great thief, wouldn't they become the laughingstock of the entire capital? And by extension, they would bring disgrace to the Now everyone in the capital knew that the young master of the Xie family was to marry the princess. But with the betrothal ceremony imminent, his entire family was destitute. Where could he find so much money in such a short time? At this moment, Xie Mingxing suddenly roared as if possessed, "It's Cui Jiu. She must have taken it." Hearing this, Madame Chung also realized, and she angrily waved her handkerchief. "It must be that little slut. I knew she left so quickly that night. She was prepared all along. Damn her daring to bully the Xie mansion. They'll go tear her apart." "Enough. Foolish," Sheshredsthedivorcepapers shouted. "How could a woman move so many things? She's not some celestial being descending to earth. Going to pick a quarrel without evidence? Are you afraid the matter won't blow up?" Madame Chung was now as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Yes, that slut doesn't have such supernatural powers either. But what do we do now? "Shreya, my son, how are we to survive?" Sheshredsthedivorcepapers felt a chill all over. Indeed, how are we to survive? Tomorrow is the betrothal ceremony, and Consort Li is coming. "What did you say?" Upon hearing this, Madame Chung choked and fainted on the spot. Knowing there was no turning back, Sheshredsthedivorcepapers, ignoring his unconscious mother, fled the mansion as if his feet were oiled. The urgent priority was to gather the betrothal gifts as quickly as possible. If he wasted time investigating where the things had gone, it would delay him greatly. The servant behind him hurriedly reached out. "Master, are you all right? Don't panic." Sheshredsthedivorcepapers pushed him away and roared. "Why haven't you called?" The servant behind him hurriedly reached out. "Master, are you all right? Don't panic." Sheshredsthedivorcepapers pushed him away and roared. "Why haven't you called the coachman?" "Quick, to the Earl's mansion." Now he could only seek help from Huang Wenbing, the son of the Earl of Jiang. He and Huang Wenbing were childhood friends. During the 3 years he was missing, he had maintained contact with Huang Wenbing. They were on the same boat, loyal to Prince Huai. Now that he was facing a great calamity, his good brother surely would not stand by and watch him die. Moreover, marrying the princess was a key point in their struggle for the court on behalf of the prince. He had to make brother Huang help him no matter what. But he never expected that upon arriving at the Earl's mansion, he would see it heavily surrounded by a group of soldiers. Moreover, those officers were all from the censorate. The censorate had been mobilized to arrest someone. This was no small matter. Sheshredsthedivorcepapers practically tumbled out of the carriage. Just as he was hesitating whether to enter, Huang Wenbing was brought out. Behind him followed several women crying and begging for mercy. Officer, officer. We are innocent. Please investigate thoroughly. This is the Earl of Jeong's mansion. My grandfather rendered meritorious service to the court. How can you people just confiscate our property on a whim? Confiscation. Xie instantly withdrew his steps. At that moment Huang Wenbing spotted him, and as if seeing a savior shouted, Brother Xie. Faced with Huang Wenbing's sudden outburst, Xie immediately became vigilant. However, Huang Wenbing, ignoring the pulling of the officials, rushed to Xie and begged for help. Brother Xie, the censorate wants to arrest me, falsely accusing me of being involved in the spreading of those nursery rhymes. You are about to become the consort, so you must have connections to plead with the princess on my behalf to have this matter thoroughly investigated. The implication was that he wanted Xie to step forward and use the princess to clear his name. After all, this matter was somewhat related to Xie. However, upon hearing that the case of the subversive nursery rhymes had been exposed, Xie felt a chill run through his body, fearing that he might be implicated as well. He instinctively stepped back. However, upon hearing that the case of the subversive nursery rhymes had been exposed, Xie felt a chill run through his body, fearing that he might be implicated as well. He instinctively stepped back. Xie, flustered, tried to calm him down, but Huang Wenbing saw through his intentions, and without hesitation dragged him into the mess, running to the officers and accused, You people from the censorate, you say I spread those nursery rhymes, but why won't you investigate Xie? He was clearly in cahoots with me, so why are you only targeting me? You. Xie was so furious he nearly spat blood. Stop talking nonsense. How could this matter possibly involve me? Is it because you're about to become the consort? With the princess as your backing, you think you can walk away unscathed? Xie, there's no such thing in this world. In truth, Huang Wenbing was gambling by dragging him. He knew that the princess was infatuated with Xie, and if he fell into the same predicament, the princess would not ignore the matter. So he unhesitatingly reported him to the officials. Thus the censorate envoy turned his gaze to Xie. Young Master Xie, since that's the case, please come with us. Xie's face turned pale. You can't do this. I have nothing to do with this matter. No one dare touch me. That's not for you to decide, young Master Xie. Take him away for interrogation. With a roar from the envoy, two burly men flanked Xie, immobilizing him. He was taken away like that. Afternoon, Madame Chung of the Xie mansion finally woke up. Upon inquiry, the old servant told her, Madam, the young master has already gone to the Jeong Earl's mansion. The heir of the Earl's mansion has always been on good terms with our master, so he will surely not turn a blind eye. The urgent matter now is to deliver the betrothal gifts and properly receive her ladyship. Madame Chung sighed, her heart as if blocked, her body numb. Will surely find a way, he will surely find a way. She seemed to be saying this to herself. But after an incensed stick of time passed, there was still no movement outside the mansion, until a servant stumbled into the room shouting, Madam, it's terrible. Our master has been thrown into the Ministry of Punishment's prison awaiting trial. What? Madame Chung shot to her feet, and in an instant darkness clouded her vision as she fainted again. Meanwhile, Xie had been escorted to the pitch-black Ministry of Punishment's prison. With him was the disfigured Huang Wenbing. During the interrogation, he had refused to cooperate, even when the magistrate presented evidence. He resisted violently, and thus was subjected to severe torture. With Huang Wenbing's example before him, Xie dared not act rashly. Instead, he shifted all blame onto Huang Wenbing, since the evidence held by the minister only implicated Huang Wenbing. So he persisted in denying everything, but was still thrown into the cell to await retrial. He ignored Huang Wenbing's venomous glare, and watched as he was thrown into the eastern cell. He, on the other hand, was pushed to the western side, temporarily spared from torture. But unexpectedly, he saw Cui Zhizhou there. Before he could speak, Cui Zhizhou lunged at him, raised his fist, and slammed it down fiercely. Xie was utterly beaten, unable to fight back, especially with his limbs shackled. He could only be pinned to the ground by Cui Zhizhou and beaten mercilessly. You beast. My sister mourned you for 3 years, managed the Xie mansion for 3 years. And now that you've come back from the dead, this is how you treat her. If I don't beat you to death today, help, someone. Xie yelled at the top of his lungs, but beyond the iron bars, only the cold stares of other prisoners met him. The officials accustomed to such scenes merely echoed a few words without any intention to intervene. As long as no one died, they didn't care. Moreover, this Lord Cui was someone specially favored by the higher-ups. It was only when the jailers heard rumors of the prince's arrival that they became alert, standing at attention and saluting with full respect. Your Highness, this is the Ministry of Punishment's prison. Without approval, you. Princess Chun, adorned with pearls and jewels, ignored the jailer's objections and insisted on entering the prison. As everyone knew, this princess was the emperor's most beloved daughter. No one dared to offend her, so they could only let her stride quickly toward the iron bars. Xie saw her as his savior. Using all his strength, he pushed Cui Zhizhou away, and with a bruised and swollen face crawled to the princess. Chunner, why are you here to save me? Huang Wenbing framed me. I have nothing to do with the nursery rhymes. And this Cui Zhizhou, without knowing the truth, beat me like this. The princess was infatuated with him, and the fact that she rushed here in a panic must mean she was coming to rescue him. Xie Xiu's arrogance immediately flared up, and he turned aggressively to Cui Zhizhou. It was your sister who lacked feminine virtue and refused to step aside for the princess, so I made that decision. It was all her own fault, you. But before he could finish, Princess Chun slapped him across the face. With a crisp sound, Xie Shiryao was left stunned. He looked at the princess in disbelief. Chunner. Do you think I need someone to step aside for me? Fool. I never imagined you were such a useless man. Today I came to tell you. I don't want you as my consort anymore. Her voice cut through the darkness like a sharp arc, lashing Xie Shiryao harshly. He couldn't believe it. Chunner, why? Why is this? You still have the nerve to ask me. Save your own life first. With that, the princess turned and left without a trace of hesitation. She had thought Xie Shiryao was a clever man, but at the critical moment he had been caught up with Huang Wenbing and ended up in prison himself. Moreover, she had heard about the major theft at the Xie mansion. If Consort Li visited the mansion and saw it in such a mess, wouldn't that make her the princess a laughingstock in the entire imperial family? A man who couldn't even handle the betrothal gifts was not worthy of being her pawn. But behind her, Xie Xiu's heart-wrenching cries echoed, Chunner, Chunner. Meanwhile, news of the Jiang Earl's mansion being raided spread throughout the capital, and Chui. In the original story, only their Chui family had been raided and exiled, while the Earl's mansion had been a key antagonist that survived until the end. Could it be that her intervention had changed the course of the plot? Would the Chui family still be raided? The answer was affirmative. The confiscation of the property even came a day earlier. That afternoon, a formidable troop of officers surrounded the Chui residence. Chui Zhiyu had not yet fully prepared herself. She had planned to make some arrangements for the household that night. In the morning, she went to the blacksmith shop to buy small daggers for self-defense, exchanged silver at the money shop, and even summoned several shopkeepers and a few house servants to meet with the merchants who wished to buy their stores. She was just waiting to finalize the remaining matters tonight, so that after tomorrow's exile they would not encounter trouble unprepared. Who would have thought the exile would come even earlier? It seemed that the reigning emperor was indeed, as the book had said, a man deeply devoted to celestial omens and mysticism. Even though Cui Zhiyu had helped Cui Zhizhou evade the calamity at the Sea Tianjin, they were still subjected to the confiscation of property because of the poem related to the nursery rhyme. After the eunuch from the palace finished reading the imperial edict, a tall, thin man stepped forward and rudely commanded the servants. Search thoroughly. Do not spare any corner. His Majesty has decreed that the Chui family merchants for generations must have all their wealth confiscated. No one in the household may carry any baggage, only the clothes on their backs are allowed. At that moment, Jing Shi was so frightened by the sudden edict that her legs gave way, while Chui Fu, who had been lying sick in bed, staggered out with a shaky body. But the man showed no mercy and shoved Chui Fu aside. Chui Zhiyu quickly stepped forward to support her father. Father! Meeting the man's gaze again, he angrily said, Do you intend to stop us from confiscating the property? You're already prisoners, don't act so high and mighty. Wasn't your brother Chui Zhizhou once so prominent? He even snatched away my position as a compiler in the Hamlin Academy, forcing me to toil as a minor official in the Ministry of Justice. Haha, now heaven has finally opened its eyes and brought him his just desserts. Hearing this, Chui Zhiyu frowned, recalling that this man should be the early antagonist in the book who had clashed with Chui Zhizhou. However, he had appeared only once, and she had no clear memory of him. But the confiscation of property now landed right in his hands, making matters much more troublesome. As she was thinking, her younger sister Cui Zhao hurriedly ran over to Jing Shi, her still youthful face streaked with tears, yet a stubborn, unyielding spirit. My brother did not steal your spot. It was clearly because you lacked the ability. These words stabbed the man like a knife. Enraged, he grabbed Cui Zhao, startling Jing Shi greatly. He then violently tore off her jewelry and hairpins, even yanking down the jade pendant and waist ornaments hanging from her dress. Seeing that her skirt was about to be loosened, Cui Zhiu's gaze darkened. She swiftly seized the man's wrist, twisting it, and shielded Cui Zhao behind her. The man's eyes turned bloodshot as if he wanted to devour her alive. Do you wish to die, Oi? Cui Zhao stared coldly. The authorities only ordered you to confiscate property. Targeting a vulnerable woman like this. Aren't you afraid of being a laughingstock? You are disgracing the emperor's dignity. You? The man was silenced by the mention of the emperor's dignity. Just as Cui Zhiyu was about to strike, another robust man dressed in noble attire strode over. Master Jiang, the minister has summoned you. The man surnamed Jiang frowned displeased. My task here is not yet finished, you. I can take over the task. Surely you don't intend to keep the minister waiting. Hearing this, the man surnamed Jiang had no choice but to let them go for now. However, before he had even left, the newly arrived man issued orders. The journey to Tingzhou is long. His Majesty, mindful of Master Sia's past merits, specially permits each of you to pack a bag for the road. You may have your shackles removed and need not wear prison garments. The man surnamed Jiang's face changed drastically. When did His Majesty issue such an order? It was not in the edict. The eunuch also. Are you suspecting that I am forging the imperial decree? Or are you suspecting the minister of favoring criminals? Or perhaps, doubting his majesty's concern for his ministers? At this the man surnamed Jiang dared not utter another word. Cui Jiu looked at the man with gratitude, understanding that the minister must have pulled some strings behind the scenes. She guessed it was because she had provided him with that piece of evidence, allowing him to close the case early. Although it was not enough to completely exonerate her brother, it was still a gesture of goodwill from Master Song. Officer, please convey to Master Song that this humble girl is deeply grateful for today's kindness. The man gave a faint smile. The master said it was merely a trivial effort. Now Miss Cui, please pack your belongings and set off as soon as possible. Cui Jiu curtsied, then turned to hold Jing Shi's and Cui Zio's hands, comforting them. Don't worry. Let's go pack our bags first. Seizing this opportunity, she distributed the daggers she had bought for self-defense and instructed everyone to take the prepared dry rations and water flasks. She also gave each person a small vest made of animal hide. The capital was already covered in heavy snow, and traveling northward would only grow colder. Going without prison garments was already far better than ordinary exiles. How could a thin layer of prison clothes withstand the bitter winter cold? No wonder the original book said that within a short time of exile most of the people had already died. Now that they were given some time to prepare, it was certainly better than in the original book. After packing everything within the allotted time, all the members of the household assembled into a single group. Men, women, old, and young, every one of them. There was even an ox cart outside the mansion. The man said, the minister has instructed that since Elder Cui is in poor health, this may offer some convenience. This was already a life-saving measure. Jing Shi was so grateful that tears streamed down her face. Thank you, officer. Thank you for the minister's mercy. But in the end it was still exile. A trial on the road to the netherworld for the rest of them. How many could endure the hardships of exile and survive? Thus the people behind them wore grim expressions, their steps heavy and burdensome. When they left the city, they saw Cui Zizhou kneeling in the deep snow, kowtowing incessantly toward the city gate, blood even streaming from his forehead. Jing Shi was shocked. Zhouer, it is I who have brought disaster upon everyone. I deserve 1,000 deaths. It is I. He choked on his words, his guilt beyond what these few sentences could express. For some reason Cui Ziyu's heart ached unbearably at this moment. Perhaps it was the original owner's empathy for her family's grief, the emotions affecting her. She helped Cui Zizhou up and faced the rest of the Cui family, speaking firmly. Exile is already a settled matter. Brother, regretting it now is useless. Moreover, the fault is not yours, it was those petty people who deliberately set you up as a scapegoat. You are innocent. Since we cannot change the outcome, let us go along with life. Isn't it just a journey of exile? The minister has already shown us extra favor. Can it be that all of us will be defeated by a single road? At this moment, more than complaints or remorse, they needed a few words to boost morale. We have our bags, we have our hands and feet, and the officers are not deliberately making things difficult for us. Could we really starve to death? A path is made by walking. We will surely reach Tingzhou safely, and then relying on heaven and earth, we will survive no matter what. As soon as she finished, a highly sarcastic voice came from behind. Rely on heaven. Rely on earth. What can people who are about to die rely on? You, a pampered, legitimate daughter who has never lifted a finger, truly do not know. Following the sound, they saw that the speaker was none other than Cui Nanchuan, who had mocked her about being exiled, yet had been confiscated of her property even earlier. Behind her followed a group of women from the Count's mansion, and at the end of the line were several familiar faces from the Xie mansion. Were those not Cui Ziyu's mother-in-law and sister? Well, the world is small for enemies. They too had met, they're just deserts. Throughout the entire group, there were scarcely any men to be seen. It seemed the higher-ups had combined the womenfolk of two mansions into a single contingent, and as luck would have it, they ended up sharing the same exile date as the Cui family's procession. Cui Jiu couldn't help but think that her transmigration had already begun to alter the original storyline. At this moment, Cheng Shi and Xie Mingqing had lost the backing of Xie Shiyao. Being mere women, they dared not act rashly before this group of soldiers. Even upon seeing Cui Jiu, they suppressed their urge to speak, wishing they could simply vanish from sight. After all, they were now disheveled and bedraggled. How could they compare to their former glorious and immaculate image? Cui Jiu averted her gaze from them and looked towards Cui Nanchuan. A faint cold smile curved her lips, yet there was no warmth in her eyes. She countered without mercy. I wondered what creature was yapping over here. So it's the humble concubine of the Earl's manor, Concubine Cui. You? How has Concubine Cui fallen to our level? You've already been married off, you are no longer a member of the Cui clan. I recall now. The eldest young master of the Earl's manor spread that treasonous children's rhyme, harbored rebellious thoughts, and colluded with shadowy factions. Cui Jiu, hold your tongue. How dare you, a divorced wench, speak of my young master? Cui Nanchuan charged over in a fury, only to be sent sprawling by a single swing of Cui Ziyu's arm. Going on and on about wench this and wench that. No wonder you'll forever be nothing more than a lowly browbeaten concubine. We're all destined for death here, and you still want to fight for pride. With what exactly? Chui Zhiyu threw her own words back at her, leaving Chui Nanshan red-faced with rage on the spot. But when the officer shot them a stern look, Chui Nanshan dared not make another move. Swallowing her resentment, she was kicked back into her original line by the officer. How could Chui Nanshan, having been so humiliated, ever stomach this grievance? Especially when she saw that Chui Zhiyu and her group, despite being exiles too, still wore their usual thick clothing, carried their luggage, and the women even retained. Yet their group of frail women could only wear thin prison garb, enduring the bitter cold. Unable to bear it any longer, she plucked up the courage to ask the officer, "Officer, those people from the Chui family are also exiled criminals, so why haven't their money and belongings been confiscated? Why do they get to carry luggage and not even change their clothes? Why aren't they shackled? Why are we, a group of helpless women, treated so cruelly? Not only are our clothes thin, but we're also in chains, and even our money has been stripped away completely. This is utterly UNF." Before she could finish her bitter tirade, the officer's whip lashed down. A sharp crack sounded right in front of Chui Nanshan, startling her out of her wits. "Have you considered the nature of your crimes? Who are you to question the decisions of the higher-ups? Do you have a death wish?" Trembling with fear, Chui Nanshan hastily fell to her knees, kowtowing and admitting her fault. "Officer, please calm your anger. It was my mistake. I won't speak again." Her swift change in attitude managed to quell the officer's fury. Meanwhile, Chui Zhiyu noticed a faint glint of light at her waist, and her gaze turned cold. In a decisive move, she stepped forward and tore off Chui Nanshan's belt. Several gold leaves tumbled out from within the thick sash. The onlookers were shocked, and Chui Nanshan's face turned ashen as she fell to her knees once more with a thud. Well, you wretched woman, still trying to hide your wealth." With that, he scooped up the gold leaves, much to Chui Nanshan's anguish. Yet she dared not utter a word of protest. The next moment, the officer summoned 2 others. "Search her. Don't leave a single spot on her body unchecked." Being a woman, Chui Nanshan could hardly bear such humiliating treatment. She glared at Chui Zhiyu with venomous. If not for her, how could she have fallen to this state? That day she had been with Song Hung, the Minister of Justice, and the very next day the young master was taken away by the ministry. It must have been her whispering poison in his ear. Just yesterday, she had been living in the manor, adorned in gold and finery, wanting for nothing. Even as a concubine, she had no worries about food, clothing, or but now she was reduced to a prisoner, berated by these foul-mouthed officials and dragged along the road, while countless people hurled insults and disdain at her, as if she had sunk into the very dirt. Such a dramatic reversal of fortune would be unbearable for anyone, let alone the pampered Chui Nanshan. Yet no matter how great her resentment, Chui Zhiyu paid it. Their exile was well-deserved. In the original story, they had enjoyed far too long a stretch of good fortune. This was the path that was truly meant for them. To facilitate the journey, and since all 3 contingents were destined for the same bitter cold region of Tingzhou, they were merged into a single group for departure. As they left the city, the officers who had escorted them out were due to return. Among them was Vice Minister Qin, the one who had relayed the minister's message. Chui Zhiyu had only just learned his title from overhearing others, realizing he was the minister's trusted right hand. A formidable shadow guard in the original novel, though publicly serving as the vice minister. She called out to Vice Minister Qin, quickly stepping forward to offer a respectful bow. "Vice Minister Qin, please wait. What else does Madame Chui require?" Chui Zhiyu produced a fine piece of obsidian from her purse and pressed it into his hand. "Today, thanks to your protection, my family was spared much hardship. I hope you'll accept this small token of gratitude. I also wish to thank the minister for his behind-the-scenes arrangements. I will remember these kindnesses. As a gesture of my appreciation, I'd like you to convey a message to the minister upon your return. On the day of the Lantern Festival sacrifice, the minister may face a bloody calamity. Advise him to stay away from any temples. Remember this." Vice Minister Qin looked at her with some surprise. "Madam Chui, what do you mean by that?" Chui Zhiyu offered a faint smile. "Just relay my words to the minister exactly as I've said them." After the incident with the rhyme, Song Hung would surely take her words seriously. In the original story, Song Hung was ambushed on the day of the Lantern Festival sacrifice, barely escaping with his life at Chengfu Temple on the outskirts. Now mindful of his several favors, Chui Zhiyu decided to offer him this warning. If he were a cautious man, he might just alter that day's fate. As for Vice Minister Qin, seeing Chui Zhiyu's mysterious demeanor, he sensed something significant was afoot. Upon returning that day, he went straight to Song Hung's study. He recounted the day's events during the mansion confiscation and relayed Chui Zhiyu's message verbatim. Hearing this, Song Hung, who was holding his brush, paused. Vice Minister Qin was equally puzzled. "Minister, I find this Madame Chui to be no ordinary woman. Do you think her words about the Lantern Festival could be true?" Song Hung's sword-like brows furrowed slightly before relaxing. He simply said, "True or not, since someone offers counsel, he'll take it as sound advice. In the coming days, look into this Madame Chui. A woman who had endured 3 years of widowhood in the Xia household, while paying her own dowry only to be cast out. How dare she come to him with conditions? She even knew such hidden secrets about Huang Wenbing, and now she wanted to help him avert a disaster. Who was she? Was she connected to Prince Huai's faction?" With these thoughts, he picked up his brush to write a letter. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chui Ziyu's group had been marching for hours, and were all exhausted and breathless. As nightfall approached, the wind and rain intensified. A drizzling rain mixed with pellets of sleet, chilling those it touched to the bone. Fortunately, the Lee village post station ahead was not far, and the official road was smooth and level, allowing them to reach it without trouble by nightfall. Yet this group, all from official families, had never traveled such a long distance before. The womenfolk from the Xie and Bo families, who rarely ventured beyond their inner chambers, were utterly exhausted. They collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath before even entering the station. Chui Ziyu was also weary. Seeing that Lady Jing could no longer move, she quickly went over to check on her. Chui Xiao, with tearful eyes, said to her, "Sister mother. Her legs were already weak, she cannot endure such a long journey. Look, they've swollen up now." She then lifted her mother's trouser legs slightly, revealing a calf that had indeed swollen considerably. Chui Ziyu pondered for a moment, then looked towards the guards. Upon arriving at the station, the guards had divided their tasks. Some handled the handover, others prepared the meal. The most muscular one, called Captain Zhao, was left to watch. She walked over to the guard, avoiding the crowd's gaze, and slipped a gold leaf from her sleeve into Captain Zhao's hand. "Officer, you've worked hard on the journey. Please accept this small token to buy some nice food at the station." "So you are Lady Chui?" He pushed back the gold leaf, saying, "Only, the minister is a favored figure before His Majesty, kind-hearted, and has brought much fortune to the people. It is your blessing from a past life to know him. Out of respect for the minister, we will not make things difficult for you." Chui Ziyu was momentarily stunned, realizing the minister had even smoothed things over with the guards. But she insisted on pressing the gold leaf into his hand. "I appreciate your kindness, officer. It's just that my mother is unwell. I was wondering if after you've cooked your meal, I could boil a pot of hot water for her." Seeing this, Captain Zhao didn't refuse further. "The stove will be free after the men have eaten. Just be quick about it." "Thank you so much, officer." Chui Ziyu knew well that in their current situation, being diligent and accommodating would only work to their advantage. So as soon as the guards finished using the stove, she went over and borrowed the spare earthen pot to boil water. It was also time for everyone to eat. The weary travelers were looking forward to this meal, but their hopes were dashed upon seeing the bran buns and the watery soup with a few sparse vegetable leaves. They saw that the guards themselves were eating well, at least having meat stew, while their own food was fit for pigs. Only the Chui household had brought their own provisions and dried rations. Some had steamed buns, others had cakes and pastries. More notably, Chui Ziyu brought out a package of dried beef from her luggage, and just by chewing it, the fragrant aroma of meat seemed to fill the entire room. Those starving with hunger could only watch them with envious tears. Chui Ziyu wrapped up the remaining half of the dried beef, and in a secluded corner, secretly slipped some gold beads from her space into the package. After tidying up, she brought the beef to the guards and thanked them, saying, "Officers, the hot water is ready. Thank you for your kindness. This dried beef was made by the best cook in our household. Please have a taste." She deliberately revealed a hint of the gold bead's color, which the head guard immediately noticed and accepted. "You are too kind, Lady Chui. Go and get your hot water now before the fire dies down." These gold beads, offered as tribute, would allow them to stock up on enough supplies at the... Meanwhile, the Bo family, huddled in a corner, witnessed Chui Ziyu's gesture of goodwill towards the guards. The matriarch of the Bo family, Wei Shi, sneered in disdain, fawning over lowly guards like a lackey. No wonder she's the daughter of a merchant bred from the same stock as some people utterly incapable of appearing in polite... As Wei Shi said this, she looked pointedly at Chui Nanchuan, cursing her indirectly. Chui Nanchuan, a lowly concubine in the household, never dared to act out in front of the principal wife Wei Shi. Now because of Chui Ziyu, she had been scolded as well. Chui Nanchuan glared hatefully at Chui Ziyu's entire family. How could she accept this disparity, seeing them eat well while she suffered? But before she could make a move, the daughter from the Xie family had already lost her patience. Xie Mingqing and Cheng Shi had been quiet in the group, but now, driven by hunger, Xie Mingqing was forced to eat slop, while Chui Ziyu had dried beef her resentment boiled over. Unable to bear it any longer, she walked up to Chui Ziyu, stretched out her hands, feeling no shame in begging for food, but rather acting as if it were her due. "Chui, I want some jerky." Chui Ziyu, who had just brought over the hot water, couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. "If you want to eat, just eat. Why come to me? Don't tell me you still think I'm going to wait on you hand and foot like before." Xie Mingqing snorted. "Even though you've divorced my eldest brother, you're still a daughter-in-law of the Xie family. Your mother-in-law and sister-in-law are starving, and you can't just stand by and watch. If you give me the jerky, maybe I can persuade my brother to be more lenient with you and let..." Before she could finish, she received a resounding slap from Chui Ziyu. "Hey, race, a big slap for you to eat. Consider that my final act of kindness towards you." The crisp sound drew the attention of everyone around. Xie Mingqing slapped, without cause, flushed crimson with anger. She immediately roared, "You dare hit me? Chui Ziyu, have you lost your mind? I am the second miss of the Xie family. When my brother finds out, he will surely divorce me. Don't forget I have no connection to the Xie family anymore." Xie Mingqing's eyes bulged with rage as she lunged forward to retaliate. Even Shi rushed over, furiously cursing loudly to seek justice for her daughter. You ungrateful little wretch. Do you remember how we treated you back then? Even a thankless wolf knows more gratitude than you. How dare you? But seeing the guards approaching with angry shouts, the mother and daughter duo instantly lost their nerve. They exchanged a glance, swallowed their anger, and stormed back to their original spot. Witnessing this, Chui Nanchun snorted, thinking how foolish Xie Mingqing and her mother were. But perhaps this fool could save her a lot of trouble. With this in mind, she took a steamed bun she had secretly kept and quietly made her way towards Xie Mingqing. Meanwhile, Chui Jiu poured the hot water into a wooden basin she had borrowed from Captain Zhao. Mother, soak your feet to ease the swelling. Lady Jing was a bit surprised, but followed her daughter's instructions. Chui Jiu also called Io over to soak her feet. While the water was still warm, Chui Jiu took out a few cloths from her bag, soaked them in the hot water, wrung them out, and placed them on their knees to warm them. This arrangement brought immediate relief to their sore and swollen legs. However, Lady Jing was a bit worried. Beware, if we are too comfortable, we might attract jealousy. It's best not to draw attention. I also saw you clash with that Xie girl earlier. Did she cause you trouble? Knowing her mother's concern, Chui Jiu smiled gently and reassured her, Mother, don't worry. With me here, no one dares to trouble us. Her unwavering resolve was like an anchor calming Io and the others. However, before the meal was even over, the head guard suddenly stormed over, shouting angrily, Everyone stand up. At the official's roar, everyone was startled, rising in panic, none knowing what had occurred. Chui Jiu, seeing the concern in Jing Shi's eyes, gently took her hand to reassure her. The next moment, the head official bellowed, Who stole the dried beef that Lady Chui specially left for us? Hand it over now. Otherwise I'll make her regret it. At these words, all eyes turned sharply to Chui Jiu. The members of the Bo mansion regarded her with utter contempt. Wei Shi snorted softly. She really knows how to win people over. I'm afraid she's staging this whole act to frame someone else. Isn't it just some dried meat? Why such a fuss? Little did they know that the golden beads hidden in the jerky were the key to whether the officials could reach the next post station comfortably. Now that it was gone, the officials were naturally furious. Seeing no one step forward, the head official immediately ordered, Search them all. Don't let anyone off. Especially those from the Bo mansion and the Xie mansion. The women, shrieking and begging for mercy, plunged into chaos. Chui Jiu's gaze locked precisely onto Xie Mingqing. Though her face remained expressionless, the elderly maid Zhou Mama beside her was visibly terrified, her face deathly pale, her body trembling. Chui Jiu narrowed her eyes slightly, and amid the confusion summoned Zhou Mama. She spoke only one sentence. The jerky hides golden beads I gave to the officers. If they are found, you and Xie Mingqing will face certain death. Zhou Mama, have you already set foot on the Yellow Springs Road before the exile is even over? Zhou Mama's eyes widened in fear, as she had no idea how Chui Jiu knew she was aware of this. Hesitating, Chui Jiu lowered her voice. I know you are a hard-working person, but Lady Chung never treated you as human. Didn't she assign you all the rough and weary? Now we are all convicts in exile, with no one indebted to anyone. What use is your deed of sale? She is no more than your equal now. If you are willing, I would very much like to have you travel with us. You see, my parents are in poor health and need someone to care for them. Her words sank into Zhou Mama's heart. Chui Jiu knew when to stop. Seeing that the officials were indeed about to search everyone one by one, she sent Zhou Mama back. Facing this, Xie Mingqing clenched her fists in anger, recalling what Chui Nanchun had told her, and was about to step forward. Seeing this, Chung Shi quickly stopped her. Mingqing, are you mad? The officers are furious. What do you think you're saying? But Xie Mingqing shook off her mother and walked up to officers. Did she only give you some dried beef? Is this how you treat us? We may be exiled convicts, but we are still women. How can you humiliate us like this? Could there be something unspeakable hidden in that jerky? Chui Nanchun had told her that at this post station there were other officials of higher rank than those escorting the exiles. If they learned that Chui Jiu had only bribed a few, it would surely cause trouble. But by speaking out like this, Xie Mingqing was openly slapping the officers' faces. The next moment, the head official's whip lashed across her body. One stroke and her skin split open. Chung Shi screamed in terror, threw herself over Xie Mingqing, and begged for mercy. Officer, my daughter is not in her right mind. Please don't hold it against her. The head official snarled. I'm certain she's the one who stole and ate. Hand it over. Chung Shi was horrified, shaking her head frantically. No, officer, please investigate. We did not steal your food. I swear. If I did, may I be struck by lightning. But as soon as she finished, Zhou Mama suddenly knelt and pointed at Xie Mingqing, denouncing her. Officer. It was the eldest Miss Xie who stole and ate your jerky. I saw it with my own eyes. At these words, Chung Shi erupted in fury. You wretched creature, how dare you lie? Xie Mingqing never imagined that Zhou Mama, who had served her mother for years, would betray her. Hadn't she already been told to keep silent? Yet Zhou Mama, though terrified, did not dare conceal the truth, and recounted everything. This old servant saw the eldest Miss steal from the officer's carriage. I tried to stop her, but she wouldn't listen. And I know where she hid what she didn't eat from the jerky. So there was something else in the jerky. The Bo Mansion group heard this clearly. Weisher instinctively glanced at Chui Zhiyu. I said a few pieces of jerky wouldn't warrant such a fuss. Sure enough, there's a schemer at work. Your Chui family really breeds talent. She glared at Chui Nanchuan, her concubine Chui. Since you have such a resourceful elder sister, why not get some good food from her for Finger? That would be worthy of the heir's affection for you. Finger was Weisher's son, but Chui Nanchun had no regard for him. However, she dared not defy Weisher, knowing that this mistress was no ordinary woman. By now the head official had kicked Xie Mingqing to the ground and raised his whip, making an example of her. How dare you steal from us? You've truly had enough of living. Xie Mingqing trembled, crouching in a corner, her eyes bloodshot, as she glared at Chui Zhiyu. Even now she refused to recognize her own plight, consumed only just because Chui Zhiyu bribed you with a few gold beads. You. Before she could finish, Cheng Shi suddenly slapped her. Interrupting her, Cheng Shi turned and kowtowed to the officials. Officer, my daughter is young and ignorant. She spoke out of turn. He'll teach her a lesson. Xie Mingqing covered her cheek, never expecting her own mother to strike her. Her bloodshot eyes seemed ready to tear someone apart. The officials, however, cared little. They lashed her several more times until her skin was torn, and everyone present was terrified, then finally stopped. Seeing her daughter in such a wretched state, Cheng Shi rushed over. But before she could speak, Xie Mingqing shoved her away and roared, "Even you hit me. I stole that jerky because you wanted to eat it. And now you strike me too." Cheng Shi hurriedly explained, "Mingqing, how could you say such things at a time like this? Your mother did it for your own good." But Xie Mingqing refused to listen, kicking her mother away. Suddenly, she felt a sharp cramp in her abdomen, doubling over and crying out in pain. "It hurts. It hurts. Mingqing, what's wrong? Officer, something's happened to my daughter. Call a doctor." Zhao Tu happened to pass by, furrowed his brow, and scared Cheng Shi away with a whip. "This is Exile. You want a doctor? Why not ask the king of hell instead?" No one paid the mother and daughter any more attention. Cheng Shi could only call out to her former servants. Watching her shout at others, Chui Zhiyu recalled how Cheng Shi had once treated the original Chui Zhiyu with false affection. Back then she had been overly kind, seemingly going along with everything, always smiling at her daughter-in-law, making the original truly believe that Cheng Shi was a wonderful mother-in-law. So she willingly gave her dowry, pouring it all into filling the Xie family's deficits. Now that their true faces were revealed, it all seemed absurd, and Chui Zhiyu felt a deep injustice for the original. If so, they should henceforth pay the price they deserve. Then Nakiu asked her curiously, "Miss, what happened to Xie Mingqing? She seemed to have eaten something bad." Chui Zhiyu smiled faintly. "Probably she's going to have a bout of diarrhea for a few days." Nakiu suddenly understood. "Could it be that you miss? Those dried beef strips weren't meant for the guards at all. They were merely the outer shells for the golden beads." To prevent theft without evidence, Chui Zhiyu had secretly told the guards that she had laced the jerky with a purgative powder. Anyone who ate them would suffer from diarrhea for days. This purgative powder was something Chui Zhiyu had spotted during her last visit to the family's herbal medicine shop. She had stocked up quite a bit in her space. Nacho, recalling how the Xie Mingqing mother-daughter pair had exploited their young mistress, now felt a surge of satisfaction coursing through her. They deserved it. "Young mistress, you are truly formidable." Chui Zhiyu smiled. Meanwhile, after the matron Zhou found the golden beads with the guards, she dared not return to the Chung family's group. Instead, she came to kneel before Chui Zhiyu. "Madam." "No, Lady Chui. Please grant this old servant a way to survive." Her hands trembling, she kowtowed repeatedly. Chui Zhiyu helped her up. This matron Zhou had been kind to the original owner. When the original owner was sick in bed, she had been cared for by the matron on several occasions. Moreover, in the original book, this matron Zhou was a diligent person. Though her role was minor, she appeared in many key scenes. Her only flaw was being timid. This time, by being tricked by Chui Zhiyu into exposing the scheme and causing Xie Mingqing trouble, she had rendered a service. Chui Zhiyu fulfilled her promise, allowing her to join her group and take care of the Chui couple. "As long as you serve with dedication, I will treat you as a member of the Chui household. Food and clothing will never be lacking." With these words, matron Zhou was overwhelmed with gratitude and agreed immediately. "Rest assured, Lady Chui, I am adept at serving others. I will give my all." This way at least her parents would have a dedicated caretaker, adding an extra layer of support. Although the household servants were present, the more attentive elderly matrons had been sent away by Chui Zhiyu earlier, due to their advanced age, so matron Zhou perfectly filled their. For Chui Zhiyu, with her space in hand, she could easily afford to support even more people like matron Zhou. Night fell. Heavy snow began to fall outside the courier station, the air bitingly cold. They lay on the frozen ground, huddling together for warmth. In contrast, Chui Zhiyu had ensured everyone in her household brought straw mats. Seizing a moment when no one was looking, she also pulled out a bundle of straw from her space to lay on the ground. The people of the Chui household slept soundly on warm straw piles, unaffected by the cold. Moreover, they wore vests made of animal hide, ensuring a comfortable and warm sleep. Cheng Shi had always suffered from weak cold legs, and this hardship was too much for her. Back in the Xie residence, she had Chui Zhiyu buy her the finest charcoal braziers, which were kept burning continuously all winter. Now she didn't even have a straw mat. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She kicked the matron beside her awake and hissed, "She found straw at the station, why can't you go find some too? Do you want to freeze to death sleeping like this, eh?" The matron dared not speak up in anger. Not only her, but because Chui Jiu had started it, they all believed straw was available near the station. Even the servants from the Earl's faction were sent out to search for it. Unsurprisingly, their search yielded nothing. That night, Chui Jiu also distributed leg wraps to everyone in her household, teaching them how to bind their calves properly. This way, during tomorrow's long march, our calves won't swell or become congested with blood, making the journey much easier. The others had never heard of cloth strips having such a function, but followed her instructions. Not only that, she also inspected everyone's shoes. If anyone had thin soles or worn-out footwear, she would replace them with a sturdy pair. This filled the Chui household servants with surprise and delight. The eldest young lattice luggage is truly magical, carrying so many pairs of shoes. "Thank you so much, miss. We are unworthy." Chui Jiu smiled. "How could I have brought so many shoes? We simply gathered spare prison cloth along the way and stitched these together on the spot. We are all in the same boat now. There is no distinction between master and servant. What matters most is that we work together to survive this perilous and lengthy exile." This was just the beginning. Once they passed Zhangzhou Mountain Pass, it would get much colder. Their current clothing would hardly be sufficient. So Chui Jiu entered her space ahead of time to inspect it. She discovered a fertile plot of land containing various seeds. After searching through them, she finally found cotton seeds. However, this space was a planting space. Nothing came for free. She had to treat it like farming, waiting for a period, and remembering to fertilize and water it daily before it. Chui Jiu found it curious and intriguing. It reminded her of her apocalyptic life before her transmigration. In that era of zombie outbreaks, she was also in dire straits. Unable to buy food, she had to rely on planting within her own safe system to survive. This honed her farming skills and self-taught medical knowledge for survival. Now in this new world, those skills were proving useful again. Chui Jiu could only hope that the planting time in this space was faster than in the real world, so she could use the cotton sooner to survive the cold of Zhangzhou Mountain Pass. The others barely managed to endure until the next day. The heavy snow had stopped, but a thin layer of snow covered the road, some of it melting into water and making the path. Chui Jiu called Matron Zhou and Nacho over. "I saw some large leaf plants behind the station. Go and gather some. Later we can bind them to our legs along with the cloth strips to avoid soaking in the icy water." After speaking, she set up a stove and steamed some hot, fluffy buns to. As for the others, they only had the rock-hard, ice-cold-dried biscuits given by the guards, which were impossible to bite. They watched the Chui household enjoy warm food, but dared. Chengshi, seeing her daughter, Xie Mingqing, hungry and weak, felt a pang of guilt for hitting her the day before. Clutching her own growling stomach, she approached the guards with a pitiful look to beg for food. "Officer, isn't there anything for us to eat this morning? We have a long journey ahead, and without food." "You're dreaming. If it weren't for your precious daughter stealing our things, we wouldn't have been bullied by those bastards at the station and given such meager rations. You brought this on yourselves. Be glad we're not starving you completely. Now get lost." Mentioning it only fueled his anger. The incident with the golden beads had angered the guards at the station, so they maliciously withheld their supplies. With such little food, making it to the next station would be a struggle. Chengshi was dizzy with hunger. Seeing Chui Jiu's comfortable demeanor only made her angrier, to the point they were just bullying them because they had no men in their family. If Shi Yao were here, Chui Jiu wouldn't dare be so arrogant. But as for Shi Yao, they had no idea how he was doing. Since the family had been raided, he was surely thrown into prison. However, he had the princess behind him, and since she doted on him, she wouldn't just leave him to rot. Perhaps they wouldn't have to travel far before hearing good news from Shi Yao. At this thought, Chengshi suddenly felt less hungry. At that moment, Matron Zhou walked past her holding 2 buns. Chengshi's eyes darkened, and she suddenly grabbed Matron Zhou's hair bun, snatching the 2 buns away. She shoved one into her mouth without hesitation and clutched the other protectively to her chest. Matron Zhou was startled, but before she could speak, Chengshi launched into a torrent of furious abuse. "You treacherous slave! How dare you betray me? All these years of feeding you were for nothing. Just for a bite to eat, you defected to that wretch Chui Jiu. You ungrateful thing. Once we get back on our feet, they'll skin you alive." Matron Zhou, her anger reaching its peak, retorted without hesitation. "You old hag, you're in this state now, and you still think you'll recover. I served you faithfully for years, and what did I get in return? I think you're the ungrateful one. The road of exile is long. You just worry about saving your own wretched life." Chengshi never imagined she would be so mocked by one of her own servants. In an instant, her anger and frustration welled up, making it hard for her to breathe. Just then a guard passed by and said to his superior, "Chief, that young Master Xia has arrived." At these words, everyone who heard them was stunned. Chengshi suddenly became excited. "Is it my son? It must be my Shi Yao. Just now I was feeling so wronged, but now my heart is opened up as if I have a backer." I straightened my back. My voice also rose several pitches. "Mama Zhou, what did I say just now? Now my Shi Yao has come to rescue us. Just wait and see how I will skin you alive." Upon hearing this, Mama Zhou was startled. Ignoring the 2 steamed buns that had been snatched away, she quickly went to find Cui Zhiyu and told her the news. Madam Cui, something terrible has happened. At this moment Cui Zhiyu was still tying leg wrappings for Jingshi. The team was about to set off soon. Mama Zhou said hurriedly, I just heard from the official that Master Xie has arrived. Xie Yao. Cui Zhiyu's delicate brows furrowed slightly. When she saw Mama Zhou nod, Jingshi felt as if the sky had collapsed. She quickly grasped Cui Zhiyu's hand filled with worry. Where has he come through connections? If so, then you will be in trouble. He will never let you off. There was the divorce, and then opposing their family. Cui Zhiyu smiled calmly and comforted, don't worry. Exile is an imperial decree. How can it be so simple to take someone away? Besides, I am not afraid of him. Mother, we just go our own way. Mama Zhou rolled her eyes and quickly pulled Cui Zhiyu aside. Madam Cui, Master Xie is about to become the imperial consort. Princess Chun is the emperor's most beloved daughter. If the princess has indeed pulled strings, then want we. Mama Zhou, are you regretting coming to me? Hearing Cui Zhiyu's question, Mama Zhou quickly shook her head and dared not say more. Just then Changshi with a stern face and an arrogant demeanor came before Cui. She changed her tone, smiling as if she were still as affectionate toward the original owner in the Xie mansion. We are after all one family. Look, Minqing has been hungry for so long, and you still have good food. Why not share some with us? I don't know if you've heard, but Shiyao will soon join us. He can come only because the princess has arranged everything to take us back to the mansion. If you have any self-awareness, you certainly won't refuse to share some food, right? As she spoke, she eyed the osmanthus cakes in a Yao's hands and the meat pies beside Jing. Give as much as you can of the cakes, meat pies, and dried meat. But there are over a dozen of us, so don't give too little to be enough. Cui Zhiyu naturally understood her implication and smiled. Wanna eat? Buy them with silver. The post station also sells hot steamed buns. Since your son is coming, surely you are not short of silver. Hearing this, Chengshi's expression changed slightly. Don't be ungrateful. Now that Shiyao has arranged everything to take us away, and you. Do you want to wait for death on the road to exile with your natal family? If you are sensible and give us some food, I as your mother-in-law will certainly put in a good word for you in front of Shiyao. Over the past 3 years you have indeed contributed something. If you can come with us, I don't mind making you a concubine later. Before Chengshi could finish, Cui Zhiyu acted as if she hadn't heard, not even casting her a glance, and walked away. It made Chengshi so angry that her face flushed red. She raised her voice and shouted at the Cui family people. Listen up, everyone. My son is coming to take us back. If you are wise, give us some food, and you might still get some benefits. Otherwise, just wait to suffer. My son is about to become the imperial consort. But even so, no one paid attention except for Wei Shi of the Bo Mansion, who took the words to heart. She glanced at Cui Nanshu, her eyes darkening, and called her over. You previously sent Xian Mingqing to steal dried meat. Now that their young master is coming back, go quickly and curry favor. Cui Nanshan's palms clenched, and she dared not say a word. She had to take a steamed bun she had bought at a high price and find Chengshi. At the same time, the team set off. The road was muddy with rain and snow, making it difficult to walk. Before long, some melted snow seeped in through the shoes, chilling the group to the bone. Only the Cui family wealth warmly slept with thick soles, legs bound with leaves and cloth strips, absorbed very little cold water, and their steps were light. They were at the very front of the team, making it hard for those behind to keep up. The two families of the Bo Mansion and the Xie Mansion, with muddy feet, cold and hungry, suffered. Why are you walking so fast? Stop already, up ahead, you're going to kill us. Then a whip came down, silencing them. Chengshi's family, dragging their heavy bodies, glared at Cui Zhiyu and her group with envy. Once Shiyao arrives, it'll make sure they can't take it. 2 hours later, a horse quickly galloped past the team and spoke a few words to the head officer. Seeing this, Cui Zhiyu sensed something was wrong. Cui Zhizhou also realized it and said softly, that day in the Ministry of Justice prison, although the princess didn't rescue him on the spot, after I was sent out, I heard the soldiers say the princess went to the residence of Minister Song of the Ministry of Justice. After all, they are engaged. If the princess pleads for him, perhaps the Xie family might indeed be pardoned. If so, we must think of a way to prevent them from bullying you. Xie Mingqing had been slapped and Chengshi had been angered because of it. The first person they would target was definitely Yue. In fact, Cui Zhiyu was not sure of the plot direction now. Maybe Xie could really be saved by the princess. But so what? She would deal with whatever came. She had never feared zombies, and as for that bastard Xie, what the hell was there to fear? Just as she was about to speak, the officer ordered everyone to rest on the spot. Chengshi took this opportunity to come before Cui Zhiyu again, pretending to be kind. Shiyao is coming. He'll give you one last chance. If you kneel and admit your mistake, I will overlook it, take you back to the mansion, and grant you a concubine position, sparing you the suffering of exile. How about that? Cui Zhiyu gave a cold smile, and only gave her one word: get lost. Chengshi was furious. Now that she had a backer, she raised her voice. Fine, just you wait, you shameless woman. You reject kindness. They'll see how long you can stay peaceful. Just then a commotion arose from the back of the team. They looked over, and saw a group of people appearing around the corner. Chengshi was overjoyed. Shiyao. Sitting on the horse, isn't that Shiyao? It's my spirited young man. Her heart leapt with joy as she rushed over, her usually arthritic legs moving as if flying. But when she got closer, her expression changed. The person on the horse was not Sheshredsthedivorcepapers, but a dignified officer. The few people following behind were also soldiers. Looking around, only the person in the prison cart remained. That person wore a prison uniform covered in wounds with hair so disheveled, it covered most of his face, lying motionless on the cart, like a beaten dog with no Sheusesher had a bad feeling. Carefully pinching the corner of her clothes, she called out, Sheshredsthedivorcepapers. The people in the procession craned their necks to look and saw the imprisoned prisoner slowly raise his head. Sheshredsthedivorcepapers' familiar, yet now haggard and disheveled face appeared before them. At the sight, Madame Chung simply shut her eyes tightly and feigned death. Heavens above! This was no rescue mission to bring them home. This was the death knell of their hopes to ever return. The onlookers around them, seeing Sheshredsthedivorcepapers caged as a convict and beaten to a half-dead state, couldn't help but sneer with derision. That Madame Chung certainly had some nerve. Sheusesher spread her hands, telling her brother to rest easy. It seems the princess has no intention of saving him. With Sheshredsthedivorcepapers added to the mix, this exile won't be so dull and tedious after all. After all, she had just transmigrated into this body, and her very first ordeal was him trying to divorce her. The original owner had suffered so much injustice in the Siam mansion, even remaining chaste for 3 years after his supposed death, and in the end, she was left with nothing. The rest of the Chui family finally let out a breath of relief. Sheshredsthedivorcepapers and the other male members of the Siam mansion were thrown to the back of the procession, all heavily shackled with irons on their wrists and ankles. For the guards, this meant more burdens to manage, and their faces soured at the thought. When lunchtime came, they didn't bother finding a proper spot, simply resting by the roadside. They didn't even bother cooking a proper meal, just boiling a pot of bland vegetable leaf soup for them to drink, tasteless and unsatisfying. The exiles were furious, but dared not voice their complaints, forced to scavenge for wild fruits and leaves nearby. But the guards warned, anyone who dares to flee will have their families' heads chopped off. They had no household registrations, were bound in chains, and surrounded by desolate wilderness. Escaping would be as good as death. None of them had the courage to try. Sheusesher set up a makeshift stove, cooked some salted meat porridge, and paired it with the pickled vegetables she had brought from the Siam mansion's kitchen. The taste was quite delightful. She deliberately filled several bowls, and called Na Chio and a Yao over to help deliver them to the guards. A Yao was reluctant. Sister, they have their own food, why bother giving them ours? We barely have enough for ourselves. When we're out on the road, it's best to make things convenient for ourselves. If we don't keep the officers happy, what if they decide to put shackles on us? Sheusesher nodded quickly upon hearing this. Understood. Na Chio smiled brightly, and explained, this move by our young lady is called winning hearts and minds. Sheusesher brought the salted porridge to Captain Zhao. He found her quite perceptive, and was naturally polite in his demeanor. Sheusesher took the opportunity to ask, Officer, since the male prisoners from the Siam mansion have been added to our group, does that mean we won't be taking the main roads from here on? In the original novel, she vaguely remembered a scene of Exile, where because the prisoner carts swelled their numbers, they had to avoid the main highways to prevent any incidents, and were forced to take smaller paths on certain stretches. So she had been extra cautious. The answer was just as she predicted. Madame Chui is quite observant. From here to the next Makwin relay station, the merchant routes and official roads converge. Our exile procession must steer clear of them. Once we set off again, we'll be heading east onto the smaller paths. Following Captain Zhao's gaze, Sheusesher glanced eastward where the trails were barely visible beneath a thick overgrowth of weeds. With a clearer picture in mind, she returned to the group. Using the excuse of relieving herself, she retrieved some tools from her spatial storage. Most were simple implements she had taken from the Siam mansion's armory. There were arrows and daggers. She packed them into her luggage and then distributed them among the Chui family members, ensuring everyone had a dagger for self-defense. When she handed a dagger to her brother Sheusesher, he frowned, looking at his sister with disbelief. I never imagined you'd be so thorough, even bringing these along. I never knew you were such a meticulous person before. It's all my fault. I should have been more careful back then, seeing through the Xia family's true nature sooner, and stopped you from. Brother, the road of exile is fraught with danger. We were fortunate to have the officials' leniency to carry these items. It never hurts to be over-prepared. As for the past, it's all behind us now. What matters most is that our family is safe. The small paths are full of unknowns, and with Sheshredsthedivorcepapers suddenly thrown into the mix, Sheusesher had a nagging feeling he would cause trouble. It was only prudent to be on. At that moment, Madame Chung was holding a bowl of vegetable soup, tearfully and painstakingly helping Sheshredsthedivorcepapers drink it. He had been beaten to the point of immobility, his legs severely wounded. Having gone hungry for days, he had already downed several bowls of the leaf soup. Seeing him in such a state, Madame Chung wept profusely. Sheshredsthedivorcepapers, what are we to do now? Why didn't the princess plead for you, watching you fall to this state? Doesn't she love you? Xiaomingqing, fed up with Madame Cheng's incessant wailing, roared in frustration, stop crying. All you do is cry. Does crying solve anything? Can crying get my brother out? I can't even cry anymore. Madame Chung, who longed for her daughter's comfort, was instead met with such a harsh rebuke. Her grievance deepened, and she felt like she might as well dash her head against a wall. Sheshredsthedivorcepapers was also getting a headache from the wailing. He suppressed his discomfort and said hoarsely, "Stop crying. Those people from the Chui mansion won't be smug for much." Upon hearing this, Madame Chung immediately hushed Shiryaoyu. "Do you have a plan?" Sheshredsthedivorcepapers took a deep breath, turned to the side, and lowered his voice. "When night falls, go under my prisoner card and open the hidden compartment. There's some dried food and money in there. Also, I have people waiting on the eastern path." Madame Cheng's eyes widened, and she covered her mouth with her hand, careful not to let anyone see her expression. "Shiryaoyu had a plan all along." Sheshredsthedivorcepapers let out a cold snort, speaking weakly. "Only by eliminating the Chui family can we truly vent our fury." Eliminating the Chui family wasn't just what Sheshredsthedivorcepapers wanted, it was exactly what Madame Chung and her daughter desperately desired. The Chui family carried so many supplies. If they were eliminated, those supplies would become theirs. They'd eat well, dress well, and even the ox cart would be theirs. They wouldn't have to walk anymore. At this thought, the gloom on Madame Cheng's face vanished, replaced by a smile. She felt a surge of energy, and even her legs stopped hurting. When they set off again, the ox cart had to be unloaded, as it could only be used once they reached the main roads. Old Master Cuy's health was failing, so the brothers had to take extra care of him. Fortunately, Cui Jiu had ensured he was well protected from the cold. Xiexio's prisoner cart couldn't traverse the terrain either, so he had to endure immense pain and force himself to walk. Every step felt like a needle prick. The small path was slippery and overgrown with weeds. Thanks to Cui Jiu's foresight in preparing daggers, she also deliberately arranged for the Cui family to walk at the back of the procession. The people from the Xie mansion and the Earl's mansion ahead were complaining bitterly. They were being scratched and cut by the weeds and branches, stumbling and slipping, descending into chaos. The guards were so annoyed they had to crack their whips to urge them on. With their daggers, Cui Jiu and her family cleared the path and walked with ease. It wasn't until they reached a relatively wide road that an unusual commotion suddenly erupted at the front of the procession. A group of ragged beggars blocked their path. They brandished their clubs and shouted loudly, not giving the guards a chance to speak, swarming towards the procession. Oh no, they're after the grain and supplies. The beggars charged straight at the procession. The officials were startled by the sudden surge of people. They were merely low-ranking servants, and few among them possessed any real fighting skill. In such chaos, they could barely fend for themselves. The valley echoed with countless cries and shouts as the group of beggars showed no mercy, snatching belongings from anyone they encountered. Cui Jiu was the first to draw her dagger, and the rest of the Cui household quickly followed suit, pulling out their own blades for protection. The beggars hesitated at the sight of the gleaming knives, momentarily daring not to make a move. Yet their fierce, menacing faces still sent tremors of fear through. At that moment, Xie Shiyao tightly gripped Cheng Shi's arm. Receiving the signal, Cheng Shi immediately raised her voice, pointing at Cui Jiu and shouting to the beggars, "We have nothing worth taking. Just our worthless lives. But that Cui woman, her bag has everything. Money, food, all of it. If you want to rob someone, go for her." Following her lead, the others from the Xie household chimed in. "The Cui family are the wealthy ones. They're dressed far better than we are." Hearing this, the beggars turned as if possessed by a ravenous hunger, swarming directly towards the Cui family. The brandished daggers held no deterrent power against. Cui Jiu became their primary target. Sensing the danger, she swiftly turned to evade an attack from one beggar. Two more lunged at her from the side, and she instinctively thrust her dagger outwards without hesitation. Just then, another rushed from behind. In the nick of time, Cui Jiu angrily stepped forward, seizing a beggar by the neck and hurling him away with a flying kick, sending him crashing hard to the ground. "Damn it! You're asking for death." The beggar leader's eyes turned vicious, and the frontline beggars suddenly brandished their own knives. "Brother, watch out." Cui Jiu instinctively tried to pull him away, but three beggars swarmed them. He dodged a thrust aimed at his chest, only for a blade to pierce precisely into his right arm. Blood sprayed, instantly blurring Cui Jiu's vision. She shut her eyes in a panic, unable to discern the situation in the chaos. Cui Jiu shoved her aside, fighting alone against multiple foes, shielding his family behind him. Amidst the turmoil, Cui Jiu suddenly felt a hand clamp over her mouth. People were fleeing or hiding, and no one could spare a thought for anyone else. In that instant, she sensed an unusual fragrance invade her nostrils. She was then yanked to her feet and pulled away, running backwards. Through her blurred vision, she realized the person dragging her was none other than Xie Mingqing. She tried to break free, but her mind was spinning, and the girl possessed astonishing strength. It wasn't until Cui Jiu's legs gave way, and she collapsed to her knees with a thud, that they finally stopped. Still clinging to consciousness, Cui Jiu realized Xie Mingqing had taken advantage of the chaos to drug her. She lifted her head fiercely, but before she could speak, Xie Mingqing chuckled and crouched down. She lifted Cui Jiu's chin with a cruel smirk. "Sister-in-law, why aren't you running anymore? I was only trying to save you. Can't you see that?" Her tone was dripping with sarcasm. Cui Jiu silently moved her hand, reaching for her waist. Xie Mingqing waved the handkerchief in her hand, smiling. "Surprised? This little cloth actually works wonders on someone as stubborn as you." Sister-in-law, you'll have to walk the rest of the way alone. Don't blame me for this, it's all your own doing. Had you been more obedient, you wouldn't have ended up like this." With that, she roughly shoved Shuizu's face away. But as she moved to stand, Shuizu suddenly flung a handful of red powder into her eyes. It was the ground chili powder she carried with her. The intense searing pain invaded Xie Mingqing's eyes, causing her to double over and howl in agony. "You? What poison did you use?" Shuizu, dragging her heavy body, snatched the handkerchief from her hand and forcefully stuffed it into her mouth. Let me go." Xie Mingqing struggled violently, but the burning sensation in her eyes and the choking irritant robbed her of any chance to fight back. The fragrance from the handkerchief hit her nostrils again, inhaled doubly. Within moments, she lost all ability to resist and gradually fell silent. Shuizu waited until she was completely still before discarding the handkerchief. She took a deep gulp of fresh air, and the dizziness began to subside. Thinking of her family still in peril, she immediately rose to her feet, but then a thought suddenly struck her. Xie Mingqing was not a meticulous person. With her simple mind, she could never have devised such a scheme to harm her in a crisis. This had to be the work of Xie, and what was the purpose of luring her here alone and knocking her out? After a moment's thought, Shuizu swiftly swapped her own outer jacket onto Xie Mingqing, then quickly turned. She had planned to use the beggar leader as a scapegoat if the chaos was still ongoing upon her return. But when she rushed back to the spot, she found several agile strangers. They wore commoners' clothes, but their martial skills were far from ordinary. With effortless moves, they subdued several beggars, beating them into silence and cowering in fear in the corners. Shuizu hurried to her family's side, worried at the sight of her brother's bleeding arm. "Brother." Shuizu hastily pulled her behind him. "Are you all right?" Seeing her shake her head, he quickly called out, "Hurry and fall back with Io and the others. We're safe for now." The beggars had been subdued by the newcomers who arrived mid-fight. The people in the exile procession scattered, retreating towards safer paths. Soon the officials brought back a few who had wandered off, shouting at everyone to stay put. It seemed the situation ahead had been resolved. The burly leader of the group was speaking with the head official, who expressed his gratitude profusely. "Thank you so much for your help, heroes." The burly man dismissed it, returning the stolen supplies and provisions to them. "Since things are settled, be on your way." He turned to leave. Shuizu quickly spoke up, "Hero, please wait." She hurried over to the burly man, her gaze falling upon the small spool of red thread tied around his waist. Lowering her voice, she said quietly, "Please relay a message to the minister for me. Tell him this young woman is grateful for his assistance and thanks him for his help." The burly man was taken aback, then waved his hand with a laugh. "What minister? I don't understand what you're saying, madam. But I'm glad you're all safe. They'll be off now." With that, he paid no further attention and strode away out of sight. The image of the red thread, however, lingered in Shuizu's mind. When she had met the minister earlier, he had a similar red thread tied around his waist. She also recalled that when verifying Huang Wenbing's case, the minister's subordinates, who wielded fire arrows, had the same red thread on them. It was like some sort of totem or secret symbol of an organization. Had this minister's song arranged for someone to follow her all this way? Or was it purely a coincidence? As she pondered, the sound of Jing Shi's weeping reached her ears. "Shower! Shower!" Shuizu snapped back to reality, a sense of dread washing over her. When she returned to the group, she found Shuizu unconscious from excessive blood loss. Seeing his entire arm soaked in blood, Lady Jing and Yao wept until their vision blurred, utterly distraught. Shuizu immediately ordered them to move him to a flat patch of grass and pour all the water from the waterskins into a basin. The constables had gone off to search for others who had strayed, forcing the group to halt and rest where they were. Shuizu dismissed the onlookers, keeping only Nakyu to assist. She first cut away the sleeve to reveal the dirty wound, then instructed Nakyu to rinse it with. Using the excuse of fetching herbs from the chest, she slipped into a secluded grove of trees, rubbed her pearl ring, and closed her eyes to enter the space within. She had taken ample herbs from the apothecary before, including some ready-made medicine bottles. The bottles bore labels with the medicine's name and key ingredients. She quickly scanned them until her eyes landed on one marked with several specific herbs, instantly knowing it was exactly what she needed. So the apothecary did have something worthwhile after all. This bottle of golden wound powder even contained precious medicinal ingredients: blood scorpion dragon bone and ground beetle. Its hemostatic and stasis-resolving properties were bolstered by Katachu dragon's blood resin and borneal, all of which promoted tissue regeneration, closed wounds, and relieved pain. Combined with those rare herbs, it could stop external bleeding and treat internal injuries with blood vomiting. The Katachu also had lung-clearing benefits. She wasted no time in further thought, grabbed the bottle and some clean cloth and hurried back. By then Nakyu was in tears, her voice trembling as she looked at Shuizu's pallid form. Miss, the young master has lost so much blood. I washed it, but it keeps bleeding. What are we to do? There's no physician here." Fearing Shuizu's life was slipping away, she sobbed until her eyes swelled. Shuizu patted her shoulder and stepped forward. "At once I brought medicine. Don't panic." With deft hands, she cleaned the wound, applied the powder, and wrapped it securely with it. When Nakiyu saw that the bandage remained unstained by blood, her face lit up with joy. She quickly wiped her tears. It stopped. Miss, it really has stopped bleeding. Cui Jiu wiped the sweat from her brow and smiled faintly. No need to worry anymore. Meanwhile, less than 20 li away at Lizhuang, and several burly men arrived. At their lead was none other than the man who had rescued Cui Jiu and her family. He strode inside, made his way to a premium chamber upstairs, and bowed respectfully behind a folding screen. Sir, Madam Cui and the others are safe. The troublemaking beggars have all been captured. Under interrogation, they confessed that someone had paid them to deliberately target the Cui family. Fortunately, the matter has been settled. Though young Master Cui was badly injured, Madam Cui appears skilled in medicine and managed to save him. As his words faded, the pair of refined hands behind the screen gently set down a teacup, and a low voice asked, "Medicine?" "Yes. Young Master Cui was stabbed and lost a great deal of blood. I was even considering whether to step in and save him, but Madam Cui knew exactly what to do, cleaning, bandaging, and applying medicine with ease. Moreover, the medicine she carried was quite effective, comparable to our own golden wound powder." After a moment of silence, the man added another remark. "Oh, sir, one more thing. As I was leaving, Madam Cui asked me to tell you that she will remember your kindness today." The minister let out a soft chuckle and took another sip of tea. So he had underestimated her after all. He then shifted the topic. "You need not follow them any further. Once they reach Makwan Post Station, trailing them would risk exposure. Besides, she seemed not to need his extra help." With that, he decided his involvement in her affairs would end here. Elsewhere, Cui Jiu slowly regained consciousness not long after the bleeding was stopped. During this time, Cui Jiu had also prepared a nourishing meat broth and poached 2 eggs for him to regain his strength. Seeing him recover, the rest of the Cui family finally let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the constables gradually rounded up those who had scattered, but upon counting heads they discovered that the eldest daughter of the Xie family was missing. The constable flew into a rage and seized Lady Cheng and the others for interrogation. "Where is your daughter? How dare she flee?" Lady Cheng's face went pale as tears streamed down her cheeks. She kowtowed frantically, pleading, Officer, please see clearly. My Mingqing is just a girl. She would never dare to run. In all that chaos, something terrible must have happened to her." At that thought, Lady Cheng could no longer contain herself, growing frantic. "Officer, please save my daughter. Find her quickly. Was she taken by those men? She must have been The constable kicked her in fury. "Those gallant men clearly saved us. Why would they abduct your daughter? Nonsense. She must have slipped away on her own." He then summoned the other constables. "Search the area. A woman alone can't have gone far. When you find her, drag her back for a whipping." After giving the orders, he had the entire Xie household bound. Amid the pleas of Lady Cheng's family, the constables, convinced they knew of Xie Mingqing's escape, raised their whips and beat them relentlessly until they revealed her whereabouts. Wails of agony filled the air. But because of Xie Mingqing's disappearance, the group was forced to stay overnight. With nightfall approaching, everyone found whatever spot they could to lie down and prepared for the evening. It wasn't until the Xie family members were beaten black and blue without yielding any information that the constables finally stopped. Seems they really don't know where that wretch ran off to. "What about the search party? Any news yet?" "Chief, not yet." The constable tossed down his whip and decided to deal with dinner first. Naturally, the Xie family got nothing to eat. The most unfortunate among them was Xie Shiyao. Already wounded in both legs from the earlier beating, he was struck again. His wounds split open, and a subsequent fall snapped the bones in his foot. Lady Cheng's heart ached even more as she clutched him, her face a mess. "My son, you must hold on. You can't die." Xie Shiyao gritted his teeth through the pain, grabbing her sleeve in fury. "I'm not dying yet. Stop wailing like it's a funeral." Lady Cheng hastily wiped her tears. "That's good, as long as you're not dying, that's good." Gasping for breath, Xie Shiyao said, "Since Cui Jiu could heal her brother's wounds, she can surely heal mine too. Mother, go and bring her here to treat me." Lady Cheng froze me. How am I supposed to ask? Why would that slut have any pity for you? She might even. Before she could finish, Xie Shiyao pulled a Ruoma hairpin. "Use this to trade." Lady Cheng quickly dried her tears and examined the hairpin closely. After a moment, a flicker of recognition dawned, and her face brightened with joy. "They'll go fetch her right away. My son, just endure a little longer." Meanwhile, Cui Jiu noticed that Yue's thick padded jacket was gone, leaving her with only a thin layer of clothing. He quickly took off his own outer robe and handed it to her, asking, "Were those thick clothes snatched away by those beggars just now?" Cui Jiu was taken aback. For some reason, her nose tingled with a hint of sourness. Perhaps it was the influence of the original owner's emotions. Her brother's concern reminded Cui Jiu of her life before the transmigration in that harsh apocalyptic world where her own brother had been infected by the zombie virus while drawing danger away from her. She reined in her emotions and glanced at the people around her. Because those ruthless beggars had charged in and looted without a care, many in the household had lost their clothes and luggage. As night fell, the temperature dropped sharply. Even though Cui Jiu had warm bedding and other supplies in her spatial storage, she had no plausible excuse to bring them out. She had to endure the cold for now. She patted her brother's arm, then immediately called out to others, asking them to gather some firewood nearby. Meanwhile, she started a bonfire in the middle which helped warm everyone up considerably. Cui Zhizhou was injured and naturally weak. He couldn't be allowed to suffer from the cold. So Cui Zhiu unhesitatingly handed the outer robe back to him. Brother, I'm not cold. You're injured, so it's different for you. Seeing this, his gaze darkened slightly. He firmly wrapped the robe around himself, preventing Cui Zhiu from taking it off again. You're a young lady. Do you think I, a grown man, would fear a little chill? Listen, your brother won't die without this robe. Cui Zhiu's heart warmed. Knowing she couldn't persuade him, she didn't insist further. At that moment, Cui Zhizhou remembered something. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to ask. You were when that chivalrous hero who saved us earlier was leaving, I saw you speaking with him. Do you know who they are? Cui Zhizhou was after all a top scholar who had ranked first in the imperial examinations. Little could escape his notice. However, Cui Zhiu didn't want to discuss matters related to the minister, fearing it would cause unnecessary trouble. So she brushed it off casually. I just thanked him. After all, it was thanks to their help that those beggars were driven away. Otherwise, we might not have even had a bite to eat. Cui Zhizhou nodded, thoughtfully, not suspecting her. Yet his sword-like brows furrowed slightly, as he couldn't help but ponder the situation. Those beggars today were suspicious. This is the border between Li Village and Ma Spring. Both towns are close to the capital. Moreover, the court has already implemented monthly relief grain distributions since the beginning of the year. Such a large-scale gathering of beggars shouldn't exist. But we encountered them not long after leaving the city, and on a small path at that. It's quite irrational. He looked up, gazing intently at Cui Zhiu, a hint of worry for their journey ahead creeping into his heart. Today's incident is probably not a simple coincidence. We must be extra cautious from now on. He had noticed it too. Connecting this to what Xie Mingqing had done to her, and her subsequent disappearance, it wasn't hard to guess that this was related to the Xie family. Just as this thought crossed her mind, her former mother-in-law appeared before her, looking utterly miserable. The woman spoke with tears and snot streaming down her face. I know you have misunderstandings about us, but given the current situation, this old woman must swallow her pride and beg you. She covered her eyes and sobbed. Now Mingqing's whereabouts are unknown, and Shiryao. He's even broken his leg, suffering terribly. You've managed to cure your brother's illness. Can't you show some compassion and help Shiryao? After all, he was once your husband. You can't just stand by and watch him die in agony. She wept most piteously, and Xie Mingqing's disappearance was well known to everyone. Even Jing, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but feel sympathy for her. She let out a deep sigh. What cruel twists of fate. If her own child had met with such an accident, she imagined, she would be just as heartbroken as Madame Cheng. Even Cui Zhizhou seemed affected and spoke gently. Madame Xie, this was an accident. You can only... But before he could finish, Cui Zhiu gave her response with a blunt. Madam, have you forgotten so quickly? Why did I divorce your son? Why am I reduced to this state? Isn't it all thanks to young Master Xie? Madame Cheng knew this little wretch would refuse. But she suppressed the anger in her heart, and shamelessly pretended to be affectionate. It was a situation of dire necessity back then. You were in the Xie household for 3 years, and our mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship was always good. Where are you? That's because you had designs on my dowry. If I had no money, would you have treated me well? Cui Zhiu didn't even give her a face-saving way out, and simply tore off all pretense. I was widowed for 3 years only to end up divorced. Since your son has found a better prospect, the person you should be begging now is that better prospect, not me. She glanced at Nakyu. Receiving the signal, Nakyu immediately stood up, and without hesitation dragged Madame Cheng and expelled her from their territory. Seeing this, Madame Cheng could no longer contain herself. She produced the Ruoma hairpin. You left something with me. Don't you want it back? The moment Cui Zhiu saw the hairpin, her heart constricted with pain, followed by a sharp, intense pang. Along with it, some of the original owner's painful memories flooded into her mind. This was a keepsake left to her by her deceased second brother. During the family's relocation to the capital, they had encountered refugees. To protect Cui Zhiu, her second brother had been beaten to death by those ruffians. In her mind, she vividly replayed the scene of her second brother being trampled and whipped by the ferocious mob, blood spurting from his mouth a full foot into the air. His fair and handsome face, after all that torment, had swollen beyond recognition. Only when the eldest brother arrived with soldiers did their family manage to be but for the second brother it was too late. Cui Zhiu held his broken body, crying until her vision blurred. In a panic, she tightly grasped her brother's hand and shouted, second brother, look at me. You mustn't sleep, you mustn't close your eyes. Eldest brother has come to save us, second brother. The man in her arms looked at his sobbing parents, elder brother, and younger sisters. With the last bit of his strength, he pulled out a cloth pouch. Inside were 3 Ruomu hairpins which he had carved with patterns of magnolia, camellia, and winter plum mint for his 3 sisters. The one with the magnolia was for Cui. You wear this. This was meant to be a gift from your brother when you all got married. But now, I'm afraid I can't wait for that day. You give them to second. Before he could finish his sentence, the last vestiges of his strength gave out. The grim and heavy memory was like a boulder suddenly blocking Cui Zhiu's chest, making it hard for her to breathe. Madame Cheng saw her expression change dramatically, and her gaze turned colder. You really don't want it. Chui Zhiyu was surprised that such an important item of the original owner could have been left behind. But now was not the time to dwell on how it got lost. She took a deep breath, suppressing the churning emotions within her, and with a determined gaze walked up to Madame Chung. Of course she wanted it. And what she wanted was more than just that hairpin. Madame Chung let out a cold snort, her expression no longer bearing the misery it had just moments ago. Chui Zhiyu followed her, silently arriving before Xie. The others were somewhat surprised to see her heading toward the Xie family. Chui Nanshan was tending the fire, and the flames seemed to leap from his gaze fixed on Chui Zhiyu. As she pondered, a sharp, sarcastic voice suddenly intruded, kicking her aside. Get out of the way. You can't even get a fire going. What a waste. The speaker was Lu, a concubine of the same lowly status as her. Lu was beautiful, and had been favored by the young master when she first arrived at the manor, causing Chui Nanshan to be suddenly neglected. Because of their similar standing, the two were constantly at odds. Now that the manor was in exile and the men were absent, Lu went out of her way to curry favor with the matriarch Wei, and within a short time, they were calling each other sisters. Chui Nanshan's days grew increasingly difficult. Seeing the Chui Zhiyu family living well made her feel even more bitter. Now she had to plan for her own future. Meanwhile, Chui Zhiyu approached Xie Shiyao. Madame Chung, holding the hairpin, said bluntly, when you cure Shiyao, I'll return this hairpin to you. Seeing her triumphant face, Chui Zhiyu simply sneered coldly and struck at her sore spot. Madam, instead of wasting time with me, you'd be better off looking for my form. She is your own daughter, and now she's vanished without a trace. In this desolate wilderness, aren't you worried she might become meat on someone's chopping block? This remark made Madame Cheng's face change drastically. In her panic, Chui Zhiyu snatched the hairpin from her hand. You. Madame Chung reached for it, but Chui Zhiyu unhesitatingly drew a dagger, the gleaming blade startling Madame Chung pale. You wouldn't dare kill me, would you? I warn you, don't try anything. There are officials here. If you lay a finger on me, you'll be in deep trouble. Chui Zhiyu was not that impulsive. Showing the knife was just to scare her. She toyed with the hilt, smiled casually, then turned to look at Xie Shiyao, who was angered by me. He was probably silently cursing his foolish mother. Chui Zhiyu examined his leg for a moment, then suddenly crouched down. Since I've got the hairpin, I'm not one to watch someone die. Where does it hurt? Seeing her like this, Madame Cheng's expression instantly changed to a smile. I knew you wouldn't stand by, dear you. I had no choice but to use your hairpin too. Where does it hurt? Ignoring Madame Chung, she asked Xie Shiyao again. He stared at her face with a strange sense of unfamiliarity. He had long known that his former wife had remained faithful to his household, enduring 3 years of widowhood without complaint. But she was merely the daughter of a merchant, not a noblewoman nor a refined lady. She was no different from a common servant at home. Dull and wooden. How unlike the noble Princess Chun, a heaven-born beauty with a free-spirited nature raised outside the palace, who could spark his intense interest in anything and awaken his desire to conquer. Only a fiery woman like the princess could give him the drive to conquer and keep him constantly preoccupied. But such a woman was also hard to tame. She would refuse to marry at a moment's notice, changing her mind faster than turning a page. The submissive Chui Zhiyu he had always assumed now seemed different from his expectations. At this moment she reached out, lifted his trouser leg, and felt the broken ankle. Her soft hands like warm cotton touched his skin. Xie Shiyao looked down and saw her delicate nose and her eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, stirring his heart and making his thoughts wander. He had never imagined that Chui Zhiyu was actually a hidden beauty. Perhaps when she was in the Xie mansion, she dressed too plainly, her face always grimy, and her expression drooping like an old maid, making her seem weary. But now on the road of exile, she had become radiant. Thinking this, Xie Shiyao spoke slowly. Yuera, I know I've hurt you, but am truly grateful that you can still help me despite everything. Chui Zhiyu continued to feel his other small shin bone, and suddenly became interested in his words. Seeing her pause, Xie Shiyao felt encouraged, and went on serious. I suffered outside for 3 years. The princess took a fancy to me, and that wasn't something I could change. She initiated it. I had no choice. Besides, since ancient times, which man hasn't had 3 wives and 4 concubines? Even if I hadn't married the princess once I returned to the Xie family, I would eventually take concubines. You are the mistress of the household, you should be magnanimous. Think about it. If I had married the princess, the entire Xie family would have risen with her, and you would have lived. Except for the princess being above you, all the lower concubines would be under your control. He softened his tone, coaxing her. Yuera, now I've seen the princess' true colors. Compared to you, she's far worse. I was blind then. Why don't you forgive me and give me another chance? On this exile road, it's hard for a woman without a man. I'm worried about you, I think. Before he could finish, there was a crisp sound of bone. Chui Zhiyu forcefully twisted his leg to the other side. The excruciating pain seemed to tear Xie Shiyao apart, leaving him speechless, his face, flushed veins bulging. Madame Chung was startled. Seeing Xie Shiyao in such agony, she rushed forward and roared, Chui Zhiyu, what have you done? Chui Zhiyu clapped her hands and pushed her away calmly. Didn't you ask me to heal his injury? A broken bone. How can it heal without some pain? As she spoke, she twisted the bone again, making him suffer the same unbearable agony. With a snap, even Madame Chung felt as if her own bone had broken, as if she were there. Xieshreya was in so much pain, he nearly bit off his tongue. Finally, she stood up, wiped her hands vigorously, and looked at Xieshreya, tossing out a parting remark. You really think you're something special? What do you mean by that? Chuizhiyu, stop right there. I don't understand. Madame Chung instinctively knew that this little slut had said nothing good. She kept pestering and shouted from behind. That's not healing. Are you secretly harming my son out of spite? Chuizhiyu spread her hands and stopped. If you think it's not enough, I could consider breaking his third bone. Hearing this, Madame Chung nearly fainted. What a... You really did break my son's bones out of spite. Wretch, I trusted you so much. He'll fight you. She thought the Romo hairpin would give her leverage over Chuizhiyu, forcing her to submit, but instead she was outsmarted, making Shio's injury even worse. Just then a guard hurried past. There's news about the eldest miss of the Xie family. Upon hearing this, Chengshi had no mind to fight Chuizhiyu. She turned and ran to the officials, eagerly asking, Officer, has there been news of my daughter? Where is she now? How is she? Annoyed by her questions, the officer pushed her aside and only reported to his chief. He produced an embroidered handkerchief. Chief, this should be hers. Her name is embroidered on the bottom. We searched near where we found it and discovered drag marks. If I'm not mistaken, the beggars must have taken her. What did you say? Chengshi felt the sky collapse. She grabbed the handkerchief and wailed, Why is my fate so bitter? My daughter. She clung to the officer's leg, kowtowing. Officer, if my daughter was taken by beggars, she must be in grave danger. You must find her. The officer kicked her away. Find her. It's beyond anyone's control that an exile goes missing on the road. Are we to delay the entire convoy for her sake alone? His gaze turned cold. If we don't reach Tingzhou on time, all our heads will be at stake. Get lost. They had already lost a day. They should have been at the Makwin post station by now. Instead, they had to make up for lost time by speeding up. So the officer announced, we depart in 3 hours. The group erupted. That means before dawn. How can we travel in the dark, officer? But their answer was the crack of a whip. No one dared to speak further, only hastening to rest. Chengshi, sobbing, came to Xieshio's side and said in a trembling voice, Shuyao, your sister was taken by those beggars. She's an innocent girl with those people. What can we do? I might as well die. Xieshio, still in pain, felt as if he would split apart at her crying. He couldn't help but roar, utterly foolish. Chengshi was startled, tears streaming down her face. Then Xieshio lowered his voice. What did I tell you before? Those beggars are my men. Mingqing is safe with them. I left a letter in the grass and made a mark. They'll send her to the next post station safely. No one will die. After his low growl, he recalled Siem Mingqing's words and couldn't help complaining. Cry, cry, that's all you know. Hearing that her daughter was safe, Chengshi stopped crying. Xieshio hadn't expected that his leg injury treated by Chuizhiyu would only worsen. He could walk before. When we reach the station, I'll get the silver from the hidden compartment in your prison card and find a doctor for your injury. Xieshio hadn't expected that his leg injury treated by Chuizhiyu would only worsen. He could walk before, but now even touching the ground was impossible. He could only use a thick wooden stick supported by a servant to hobble along step by step. That woman was secretly a thorny one. He sent Chengshi to search the hidden compartment for medicine bottles, preparing before departure. Since they had to leave early, Chuizhiyu woke up after a short nap of 2 hours. She deliberately steamed some steamed buns to eat with pickled vegetables and boiled a few eggs for her family. Chuizhiyu, seeing the food, grew worried. Where our supplies aren't abundant. We haven't traveled far yet, we're eating so lavishly. The food will run out soon. The truly difficult road is still ahead, near Zhangzhou Mountain Pass. We need to save as much as we can now. Jingshi agreed. Those dried provisions won't last long either, and these eggs are even harder to come by. Where I think. Mother, brother, don't forget we still have plenty of valuables and much silver hidden away. We'll never be at our wits' end. Just eat without worry. She had stored so many good things in her space, not for nothing. She only needed the right opportunity to bring them out. Apart from her family, she boiled an extra egg. It was for the little boy in the group. His name was Xiao Yi, son of the family servant Lao Bai. In the original story, Lao Bai had been a young attendant of Master Cui since childhood. Having a son late in life, he treasured him dearly. But unfortunately, the child was forced into exile at a young age, and in the original story, he died early on the road. Chuizhiyu had seen the boy a few days ago. He was timid but polite, quite endearing. So she found Xiao Yi and placed the egg in his hand. Lao Bai, seeing this, said in panic, Miss, we appreciate your kindness, but we can't afford to eat this egg. Better save it for the young master to nourish himself. Besides the master and mistress, we're not short of one egg. Xiao Yi and brother Chuan are both growing. Since we have the means, we can't let the child go hungry. Take it. Chuizhiyu decisively shoved the egg into the child's hand. Xiao Yi, prompted by Lao Bai, repeatedly thanked her, his round eyes brightening. The aroma of eggs reached the people from the earl's mansion nearby. Wei Shi's son Feng Gu, about the same age as Xiao Yi, had been pampered all his life and hadn't tasted meat for days. The smell made him restless. Mother, I want to eat too. I want to eat. Wei Shi, pestered by him, and unable to calm him set her sights on Chui Nanchun. Not long after Chui Ziyu's family finished breakfast, the officers shouted for them to prepare for departure, and everyone hurriedly packed up. Chui Ziyu stored their baggage, but at that moment, she heard a commotion from the grass ahead. Chui Nanchun was kicked to the ground by several people from the Earl's mansion. An old woman cursed, "Don't come back unless you get an egg for Feng Ge." At that moment, A Yao happened to come by, and saw the same scene as Chui Ziyu. She frowned slightly, clutching the egg in her hand. Chui Ziyu pretended not to see, and turned to pack her things. But unexpectedly, A Yao walked over to Chui Nanchun, and reached out to help her up. When the egg was exposed, it was a bit awkward, but A Yao didn't think twice and handed it to her. "Second, sister, take it." Chui Nanchun was after all a daughter of the Chui family. Though her birth mother was only a maidservant, and she usually lived in the side chambers with little contact with A Yao. Later she married into the Earl's mansion as a concubine, and never contacted her family again. But A Yao still called her second sister. Seeing her now in such a plight, being bullied, she couldn't bear it. But unexpectedly Chui Nanchun stared at the egg, then suddenly crushed it, and threw it hard in Chui Ziyu's face. Second sister. Io never imagined that her kindness would be trampled upon so ruthlessly by Chui Nanchun. "Do you think I covet your charity? Chui Xiao, it's just an egg. Do you really see yourself as some lofty young lady? I am a concubine of the Marquis household." A concubine of the Marquis household. She widened her eyes to emphasize her status, then shoved Chui Xiao aside with a disdainful glare. "And you're nothing but a merchant's daughter. You should be kneeling before. Even after marriage you could never climb into a noble family like I did. Look at you, doted on by your parents your whole life, yet in the end you're still destined for a death sentence. Ha ha ha, what a joke." She laughed out loud, her bloodshot eyes seeming to devour Chui Xiao. Chui Xiao knew her second sister had always been cold towards her, but she had never seen her in such a frenzied state. Startled, she bit her lower lip and retorted softly, "I was just trying to help you. You're biting the hand that feeds you. Besides, what does it matter if you married into the Marquis household? We're all prisoners now. Everyone is equal." Chui Nanchun raised her hand, fury reaching its peak, but the next moment Io was pulled behind Chui Ziyu. Faster than Chui Nanchun, Chui Ziyu struck out, landing a crisp, clean slap across Chui Nanchun's face. The force was so great that it sent her sprawling to the ground. At that moment, a hairpin carved from Romu would rolled out from Chui Nanchun's belt, engraved with a winter. Chui Ziyu's brow twitched slightly as she picked it up. Chui Nanchun immediately panicked, scrambling frantically towards her to snatch it back. But Chui Ziyu pulled back, stating coldly, "Kneel. Apologize." It seemed that Chui Nanchun, like the original owner of this body, still held some affection for their Why else would she treasure this item so much? Trembling with rage, Chui Nanchun glared at her fiercely. "That's a gift from second brother. Give it back to me. I said kneel and apologize. If your attitude is sincere, I'll give it back." Second brother was such a refined and honorable man. If he knew his third sister had become this despicable, not even acknowledging her own family, he would surely regret giving her the hairpin, even from beyond the grave. As they remained locked in a standoff, Chui Ziyu, holding little hope that she would yield to the threat, was about to speak, when Chui Nanchun unexpectedly knelt before Io. Grinding her teeth, she uttered the most reluctant words, "I'm sorry. It was my fault. I shouldn't have said those things." Even Io was stunned, unsure how to react, and quickly looked to Chui Ziyu for guidance. This hairpin meant that much to her. Recalling second brother's image, Chui Ziyu took a deep breath, tossed the hairpin into her hand, and led Io away. Not far away, Sheshredsthedivorcepapers, leaning against a tree trunk, watched Chui Ziyu intently. A smile unconsciously curved at the corner of his mouth as he stared, lost in thought. Madame Cheng's gaze darkened. "That little wretch. In our Xia household for 3 years, and I never realized she was such a formidable character. We were all fooled by her before." Hearing this, Sheshredsthedivorcepapers averted his gaze and asked, "She was in the mansion for 3 years. Didn't any of you see how capable she was?" The current her was like an untamable wild horse, or a rose bristling with thorns. Had he known her temperament was like this, perhaps he wouldn't have spent those 3 years away from home. The more Madame Chung looked at him, the more she sensed something amiss. Don't let that seductress cloud your judgment. Our goal now is to get rid of her, to get rid of the entire Chui family. Only then can we live well." Sheshredsthedivorcepapers snorted, casting a disdainful glance at Madame Chung. "I know what I'm doing." Seeing this, Madame Chung felt a knot of frustration in her chest. "I am your mother who gave birth to you and raised you. How dare you look at me with such eyes?" Annoyed by her nagging, Sheshredsthedivorcepapers pushed her away, barking orders for the nearby servants to pack up quickly as they needed to get moving. After they set off, angry shouts occasionally echoed from the Marquis household's ranks. The guards ignored it, and everyone else followed suit as long as it didn't delay their journey. Chui Xiao looked towards the Marquis group, her spirits deeply low. "Sister, I always thought Chui Nanchun cut ties with the family after marriage because of the strict rules of the Marquis household. Mother even told us not to cause her trouble. I never expected her to be like this. I clearly meant well, but she treats my kindness like dirt. No, maybe worse than dirt." Chui Xiu patted her shoulder comfortingly, and said with a smile, "Since she looks down on you, and on our whole family, then we'll simply have nothing to do with her. If she ever tries to bully you in the future, you fight back, without hesitation. If anything happens, I've got your back. Io was deeply moved and hugged her tightly. Wowie, you're the best sister ever. Seeing the sisters so close, Madame Jing felt a warmth in her heart. Even though they were suffering, as long as the family was safe and together, she felt no hardship. After noon, they returned to the main road. To keep pace, the guards didn't allow them to rest, only handing out hard, barely edible flatbreads. Fortunately, the weather improved. The warm sun emerged from the clouds, melting the rain and snow, making the walk less arduous. They finally arrived at the Makwin relay station by nightfall. Compared to the relay station at Lijuang, Makwin relay station appeared much more prosperous. It was adjacent to a small market in Makwin City, which was still bustling despite the darkness. Makwin City was a major city second only to the capital, and being close to it, the curfew was late, drawing large crowds and creating a lively atmosphere. However, their group of exiled prisoners wasn't even allowed to set foot inside the city gates. They were directly herded to the most remote backyard of the station. It housed pigs, sheep, cattle, horses, and even several large duck pens, essentially a livestock yard. It was not only foul-smelling, but also incredibly noisy. The ground was covered in duck droppings with barely any place to step. Most of the people in the yard were women, some of whom were vomiting from the stench. Only Cui Jiu moved swiftly, directing others to take out their straw mats. They laid down a layer of straw first, then placed the mats on top, and covered them with the large leaves they had picked earlier, finally creating a place to settle. Seeing this, the people from the Xie and Marquis households also ordered their servants to gather some leaves and scatter them on the ground. They were all exhausted and hungry after walking all day, their legs barely able to support them. Fortunately, Cui Jiu and her group had bound their legs so they could endure a bit longer. Seeing it was getting late, she and Nakyu set up the stove and gathered some fire. Having only gnawed on hard steamed buns during the day, their mouths and stomachs were protesting. Now that they had settled, the first order of business was to cook something decent. Just as she was pondering what to make for dinner, a tantalizing aroma of food wafted in from the yard's entrance. Everyone caught the scent, turning their heads, almost drooling. Before long, a young woman dressed in an emerald green RU skirt, draped in a fox fur cloak, walked in carrying 2 open food boxes. The boxes contained glistening golden roast duck, soft and fragrant lotus leaf pancakes, and tender braised pork belly, with alternating layers of fat and lean. The layer below held sweet and sticky osmanthus cakes and lotus blossom pastries. The sight made everyone present envious. At the same time, Madame Chung was the first to rush forward, crying out in shocked delight, "Oh my, Mingqing, my dear daughter." It turned out that this elegantly dressed young woman was none other than Xie Mingqing, who had been missing for a day and a night. Seeing her completely transformed, everyone began whispering among themselves. They wondered what had happened to her after she went missing. Not only had she brought delicious food, but she had also led the entire Xie family out of that filthy livestock yard. They were arranged into a room at the post station that had been specially prepared, complete with a bed, bedding, and charcoal for warmth. Even the officials were quite cooperative. Madame Chung, who had been working hard for some time, was already wolfing down her food, not even having a moment to show off. She didn't even bother to ask about Xie Mingqing's condition. Only after she had eaten and drunk her fill did she order the 2 maidservants to help her into luxurious thick clothing, and then swaggered out to the livestock yard. In her hand, she carried some leftover duck bone soup and dishes, which she tossed in front of Cui Jiu and the others. "Yuer, at least I was your former mother-in-law. Unlike you, I can't bear to see my dear in-laws suffer, so I've specially brought you some good food so you don't have to gnaw on plain steamed buns all day." She pulled her fox fur cloak tighter around her, and as she walked she spoke with a sneer of disgust. "Look at this place. How can anyone sleep here? Only animals would sleep in a place like this." "You?" Io's face flushed with anger, but Cui Jiu held her back. Cui Jiu knew exactly what kind of person her former mother-in-law was. She wondered who Xie Shuriao had managed to curry favor with behind the scenes to turn their family's fortunes around so suddenly. But even so, what of it? She let out a cold laugh, and without hesitation hurled the leftover food she had brought right into Madame Cheng's face. Then grabbing a burning stick from the fire, she threw it. The thick fur cloak caught fire instantly. Flames shot up, sending Madame Chung stumbling backward in a panic as she frantically tried to tear the burning cloak off. Her pathetic state was utterly ridiculous. Her face turned ashen as she pointed at Cui Jiu and shrieked with rage, spewing such filthy, vile words that even the elderly Jing couple was furious beyond measure. Yuera was their daughter. How could they let her be humiliated like this? In her fury, old Madame Jing scooped up a pile of cow dung and smeared it all over Madame Tui, you. Act Tui. Caught off guard with cow dung stuffed in her mouth, Madame Chung nearly choked and passed out. Cui Jiu hadn't expected old Madame Jing to be so fierce. Io cheered from the sidelines, then hurried over with a water pouch to wash her mother's hands. Madame Ching's hair bun had come loose, and a good chunk of her hair had been singed. She had left looking pristine and glamorous, but now returned to the room in utter disarray. The moment she stepped inside, she started yelling at Xie Mingqing. "Why haven't you fetched your mother some water yet? Mingqing, Xie Mingqing, why aren't you getting a towel? You useless girl. You didn't even stand up for me earlier. I've raised you for nothing." After a barrage of furious shouts, Xian Mingqing could no longer hold back. Her eyes red, she suddenly lost control and slammed the wash-base into the ground. Madame Chung, already seething with pent-up rage, immediately slapped her across the face, trembling as she hurled accusations. "Oh, so now you've got a temper habit. Huh. I'm your mother. You're supposed to be filial to me. Besides, the only reason we're eating well now is because of your brother. You come back with a long face. Who are you trying to show that attitude to? Huh. It's bad enough that you want come with me to teach that little slut's family a lesson, and you won't even go look after your brother. Now I ask you to bring me a basin, and you have the nerve. What right do you have to? Yes. You're my mother. But precisely because you're my mother, I was missing for an entire day and night, and you didn't even ask me what happened. Didn't you care about me at all?" Thinking back to that night, Xian Mingqing felt as if she had awoken from a nightmare. A chill ran through her body, and the anger in her heart surged forth like a dam breaking, flooding over her. From the moment she returned until now, her mother and her brother hadn't asked her a single question. Even when she cried out in accusation, all she got in return was another slap from Madame Chung. "I don't care what happened to you. As long as you're not dead, that's all that matters." Those words made Xian Mingqing's tears flow endlessly, and she nearly bit through her own cheek in anguish. Meanwhile, a servant's voice came from outside the room. "Master Xia, Lord Chao has arrived." Xie Shiyao couldn't be bothered with the quarreling mother and daughter, but the moment he heard that Lord Chao had arrived, he immediately barked at them. "Shut up. Lord Chao is here. If you don't want to die, get back into the inner room." Shortly after, a man dressed in a dark round-collared robe strode in. Despite his leg injury, Xie Shiyao struggled to rise from the bed and bowed to the man. "Lord Chao." This man was Chao, who the only son of the former Madame Chung, and the others didn't understand the men's affairs. All they knew was that this Chao, who had brought Xian Mingqing back to the post station, given her plenty of good food, and even arranged for them to stay in this fine room. Behind the screen, Chao, who handed a secret letter to Xie Shiyao, and said calmly, "The princess' intentions are all in here." He then added a reminder. "If you can fulfill the princess' wishes, she will naturally arrange everything for you, getting your family out of the exile procession and settling you with property and farmland in Mangzhou. Before we reach Zhangzhou Mountain Pass, I will also provide you with a generous supply of provisions as the princess has instructed, so you'll eat well and stay warm on the road. Tomorrow, I'll send someone with the supplies, and the officials will be taken care of as well. Oh, and if you need to see a physician, go to Yuefuan tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Xie Shiyao immediately knelt and kowtowed. "Thank you, Lord Chao. Shiyao will not disappoint the kindness of Lord Chao and the princess." Chao, who waved his hand dismissively, then added one more thing. "By the way, your eldest sister is in the prime of her youth and quite presentable. If you and your mother are willing, I could keep her here and spare her the hardships of exile." Xie Shiyao smiled upon hearing this and replied, "If Lord Chao thinks highly of my little sister, it is her honor." After the man left, Madame Chung rushed out from the inner room, beaming with joy. "Shiyao? From what that lord said, does it mean the princess? The princess has changed her mind and wants to save you again. I knew the princess liked you. She couldn't just stand by and watch you get into trouble. And also, although the Chao family no longer holds office in the capital, their wealth runs deep. His meaning is clear. He's taken a liking to Mingqing. You lucky girl, you're truly blessed with good fortune." Xian Mingqing didn't want to bother with Madame Chung and only asked, "Brother, what does the princess want you to do?" Xie Shiyao clutched the secret letter in his hand, his gaze suddenly turning cold. "Don't pry into things you shouldn't know." Meanwhile, Cui Jiu was wandering around the courtyard when she spotted a small shed piled high with discarded duck feathers. There were also 2 servants slaughtering duck. Upon asking, she learned that all these ducks were being raised specifically to supply the Chao family's household. "Every morning, we deliver fresh ducks to Lord Chao's residence. The Chao estate is large with many mouths to feed, and they pay us quite generously." Cui Jiu reached out and rummaged through the feathers and the duck innards they had discarded, a new idea forming in her mind. But then a name quickly surfaced in her thoughts. "This Lord Chao you speak of, is he Chao, who the only son of Chao Gui, the former Minister of War?" In the original book, the former Minister of War, Chao Gui, died suddenly on his way back to his hometown after retiring. All his years of property were left to his only son Chao Hu. Cui Jiu remembered this man well, because in the original story, he was a loyal subordinate of Prince Huai, having entrenched himself in Maquin City for many years. He ran a gladiatorial arena, using it as a front while hiding an intelligence bureau for Prince Huai. In the original book, when the dynasty changed and Prince Huai's rebellion succeeded, it was because this intelligence bureau had leaked many secrets of the court. This arena attracted dignitaries every day, filling his coffers to overflowing, and he strutted through Maquin City like a crab. Abducting women and exploiting the common people were routine matters for him. He was a heartless beast. That arena did not pit beasts against beasts. Instead, he bought slaves and captives from all over, forcing them to fight wild beasts with their bare hands, placing bets on the outcome. Thinking back, could the person behind Xie Shiyao be him? Cui Jiu composed herself, took out 2 silver ingots from her purse, and stepped before the servants. Their eyes lit up. "Miss, what is this?" I am buying all your duck feathers and innards. The servants exchanged glances incredulous. Miss Duck feathers and innards are meant to be thrown away, utterly useless. Are you sure you want to buy them? To others they might be useless, but to Cui Zhiyu they were of great value. That night after everyone had drifted into slumber, she sat by the house touching her pearl and jade ring and stored all the duck feathers and innards into her space. Recently she had discovered that the storage warehouse in her space could not only hold items, but also preserve food freshness indefinitely no matter how long it stayed. The pastries and cooked meat she had taken from Xie Mansion's kitchen tasted just as fresh as when they were first made. She had specifically selected downy feathers. The two servants had given her all the duck feathers they had accumulated over that period. Inside the space there was also a small stream. Cui Zhiyu casually placed the downy feathers into a basin and filled it with stream water. Immediately the odor and dirt on the feathers vanished completely. In the blink of an eye they were clean and odorless. Astonished, she spread the feathers out in the space. Within moments the moisture had evaporated, leaving the feathers fluffy and filling the basin. Unexpectedly the sunlight and stream water in this space were vastly different. There must be other functions unknown to her waiting to be discovered. For now she had no time to tinker. She processed all the feathers, took some cloth strips, and sewed simple scarves for her family. For Madame Jing and Master Cui, who were in poor health, she sewed extra downy padding into their jackets to keep them warm. The next morning the officials were slow to urge them to move on. Everyone grew puzzled. Seeing this, Cui Zhiyu decided to ask personally. But as she stepped out of the courtyard, she caught sight of Xie Shiryao leaving the inn. She frowned slightly, then took a warm soft flatbread from her space and handed it to the nearest official. "Officer, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I've warmed some flatbread. Come have a taste." Then feigning nonchalance she asked, "When will we be departing?" Zhao Tu smiled and said, "We might not leave today. We'll see." He didn't give a reason, but Cui Zhiyu guessed it had something to do with Xie Shiryao. She didn't dare ask directly, so she took out a gold leaf and handed it over with a sweet smile. "Officer, since we're not leaving today, why not let me go to the market to buy some supplies? Don't worry, I won't run away. My whole family is here. Besides, I see your provisions are running low. Last time at Liswang Post you didn't replenish much. Let me buy everything today. With so many mouths to feed, we can't all You work so hard. I wouldn't feel right if you didn't eat well." They already knew this Madame Cui was no ordinary woman, and with someone above protecting her the officials wouldn't make things difficult for her. They set a time limit. "You must return quickly. You have at most 3 hours. If you exceed that, don't blame us for being harsh." With anyone else a bribe might not have secured their release, but Cui Zhiyu was different. After receiving permission, she went back to brief Nakiu, then swiftly left the inn heading in the direction Xie Shiryao had taken. Xie Shiryao's legs were not good, so he walked slowly. Soon she had caught up to him. She saw that he was now accompanied by an unfamiliar face. They walked together to a tavern. Cui Zhiyu followed to the tavern entrance. She looked up, hesitating whether to enter, when a familiar figure suddenly emerged from inside. He didn't notice Cui Zhiyu. Gripping his sword, he strode out, the red thread tied around his waist especially conspicuous. Vice Minister Qin. Cui Zhiyu recognized him at once. Seeing him hurry away, she instinctively followed. If Vice Minister Qin was here, could the minister himself be present as well? Compared to shadowing Xie Shiryao, she was more eager to meet the minister. If he was in Maquin City, it was likely to investigate Xiaohu. When Cui Zhiyu followed Vice Minister Qin to a certain place, her suspicion was confirmed. Vice Minister Qin concealed his sword and entered the gladiatorial arena run by Xiaohu. The venue was in the most secluded part of the market. Its entrance looked no different from an ordinary tavern, but behind that wide wall there was undoubtedly a different world. As she was pondering, 2 burly men suddenly appeared before her, grabbing her by the arms and hoisting her into the air. Before she could react, a ferocious-looking servant, a slave, dares to run. "Take her away. Throw her into the pit next." Cui Zhiyu was taken aback. Glancing at her own shabby, thin clothing, she realized they had mistaken her for a slave. The journey had left her looking disheveled. Soon they threw Cui Zhiyu into a locked cage. Darkness surrounded her, damp and gloomy. She struggled to adjust her eyes to the dark, but could make out nothing. Yet she was not panicked. After sitting still for a moment, she touched her pearl and jade ring and was about to enter her space when a sudden commotion pierced the darkness. Several men carried her cage to a wide, open area. Before Cui Zhiyu could make out her surroundings, she was yanked out of the cage and thrown unceremoniously to the ground. Dust flew, choking her. After coughing a few times, she opened her eyes again. To her shock, a ferocious tiger, drooling and baring its teeth, stood a mere foot away from her. The beast let out terrifying snorts while the spectators beyond the enclosure cheered with great excitement. Not far from her, a young boy, battered and bloody from fighting the tiger, lay on the ground, barely breathing. He opened his swollen eyes and looked at Cui Zhiyu. Cold sweat broke out on Cui Zhiyu. She couldn't help cursing under her breath. What rotten luck. In this situation, if it were the apocalypse, wouldn't she be in the hands of zombies, about to be turned into one of them? She had fought zombies before, armed with the self-defense weapon her brother had given her. So when the ferocious tiger charged at her, Cui Zhiyu executed an agile roll and immediately touched her pearl jade ring. From her spatial ring, she produced the sharpest dagger. At that instant the tiger descended from above its massive paw, striking her hard. Chuizhiu gripped the dagger tightly and thrust it straight toward the tiger's mouth. A miserable roar echoed as the dagger pierced through the tiger's lower jaw, blood spraying everywhere. Chuizhiu immediately let go and rolled away from the tiger's grasp. Enraged by the pain, the beast shook its head violently before locking its gaze on the dying young man lying on the ground. Chuizhiu sensed the danger. She drew another dagger and without hesitation plunged it into the tiger's throat as if slaughtering a pig. No one present had ever witnessed such a scene, and gasps of shock erupted from the crowd. In the stands, Chow Hu slammed his teacup down in fury. Where did a slave get a weapon? Bring her back. Change the fighter and the beast. If this wasn't stopped immediately, the bets placed by the nobles would be lost. If the nobles lost their wagers, he had no idea how much he would have to compensate. At his command, a group of burly men flooded into the arena. They subdued the wounded beast and locked both Chuizhiu and the young man in a cage, carrying them out of the arena. Exhausted and in pain from the tiger's blow, Chuizhiu winced as she caught her breath. The young man beside her remained completely motionless. Only when they were plunged back into darkness did she hear the young man whisper, "Thank you." Just then their cage was thrown into a dungeon. It was then that Chuizhiu saw the countless other slaves around them. They were packed tightly together in the airless dungeon, faces devoid of any sign of life. Some had already starved to the point of unconsciousness. And all these people were now nothing more than tools of entertainment for the wealthy and powerful like Chow Hu. Using the faint light, she examined the young man's wounds. Closing her eyes, she retrieved a bottle of golden wound powder from her ring and sprinkled it over his Fortunately, they were only superficial wounds. After a moment of thought, she asked him, "Do you want to escape?" The young man had little strength left, but the desperate urgency in his eyes was answer enough. Turning her back to him, she produced a steamed bun. The young man stared in astonishment, completely baffled as to where she had conjured food from. But he didn't have the luxury to question it. Starving after days without food, he devoured it ravenously, while Chuizhiu spoke to him calmly. "I can get you out of here, but if you want to survive, you must find someone and tell them a secret. If you can do that, it'll help you." The young man nodded without hesitation. Unable to speak, he knelt and kowtowed on the ground. Seeing this, Chuizhiu turned around, and in the dim light, took out a brush, ink, and paper. She wrote a small note and handed it to him. "When you get the chance to escape, head east. There's a dog hole in the backyard that will let you out. Take this secret to Ufu in and find a man with a red string tied around his waist. Give it to him. Tell him it's confidential intelligence from the Information Bureau." She was running out of time, afraid she wouldn't make it back to deliver it to Minister Qin. She had to return to the post station before dusk. The young man carefully tucked the note into his chest. Chuizhiu then produced a few pieces of wire and deftly picked the lock on their cage. Not only that, but she also unlocked every single cell in the dungeon. Hundreds of slaves surged out, scrambling desperately to escape the underground prison. Overwhelmed by the joy of rescue mingled with lingering fear and terror, none of them wanted to die there. They recklessly burst through the prison gates, trampling the two guards at the entrance underfoot. In an instant, the entire dungeon descended into utter chaos. While the guards scrambled to recapture the fleeing slaves, Chuizhiu slipped into their quarters. There she discovered an entire wall lined with fine liquor and dozens of warm animal hide blankets. On the table sat over a dozen fragrant braised pork hocks, untouched, and beneath it was a charcoal brazier piled high with fuel. If even the guards lived this well, one could only imagine the opulence within the Chow household. With that thought, Chuizhiu touched her pearl jade ring and swept every single item into her spatial storage. She then noticed the dying tiger locked in another enclosure. Seeing that it was on the verge of death, she decided to store it away as well. It might prove useful for bartering later. After finishing, she turned and ran in the opposite. Through a long underground tunnel, she arrived at Chow Hu's mansion. In the original story, Chow Hu's mansion and the arena were described in meticulous detail, including the secret intelligence bureau hidden beneath the dungeon. Chuizhiu knew exactly how to get there. The secret written on that note was the precise location of the intelligence bureau. Now standing within Chow Hu's estate, she marveled at the exquisite pavilions and towers, a display of extreme luxury. He had amassed substantial wealth over the years, not only funding rebel factions, but also abusing his power for personal gain. Chuizhiu felt no mercy for him. Wherever she went, she left nothing behind, sweeping everything into her spatial ring. Clothes, food supplies, anything she could find she took. Meanwhile, the chaos at the arena had drawn everyone's attention. Only a few elderly maidservants and women remained in the mansion. The old-fashioned locks were no match for Chuizhiu, who opened them with a single piece of wire. Chest after chest of money and jewels from the storeroom were transferred into her spatial ring. Just as she had nearly cleaned the place out, a servant noticed something amiss and shouted for the guards, "Someone! Thieves! Thieves! Catch the thief!" She moved with lightning speed, darting out of the mansion as a group of pursuers gave chase. The moment they saw the money, they abandoned the chase and scrambled to grab the banknotes. Having thoroughly shaken them off, Chuizhiu realized it was about time. She headed to the market and purchased The moment they saw the money, they abandoned the chase and scrambled to grab the banknotes. Having thoroughly shaken them off, Cui Zhu realized it was about time. She headed to the market and purchased a horse-drawn carriage. Money was the last thing she lacked now. Chao Hu's wealth rivaled, or even surpassed, that of the Xia household. If it wouldn't have aroused too much suspicion and caused trouble, Cui Zhu would have gladly bought a carriage for every member of the Cui family, letting them travel to Tingzhou in comfort like tourists. But she had to take things one step at a time. Haste makes waste. After purchasing the carriage, she brought out the animal hides, charcoal brazier, fine wine, and delicacies she had looted. She also retrieved several thick quilts, bolts of cloth, and basic household tools from her spatial ring. Before long, the carriage was packed to the brim with supplies. Meanwhile, back at the post station, the Chung mother and daughter were throwing another fit. While everyone else ate bland porridge, they still had leftover pork hocks from the day before. They ate with relish shamelessly right in front of everyone, talking between bites. My son has gone out to get his wounds treated. Don't say I didn't warn you all. Anyone here who pledges allegiance to our Xia household and serves me and my son might get a share of the leftovers later. When my son returns, he'll bring back mountains of supplies. This exile will be a walk in the park for our family. She chewed on her pork hocks, smugly glaring venomously at Stewardess Zhou. She plotted to use this opportunity to turn some of the Cui household members against their own family. But at that very moment, Cui Zhu drove her carriage up to the entrance of the post station. The officers' faces changed dramatically upon seeing a cart filled with goods. Never before had they heard of a banished prisoner traveling with such an abundance of luck. Before they could speak, Cui Zhu took out several jars of wine from the cart and handed them over. Gentlemen, this is specially prepared for you. These are fine wines that you won't find in ordinary places. She then presented a steaming large pig's knuckle, saying, "This is also a token of respect for you. I reckon it will last a couple of days. The cold weather now won't spoil it." Next, she brought out a sack of charcoal, adding, "This is also for you." It didn't stop there. She also distributed several warm blankets to the officers. Those who initially wished to reprimand her found themselves feeling somewhat embarrassed in the face of such generosity. "Lady Cui, you are really extravagant. Did you bring so much wealth with you?" Cui Zhu's eyes sparkled as she caught the underlying meaning, smiling. "I don't have that much silver on me. Ooh, I just ran into an old friend at the market. He knew I was struggling and kindly helped me procure these. This cart was also arranged by him, knowing that my parents are in poor health and elderly, fearing they couldn't withstand the cold winds." The officers exchanged glances and chuckled in agreement. They were well aware that this friend was likely the high-ranking official who had always supported her. Since it was an order from above, the officers said nothing further. Seeing this, Cui Zhu took the opportunity to distribute the remaining warm blankets among the crowd, ensuring that not only her family's members benefited, but even those from the Bo family received their share. The Wei family was astonished, not expecting to receive any of these warm items. Out of pride, they initially hesitated to accept, but the reality forced them. Thus Wei personally brought her son Feng Gear to express gratitude to Cui Zhu. "Lady Cui, I didn't expect you to think of our family while gathering supplies. I truly don't know how to thank you." Cui Zhu glanced at Cui Nanshuan, whose eyes were red in the corner, and smiled faintly, turning to ask Nakiu to bring over a few eggs. "There's no need to be polite, madam. We are all in this together now. Even if we had no previous ties, it's always better to have more friends than enemies. Last time I saw Feng Gear wanting eggs, we didn't have any. Now that I've bought some, please take these and cook them for Feng Gear to eat." Wei was stunned, truly grateful to her now. Feng Gear was even more delighted, dancing with joy as he immediately pulled his mother to go cook the eggs. Seeing this, Nakiu couldn't help but whisper a reminder to Cui Zhu. "Miss, it's said that the heir of the Bo family is already half dead in the Ministry of Justice's prison, and he will surely not survive. Are we really going to distribute more supplies to the Bo family? You should know that Wei is no good person, as she has many lives on her hands." Cui Zhu patted Nakia's shoulder, smiling. "Are you trying to tell me that many young women have died in the Bo family, all related to Wei?" "You know, she certainly did. In the original story, Wei single-handedly upheld the entire Bo family, and even Huang Wenbing, the heir, had to bow his head before her later on. She was graceful and dignified in public, even personally, selecting concubines for Huang Wenbing. Yet behind the scenes, the number of women she had tormented to death was countless, and in such a large Bo family, she was the only one with offspring. Had it not been for the need to save Feng Gear's life in the original story, she would not have been schemed against by Huang Wenbing, ultimately meeting an untimely end. It was also because Huang Wenbing had suffered enough of her oppression that he killed his wife and favored concubines, but Wei's death led to the Bo family neglecting management and chaos in the backyard, causing Huang Wenbing great trouble. Thus, with her means and ambition, if there were no conflicts with her, it would certainly be best to become friends. Cui Zhu wrapped a scarf she had made around Nakia's neck, saying, "It's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Is it warm enough?" Nakiu quickly felt the warmth around her neck as if wrapped in fur. "Miss, it's really warm. What did you sew inside?" Just as Chui Jiu was about to respond, Cheng Shi marched over angrily, seeing everyone had blankets and delicious food. Even the Bo family members had some feeling it was on. She angrily questioned, Chui Jiu, do you really not regard the Xie family people at all? You gave blankets to the Bo family, but why not to us? We the Xie family are also part of your in-laws. To treat your mother-in-law so harshly is simply unfilial. You should. Chui Jiu interrupted her without hesitation, correcting, it's your former in-laws and you are also a former mother-in-law. Besides, your whole family is about to soar. Do you really lack a few blankets? Upon hearing this, Cheng Shi huffed, raising her nose to look down at others. You're not wrong. It's just a few blankets. Once my Shiryao returns, we will have whatever we want. Just wait for your jealousy. She then glared fiercely at Chui Jiu. You're asking for trouble. Oh, don't regret it when Shiryao comes back. Unexpectedly, just as she spoke of him, Xie Xiu's voice could be heard at the door, talking with the officers. Cheng Shi, whose ears perked up, quickly realized her son had returned, and her face lit up with joy as she shouted to everyone. My son has returned. He has brought back countless supplies. Everyone was curious, thinking of how their family had previously moved to a better wing, living well, eating well, and dressing well. Perhaps this time, they would truly receive help from a noble and turn their fate around. But when Cheng Shi went to greet Xie Shiryao, he appeared serious and urged, quickly pack your things, we must leave immediately. Cheng Shi saw the outside was empty and the promised supplies had not even a single hair in sight, and she became anxious. What happened? What about the things Lord Chao promised you? Didn't you bring anything back after seeing the doctor? Lord Chao. He has been captured. What do we have left? If you don't want to be implicated, leave immediately. He had just informed the officers of the situation. The Chao family was in trouble. Countless slaves had escaped and chaos erupted in Makwin City. If this group of exiles didn't leave soon, they would be robbed by those slaves. Seeing this, the officers hurriedly urged them to pack up and set off at once. Cheng Shi, hearing her wishes, collapsed on the ground. Onlookers couldn't help but speak up. Madam Xia, what about your countless supplies? Oh dear, am I mistaken? How come I didn't see anything? Cheng Shi's face turned red as she glared at those people, then scurried back inside to gather her things. Seeing her son so anxious, she knew this was serious, so she suppressed her anger. However, Xie Mingqing, who learned of the news, ran out in disbelief, grabbing Cheng Shi's arm and shouting, Why? Why? Mother, didn't you say I could stay here? You promised I could follow Lord Chao. Cheng Shi, exasperated, replied, Didn't you hear what your brother said? Hurry up and pack. No, I want to stay here. Ooh, I won't leave. Cheng Shi was infuriated, her mind buzzing. If Lord Chao has fallen, how can you stay? I don't want to live in a place where I can't eat enough or keep warm. Cheng Shi raised her hand to slap her, pulling her away. Do you think we want this? What can we do now? Just then Xie Shiryao approached and said there is still a way. Within the time it takes to sip a cup of tea, they were back on the road. This time the Chui family had a horse-drawn carriage, and the original ox cart was used to carry goods with the elderly Mr. and Mrs. Chui seated in the carriage. If anyone was truly too exhausted to continue, Chui Jiu would, depending on the situation, offer them a ride for a short distance. The Xie family, however, trudged along dejectedly at the very back of the procession, with people occasionally turning back to question Cheng Shi. I say, Madam Xie, where are your supplies? When will they arrive? Indeed, you look quite worn out yourself. Do you also have a carriage like Madam Chui? Cheng Shi gnashed her teeth in fury, but only dared to curse those turncoats under her breath. Turning to say something to Xie Shiryao, she met his bloodshot glare and dared not provoke him further. If one were to ask who felt the most stifled and enraged at this moment, Xie Shiryao would certainly be among them. Out of the blue, Chao, who had been taken away by the imperial authorities and his entire mansion had been sealed off. Could it truly be as the princess had stated in the secret scroll? Matters were more complex than imagined. For now, they could only bide their time, concealing their sharp edges until the opportune moment arrived. However, the incident had caused quite a stir, and even on the outskirts of the city they could overhear passers-by discussing it. I heard that Lord Chao's mansion was raided by bandits. It was cleaned out by a single person. When the soldiers arrived to confiscate the property, they found nothing left. How bizarre. What kind of formidable bandit could pull that? The mansion had plenty of servants, as surely they knew something. Who knows? If you ask me, that bandit did a splendid job. Chao, who oppressed the common folk, he deserved. This mysterious thief who had stripped Chao Hu's estate bare became a hot topic of conversation. Cheng Shi couldn't help but recall their own situation. Could it be? That thief and this thief are the same person. Is it Chui Jiu? But she's just a frail woman. How could she possess such extraordinary abilities? She was already agitated, and then Xie Mingqing wore a sullen expression, openly sulking at her. It infuriated Cheng Shi so much that she grabbed her daughter by the ear to vent her frustration. But before she could even unleash her tirade, Xie Mingqing kicked her away. The force was enough to send her tumbling out of the procession, landing hard in a clumsy fall. Onlookers burst into laughter at the sight. Cheng Shi scrambled to her feet, but was frightened by her daughter's furious expression. She beat her own chest in despair, wailing, "To think I gave birth to such a useless daughter. My life is truly miserable." Yet neither Xie Mingqing nor Xie Shiyao paid her any heed, each lost in their own grief. Meanwhile, Cui Jiu walked along sewing scarves, knee pads, and hats with Nakyu. When the duck feathers she had purchased proved insufficient, she repurposed some animal. Soon several of the womenfolk in their group eagerly joined in the sewing, which helped pass the time more quickly. Overhearing the roadside chatter about the Chow mansion, she mused that her trust had been well placed. It must have been the minister who ordered the action, bringing that villain Chow, who, surely based on her secret letter, they had also located that intelligence bureau by now. With that crucial hub destroyed, and Chow who fallen, those scheming behind the scenes to incite rebellion would certainly have a headache for some time. And Cui Jiu recalled the young man she had saved. He seemed frail, yet his hands and feet were surprisingly nimble. Given the minister's temperament, he would surely find a good path for the youth. Departing from Makwin, their next stop was Chongping. At their normal pace, it would take 3 days and 4 nights of non-stop travel to reach it. Having already walked for an entire day, they were nearly all exhausted, until they spotted a large thatched shelter in the distance from which an enticing aroma wafted. It turned out to be a few people distributing congee, and it was a rare treat of lean meat porridge accompanied by pickled vegetables. In this desolate wilderness, the fragrance carried. Zhao Tu, who had gone ahead to scout, returned with a beaming smile and reported, "Chief, the villagers up ahead are giving out congee. They say we can all have some." "Really? Such a stroke of luck." The lead constable was astonished, half wondering if this group had been waiting specifically for them. Zhao Tu nodded vigorously. "Absolutely true. I tried it myself. The congee is fine, and they eat it themselves. Then it's a godsend. Let's go." And so their entire procession formed a long, orderly line sitting within the shelter to accept the villagers' enthusiastic charity. The constables, delighted with the free meal, couldn't be bothered to question the reasons further. Cui Jiu, initially suspicious and wanting to investigate, immediately relaxed. The constables, delighted with the free meal, couldn't be bothered to question the reasons further. Cui Jiu, initially suspicious and wanting to investigate, immediately relaxed when she noticed 2 of the villagers had red strings tied around their waists. So these were people sent by the minister. Although she wasn't certain of the truth, that red string warmed Cui Jiu's heart. Not only did the group provide them with food, but they also mentioned that the shelter was windproof, and they were welcome to spend the night there if needed. This was exactly what they needed. The night brought gusts of wind and snow, and with the shelter, it was like reclaiming half a life. Mindful of their survival, everyone expressed their heartfelt thanks. Late at night, within the great prison of Makwin City, a man clad in a dark brocaded robe entered. He wore a raccoon dog fur hat, his features were handsome and composed, and his black fur cloak was speckled with snowflakes. A guard rushed over with a fist-and-palm salute, and said respectfully, "My lord, Chow who has confessed. Here is the confession, but he only implicated his direct superior. We couldn't extract anything else." Across the cell, Chow, who nailed to a wooden post, was covered in bloodstains, his face haggard. Barely conscious, he still whimpered pleas for mercy. The man gazed at him, impassively glanced at the confession, then turned and sat on a clean stool, pouring himself a cup of tea. He uttered a single dismissive word: "If you don't get more answers by tomorrow, execute him." Upon hearing this, Chow, who screamed for help with all his might, but the man paid him no heed. Then Vice Minister Qin emerged from the shadows accompanied by a handsome young lad. The youth was thin, yet exuded a fierce tenacity. Upon seeing the man, he knelt decisively and declared, "I thank you for your salvation, my lord. I pledge my loyalty to you." The man casually picked up a dagger, gently lifting the youth's hands to raise him up, saying, "In that case you shall follow Lao Qin." Vice Minister Qin was taken aback and quickly protested, "My lord, I'm not exactly suited to raising a child." The youth quickly kowtowed and retorted, "You needn't support me, my lord. I can earn my own keep." Seeing such boldness in one so young, the minister was quite impressed. He patted Vice Minister Qin on the shoulder and said, "You handle matters efficiently. Our raising a child should be well within your grasp." Vice Minister Qin dared not take all the credit. "My lord, our success in finding and destroying the intelligence bureau this time is all thanks to Madame Cui. I thought that once they reached Chongping we might inform the new constables there too." "No need. She has her own abilities." He was more curious to see what other secrets that Madame Cui knew. Meanwhile, over 100 li away, Cui Jiu sneezed violently. She blew her nose. The campfire blazed brightly, but those around her had already drifted off to sleep one by one. Feeling no drowsiness herself, she retreated to a quiet corner, touched her pearl ring, and entered her spatial realm. She wondered if that fierce tiger was dead. If it had perished, she could sell its carcass once they reached Chongping town. She also needed to find time to deal with the duck innards and such. She could turn them into braised snacks perfect for nibbling on during the journey ahead. Cui Jiu had never been fond of sweets and had little interest in pastries or cakes. Moreover, the so-called pastries of this era were hardly palatable. That was precisely why she intended to make her own snacks. But she hadn't expected to see upon entering the space that the fierce tiger was lazily lounging on a stone by the stream. Upon spotting her, it rolled over and exposed its belly just like an oversized house cat. She was momentarily stunned, hardly able to believe her eyes. At this moment, the fierce tiger bore no resemblance to its former wild self. Earlier when Shui Zhiyu had stabbed it twice, its maw was bloody and dripping with saliva, its claws bared in a terrifyingly ferocious manner. But now it resembled an oversized house cat. Not only did it expose its belly to Shui Zhiyu, but as she cautiously approached it swiped its paws in the air and let out soft whimpering sounds. It had become a clingy, whining creature. When Shui Zhiyu drew closer again, it rolled over to her side and rubbed its massive head against her legs. Initially, Shui Zhiyu remained vigilant, ready to draw her dagger at any moment. But seeing it display no aggression, appearing instead docile and gentle, she abandoned the thought of killing it. Simultaneously, she was astonished to discover that this beast, which she had stabbed twice in vital spots, had miraculously healed. Its body bore no wounds at all, and its fur was lustrous and sleek, its frame sturdy and robust. Could this space possess the power to nourish and mend? Could it heal injuries and cure ailments? Given the current situation, something within the space must possess healing properties, perhaps even soothing the spirit. Otherwise, how else could this beast's condition be explained? She couldn't quite figure it out for the moment, but that was alright. The crucial thing was that the beast had lost its ferocity and harbored no ill intent. Instead, it seemed to fawn over her, as if recognizing her as its master, and Shui Zhiyu found it utterly endearing. Especially when it pressed against her. Its fluffy soft fur and plump body brought her immense comfort. She decided to use it as a pillow, basking in the artificial sun of the space beside a rock, and drifted into a comfortable sleep. When she awoke, Shui Zhiyu had already left the space and the sky outside had brightened. She felt energized, as if she had consumed some potent tonic. Reflecting on it, she realized that the original owner's constitution had been frail and sickly, but since she had taken over this body, her condition seemed to be improving steadily. It seemed many things were subtly beginning to change. The officials were urging them forward, yet the group lingered reluctantly by the large thatched shelter, wishing they could find such accommodations throughout their journey. Unfortunately, the road north would only grow more arduous. Though it wasn't raining today, the weather was overcast and windy, with the biting wind cutting across their face. The neck warmers that Shui Zhiyu had led Nakyu and the others to sew yesterday proved invaluable now. She showed them how to wrap both their heads and faces to shield against the harsh wind. Meanwhile, the Xia household members lacking such protection shivered uncontrollably, huddling together as they trudged forward. They only stopped when the officials called a halt by a mountain stream. The officials feasted on their braised pork, paying no heed to the rest of the group, telling them to fend for themselves for lunch. Lady Chung and the others were nearly furious enough to die. What could they possibly eat in this freezing weather? As they fretted, Shui Zhiyu swiftly headed to the riverbank. She filled all her family's water flasks, then fashioned a simple fishing rod and baited it with some duck innard. Shui Zhiyu was really just going through the motions. The water was so clear, and in the dead of winter, spotting a fish was rare, let alone catching one. Lady Chung gathered a crowd to mock her, saying spitefully, "You truly have no common sense. Look at this. Does this seem like a place where you can catch fish?" Shui Zhiyu glanced up slightly and let out a soft chuckle. Was she really fishing for fish? No, she was fishing for this foolish woman. She ignored Lady Cheng's jeers. While they clamored about going to dig for wild vegetables for lunch, Shui Zhiyu, unnoticed by others, quietly pulled several live fish out. She placed them one by one into a wooden basin. Seeing the lively fish, Xiao Yi shouted joyfully, "Madam Shui is amazing. Look, she really caught fish." 3 whole crucian carps, not very large, but enough to brew a fine pot of soup. Adding some blanched greens and steamed rice alongside the braised pork, it would make for a... Lady Chung stared at the fish in disbelief. She hastily ordered her servants, "You go fish. If she can catch them, I refuse to believe we can't." Xia Mingqing didn't want to move and ignored her words. Her turned-back posture was noticed by Lady Chung, who angrily slapped her. "You wretched girl. Do you truly have no respect for me? Do I owe you something? Is this how you treat me? Without me, what would you have to eat or drink? You'd be eating the northwest wind. Fine, then I won't eat or drink anything of yours." Xia Mingqing, unable to bear it any longer, snapped back and stormed off with a flick of her sleeve. Lady Chung relentlessly followed behind her, hurling curses. The constant bickering between mother and daughter had become a familiar backdrop for the rest of the group. Seeing the steaming fish soup in Shui Zhiyu's large pot, its aroma wafting over, she felt a wave of intense irritation. She wished she could rush over and devour. If it weren't for her, how could she have fallen to such a state? As a pampered young lady, she was now reduced to eating dirt. And she had been schemed against, subjected to such humiliation. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Watching Shui Zhiyu offer bowls of fish soup to the officials as a bribe, she felt a deep contempt. With a disdainful snort, a plan began to form in her mind. She tidied herself up slightly and walked towards head officer Zhao. A moment later, Shui Zhiyu was thinking of bringing more rice to the officials when she noticed behind the reeds the officer, named Zhao, smiling lecherously and reaching out to touch. Xia Mingqing feigned modesty, stepping back and speaking in a timid, syrupy voice, "Please. Don't. This one is scared." Officer Zhao chuckled, not daring to press further, but his eyes, as shifty as a thief's, roved over her figure. Selling her dignity for a bite to eat. Chui Jiu sneered coldly, suddenly recalling from the original story that this elder sister-in-law, even after marriage, had been involved with a household steward cuckolding her husband. Truly a leopard can't change its spots. Seeing the bowl of fish soup that Xie Mingqing had already half-consumed, Chui Jiu spoke up unexpectedly. Is the fish soup good? Xie Mingqing never expected her to be behind her. Had she seen everything just now? A surge of shame welled up within her, filling her with rage. As for that official, he was such a coward that he scurried away after a few words, leaving her face-to-face with Chui Jiu. Remembering all the suffering Chui Jiu had caused her, Xie Mingqing kicked over the bowl of soup, her face full of disdain. Only someone like you could make such awful-tasting soup. Chui Jiu's brows twitched slightly. She couldn't be bothered with idle chatter. The score from last time was still unsettled, adding to days that made 2 accounts. She walked up to Xie Mingqing, and without hesitation shoved her hard to the ground. Grabbing her tightly coiled hair bun, she plunged her head straight into the water. Help! Help! Save me! Xie Mingqing sputtered, and choked on several mouthfuls of water. But Chui Jiu showed no mercy. You traded your dignity for that fish soup, yet instead of being grateful you dare to insult my efforts right in front of me. Since no one ever taught you proper manners, let me, your former sister-in-law, be kind and show you what they are. The commotion caught the attention of Chung, who was searching for her daughter. Her eyes widened as she bellowed. Chui Jiu, what do you think you're doing? You're absolutely reckless. Do you intend to commit murder in broad daylight? Let go of my daughter this instant. Her shout drew a crowd. Onlookers saw Xie Mingqing disheveled and wailing, hoisted up by Chui Jiu, her hair dripping wet. Chui Jiu's gaze turned icy as she shoved Xie Mingqing toward Chung. Her words were laced with frost. Instead of questioning me, ask your own daughter. She ate my fish soup and then threw it away. Does she not know the value of food? We are all exiles barely scraping by. Should I treat someone who wastes food like a deity to be worshipped? Chung snorted in response. It was just a bowl of fish. Was that worth making such a fuss over? If my daughter is hurt, I... Before Chung could finish, an old matron from the Earl's residence couldn't hold back. Old Madam Xie, your daughter threw away food that was given to her. Wasting food invites divine retribution. I think Madam Chui taught her a well-deserved lesson. We would be grateful for such a meal, yet you cast it aside. You gossiping hags, you're only taking her side because she bribed you with blankets. What right do you have to scold me? You're all just a bunch of weather vanes. You have no right to. And what right do you have to accuse us? The Xie family has fallen, yet you still put on airs as the Take this. The 2 matrons exchanged words which quickly escalated into a physical brawl. The scene descended into chaos, a headache for any observer, and the guards couldn't be bothered to intervene. They were all just a bunch of short-sighted gossips performing daily like it was a stage show. Chui Jiu dusted off her hands and left the scene with aplomb, while Xie Mingqing, covered in filth, trembled with rage. After what felt like an eternity, Chung finally gained the upper hand and drove off the matron from the Earl's residence. She turned to find her daughter sulking in silence, not even bothering to address their food situation. Cheng's temper flared, and she grabbed her daughter's ear. What in the world are you trying to do? Can't you be sensible? You can't win a fight, yet you insist on provoking them. Xie Mingqing gritted her teeth and fought back, not only shoving her mother to the ground, but also stomping the wild vegetables they had painstakingly gathered into a mushy mess. You ungrateful wretch. How did I give birth to such a useless daughter? The more Chung scolded, the angrier Xie Mingqing became. In a fit of rage, she dumped the pot of vegetable porridge they had prepared into the river, leaving the entire Xie family with nothing to eat. The farce only ended when Xie Shiryao stepped in and bellowed at Xie Mingqing until she quieted down. While others watched the spectacle, Chui Jiu couldn't be bothered to even glance their way. Having eaten her fill, she used the break to cut thick insoles for her family's shoes. She crafted them from wild animal hides. Ahead of them loomed a majestic mountain, and they had to cross it to reach Chongping City at its base. The mountain paths were far more treacherous than the main roads, and the air grew colder the deeper they went into the woods. Given the current weather, it would likely snow heavily by nightfall. Without proper preparation, they risked running into trouble. She called out to the old servant Lao Bai and instructed, Lao Bai, gather a few men and find some sturdy branches in the nearby woods. We'll need them to clear the path once we're in the mountains. Lao Bai was impressed by her foresight. He quickly gathered a few men and used their daggers to cut down some branches. Before they set out, Chui Jiu noticed her brother Chui Zhizhou staring intently at a sachet. Only then did she remember that this sachet was sewn by her sister-in-law Hai as depicted in the original story. In that tale, he had died in prison clutching this very sachet until the very end. She walked over and interrupted his thoughts, offering comfort. Brother, sister-in-law, and little Chuaner will be fine. Once we pass Chomping, we'll reach Luzhou, and he'll find them then. Chui Zhizhou quickly averted his moistened eyes and wiped them, saying, Yuer, this has been so hard on you. This is all my fault, or I've dragged the whole family into this mess. If you hadn't managed things back, then we would have been doomed. His voice choked up as he spoke, the big man, unable to hold back his tears. Chui Jiu quickly patted his shoulder. That's all in the past, why bring it up now? Everyone is safe. Let's focus on the road ahead. Keep an eye on mother and father, they're old, and this hardship is tough on them. Entering the mountain was easy enough, but as the trail grew steeper and the weather colder, they had been walking for less than 3 hours when the sky darkened with thick clouds and a heavy swirling snow began to fall. The entire sky turned a dull oppressive gray, growing darker by the minute. Seeing this, the guards led them to a nearby earth god temple. "We'll spend the night here. At dawn, once the snow lets up, we'll pick up the pace and get down the mountain." Everyone was eager to stop and rest. Holding their breath, they rushed into the temple. It wasn't large, but it was enough to shelter them from the wind and snow. But no one could have anticipated that this seemingly safe route harbored a den of bandits nearby. As night fell, and people drifted off to sleep, the area around the temple was suddenly surrounded by a group of men. Chui Jiu was jolted awake by the startled neighing of horses. The others around her also stirred, blinking their eyes open. They found themselves encircled by a gang of fierce-looking bandits holding blazing torches inside the temple. Outside, their entire convoy supplies had already been seized and claimed by the bandits. Chui Jiu frowned, trying to sit up, but found her body strangely weak. Nakiu, her maid beside her, sensed something wrong too, and whispered in a trembling voice, "I think we've been drugged." Though their minds were still alert, their bodies had completely lost the strength to resist. They could only watch helplessly as the bandits made off with their supplies, and then they were bound together. No one dared to beg for mercy. They all trembled in terror. These bandits weren't like the brutish beggars. They were skilled fighters, and they killed without a second thought. Even the guards didn't dare to make a move, let alone anyone else, especially in their drugged state. After the main group of bandits left with the supplies, 2 men remained behind. Their eyes scanned the dusty crowd, and immediately fell upon Xian Mingqing's fair face and the most brightly colored clothes she wore. Without hesitation, they pulled her out from the crowd. Well, what have we here? A hidden beauty. The other women quickly averted their gazes, terrified of being chosen next. Xian Mingqing, terrified, turned to beg for help, but her heart sank when she saw her own mother Chung lower her head. As she was dragged out of the temple, her gaze turned cold. Rage filled her heart as she thought about all the other women still inside, yet she was the only one taken. She refused to accept this fate alone. Suddenly her attitude shifted, and she spoke in a sweet, coaxing voice. "Gentlemen, I alone can't possibly serve all of you fine men. There are several beauties inside who are far prettier than me, they just aren't dressed as well as I am." "Oh, other beauties, you say?" Xian Mingqing put on a pitiful expression and nodded. "Indeed. That youngest daughter of the Chui family, the one in the middle wearing the earth-tone jacket, she's not betrothed yet. Her name is Chui Jiao. I'm sure she'd be much more to your liking." She knew that Chui Jiu was not easy to deal with. In that case, she would have her sister pay with her life. Hearing this, the bandits immediately turned back, and amidst the crowd's terror precisely grabbed Chui Jiao. Chui Jiao, terrified, immediately cried out, "No. Sister, mother, brother, I don't want to go." Her cries were pitiful, and Jing Shi was nearly scared unconscious. At this moment, Chui Jiu suddenly spoke up. "Gentlemen, my younger sister is only 14 years old and knows nothing. If you want a woman, take me instead." She lifted her fur hat, revealing her radiant face under the torchlight. The bandits saw that one more would not hurt, so they took her and Chui Jiao away together. Where? Chui Jiao was so furious he could spit blood, but his body was drugged, leaving him no strength to resist. Chui Jiu gave them a reassuring look. When Xian Mingqing saw that Chui Jiu had also been brought, her eyes flickered with unease as she suppressed her anger and cursed inwardly. Fine, if both of them die together, it's better than her suffering alone. They were taken to a nearby cave where the firelight was bright and the cave was very warm. Chui Jiu touched her pearl jade ring, seized the opportunity to enter her space and take a large gulp of spiritual spring water. Soon she felt her strength returning. Thinking of her space, she came up with a plan. The 2 bandit chiefs pushed the 3 of them onto a fur blanket aside. Not far away, there was another woman tied up like them. The leading bandit chief walked up to them with a broadsword. The gleaming blade touched their delicate faces. Xian Mingqing and Chui Jiao, being sheltered young ladies who had never witnessed such a scene, were so terrified that they fainted on the spot. Chui Jiu saw them unconscious and thought it was for the best, so that later when blood was spilled it wouldn't frighten a Yao. Her calm, unruffled eyes caught the bandit chief's attention. His bushy beard covered most of his face as he called Chui Jiu over with interest. Just as the man's hand was about to reach for her, Chui Jiu looked down and saw a letter on the table. Among its contents, a name caught her attention. Peng Meng. Wasn't this the major villain in the original novel, who later committed evil deeds together with Xie Yao? He was also one of Prince Huai's capable, but Peng Meng also had 2 other brothers, and they always acted together as a trio. In the original novel, these 3 had used their power to oppress countless commoners and slaughtered many innocent officials' families. Yet now they were holed up in a cave, acting as bandit chiefs. And this letter clearly contained other information. In the original novel, younger sister, A Yao, was abducted by a group of bandits, deeply humiliated, and died. Now it seemed that the culprits were most likely these wicked. Rather than leaving him to continue harming others, it would be better to dispose of him today. When Peng Meng tried to pull her into his arms, Chui Jiu went along with it. As she leaned weakly against his chest, her eyes turned sharp. She touched her pearl jade ring, and a sharp dagger appeared between her slender fingers. Before anyone could react, she suddenly raised her hand and swiftly slit his artery. Blood gushed out, splattering everywhere. Pang Meng's eyes widened and he tightly clutched his neck. But now unable to speak, his face turned visibly pale, all color drained. His accomplice behind him realized what was happening and grabbed a broadsword, slashing without hesitation. Cui Jiu precisely pulled out the chili powder she carried, threw it into his eyes, and then took the opportunity to stab him in the heart. The man instantly died. Seeing this, Pang Meng's wide eyes lost their focus, his body convulsed on the ground, drowning in blood. No ripple stirred in Cui Jiu's eyes. After taking the letter, she furrowed her delicate brows. The letter actually contained intelligence. They had set up camp on the inevitable route of exile, taking the opportunity to turn several imperial officials and bring them under Prince Huai's control. They also leaked all the trade route information. In this way, nearly half of the capital's economic lifeline was controlled along this road. However, they had probably not been entrenched for long, so the information they had gathered was only about a few neighboring trade caravans from last month. At this moment, Cui Jiu couldn't help recalling a plot from the original novel. At that time, a natural disaster struck, and the imperial relief grain never arrived in Chongping City. Later, it was Princess Chun who used her space to distribute grain herself, thus earning merit and establishing herself in the court. Could it be that these few were working for the princess and had intercepted the grain on the way? If so, these pests could not be left alive. Cui Jiu turned and went deeper into the cave, plundering all the bandits' belongings. There were quite a few secret letters exchanged with the border. At this moment, Cui Jiu regretted not having read the entire original novel. The main plot of the original novel focused on the struggle between the princess and the Minister of Personnel. Her storyline was clearly a Tool's side plot, so she couldn't fully understand all the contents of these secret letters. Take them first and worry later. Just after she had cleared out some supplies from the cave, a man's whistle sounded from the entrance. "Boss, is there any woman to taste tonight? I heard you brought 3, surely one of them is for me." He came in with a slick tongue and immediately saw the first and second bosses lying in a pool of blood. Then he saw Cui Jiu covered in blood. Terrified, he turned and ran out. Cui Jiu immediately followed. She touched her pearl jade ring, intending to get a weapon from her space, but unexpectedly, the white tiger ran out of the space on its own. It sprinted like an arrow, pouncing with its front paws, and instantly pinned the man beneath it. Cui Jiu ran over, grabbed the man's arm, twisted it behind his back, and slit his throat without hesitation. She had originally not intended to kill, only thinking of teaching them a lesson and rescuing the people and supplies. But after discovering their identities, she naturally could not allow such great villains to continue harming others. She searched the man, taking all the loose silver, then turned to look at the fierce beast beside her. It proudly raised its head and nuzzled against her, as if seeking a reward. Cui Jiu reached out and patted its head. Amidst its satisfied purring, she returned it to her space. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Cui Jiu recalled the scene in the original novel where these 3 villains slaughtered several officials' families. She suddenly felt that their deaths were not a pity. She even gave it a fierce kick. However, just as she was about to return to the cave, a familiar voice came from behind. "Where?" Cui Jiu furrowed her delicate brows. Turning around, she was surprised to find Sheshredsthedivorcepapers emerging from the bushes. He limped forward with a stick, and the look in his eyes as he gazed at Cui Jiu had already lit up with an unusual light. "I didn't expect you to be so brave. I always thought you were a sheltered young lady who never stepped out of the inner quarters, no different from those other boudoir girls. Now it seems I completely misunderstood you." Hearing this, Cui Jiu narrowed her eyes, wondering if he had seen everything that just happened. But hadn't he seen the fierce beast? While she was puzzled, Sheshredsthedivorcepapers took a few steps closer and said earnestly, Why didn't you show your bravery earlier? I like women like you who are unique. It was my fault in the past, making you suffer and forcing you to hide yourself while remaining a widow in the mansion for me. Actually, I still have some marital affection for you." What a shameless face, so much marital affection. Cui Jiu couldn't help but laugh. Then Sheshredsthedivorcepapers continued, "If you had been yourself earlier, I would have definitely consummated our marriage before going south. Perhaps if you had a child, you wouldn't have suffered so much. How about we reconcile our 2 families, have a child, and live together?" As soon as he finished speaking, Cui Jiu picked up a stone and unceremoniously smashed it against his head. "I think your brain is split." She drew her dagger to finish him off, but the dagger suddenly vanished as it touched him. Cui Jiu was taken aback. Could it be that she couldn't kill this villain? Refusing to believe it, she drew another dagger and lunged at his heart, only for the blade to vanish. Cui Jiu let out a bitter laugh. Was it because he was a pivotal figure in the original story that she couldn't eliminate him ahead of time? Or perhaps the plot couldn't advance without him, so she was barred from finishing him off herself. Yet other minor characters like Pang Meng were fair game. Cui Jiu couldn't figure it out for the moment. Since that was the case, she'd spare his wretched life for now and take the opportunity to grind him down. She then returned to the cave, only to find their supplies had been moved to the entrance, yet not a single soul was in sight. Unbeknownst to her, Pang Meng's underlings, having witnessed the brutal slaughter of their bosses inside, had fled in sheer terror, scrambling to get away. The guards outside the temple had also scattered. As Chui Zhiyu picked up Io and began to check on her, Io suddenly woke with a start. Seeing Chui Zhiyu's blood-covered face, she burst into tears, forgetting her own peril. Sister, how are you bleeding so much? Chui Zhiyu casually explained. It's not mine, it's from that scoundrel. A gallant warrior just helped us, and those two villains. Following her pointed direction, Io saw the bodies lying in a pool of blood, and the knot of tension in her heart finally loosened completely. When her gaze swept across a certain spot, she hurried over and untied the ropes binding a woman in the corner. The battered woman lifted her head with difficulty, and upon realizing she was saved, tears welled up in her eyes. Chui Zhiyu then realized there was another pitiful woman here, but she hadn't been unconscious earlier. Had she witnessed her ruthless actions? With this in mind, she asked softly, "Madam, where is your home?" The woman quickly knelt, her eyes betraying fear, yet her demeanor remarkably composed. "Thank you for your aid, miss. My home is in Nanyang village outside Chomping City." Chomping City? Wasn't that exactly where they were headed? So Chui Zhiyu simply led her and Io back to the temple, paying no mind to the Xie siblings. The Chui family was overjoyed to see the two return safely, but the bloodstains on Chui Zhiyu and the sudden appearance of a strange woman filled them with dread. She used the same excuse to dispel their doubts. After untying everyone's ropes, she called the woman to join her in changing into clean clothes. The woman was quiet and obedient, following Chui Zhiyu's lead. In such times, women were in a precarious position, especially those of low status, barely better off. They could be bullied by anyone with ill intentions at any moment. She had likely been seized by Pang Meng as well. Seeing her clothes still intact, Chui Zhiyu felt fortunate to have rescued her. Had she been any later, the woman might have suffered the same fate as poor Io in the original story. Fortunately, in this life, they wouldn't have to endure such horrors. Since she had saved this woman, Chui Zhiyu considered it fate. So she patted her shoulder and handed her some medicine bottles she had retrieved from her space. "Well, pass through Chomping City. You can come with us now, and I'll make arrangements. Take these medicines. Apply them daily as directed on the labels, and your facial injuries will heal faster. After all, a young lad's face shouldn't be left scarred." Hearing this, the woman hastily knelt, tears streaming down and hitting the ground in heavy drops. "I can't." They were pitiful exiles themselves, in an even more desperate situation than hers. Perhaps these medicines were more vital for them. But Chui Zhiyu stuffed them into her sleeve, saying, "We may be exiles, but I have protection and am not short of these remedies. I can tell you're not a bad person, and I give willingly. If you had ill intentions, I wouldn't hesitate to kill you." The woman's eyes flickered, and she kowtowed heavily to Chui Zhiyu. "Miss, your immense kindness I have no way to repay." Chui Zhiyu did this good deed on a whim, not expecting anything in return. However, as they emerged in fresh clothes, they saw Xie Mingqing running back in a daze, stumbling and crawling, all dignity lost. Upon seeing Chui Zhiyu, she stamped her feet in fury. "Mother, Chui Zhiyu abandoned me. When I woke up, they were all gone. Luckily, I remembered the way back. They're so cruel." Cheng's expression shifted, but before she could step forward, Chui Zhiyu strode ahead to face Xie Mingqing and slapped her twice, without hesitation. The sharp cracks echoed. Xie Mingqing, stunned, held her swollen cheeks as tears flowed. Cheng immediately rushed over, but Chui Zhiyu's cold glare and raised hand made her retreat in fear. At this point, Chui Zhiyu dropped all pretense. Those 2 slaps were deserved. "Do you really think I don't know why the bandits came back for Io after taking you?" Xie Mingqing's face turned pale, and she dared not utter a word. Cheng hastily pulled her away to avoid a bigger scene, knowing, while she couldn't contend with Chui Zhiyu. Later, Xie Sheriao returned, hardly believing that Chui Zhiyu was so different from what had imagined. As he pondered, Cheng couldn't help but complain, "Where have you been? That little wench slapped your sister in public, shaming our Xia household. You must stand up for your mother and sister." Xie Sheriao, however, found these 2 women utterly. If they'd paid any attention over the past 3 years, they would have seen what Chui Zhiyu was truly like. Had they discovered her capabilities earlier, he wouldn't have gone south and faced those troubles. Perhaps he could have been with her, using the Chui family's wealth to live comfortably. Then he wouldn't be entangled in court intrigues, a mere pawn. At this thought, he was filled with both regret and fury. If Chui Zhiyu truly possessed such formidable skills, could this still be an opportunity for him? Seeing her son silent, Cheng was so angry she lost her voice. Meanwhile, Jing held Chui Zhiyu's hand tightly, refusing to let go, still trembling from the ordeal. "Thank goodness you're both safe. If anything had happened to her daughters, Jing wouldn't have wanted to live." Fortunately, it was a false alarm. Fearing the bandits might return, the officials urged everyone to hurry down the mountain. After the terrifying ordeal, everyone quickened their pace, wishing they could fly down. Yet within less than an hour, Steward Zhou rushed frantically to Chui Zhiyu, shouting, "Miss, the master! He's foaming at the mouth and convulsing. Please come quickly." At these words, her eldest brother, who was walking beside her, immediately sprinted off. Chui Zhiyu followed closely behind. In the carriage, Master Chui and Jing were seated together. Jing, now panic-stricken, cradled his head, frantic with worry. Master Cui's face was ghastly pale. "Zhouer, where? Your father. Mother, don't worry." Chui Zhizhou stepped forward to take over from his father Chui the Elder. Though panic churned within him, he knew he was the pillar of the family now and could not afford to lose his composure. He then called out to the elderly maid Zhou outside the carriage. "Nanny, please fetch some water. And, where did we bring any medicine in our luggage?" Seeing this, Chui Zhiyu stepped forward proactively. "Mother, brother, leave this to me. You two go down first. Find Nikyu and get my water pouch. Also tell the officials to halt for a moment and keep everyone away from the carriage." Chui Zhizhou was somewhat puzzled, but his sister's resolute demeanor inspired his full trust. Knowing this was no time for delay, he helped his mother disembark and the two went off to make their respective preparations. Chui Zhiyu furrowed her brow. Though her medical skills were not refined, she had studied for a time. Having lived in the apocalyptic wasteland, she knew she had to be self-reliant in enclosed spaces, handling everything herself. At least her basic knowledge of pharmacology was solid. Moreover, the original owner of this body possessed memories from many medical texts, as she had enjoyed reading them during her years of widowhood in the Sierra state. She examined her father and suspected based on his symptoms that he had ingested something harmful. But there was no time to investigate now. Immediate treatment was paramount. Without hesitation, Chui Zhiyu touched her jade pearl ring, entered her spatial realm, and retrieved a vial of medicine, a formula designed to induce vomiting. One spoonful of the powder yielded immediate results. She quickly grabbed a basin from the carriage as Chui the Elder vomited violently, his face flushed crimson. Suddenly recalling the condition of the white tiger, an idea struck her. She re-entered her space, scooped up some stream water, and hastily fed it to him. She quickly grabbed a basin from the carriage as Chui the Elder vomited violently, his face flushed crimson. Suddenly recalling the condition of the white tiger, an idea struck her. She re-entered her space. "What's wrong with Master Chui?" Madame Chung shrilly remarked. "He's always been frail. It must be those bandits' drugs from earlier." Some found her words plausible, as many of them still felt dazed and weak. But Chui Zhizhou was not so easily fooled and retorted. "Everyone here was drugged, yet no one else is in this state. My father's health isn't that fragile." The old woman beside Madame Chung spoke up. "Young Master Chui, are you suggesting someone deliberately harmed your father? Such words cannot be spoken lightly. If we follow your logic, everyone here becomes a suspect." At this, the crowd immediately sided with Madame Chung. It must be the bandits' drugs. After all, no one wanted to be wrongly accused. Meanwhile, Chui the Elder regained some consciousness. He gripped Chui Ziyu's arm tightly and whispered with difficulty. You are. Father knows you are steady and meticulous. Now that I've become like this, I don't want to burden you all. I have something I must entrust to you." Chui Ziyu tried to soothe him, but he had already pulled a key from his waist. He whispered, "In the cellar of the old estate, there is a map of the Chui family's ancestral mines along with some family assets. I now entrust them all to you. You must protect your mother well. You." Chui Ziyu was stunned that something so important would be given to her. But this was hardly the time for final words. "Father, you won't die. Can't you feel that you're already much better?" Chui the Elder let out a deep sigh. "These sickly bones of mine. Don't try to comfort me, child. Look, I can already see the king of hell before me. I'm just worried about your mother. Oh." Before he could finish, Chui Ziyu gave him a hard pinch. The pain jolted him upright. A moment later, he stared in astonishment. "I am cured." Not only could he sit up, but he felt a surge of vitality throughout his body. The nausea and discomfort had vanished completely, just as Chui Ziyu had guessed. The stream water in her spatial realm was indeed what she had read about in novels, a so-called spiritual spring system. It possessed healing and strengthening properties, and could even enhance the growth of crops planted within the space. No wonder the injured tiger had become docile, and its wounds healed after entering. And the cotton seed she had planted had sprouted and grown at an astonishing Now Chui the Elder had recovered completely. Nay, he was even healthier than before his illness. He was utterly amazed. When did you learn medicine?" "I thought my end was near, that I was about to meet the king of hell himself." Chui Ziyu chuckled. "I merely read some medical books over the past 3 years. Besides, father, your condition wasn't serious. And look, hasn't the king of hell retreated? By the way, father, did you eat anything earlier?" Chui the Elder gave an embarrassed smile. As for what the king of hell looked like, he truly had no idea. "I didn't eat anything," he said. Just then Lady Jing heard his voice and hurried onto the carriage, her face beaming with relief. "You're all right. Thank heavens." The heart that had been lodged in her throat finally settled. "It's all thanks to our daughter Yuer. No matter what happens to me, remember the words I spoke to you just now. The future is uncertain. All I ask is that you protect yourself. Father, the family business can be handed to Brother I. Your brother has been targeted in the court. There are hidden dangers. To be safe, entrusting it to you is the best choice. Father believes in you." It wasn't that he didn't trust his son, but the faction in the court might relentlessly pursue them. If the ancestral legacy were to be confiscated, they would have no face before their forebears. At this moment, Chui Ziyu had no idea of the scale of the mines or the extent of the ancestral wealth. She simply turned to Lady Jing and asked, "Mother, is it certain that father truly ate nothing?" Lady Jing had already pondered this. Indeed, he ate nothing. Since we set off, he's only had a few sips of water. They exchanged glances. Lady Jing quickly fetched the water pouch from before. There was still a little left inside, but when Chui Jiu smelled it, nothing seemed amiss. It wasn't until she poured some into her palm that she noticed the water seemed slightly murky. Lady Jing hadn't noticed. She said, "Yuer, perhaps it's because your father's health was already poor, and then at the Earth Temple he was exposed to those bandits." Chui Jiu interrupted her mother. "Father, you need not concern yourselves with this matter. I have a way to deal with the culprit. I will not let father suffer this injustice." And Lady Jing was taken aback, worry creeping into her voice. "Do you know who wants to harm your father? Yuer, perhaps we should just let it go. We'll just be more careful from now on." Chui the elder mused, "Your mother is right. We don't want you to risk much for the sake of little. It's best to avoid trouble when we can." In their view, the road to exile was fraught with dangers. Better to keep a low profile and ensure their safety. But Chui Jiu thought otherwise. "I won't provoke others unless provoked. But if provoked, I will retaliate." The list of those who would dare such a deed was short. She told her father to rest well, then stepped out of the carriage. After briefly explaining the situation to her brother, she summoned Nakyu. Just then the woman they had rescued timidly approached Nakyu and whispered, "Miss Chui, I wish to tell you something. It might be related to your father." She whispered to Chui Jiu, "During the break, just now I saw that gaunt woman with a side bun carrying a water skin to the back of the carriage. When she returned the water skin, I wonder if it has anything to do with your father's sudden illness." She hadn't expected to become a witness. Nachio's expression turned sharp upon hearing this. "Miss, isn't that Madame Chung? How dare she? Let's go tell the officers at once. She needs to be taught a lesson." With a witness now available, Chui Jiu was spared, and she replied calmly, "No rush. Since she dared to do such a thing, she should kneel down and kowtow an apology. Madame Chung is so obstinate she'd rather die than kowtow. Why not have the officers give her a few lashes? The officers won't whip her without just cause based on your word alone. I have other methods. Besides, this woman was merely a passerby and shouldn't be dragged into." Meanwhile, the Xie family, assuming Master Siu's affairs would be delayed for a long time, had already found a place to settle down for a good sleep. Unexpectedly, word soon came to resume the journey. Madame Chung was slightly shocked and muttered, "Could that little wench actually have some skill? Cured so quickly. But she's no physician." Upon hearing this, her son Xie, who knew her best, immediately sensed something amiss and asked with a darkening gaze, "Mother, could it be you?" Madame Chung tried to deny it, but under her son's probing stare she confessed, "It was the medicine your sister got from Lord Chow. The girl didn't tell me what it was at first, but I pressed her until she told me." She then added, not forgetting to praise her daughter, "Your sister's mind is clear sometimes. This is what they call preparing for a rainy day. That old bastard Chui teaching a daughter like that. If I can't punish her, can I punish him?" Xie, however, was furious and grabbed her, scolding, "Xian Mingqing, have you lost yours too?" Madame Chung paused, then quickly explained, "It was their water skin. I slipped over without anyone knowing. Besides, they were already poisoned at the temple. If I don't say anything, who would know it was me? No matter what, he's our in-law Yuer's own father. If he dies because of you, how can I ever make amends with her?" This shocked Madame Chung. "Have you lost your head? You're already divorced. Are you still harboring foolish hopes? That little wench would rather divorce you than stay with you. Now that you're in this beggarly state, do you think she'd even look at you? You're delusional. Mother, do I really look like a beggar to you?" Madame Chung realized she had misspoken and quickly tried to explain, but Xie was so enraged he wished his incompetent mother would just lose her mind as well. "You'd better pray nothing happens." However, Chui Jiu had no intention of letting them off the hook. After a long stretch of travel, several officers were exhausted. They called for a halt, lit a fire, and boiled some soup to fill their stomachs. Chui Jiu brought over some coarse rice and handed it to Officer Zhao, who was in charge of the cooking fire. "Officer, this is some rice I bought earlier. You should cook some of this too." Officer Zhao didn't stand on ceremony. Good things always came their way when they were with Chui Jiu. If it weren't for their fear of the powerful figure behind her, these fine goods of hers would have been plundered long ago. Though they were merely low-ranking constables, they knew where their priorities lay. Just then Chui Jiu offered some loose silver and spoke a few quiet words to him. Once the soup was ready, everyone lined up for their share. When it was Madame Cheng's turn, Officer Zhao casually ladled out an extra portion of pork knuckle, still with bits of meat clinging to the bone, much to her delight. Thinking it was thanks to her daughter's connection with Officer Zhao, she boldly asked for another bowl. "Officer, could I have one more bowl for my daughter? She was frightened by the bandits yesterday and hasn't fully recovered her spirits yet." To her surprise, Officer Zhao's face turned stern instantly. He cracked his whip against the ground. "If you don't want it, pour it all back." Startled Madame Chung gulped down the soup, afraid of going hungry. But as she ate, she tasted little of the pork knuckle, only a lingering bitterness. Perhaps she had eaten too quickly. But shortly after they resumed their journey, Madame Chung suddenly felt a sharp pain in her stomach. Her face turned ashen and she rushed to the officers, shouting, "Officers, I need to step aside for a moment. They'll be right back." The officer didn't make things difficult for her. But Madame Chung didn't know what was wrong with her. After relieving herself once the urge to go again hit, time and again she went until she was utterly drained. Her legs were weak, her stomach churned violently, as if something was twisting inside, and she was drenched in the frequency only increased. Even when her stomach was completely empty, the urge remained unbearable. In agony, she clutched her abdomen and pleaded with the officer to let her go to the latrine. The officer, furious, kicked her back into the line. Are you messing with me? What the hell do you have left to expel? Are you trying to pull some trick? No, officer. I really need to go. I can't hold it anymore. Clenching her legs, she ignored the officer and dashed towards the roadside bushes. The officer's anger flared, and he lashed out with his whip, striking her squarely on the rear. Madam Chung jolted but couldn't hold it in any longer. The onlookers gasped and recoiled in disgust. Old Madam Seiyu. You. How can you be so filthy? It's an eyesore. The officer wanted to strike her again, but was too disgusted to approach. Madam Chung was still in severe pain, her dignity in tatters, and had no choice but to plead with her son. But the Xie family members averted their eyes as if she were a plague. Her heart turned cold, and she writhed on the ground in agony. Son, save me. Help me. Xie Shio's face contorted as if he had eaten something foul, but she was his mother after all. He could only furiously order the household maids to assist her. The two maids were reluctant, but Xie Shiyao issued a stern threat. If you dare refuse, I'll make sure you regret it today. A starved camel is still bigger than a horse. As their employers, the maids were cowed by his words, and reluctantly went over to clean up after Madam Chung. The others began to laugh and jeer with the ladies from the Marquis household watching, as if it were a show. That old Madam Xie is always stirring up trouble. She puts on a better act than the opera troupe at the mansion. But no one knew of Madam Cheng's suffering. Her instincts told her the problem was the food she had just eaten, and if she wasn't treated soon, her life might be in danger. Drenched in cold sweat, she begged her son, can you find a way to get that little wench to come and treat me? She cured her father's poison, so surely she can cure me too. Xie Shiyao looked troubled. Why would she listen to me? You'll have to ask her yourself. Madam Chung nearly spat blood. You're her husband. If her husband won't speak, why would she listen to me? Shiyao, I can't bear this pain. Xie Shio's eyes darkened. Go beg her humbly in front of her parents. She wouldn't want to earn a reputation as a heartless, wicked woman who lets people die. Everyone in the group knows she has medical skills. The officers won't let you die mysteriously. So mother, your life is more important. Can't you win back your dignity later? Seeing the officials getting angry, her stomach was in unbearable pain, as if half her life was being taken away. In desperation, Cheng Shi had no choice but to let Granny Zhang support her to find Cui Zhiyu, gritting her teeth and speaking each word with difficulty. Where I am, after all, your former mother-in-law. You have to save me. She knew that Cui Zhiyu held grudges, but now her life was in danger, and she did not want to die, so she hurriedly spoke sweet words. You know I am straightforward and cannot say sweet words. I misunderstood you before and made you unhappy. I hope you do not hold it against me. For the sake of our past as mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, could you please save me? She fell to the ground, bowing her head repeatedly, cold sweat pouring down. After all, she used to be the dignified lady Xie, a young lady from a count's family. Never had she begged like this, humbling herself. Yet even so, Cui Zhiyu remained unmoved and simply said blandly, why should I save you? Just because of that thin bond of relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Rather than saying these sweet words, it would be better to kneel before my father in front of everyone and apologize. He is suffering because of you. Upon hearing this, Cheng Shi felt utterly incredulous. She stubbornly retorted, this matter has nothing to do with me, why should I apologize? Cui Zhi, you did not have the time to argue with her. I know very well whether you did that or not. Since you are unwilling to apologize, I have no reason to save you. By the way, isn't your son quite capable? Let him find another Lord Chao to save you instead. She smiled faintly and called to Na Chio. Chio, when we take a break later, brew some medicine for father to replenish his strength. I remember I brought some herbs from. As Cheng Shi felt a sharp pain in her stomach, she groaned in agony. He'll go. He'll apologize. Just save me. Still the same words. As long as she was alive, nothing else mattered. As long as she was alive, there would always be a chance for a comeback. So Cui Zhiyu glanced at Nachio, who quickly went to speak sweetly to the officials, causing everyone to stop. Under the gaze of everyone, Cheng Shi gritted her teeth and knelt in front of Lord Xia's carriage. She bowed and apologized repeatedly. Lord Cui, it's all my fault. I was momentarily blinded by my own foolishness and put some medicine in your water that made you uncomfortable. That's what made you suffer for a while. I know I was wrong. It was all my confusion. I was angry that Yue did not take care of me as her mother-in-law, and I acted foolishly. Now I hope you can be magnanimous and not hold a grudge against me. Please forgive me and let Yue save my life. Cheng Shi felt a sense of bitterness. She sensed that her current predicament was likely due to that little harlot Cui Zhiyu. But as a mere woman with disappointing children, she could only save herself. She had to swallow her pride. At this moment, in the eyes of others, she was merely a clown, completely ruining her family's dignity that had lasted for 3 generations. Those people murmured and couldn't help but curse. How could you do such a harmful thing and still have the face to plead for mercy? Exactly, you try to harm others first. Now you are getting what you deserve. Hurry and get lost. Lord Cui, you must never forgive her. Evil begets evil, and and she brought this upon herself. They showed no regard for her pale face. Lord Shui and Madame Jing had not expected her to voluntarily admit her mistakes and seek forgiveness. Seeing Lord Cui's sickly demeanor, Madame Jing felt an anger arise from somewhere. She abruptly lifted the curtain, and without hesitation slapped Chengshi twice. When you were married into your family, how did you treat her? Do you have any conscience? Now you bully my husband, and still think we will forgive you and treat you. Is there such a good thing in the world? Madame Jing, who was usually gentle, actually kicked her away, angrily saying, "Hurry up and roll away. If you are to die today, do not let my family suffer your misfortune." Chengshi clutched her stomach in pain, never expecting Madame Jing to have such a temper. Others also did not expect Madame Jing to be so fierce, demonstrating the dignity of a noble lady. Seeing this, Cui Zhiyu assisted Madame Jing into the carriage, signaling the officials to continue on their way. However, a piercing chill rose in Chengshi's heart. She stared at Cui Zhiyu, trembling in disbelief. "Are you messing with me?" Not only did they not save her, but they also pushed her further into the fire. After mocking her, they kicked her aside. Her complexion turned pale, anger causing her to roll her eyes. Xiesher Yao, who initially felt embarrassed for his mother, also thought that Cui Zhiyu's actions were too excessive, equivalent to slapping his face. So he stepped forward immediately, speaking sharply. "Where my mother has already admitted her mistakes, oh, what more do you want? I do not ask for you to reconcile with me, nor do I expect you to save my mother from my sake, but you cannot bully us too much." Cui Zhiyu chuckled lightly, enjoying the sight of their families' faces getting slapped. She dismissively questioned, "Young Master Xie, it seems you have forgotten that I kept my widowhood for 3 years for you, yet you abandoned me, your wife of humble origins, for the sake of becoming a prince's son-in-law. How dare you think I would care about your face? Do you even have a face?" Xiesher Yao stood frozen, feeling both angry and shocked under the gazes of others, astonished that she completely disregarded her own face, while rubbing the faces of the entire Xie family in the dirt. In that moment, he felt both mentally and physically tormented. He still hoped to reconcile with her, treat her better, and endure the days of exile together. But now, she did not regard him at all. That mocking gaze stabbed like a needle deep into Xiesher Yao's heart. He angrily asked, "So you truly do not plan to save my mother?" Cui Zhiyu coldly laughed. "Do you see the 3 characters great wronged person written on my—" After speaking, she signaled for everyone to return to their positions, and after giving the officials a few instructions, the procession continued normally. Chengshi was so furious that she fainted. Xiesher Yao felt as if he couldn't even catch his breath. Cui Zhiyu returned to the carriage and saw Madame Jing still wearing a stern expression, smiling and saying, "Mother, are you still not satisfied? How about I poison her to put an end to this?" Upon hearing this, Madame Jing immediately shook her head. "You are a young lady, how could you easily kill someone? If anyone should kill, it should be me." Unexpectedly, the usually gentle mother was now willing to resort to such measures for the family. Cui Zhiyu restrained her expression, seriously saying, "A mother's hands cannot be stained with blood. Forget it, let's not make a big deal out of this. If something were to happen to her, those officials would not let us off easily." She only hoped that the family could reach Tingzhou safely. In fact, Cui Zhiyu wanted to give her poison to end it all. But there was no poison available that could kill, so she could only use some laxatives to torment her first. Moreover, Chengshi and Xiesher Yao were closely tied to the main storyline of the original book. In the original story, Chengshi lived until the end, and even risked herself to deliver medicine to the prince during his crisis. She probably couldn't be easily killed, just like Xiesher Yao. While pondering this, Madame Jing changed the subject and asked, "By the way, Yuer, what is the name of the girl you saved? I noticed she is not well. Why not let her sit in the carriage for a while to warm up?" Cui Zhiyu had the same thought. After all, she was the one who provided her with clues. So she lifted the curtain and called the girl up. The girl was slender, but her appearance was beautiful. Even in plain clothes, it was clear she was a beauty. No wonder she had caught the eye of that evil man Pang Meng. Up to now, Cui Zhiyu still did not know her name, so she asked, "May I know how to address you, my lady?" The girl quickly bowed and introduced herself. "Young lady, my surname is Yin, and my name is Wanshu. Yin Wanshu. Isn't she the assassin mistress placed beside the Minister of Revenue by Princess Chun in the original story? If the original storyline were to unfold after the great disaster at the border, she would have been rescued by the minister and become a concubine in his household. Yet now she had been saved prematurely by her own intervention. The border disaster hadn't even arrived, and the 3 villains led by Pang Meng had been eliminated by her as well. It seemed that she, a mere cannon fodder side character, was already gradually altering the original plot. Regardless of the final outcome, as long as she could teach the wicked a lesson and keep her family alive, that was enough. At present, Yin Wanshu bore no signs of physical training, and her complete lack of combat skill didn't seem faint. So Cui Zhiyu asked another question. "Miss Yin, how exactly were you taken up the mountain by those bandits?" Yin Wanshu didn't hide the truth, but as she recounted the reason, her eyes reddened and her body trembled uncontrollably. "I was originally chased into the mountains by soldiers from the Chongping prefecture, and then I was taken away by those wicked men." She clenched her jaw tightly, the wounds on her face looking gruesome. Lady Jing quickly helped her up and offered some gentle words of comfort. Meanwhile, Chui Jiu delved into her memories trying to recall if there was any plot concerning Chongping City in the original book. After careful thought, something did surface. Chu Diyun, the magistrate of Chongping City, was insatiably greedy and frequently seized innocent women by force. This was likely the reason Yin Wanshu had been in the original book. His corrupt practices, such as embezzling disaster relief grain, were precisely what turned Chongping City into a frozen hell on earth after the snow disaster, with countless people freezing to death. So they had already entered the original book's natural disaster arc ahead of schedule. Chui Jiu pulled aside the curtain, feeling the biting cold wind rush in the entire sky, shrouded in an oppressive gloom. Lady Jing remarked, "The weather is truly getting colder. In previous years it would only just start snowing around this time, but now we've already had several falls. Tonight it's likely to snow without end." Chui Jiu narrowed her eyes slightly, thinking they had probably reached the stage of the heavy snow disaster. With this in mind, she knew she needed to make preparations in advance. She stepped down from the carriage and asked the leading officer, "Sir, roughly how much further until we reach Chongping City?" The officer thought for a moment. "If we push on without rest, we could probably make it by traveling through the night, but you all wouldn't be able to endure that. The earliest we'd arrive is tomorrow afternoon." Since they wouldn't arrive until tomorrow, Chui Jiu took advantage of the night's rest to touch her pearl and jade ring and enter the space. She rummaged through the warehouse and found several smaller pottery items like salt and oil jars, the kind that could be cupped in one's hands. Once they reached Chongping City, she could buy some hand warmers, but at least this would prevent them from freezing to death on the road. For tonight, the pottery would have to do. She took those pottery items, filled them with some burning charcoal, and had her family hold them. Just like handheld, warming babies, they provided considerable warmth. Nakiyu praised her without reservation. "Our young lady is full of ideas, but how come I didn't know we had so many pottery items?" She replied casually, "Didn't I just scavenge them from the bandits' den? Perfect timing, they're coming in handy now." Just as she finished speaking, she saw Wei not far away take off her only outer garment and drape it over her son-brother Feng. Just as she finished speaking, she saw Wei not far away take off her only outer garment. Though others weren't in much better shape, thinking of the young child and Wei's future capabilities, Chui Jiu took one of the spare small pottery jars, filled it with some charcoal, and had Nakiyu deliver it to her. Upon seeing this hand warmer, Wei stared blankly in Chui Jiu's direction, saying nothing. Nakiyu then reminded her, "Madam, please take it. My lady said that children can't endure the cold like adults do. We're just doing our small part." Wei composed herself, accepted it with both hands, and said softly, "Please convey my thanks to your lady." In the dead of night, heavy snowflakes suddenly began to fall, swirling so thickly that the road ahead became indistinguishable. It was the first time Chui Jiu had seen such heavy snow. Within the span of a single cup of tea, the entire world was draped in a silvery white. The temperature plummeted abruptly. The pleasant weather of the past few days seemed like a deceptive calm before the storm. Everyone shivered from the cold, desperately trying to bundle themselves up tighter. The snow was laced with piercing winds that cut across faces like knives. After enduring the bitter night, they managed to cook some hot porridge at dawn and quicken their pace toward Chongping City. Once they reached the relay station, they could warm up and perhaps even receive thicker supplies. With that motivation, they dared not slack off even while trudging through the snow. But their faces and skin suffered greatly, and even Chui Jiu could feel her facial skin cracking red and tight. Yin Wanshu, noticing her discomfort, spoke up, "Miss Chui, will be at my home soon. I've made some balm myself. Applying it to your face can ward off the cold and prevent They'll give you some when we get there." Chui Jiu thought this was practically an ancient version of facial cream, and it was exactly what they needed, especially since they were heading north. She had searched the space thoroughly, but found nothing suitable for her face, nor anything from the medicine shop. All she had were some rouge and powder taken from the Xie residence, which were of little use. "Did you make the balm yourself? You have such a skill." Yin Wanshu replied, "It's not a remarkable skill. My parents are butchers. They have to get up early regardless of the season. In weather like this, touching water early in the morning causes the skin on the body and face to crack. To be honest, miss, my family is poor, and I couldn't bear to spend a few taels of silver on balm. So I started making it myself. Apart from having no fragrance, it's quite effective. Having a skill, and doing it well, is truly remarkable. Don't sell yourself short, you must have confidence in yourself. Don't blame fate for your humble origins. With your own two hands you can create your own life." Chui Jiu's words genuinely inspired Yin Wanshu, though sometimes reality left her feeling powerless. "It's truly wonderful that you can have such an open-minded person." Chui Jiu seemed to sense her worry and had a vague guess. "Are you afraid of that magistrate in Chongping City? He is wicked and cruel. The world will not tolerate him. One day he will face his retribution. Perhaps she could even hasten that retribution. After all, she had already put an end to the three villains like Pang Meng. Taking down a corrupt official as well wouldn't be too much to ask, would it? Moreover, once the natural disaster truly struck, there would be things she'd have to do whether she wanted to or not. She certainly couldn't let her own family perish in this cold. As they chatted, a small village appeared ahead. Nestled in the snow-covered valley, it looked like a paradise with a serene and beautiful landscape. Wanshu's mood lifted with excitement as she pointed to the first log cabin in the village. Miss Chui, do you see that? That's my home. My parents must be so worried about me right now. Since you're passing through anyway, why not rest a while in our yard? I can prepare some delicious food to fill your stomachs, and also give you some balm to take with you. However, when they reached the yard and pushed open the wooden door, they were horrified to find splatters of fresh blood staining the vast expanse of white snow. The vivid crimson blood created a shocking contrast against the white snow, eliciting screams of terror from the women and children in the group. Murder. There's been... Wanshu's eyes widened as she hurried into the courtyard. There lay a middle-aged couple, both fallen to the ground drenched in blood. Even the 80-year-old child had not escaped this calamity. 3 corpses, 3 lives. Wanshu could no longer hold back. She fell to her knees weeping bitterly. Father, mother, Shua has returned. Shua has returned. She cried until she could barely breathe, her wails echoing through the valley. Nakiu and Io, witnessing such a tragedy, could not help but shed tears. Chuijiu looked around. The bloodstains had long dried. They must have been killed last night. Why would the enemy not even spare her family? No need to overthink. It must be that the prefect, unable to take Wanshu by force, had gone to interrogate her parents after losing her trail. This was the result. Ordinary people in this era's microcosm withered like duckweed. With good fortune, they might live a little longer. With bad luck, merely encountering a heartless official could cost an entire family their lives. Wasn't the Chui household with over a dozen members the same in the original story? They became senseless sacrifices, the whole family dying on the road to exile. Chuijiu clenched her palms, stepped forward, and comforted Wanshu a few times. But the constables were unwilling to linger, fearing the murderer might return, and they would all become collateral victims. They urged Chuijiu to leave. She had to take Wanshu. Without her, the next step would follow the original plot, where Princess Chun would use her as a... Yet Wanshu, overwhelmed by grief, could not leave immediately. She had to handle the funeral arrangements. Chuijiu could only step aside to talk with the constable. Officers, this family was killed last night. The murderer will not return so quickly. Please give me a little more time to help Miss settle her affairs. You are betting all our lives on this. Chuijiu, don't go too far. Before she could finish, Sheshredsthedivorcepapers cut her off. You say the murderer won't return. What if he does? What if he returns? Besides, she is no kin of ours. We are exiles, not your Chui family on a pleasure trip. How can you delay our journey to save someone? Officers, I think we should leave at once. Let us reach the post station by nightfall for safety. Though Chung had recovered upon waking, Sheshredsthedivorcepapers held a grudge against Chuijiu. He had tried to show goodwill, but Chuijiu spurned his feelings. Then he would not be... Chuijiu saw his hostility. Sheshredsthedivorcepapers' words frightened the others, who quickly echoed him, unwilling to stay any longer. At that moment, Wanshu suddenly walked to Chuijiu's side, her eyes bloodshot, and bowed slowly. Miss Chui, you all go on. Do not be implicated because of me. Amidst immense sorrow, she still held back tears, and bid farewell to Chuijiu. Chuijiu looked deeply at her, and nodded. However, after the group moved on, she lingered a moment, and whispered to her, Miss, you must know that seeking revenge alone is as hard as reaching the heavens. But I can help you. If you want to avenge your family after you settle their affairs, come to the post station to find me. Barring any surprises, we will stay there for 2 to 3 days. The snow was falling heavier. The road from Chongping to Luzhou was all mountain forests. If heavy snow blocked the passes, it would be impossible to proceed. After giving these instructions, Chuijiu returned to the group. Io quickly came over and whispered, Sister, are we really leaving Miss behind? Her family was killed. Io dared not imagine what she would do if her own family suffered such a fate. Chuijiu looked at her steadily and said earnestly, Io, look at us. Are we not in a difficult situation ourselves? When it comes to saving others, one must act within one's means. Sister, so we have no choice. If you are not sure, do not let your kindness control you. But I am sure. Io saw the turn of events, but joy mingled with worry. But sister, you are struggling to save yourself. We are all like clay idols crossing a river, barely able to keep ourselves afloat. Chuijiu patted her shoulder. I only fight battles I am prepared for. The post station was only 10 li away. They had hoped for a place to shelter from the wind and snow, but upon arrival, they found a group occupying the inner rooms. The exiles were firmly blocked outside, forced to huddle under the rickety stable awning for protection. The constables tried to negotiate, but returned empty-handed. Upon inquiry, they told Chuijiu and the others the road ahead is blocked by snow. We cannot enter the city yet. Some honored guests of the prefect are temporarily staying at the post station. The station is full now. Make do here. We will depart when the road is clear. This news was like the sky falling. Officer, can we still get supplies? In such harsh weather we need thicker clothes. Yes, otherwise we will freeze to death out here. Such heavy snow, the awning may not hold. Those honored guests, why did they have to take the place? But their only answer was a beating. Now they had no place to rest, let alone supplies. Chuijiu, seeing this, temporarily arranged their belongings, distributing thick clothes and bedding among them. Everyone huddled together, holding hand warmers, with some charcoal fire burning in the middle. With so many people, even the Xia household could share some warmth. At least they would not freeze to death. But before they could enjoy a moment's peace, a few sharp-eyed men passed by. Seeing the pottery hand warmers and the animal skin blankets, they were astonished. Pointing at the constables outside the station, they demanded these exiled convicts have such fine things. I have never heard of such a thing. With that, they kicked over the charcoal fire and snatched the pottery warmers without hesitation. Chui Zizhou jumped up abruptly. His tall figure intimidated the leader, but the man clung to the pottery, stubbornly saying, "We are escorting a high monk from the ancient Huaming temple. Do you dare to?" He spat and sneered. "A bunch of convicts dare to be arrogant." Old Master Chui, hearing this, quickly grabbed Chui Zizhou's arm and whispered, "Zizhou, do not anger them. You cannot contend with them. Do you not know the ancient Huaming temple?" As a compiler in the Hanlin Academy, having served at court for a year and been a companion to the Prince, Chui Zizhou naturally knew. The emperor himself was devoted to these matters. Many items in the imperial observatory came from the ancient Huaming temple. This was no ordinary temple. It was said that the monks there were eminent masters from the ancient region, highly respected. But these guards treated them like dirt. Little did they know Chui Zizhou overheard this. Her brows twitched as she recalled a monk named Huiji from the original story. She stepped forward, blocking the guards, her gaze cold. "I want to see if the eminent monk Huiji tolerates such robbery." With that, she strode into the station. When someone tried to stop her, she kicked them away without hesitation and shouted inside, "Huiji, you want to save your master? I will tell you." In the original story, the Guhua temple faced a calamity and Master Huiji's teacher was on the brink of death. Shouldering a heavy responsibility, he journeyed northward, hoping to plead for aid from the emperor. However, Princess Chun exploited him to deceive the emperor with false words, persuading him to lavish resources on constructing a grand mausoleum. This drained the national treasury during a year of natural disaster, leaving no funds for famine relief. Consequently, heavy snow filled valleys and ravines, many soldiers froze to death, famine erupted everywhere, and the people were plunged into destitution. This was all part of Princess Chun and Prince Huai's scheme to gradually dismantle the current regime. But the true victims were countless commoners, each one a sacrifice like the Chui family. As for the monk Huiji, he began with a compassionate heart, but became completely lost amidst the decadent luxury, imperial power, and wealth of the capital. In the end, he even turned to business, becoming a notorious profiteer who wronged many people. Since entering the capital had led to such a state, Chui Zizhou resolved to stop him in his tracks. She rushed into the post station and saw Huiji emerging from a side room. The guards who had followed him quickly bowed. "Venerable monk, this woman is merely an exiled convict spouting nonsense. They'll take her away at once." "Take her away?" But Chui Zizhou stared straight at Huiji and said only one thing. "I will tell you how to save your master." Huiji's expression changed slightly. He looked at Chui Zizhou with doubt, but when the guards moved to take her away, he immediately stopped them. Seeing this, Chui Zizhou strode into the room, slammed the door shut with her foot, leaving the onlookers utterly stunned. Meanwhile, outside, the Chui family members were extremely anxious. The Xie family, who had been silent for a while, seized the chance to make sarcastic remarks. "She's truly walking to her doom. Officer, are we just going to let her act recklessly and drag us all down? That is a highly respected eminent monk. How can she be allowed to behave so outrageously?" However, Chui Zizhou sat down with a blank expression and pulled out some banknotes from her pocket. Huiji was astonished at the sight. Just as he was about to speak, she slapped the notes onto the table. "You are going to the capital to seek help. Your Guhua temple has been attacked by villains. The temple destroyed, thousands of monks left homeless, and your master is severely wounded and in need of a renowned physician. Take these banknotes now for immediate relief, then go to Mangzhou to find a divine doctor named Miaoji who can cure your master." The banknotes she placed amounted to over 1,000 taels of silver. Huiji was shocked. "Miss, how do you know about the calamity at Guhua temple? And where did you get this silver?" As an exiled convict, how could she possess so much ready cash? Chui Zizhou was prepared. She lowered her voice mysteriously. "To be honest, although I am just an exile behind me, there is a high official arranging certain matters. The Guhua temple, though far from the capital, is still valued by His Majesty, so naturally there are informants watching. But given the long distance, to be safe, the official passed down tasks layer by layer until they reached me. These banknotes are from Minister Song." "Minister Song? You mean the Minister of Justice?" Huiji was startled, then quickly turned to gratitude. "The minister is His Majesty's most trusted confidant, and our Guhua temple is the temple His Majesty values most. Now that we have suffered this disaster, for His Majesty to send the minister to aid us, we are truly grateful beyond words. You also know this cannot be done openly. Since you have received the intentions of the minister and His Majesty, you should turn back immediately. As for my affairs, you need not." Chui Zizhou stood up. These banknotes were all plundered from the Xie family. Moreover, in the original story, the Guhua temple had once provided relief to refugees, and the abbot had done many good deeds. Since that was the case, this money could be considered as accumulating virtue for the Xie family's ancestors. At this moment, Monk Huiji was deeply grateful. "In that case, I will show my face at the prefect's birthday banquet tomorrow, and then set off immediately." That he had been escorted all the way from Guhua temple by guards was thanks to Prefect Chu Dian's friendship with his master. After the temple's disaster, the abbot sent a letter, and Chu Diyun dispatched men post-haste to receive him ostensibly, to help Huiji enter the capital, but in truth Chu Diyun had his own selfish motives. So much so that in the original story the two later became a corrupt official and a crooked merchant committing every evil. Since they had reached this point, Cui Jiu decided to nip their budding collusion in the bud. Venerable monk, do you know the true face of that prefect? He extorts the people, abuses public office for private gain, commits countless atrocities, abducts women, and does every kind of evil. Prefect Chu is not like that. He has a close relationship with my master, and often donates incense money to the temple. Cui Jiu interrupted him. Whether he is truly like that or not you will see for yourself, when you go to his residence tomorrow. I hope then, venerable monk, you will uphold your compassionate heart, and fight for a way out for the suffering people. Having said this, she opened the door without hesitation, and walked out. When she returned to the convoy, her brother, and the others anxiously examined her, fearing something had happened to her. Madame Chung, who harbored a grudge, couldn't help but mutter, "It seems that eminent monk was merciful, and let you little wretch off. Just see if you dare to keep showing off on the Exile road. This time you got robbed, next time you won't be so lucky." No sooner had she spoken than the guards from before filed out again. The crowd shrank back in fear. But this time they did not come to continue looting. Instead, with beaming smiles, they returned everything they had stolen earlier. Not only that, they also brought fine food, thick quilts, and clothing, and invited everyone to rest inside the post station. "Miss, we were wrong earlier. We failed to recognize your true worth and offended you. Please don't hold it against us." Yes, miss. These things were sent by the venerable monk for you to eat. If it's not enough, they'll send someone to town to buy more." No one expected such a dramatic turn of events. Thanks to Cui Jiu, they moved from the stable outside into the post station. The Cui family members were even assigned private rooms. It was warm inside, no longer at the mercy of the wind and rain outside. The Xie family, who had been grumbling earlier, now dared not utter a word. They even feared being denied entry, so they scurried inside faster than anyone. Madame Chung, who had long lost all face, simply abandoned her dignity and slithered in like a shameless snake. Io couldn't help but mock, "Sister, this former mother-in-law of yours is the most shameless woman I've ever seen." Cui Jiu paid her no mind, only saying, "When a person loses all shame, they become invincible in the world." Given their behavior, it was only a matter of time before they stirred up trouble. As for Xie, she still couldn't get a read on him. He usually kept quiet, but if he really followed his original nature, how could he stay so patient? Thus the calmer he seemed, the more Cui Jiu felt he was brewing something big. Just then Io grabbed her arm and pointed toward the end of the corridor. A group of women in ornate dresses passed by with their heads lowered. Curious, Io asked, "Sister, they don't look like noble ladies, and they're all wearing identical clothes." Cui Jiu did not know the identities of those women. However, no sooner had they settled in than the station officials ordered them outside to work. With the heavy snow blocking the roads, they could not remain lodged at the station indefinitely. If the paths stayed impassable, the station supplies would not last much longer. Thus the officials handed them shovels and brooms, sending the exiled convicts ahead to clear the roads until they were passable once more. Having not yet rested, they were forced to toil against the wind and snow. Cui Jiu pondered for a moment, and when no one was watching, she scooped some spiritual spring water from her space into several water skins. She then had her family drink some first. With the infusion of spiritual spring water, their bodies seemed to be infused with a mysterious power, their spirits and vigor greatly improved. It truly had the effect of strengthening the body. No wonder the original owner's once frail constitution, even while walking the road of exile, was now so robust and full of vitality. The other family members who drank the spiritual spring water were likewise filled with energy. Wearing thick clothing, they did not fear the cold. Compared to the people from the Xie mansion and the Earl's mansion, the officials thought these two groups were simply slacking off. Especially the half-dead appearance of the Xie mansion people, which prompted the officials to raise their whips, lashing and urging them on. "If you slack off again, he'll chop off your hands and feet. Hurry up." During a brief rest, Cui Jiu approached an official and struck up a conversation. "Sir, I noticed that besides the group of eminent monks, there seems to be a group of women staying at the station. Do you know who they are?" Not just slaves, they had been stripped of their household registrations entirely. Exiled to Tingzhou for hard labor. Cui Jiu realized these women were destined for Chu Diyun's residence the next day. Not just slaves, they had been stripped of their household registrations entirely. Exiled to Tingzhou for hard labor. Cui Jiu realized these women were destined for Chu Diyun's residence the next day, and immediately seized this golden opportunity. Soon after, she retrieved a jade bracelet from her space, and found the leader of the women. It was a stern-faced, middle-aged woman, unsmiling, and clearly not someone to be trifled with. Facing Cui Jiu's beaming smile and gift, she was taken aback. "What did you just say? You want to accompany me to the prefect's birthday banquet?" Cui Jiu nodded, deliberately saying, "I've never seen such a grand occasion. I just want to witness it for myself." The woman observed her beauty. Though her clothes were plain and ugly, her face was still exceptionally stunning. Had she not smeared dirt on her face, she would have stood out in any crowd. Since she had offered herself up, the woman saw no reason to refuse. After all, she was just an exiled convict. If the prefect took a liking to her, she might even earn a handsome reward. She readily agreed, raising her chin and handing her a set of clothes. "Follow me tomorrow morning." Shuijiu smiled gratefully. "Thank you, madam." Having settled that, she returned to her group, gave a few instructions to Nakiyu, and used the excuse of going out to buy supplies to offer some bribes to the officials. Having received benefits before, the officials were more than happy for her to go out shopping. They assumed Shuijiu had connections in the city, perhaps subordinates of the minister, to replenish their supplies. So at the first light of dawn the next day, Shuijiu changed her clothes and went to find the woman. Unexpectedly, she ran into Sheshredsthedivorcepapers emerging from the latrine in the corridor. At first he didn't recognize her, struck instead by her graceful figure and radiant appearance. But upon a second glance he was shocked to realize it was his former wife. "Shuijiu, what are you doing?" Shuijiu had no time to waste on him. "Is it any of your business?" Unexpectedly he blocked her path, speaking with a grave expression. "Why must you debase yourself? Dressed like that, who are you trying to seduce?" "You're trying to escape the exile convoy, so you think you can take a shortcut, find a patron to seduce, and stay here, aren't you?" Shuijiu's gaze turned icy, and she raised her fist, as if to strike. Sheshredsthedivorcepapers instinctively dodged, muttering, "If you harbor such disgraceful intentions, I advise you to abandon this idea. But if you truly wish to escape exile, I can give you one last chance. If you're willing to be with me, I might find a way." Before he could finish, Shuijiu unhesitatingly raised her foot and kicked him hard in the groin. "How dare you be so shameless?" Sheshredsthedivorcepapers immediately collapsed to the ground in agony, his face flushed red, unable to speak. Shuijiu hurried to join the group of women just as they were leaving. The women around her were all obedient, not daring to speak or even lift their heads. They did whatever the madam said, clearly having been severely disciplined. These were all pitiful souls. Once inside Chu Diyun's residence, they would become playthings for their amusement. At this thought, Shuijiu's gaze gradually turned fierce. The journey was arduous, with heavy snow falling throughout, and it took them a while to reach the city. Perhaps due to the weather, the once bustling Chongping city had only a few figures on its streets. It wasn't until they neared Chu Diyun's mansion that the number of people increased. But these were all miserable commoners, some even beggars. They were scantily clad in the freezing snow. They formed a long queue. When they reached the mansion's gate, a group of guards emerged from the street, brandishing large blades and shouting angrily, "Today is the prefect's birthday. Anyone who dares to linger here and cause trouble will have their head chopped off." Quite an arrogant tone. The people at the front lamented bitterly. "It's been snowing for days. The relief grain stopped last week. Why haven't we received it yet?" "Yes, we just want an explanation from the prefect. Are we wrong to ask? With disaster imminent, even money can hardly buy grain. Why hasn't the court's promised relief grain been distributed early?" But before they could finish, the guards unceremoniously drove them away. Only then did Shuijiu realize that Chu Diyun had already stopped acting humanely before the disaster truly struck. In the original book, he embezzled a vast amount of relief grain, even the temporary disaster relief funds, and supplies were all pocketed by him. As the suffering populace gathered in greater numbers, more guards were dispatched. After crossing the mansion's threshold, Shuijiu witnessed the gaudy, extravagant scene within, with drums and music blaring. It stood in stark contrast to the world outside the walls. Outside, the petitioners couldn't even afford a single meal. Yet here within the mansion, such a luxurious gathering was being held, with song, dance, and abundant feasting. The monk Huiji must have seen this sight too. With the arrival of their group, the dignitaries inside became even more animated. Some even stepped forward, unable to resist grabbing the women's hands. The women were terrified, but dared not resist. The madam, smiling like a brothel keeper, distributed the girls one by one. She kept introducing them, noting that one could sing and another could play the pipa. After the others were gradually led away, one woman holding a pipa and half hiding her face gracefully approached Chu Diyun. Her skin was fairer than snow, her eyes alluring. She lowered the veil, revealing a delicate, pretty face. The sight shocked Shuijiu profoundly. It was her former sister-in-law Xiemingqing who had feigned madness. How had she managed to infiltrate this place? Shuijiu narrowed her eyes slightly, a look of keen interest crossing her makeup-free face. Shuijiu was led away by a greasy, heavy-set man whose eyes lit up with delight at the sight of her delicate face. He fussily shelled melon seeds for her, poured her wine, and picked meat for her, showing great enthusiasm. Meanwhile, the women on stage each displayed their talents, while at the banquet table the crowd lavished flattery upon Chu Diyun. Chu Diyun, seated in a position of power, was nearly as corpulent as the greasy man beside him, but his features were harsher, his sinister white-rimmed eyes betraying a lack of kindness. He reveled in the beauty beside him, the flattery of those around him, and the pleasant strains of music, showing not a shred of the compassion a magistrate should have for his people. Before long, Xiemingqing volunteered, taking to the stage to play a tune on the pipa. She was far more uninhibited than the other women, her lingering gazes seemingly capable of ensnaring souls. She showed no trace of her former sickly self. This supremely lazy person, for her own selfish ends, had never treated the original owner as a human being. She had feigned illness for years, even requiring her to attend to her every need. Now seeing her stealing the spotlight, it seemed she was, as her brother suspected, desperately trying to escape exile, even debasing herself to do such things. Truly she was her brother's sister. But with her carefully laid plans, how could Cui Zhiyu let her have her way? Little did she know before she could even make a move, Xian Mingqing had already foolishly set her sights on her first. After the performance, she was celebrated by the crowd, and Chu Diyun, finding her to be an exceptional woman, reached out and pulled her into his embrace. During their conversation, Xian Mingqing unexpectedly pointed her finger at Cui Zhiyu. In a sweet, syrupy voice she said, "My lord, this woman smiles so brightly, I dare say her skills far surpass my own. Why not have her perform for the esteemed gentleman as well?" Behind her words, however, her gaze was as cold as a dagger. She knew Cui Zhiyu was nothing but an imp. Coming from a merchant family, she knew nothing of music, chess, calligraphy, or painting, and was utterly incapable of performing. When she married into the Xie family, her brother had refused to even consummate the marriage because he looked down on her illiteracy and lack of basic skills. Moreover, she was dull and boring, which was why she had been left to live in widowhood for 3 years. By pointing her out now, Xian Mingqing thought Cui Zhiyu, like herself, wanted the magistrate's favor, and so she intended to make a fool of her. Yet she was unaware of Cui Zhiyu's true purpose here. Cui Zhiyu's target was Chu Diyun's worthless life, and the vast fortune he had amassed behind him. But since Xian Mingqing had taken the initiative to provoke her, Cui Zhiyu decided to use the situation to her advantage. She rose gracefully, the crowd had been large, and she had deliberately kept a low profile, so many had not even noticed her. Now under the watchful eyes of everyone, she resembled a dignified and elegant orchid, calmly instructing a servant to set up the zither. Without haste, she sat down, placed her delicate hands upon the strings, and began to play. The melody instantly enraptured everyone, immersing them in her powerful, and this was muscle memory from the original owner. Cui Zhiyu didn't even need to think, her hands seemed to play on their own. The sheet music she had seen in her mind flipped through rapidly, page by page. The zither sound was not the tinkling melody typical of a young lady, but one filled with sorrow and urgency, tugging at the heartstrings. Many were swept up in the emotion of the piece. Seeing her steal the spotlight, Xian Mingqing finally realized the truth. She was no illiterate fool. She had clearly been hiding her talents all along. Xian Mingqing gritted her teeth so hard she nearly ground them to dust. As the piece ended, thunderous applause erupted. Chu Diyun paid no more attention to Xian Mingqing in his arms, pushing her aside to approach Cui Zhiyu. He asked with a smile, "Miss, that was a most unique piece. Is there a touching story behind it?" Cui Zhiyu, noticing his lecherous eyes darting around, smiled faintly and turned to look at the crowd. "Indeed, there is a story behind this piece. One year a calamity struck from the heavens. Snow fell heavily and countless people froze or starved. Fuel and food were depleted in the city. Yet the people's own parents, the officials, were indulging in song and dance, hoarding grain, and seizing wealth, paving their own path with the flesh and blood of the common folk. This piece is about the heavens' lack of justice. How dare you, guards!" Before she could finish, Chu Diyun, his face contorted with rage, realized she was clearly making veiled accusations against him. Enraged, he cut her off and bellowed at his officers, "Take this wench and beat her to death." But at that moment, the eminent monk Huiji stepped forward from the crowd, gazing at the heavens with deep sorrow. "These celestial signs are inauspicious. They herald a great disaster and the exhaustion of vital energy. Magistrate, the needy outside are growing in number. Perhaps you could take this opportunity on your birthday to distribute the emergency relief grain and lead. I have treated you well, yet you side with outsiders and collude with this woman to slander me. Guards, take them all away and beat them, Seve." But before he could finish his command, Cui Zhiyu had already turned and run to the mansion gate, flinging it wide open. She shouted to the crowd gathered outside, "Chu Diyun has embezzled relief grain, forcibly taken women, and done every kind of evil. The snowstorm is coming. If you don't want to freeze to death, go to his eastern compound storehouse and take the relief grain for yourselves." Before those inside could react, the long-suppressed crowd outside whipped into a frenzy, surged in. They instantly trampled over the threshold of his mansion. The birthday banquet descended into chaos, filled with shouts of anger and clamor. The storehouse in the eastern courtyard was where he hoarded the people's grain. Chu Diyun had never seen such a scene. He screamed himself hoarse, trying to summon his guards, but with so many enraged commoners, refugees, and beggars recklessly grabbing for grain, no one could stop them. Moreover, when disaster strikes, who doesn't look out for themselves? Before long, even the guards and dignitaries joined the frantic scramble for grain. Cui Zhiyu had long since slipped away to the other courtyards of the mansion. She headed straight for the rear storehouse. Seeing 2 guards, she shouted in a panic, "The refugees are looting the place. Why aren't you going to help them, master?" With so many concubines and consorts in the mansion, they assumed Cui Zhiyu was one of the master's women. They hurriedly ran off. Without hesitation, Cui Zhiyu released the white tiger from her spatial realm and gestured towards the storehouse door. The beast, seemingly understanding, charged forward without a moment's pause. Against the immense force of the white tiger, the wooden doors of the storehouse splintered into pieces in an instant. She quickly entered and found several large nama chests. She didn't need to guess to know they were filled with gold and silver. Beyond that, she discovered that the storehouse was connected to a huge granary in the back, even larger than the one in the eastern courtyard mentioned in the book. And it was packed to the brim with grain. Chuijiu stepped forward to inspect it, realizing it looked like military provisions meant for transport. Without a second thought, she decided to clear out the entire granary, leaving nothing behind. But as she stepped out, Chu Diyun had already arrived with his guards encircling the storehouse entrance. Seeing the empty warehouse, he was livid, his face flushed red. He roared, "You dare collude with others to plunder my belongings. You must be tired of living. Seize her. Flay her skin. Hang her on the city wall as a warning." Chu Diyun had absolutely no idea who this wretched woman had conspired with to empty his entire warehouse. He knew full well that within it lay several hundred dan of grain and military provisions. If this were ever reported, his head would be forfeit. So no matter what, he would never let that wretched woman get away with this. Chui Ziu's gaze was icy cold as she gave him a hard look, her fingers brushing over her pearl and jade ring, preparing to use the most direct method, unleashing the white tiger once more. Yet before she could even enter her spatial realm, the towering guard standing at the very front of Chu Diyun's group suddenly spun around and drew his sword. He struck backwards with a counter-thrust. The sharp-witted Chu Diyun's fleshy face twitched, and he immediately recoiled in retreat. But he wasn't fast enough. The blade was brutally driven into his flesh. Though the strike had missed his heart, Chu Diyun still writhed in agony, his teeth bared in a grimace of pain. You dare to betray me from behind." He was seething with fury, and it was clear that Chu Diyun possessed some skill in martial arts. The loyal men behind him immediately surged forward to confront the guard. In a flash of clashing blades, and glinting steel, blood sprayed from multiple wounds across the guard's body. Chu Diyun, his face twisted with savage rage, clutched his chest and swung his blade at the guard. In an instant, blood erupted from the guard's back, his garments torn clean. Chuijiu wasted no more time and directly summoned the white tiger. Gripping a dagger in her hand, she lunged forward alongside the fierce beast. The sight of such a ferocious predator sent a wave of terror through Chu Diyun and his men, their faces turning pale as sheets. Who did this beast come from? After a frantic shout, they turned to flee. But the white tiger pounced in a single swift bound, as if sensing the fury burning within Chui Ziu's heart. It slammed Chu Diyun to the ground, savagely tearing into him with its fangs. In no time at all, his clothes along with layers of his skin and flesh were ripped away by its razor-sharp claws. The others fainted from sheer terror, and those who remained conscious were knocked out with a single swipe of the tiger's paw. Chuijiu didn't even need to lift a finger. Seeing that it had dealt with the villains, she reached out and patted the white tiger's head. The white tiger, which had just been so fearsome and menacing, instantly softened its gaze. Its round eyes blinked gently as it rubbed against her like an oversized. This great beast, could it have already become a spirit beast? It seemed to know exactly what she was thinking, and had even helped her strip a layer of skin off Chu Diyun. Its form was too massive, so she first returned it to her spatial realm to rest and feed on some spiritual herbs and spring water. Meanwhile, she noticed the guard from earlier, drenched in blood, collapsed on the ground, barely clinging to life. His eyes were still open, fixed on Chuijiu. He hadn't been frightened into unconsciousness by the sudden appearance of the beast. Seeing this, she stepped forward to examine his. To her surprise, he mustered his last shred of strength, fumbled at his waist for a pouch, and pulled out a bloodstained sachet, holding it out to Chuijiu as he spoke in a. "Me, miss, could you take this pouch to the Rue shop on East Street in the market? I want to return it to a young lady named Chuijiu was slightly startled. "In Shuwan. What is she to you?" But no sooner had the words left her mouth than the man had already lost consciousness. Seeing the pool of blood spreading beneath him, he had gone into shock. Without immediate intervention, he would surely meet his end right here. Considering that he had tried to kill Chu Diyun and was acquainted with In Shu, and Chuijiu helped him up and dragged him into a secluded patch of grass. She quickly entered her spatial realm, first feeding him some spiritual spring water, then retrieving the appropriate medicinal bottles to dress and bandage his wounds. The spiritual spring possessed healing properties. Surely external wounds would mend faster than internal ailments, right? But she wasn't entirely certain, as the original text had never explicitly clarified this. After finishing all of this, she went to scour the nearby rooms for supplies, especially Chu Diyun's study, where she hastily swept everything into her spatial realm. While waiting for the guard to regain consciousness, she took the opportunity to examine some of the items in his study. When she came across a stack of ledgers, her eyes flew wide open. This Chu Diyun had truly committed every conceivable evil. In the vast city of Chongping, beneath it lay numerous prefectures and counties, and countless officials had apparently purchased their positions through him. He had even meticulously recorded every private gift exchanged with certain court officials, along with the exact amounts of silver used for bribery. Truly, he was calculating to the extreme. As for the grain and provisions in the granary, they were most likely the border supplies he had intercepted and embezzled, provisions originally meant for the southern military camps. She gathered all these items and packed them into a bundle. Before long the man indeed woke up. He felt that his wounds had improved significantly, and they had all been properly cleaned and bandaged. Thus he asked in astonishment, "It was you who saved me, miss?" Chuejiu, seeing that time was of the essence, cut straight to the point. "That's right, you're not going to die just yet, but I want to know why you betrayed Chudian." Seeing his wariness, Chuejiu added, "I know that Miss Yin you mentioned." "You know Shuwan." After a moment's deliberation, the man finally relaxed his guard, his face twisting with rage. "That damn Chudian slaughtered Shuwan's entire family. I grew up with Shuwan, so of course I had to avenge her. On top of that, he drove Shuwan into a corner with no way out. Miss, do you know where Shuwan is now, eh?" So, he was Yin Shuwan's childhood friend. He had been serving under Chu Diyun, and upon learning that Chu Diyun had wiped out the Yin family, he had resolved to avenge her even at the cost of his own life, and thus made his move. Chuejiu admired his courage. She took 2 ingots of silver from her pouch. "Go and hang Chu Diyun's corpse on the city wall for all to see, expose his crimes, and let the common folk he's wronged have a good look. Then find some reliable righteous men, take the relief grain that Chu Diyun embezzled from that cellar, and distribute it to the people of the city. These supplies should last for a while. If the weather continues like this, the capital will surely send disaster relief grain." Chuejiu pointed toward the direction of the cellar. While scouring for supplies earlier, she had already moved ample grain along with blankets and other necessities from her spatial realm into the cellar. "If you complete these tasks, you can come find me at the courier station outside the city. With any luck, you might even get to see Miss Yin." With that, she rose to leave. The man hastily kowtowed. "May I ask your name, miss?" But Chuejiu had already strode away swiftly. She deliberately chose quiet, sparsely populated paths, and before long slipped out through a side gate. Little did she know the Chu residents had already descended into utter chaos, stirring up the entire city. Along the way, Chuejiu saw more and more people rushing toward the mansion, seemingly eager to witness the spectacle. More and more shops along the streets were opening up as well. Seizing this opportunity, she decided to stock up on a few more supplies. But there was little to be bought now. Food and daily necessities were mostly gone, leaving only scattered odds and ends like needles and thread. She even made a point of finding a bronzeware workshop called Luo Jis. The owner was just about to head off to see the commotion when Chuejiu stopped him. "Boss, watching a spectacle won't earn you silver." Luo, the owner, waved dismissively. "A bit of silver like this doesn't matter much to me. I mainly want to see that bastard Chu Diyun get skinned alive." He chuckled and declined her patronage until Chuejiu pressed a piece of gold into his hand. His eyes lit up. Who cared about the spectacle now? What was a bit of entertainment compared to gold? He hastily ushered Chuejiu, his wealthy patron, into the shop, even bringing out his prized bronze wares. "I don't know what you're looking for, miss, but please take your pick." But Chuejiu showed no interest in these intricately carved bronze pieces. Instead, her gaze settled on the pots, plates, and basins, especially the small bronze stoves that Boss Luo had crafted in his spare time. They were merely little trinkets for keeping warm in winter. "They'll take as many of these as you have." These were made from leftover materials and didn't sell well, so a large stock had piled up in the warehouse. Unexpectedly, this distinguished guest had taken a liking to his surplus inventory. Boss Luo quickly and eagerly had all his stock brought out for her, for large wooden crates filled with what must have been over 1,000 small bronze stoves. He even gave Chuejiu a very fair price. Afterwards, she selected some of the finest bronze pieces from the shop, and with the remaining money, she set her sights on the horse-drawn cart Boss Luo used for hauling goods. The two quickly reached an agreement. The cart along with the goods was all hers. She stored the excess items in her spatial realm, placing only a portion on the cart before heading towards the courier station. As she passed through the city gate, she found the area ahead completely jam-packed. Despite the freezing weather, the entire city's populace had turned out to witness the spectacle. The corpse of the villain Chu Diyun hung from the city wall. The citizens he had wronged, finally venting their pent-up fury, picked up stones, snowballs, and branches, hurling them relentlessly at his body. Each throw was a release of long-suppressed rage. Some even went so far as to fling filth at him. Chuejiu was watching the scene, about to lower the curtain, when a woman suddenly rushed up from the side. "Miss Chue." Chuejiu looked closely and saw it was Yin Wanshu. She was carrying a large wicker basket on her back, and with red-rimmed eyes, she climbed onto the... Chuejiu invited her inside, and Yin Wanshu hastily handed over everything from her basket. "Miss Chue, here is the ointment I promised you, along with some rice and flour from my home and a few of my thicker garments. You're heading north, and the journey will be tough. It's always good to have extra supplies. I only wish I could do more. I can never repay your kindness, so this is all I can..." Was this considered little? It seemed she had brought nearly half her worldly possessions. There were several boxes of ointment, some cured fish and meat, and even pickled vegetables. The large wicker basket was stuffed to the brim. Chuejiu patted her shoulder. "Have your family been settled properly?" Yin Wanshu pressed her lips together lightly and nodded. "They're all settled now. Seeing Chu Diyun in this state, I can die without regrets." Don't talk nonsense. Your future is long. The villain's punishment doesn't mean your life is over. By the way, I met a man, a guard who used to serve Chu Diyun. Actually, it was thanks to him that Chu Diyun was killed. Ooh, I saw it with my own eyes. He said he grew up with you. Is it Wen Xian? How is he now? Seeing the deep worry in Yin Wanshu's eyes, Cui Zhiyu sensed that the relationship between these two was perhaps more complicated. Do you like him? Perhaps the question was too direct, as Yin Wanshu quickly lowered her head. I'm just very worried about him. Seeing this, Cui Zhiyu decisively turned the carriage around. Since you're worried, why don't I take you to see him? He should be at the cellar distributing grain right now. It was a good opportunity for her to check if there was anything she could help with. With his courage and resourcefulness, he should be managing. She could tell that Yin Wanshu was nervous, yet also filled with a flutter of anticipation, like someone about to meet their beloved. If she could witness a beautiful romance blossom, that would be quite nice. However, Cui Zhiyu seemed to have misjudged the situation. When they arrived, the man was indeed there. Despite his body bearing numerous wounds, he was diligently working with the other righteous men to transport and distribute the relief grain. When Xian, Yin Wanshu called out to him and hurriedly scrambled down from the carriage. The man shock strode over, but they stopped a step apart, gazing at each other with 1,000 words of concern converged into a silent, meaningful gaze. It wasn't until Wen Xuan produced the sachet and personally handed it to her. Sure, I'm just glad you're safe. Your parents. They can rest in peace now. From now on you must live well. And as for me, it's time for me to move on. Yin Wanshu, tears welling in her eyes, was choked with emotion and couldn't speak. She simply took the sachet and tied it around his waist herself, ignoring his gentle protest, and forced out the words. I know you still have a family vengeance to exact, and I know your ambitions are unfulfilled. I don't want to be a burden or a hindrance to you. Don't worry, I will live well. You must also take care of yourself. Take this sachet as a gift. If you ever feel like you can't go on, looking at it will remind you of the words we've spoken. I hope they can give you strength. She forced a smile onto her face, and while Wen Xuan stood there stunned, she quickly embraced him. Before he could react, Yin Wanshu turned and walked back to the carriage. Cui Zhiyu witnessed this scene so different from what she had imagined. She couldn't help but ask, so you're just parting like this? Miss, you don't know? Wen Xian carries a heavy blood debt. He's such a responsible man. If he can't fulfill his family's wish, he'll never find peace, even if he lives a long and healthy life. I don't want him to be unhappy, nor do I want him to live each day consumed by self-reproach. Miss Cui, do you think that in this world there comes a day when all people must part? Seeing the forced calm in her reddened eyes, Cui Zhiyu, though unaware of the exact nature of Wen Xuan's blood feud, pondered the original story's plot. She recalled a certain character. So she stepped down from the carriage and spoke to Wen Xuan. Young master, you have impressive skills. Just now Wanshu mentioned the blood feud you carry and your unfulfilled aspirations. If you're willing, you could consider joining the army under a general named Zhu Shi in the Western military camp. He is brave and fierce in battle. Serving under him, you could certainly earn military merit. With status, reputation, and ever-improving skills, many things would become easier in the future. And Zhu Shi in the original story was a great hero who repelled the forces of Prince Huai. Wen Xuan quickly thanked Cui Zhiyu and wanted to ask more, but she had already returned to the carriage. Amidst the reluctant farewell between Yin Wanshu and him, they slowly departed from the place. On the road, Yin Wanshu confided in her. Miss Wen Xian's father was once a great general who had been demoted. He aspired from a young age to be just like his father. But in recent years after his father's death, he learned that their family had been framed by a powerful official at court, leading to their downfall. His father's death was no accident, it was intricately linked to that official. For years he cared for his grandfather. After his grandfather passed last year, he has been waiting for an opportunity to enlist. I sincerely hope he can achieve his wish. She wiped her tears. He risked everything to kill Chu Diyun for me and managed to survive. I am already so grateful. I can't become a burden to him anymore. Cui Zhiyu understood her heart. In the original story, she and Wen Xuan probably parted ways as well. That was why she was exploited and trained to be an assassin. Just as she was thinking this, Yin Wanshu suddenly looked at her and spoke in a low voice. Miss, could I go with you to Tingzhou? That's a notoriously harsh frontier city with biting winds, scarce supplies, and a journey of over 1,000 li. Aren't you afraid? Her countenance was resolute, her gaze unwavering. I am not afraid. Cui Zhiyu pondered for a moment before continuing. Is it not good for you to stay here? If I could live a peaceful life, that would be fine. But Yin Wanshu shook her head. My family is gone. A brother Wen Xuan should go fulfill his ambitions. As for me, I will not hide it from you, miss. I have lost my reputation in Chongping City, and this place is not my home. Though the world is vast, I know not where to go. Fortunately, you saved me, miss. I only wish to stay with you even if it means hardship. At least, I will have a companion on the road. Moreover, she felt that Miss Cui was no ordinary person. Otherwise, how could that corrupt official Chu Diyun have died so suddenly? Though the young lady claimed it was brother Wen Xuan who acted, Yin Wanshu knew that Miss Cui must have had a hand in it. She had also witnessed Cui Zhiyu kill the bandits with her own. Seeing her unwavering determination, Cui Zhiyu acquiesced. Since you are not afraid of hardship, then follow me. From now on, rely on your own diligent hands, and you will always find a way to live. Chui Jiu fretted that if she let Yin Wanshu leave, she might repeat the fate from the original book. Better to keep her close. Besides, Yin Wanshu was a capable person. Perhaps she could be of help. Thus, she let Yin Wanshu accompany her back to the post station. However, as soon as they reached the post station entrance, they heard the sound of a woman roaring from inside. The officials, like spectators, stood at the door with their hands folded, munching on sunflower seeds. They were utterly engrossed. When they saw Chui Jiu returning with another cart of supplies, they immediately leaned and craning their necks to peer into the carriage. Madame Chui returns punctually. What harvest have you reaped this time? Chui Jiu had long seen through their greedy faces. Smiling sweetly, she produced some food and a few exquisite bronze vessels to gift them. The calamity approaches and supplies are scarce. I merely scrounged some noodles and went to watch a bit of excitement. There is excitement here every day, likely far more entertaining than anything in the town. Zhao Tu gestured for her to look. The next moment, an old woman was violently shoved out of the room by Madame Cheng. Madame Cheng's voice was as shrill as ever, no, even shriller than before. Now, having lost face so many times, she had long since discarded any semblance of dignity or shame. In the past, when the original host was widowed in the Xie mansion, Madame Cheng had put on the airs of a matriarch and the false mask of a kind mother-in-law to ease her conscience while using the original host's dowry. In front of outsiders, she even boasted of being a daughter from a noble family. Though she had married down into the Xie family, she never lacked the poise of a highborn lady. Now she simply did not care anymore. Like a shrewish old woman, she stood with her hands on her hips, sharp-tongued and fierce. You must be blind to think you saw my daughter sneaking into that group of women. My daughter went out to buy supplies, just like Chui Jiu. Why do you say nothing when she leaves, but pick on my daughter with nonsense? The old woman pushed out was the personal maid of the Earl's Mansion matriarch. Mama Gui was no pushover either. She scrambled to her feet and pointed at Madame Cheng's nose, hurling curses. That daughter of yours is nothing but a slut. Does everyone not know what she's scheming? This morning I saw with my own eyes her sneaking into that group of women. I reckon she wanted to deliver herself to the prefect's door to escape. Hey, you foolish woman. He'll teach you a proper lesson. Madame Cheng, frantic with rage, rolled up her sleeves to fight, but Xie Shiyao, his face ashen, stepped forward and cast a cold glance at Mama Gui. How come you didn't see Chui Jiu sneaking into that group too? I met her this morning. Why must you single out my sister? Is it because the Chui family has something to gain that you favor them over us? Hearing this, Madame Cheng widened her eyes and fanned the flames. Shiyao, what are you saying? Did Chui Jiu really sneak into the group and offer herself to the prefect? Chui Jiu, who had been watching the drama, was involuntarily dragged into the fray again. She was quite tired of it. So she coughed and said with a light laugh, I've only been out for a short while, and already someone is trying to frame me. By now Chui Jiu had long since changed out of her fine clothes and returned with a cart laden with supplies. This refuted their conjectures effortlessly. Even Xie Shiyao could not understand what she was up to. Had she not been about to be sent to the prefect in the morning? And now she was back with so many fine things. Without a second thought, he said sharply, it seems the prefect has given you quite a reward. After all, you're young and beautiful. When you married me, why were you not so attentive? With that, Madame Cheng chimed in to add fuel to the fire. Why have you brought that jinx back again? Her whole family was wiped out. Aren't you afraid those killers will follow and drag our entire group into it? Chui Jiu, I see you have no regard for our lives. With that, she rushed to Yin Wanshu and jabbed a finger at her nose, cursing. Chui Jiu was about to intervene, but Yin Wanshu suddenly grabbed Madame Cheng's hand and twisted it backward. A crisp crack echoed as the bone snapped and Madame Cheng howled in pain. The official's ears were nearly calloused from her screaming. They simply fished out a cloth strip and stuffed it into her mouth, silencing her. Xie Shiyao's face turned ashen and he tried to speak, but Chui Jiu ignored him completely. She carried several large boxes and cheerfully distributed some noodles to everyone, including the members of the Earl's Mansion. She also handed out the small bronze stove she had bought, telling them, this little stove keeps much warmer than the pottery ones. Light some charcoal and put it inside. You can carry it around to keep warm. I also bought some charcoal. She then took down a pot of chicken soup. It was something she had brought from Chu Diyun's mansion, besides that there were many other delicacies, but she did not reveal them all at once. She called out to Na Chio, heat this pot of chicken soup and serve it with rice for everyone. The disaster had already struck. Just getting a meal was a blessing, let alone any meat. Chui Jiu's actions were beyond their expectations. Now who cared about the Xie family? The officials eagerly set up the stove and lit the fire. They had been waiting all day for this moment. Seeing the bustling crowd and her own family looking utterly dejected, her mother Madame Cheng still in tears from pain, and her muddled-headed sister nowhere to be found. Though they were Chui Jiu's in-laws, she would rather give the food to the unrelated Earl's Mansion than offer a single bite to the Xie family. Xie Shiyao felt a surge of fury like a flood bursting through a dam. He gritted his molars, limped over to Chui Jiu, and clamped his hand on her arm. Meeting his bloodshot eyes, Chui Jiu remained calm, then flashed a sarcastic smile. What? Does Master Xie want to beg for a bowl of chicken soup? Xie Shiryao was left speechless by Cui Ziyu's retort. Before he could utter a word, Cui Ziyu decisively shook off his hand and walked away without looking back, adding as she left, "I'd rather throw it to the dogs than give it to you. After all, a good dog is far more useful than you." Her words stung Xie Shiryao deeply. He gritted his teeth so hard they might have cracked, staring incredulously at Cui Ziyu's retreating figure, unable to snap out of it for a long time. The woman who once stayed home for him, enduring everything without complaint. How had she become like this? Could she have been replaced by someone else? He could hardly believe it. Before the matter could settle, a commotion erupted outside the post station. "You wretch! Where do you think you're running off to?" "I'm telling you, and the master's woman. How dare you steal the money pouch from my husband? Just wait till I whip you senseless." The ruckus outside drew Cui Ziyu's attention. Not only her, but even the guards and a few gossiping women couldn't resist stepping out to see what was happening. To their surprise, the person rushing breathlessly toward the post station was none other than Xie Mingqing, disheveled and bedraggled. She was still wearing the clothes she had on when she entered the manor. Though now in a sorry state, her bare arms and legs drew looks of disdain from the women. They began to whisper among themselves. "Oh my, it seems Aunt Gui was right after all. This Miss Xie truly has no shame. Look at her, wearing the same clothes as those other women, trying to sneak into the prefect's residence to seduce the officials and escape the exile convoy. A proper young lady resorting to such shameless tricks. What a fine daughter that old Madame Xie has raised. Indeed, and she even stole something chaste all the way here." Hearing the commotion, Madame Chung hurried over. Seeing it was Xie Mingqing, she rushed forward. "Mingqing, my dear daughter, where have you been? Your mother has been searching everywhere for you." The richly dressed woman who had been chasing her immediately caught on. She scoffed, "So a banished criminal are we?" Turning to the approaching guards, she declared, "Officers, this convict of yours came to my house. Taking advantage of my husband's misfortune, she stole his money pouch. There are many valuables inside. All mine. Make her hand it over at once." Cui Ziyu's brow twitched. So Xie Mingqing had taken advantage of the chaos to steal something and escape the prefect's residence. But she had been caught by this woman, whether a concubine or the principal wife of the prefect it was unclear, and chased all the way here. Xie Mingqing, still refusing to admit defeat, hissed back at her. "That thing isn't yours. Besides, your husband the prefect has been skinned and hung on the city walls for all to see. Who are you trying to threaten? You are just a family member of a disgraced official. Aren't you afraid the governor will have you exiled too?" The woman was furious. "How dare you curse me?" She looked around for something to use. Seeing this, Cui Ziyu pulled out a small piece of silver and discreetly handed it to a nearby guard, then gave him a meaningful look. The guard understood immediately. Without a word, he went to the stable, picked up a bucket of horse manure, and brought it to the woman. The woman grabbed the bucket without hesitation and doused Xie Mingqing from head to toe. The stench was overwhelming, and everyone pinched their noses, stepping back in disgust. Even Madame Chung recoiled. Xie Mingqing stood frozen, and as she opened her mouth to speak, a lump of manure dropped right into it. The onlookers burst into laughter. The woman, thoroughly satisfied, planted her hands on her hips and unleashed a torrent of abuse at Xie Mingqing, using such vile language that even the sharp-tongued Madame Chung was left speechless. Xie Shiryao felt so humiliated that he refused to show his face. Xie Mingqing looked around desperately for her mother and brother to help, but when she turned, there was no one behind. Her emotions suddenly spiraled out of control. She screamed at Madame Chung, "Mother, why you help me? Who do you think I did all this for?" The woman sneered, "You shameless thing. You seduce, you steal, and now you're playing the victim." But Xie Mingqing, having hit rock bottom, decided to go all in. She hurled the money pouch hard at Madame Cheng's face. "Fine, yes, I did those things. I tried to seduce the prefect to stay, and it's all because of my dear mother's fine upbringing, and my brother too. If not for them, how could I have ended up like this?" The spectators gasped. She really had done such a thing. Madame Chung, furious beyond reason, braved the stench and slapped her twice. "Shut your mouth. What kind of girl has no sense of shame like you?" Xie Shiryao couldn't bear to listen anymore. He stormed off to the back courtyard, cursing as he went, "Worthless. Idiot. Utterly foolish." Just then a group of governor's guards arrived, shouting, and seized the woman. Seeing there was no way out, she still yelled back, "Officers, that woman still has my husband's stolen goods on her. A whole money pouch with gold leaves and silver notes. Plenty of them. Don't let her get away." Before Xie Mingqing could say a word, one of the governor's guards struck her with the flat of his sword, knocking her out, then used the hilt to hook the money pouch away. The farce was over, and only Madame Chung, her mother, was left to deal with her. The Xie family had completely lost whatever reputation they had left. Even the servants now looked down on their masters. The members of the Earl's household found it all highly entertaining, watching the drama unfold with glee. Cui Ziyu, however, couldn't be bothered with such matters. Although Chu Diyun had paid the price, there were still many unresolved issues. She still had the military provisions in her hands, and that thick stack of bribery lists. She couldn't easily travel to the capital herself, and there was no one nearby she could truly trust. Moreover, the snow continued to fall, and the relief grain Chu Diyun had embezzled would only sustain the people of Chongping for a short while. She needed to find a way to get a message to the capital. If only she could spot one of the minister's men in the city. But since receiving aid on the road that time, she hadn't seen anyone with a red string tied around their waist. She had no idea when this heavy snow would stop. It was clear the guards didn't want to linger here long, as delaying the delivery of the prisoners to Tingzhou would cost them dearly. So they immediately cracked their whips, ordering the entire team to work through the night to clear the road. If the snow stopped by morning, they would depart at once. The whole team got no rest, but thanks to Cui Jiu, the elderly Cui couple could rest at the post station, and the others had relatively light duties. The Earl's household and the Xie family, however, were run off their feet. For the Xie family, shoveling snow was just the beginning. They also had to move rocks, clear roads, clean the stables and pig pens, and even scrub the latrines. This infuriated Xie Shiyao so much that he flung his broom to the ground. His eyes bloodshot, he thought of the task the princess had given him, and was itching to carry it out immediately. Since he had given Cui Jiu chance after chance, and she refused instead, making things difficult for his entire family, then she left him no choice but to be ruthless. After midnight, the heavy snow gradually subsided. Watching the weather improve, Cui Jiu wondered, could this calamity have been averted? Or had the timeline simply been pushed back? She wasn't sure anymore, as her very presence had already altered the original plot. Just as she was lost in thought, Nakiu suddenly spotted something incredible and shrieked, Miss! Miss! It's the young mistress. The young mistress, and at her words, everyone from the Cui household who was working looked up in astonishment toward Nakiu. In the dark of night, a man was seen running towards them carrying a child in his arms and a weary woman strapped to his back. Cui Jiu, noticing the man's familiar figure, recognized him as Guard Jiang as he drew closer. Guard Jiang was equally moved upon seeing Cui Jiu, but without time for words he quickly dismounted, bringing down Lady Hai and her child. Cui Jiu, alerted by the commotion, rushed over. The moment he saw his wife and child, tears filled his eyes. He eagerly pulled Lady Hai into his arms and draped his cloak over her. He then hurriedly called for Io to fetch the small hand warmer. Lady Hai looked utterly exhausted, her cheeks chapped and swollen from the biting wind. Young Chuanga had lost consciousness. Guard Jiang was not much better off, but being a man he remained lucid. He spoke urgently. Thank goodness you're here, Madam Cui. The child is frozen. Is there a physician here? Or a place to warm up? Behind him, Lady Hai, weak and desperate, pleaded, Wearer, please save Chuanga. Cui Jiu took the boy into her arms, felt his icy body, and without a second thought rushed into the relay station with the child. The officials let her be, as they now regarded her as their benefactor. She brought Chuanga to her own chamber, where the charcoal fire blazed. Nakiu had hurriedly boiled water and fetched thick clothing from the trunk. Cui Jiu had previously prepared a padded jacket for Chuanga with an inner layer of down sewn in. After all, a child's resistance is not as strong as an adult's. Seeing others approaching to check on them, Cui Jiu instructed Nakiu to guard the door. If my brothers come, tell them I'm treating the child, and ask them to wait outside. Nakiu nodded quickly. Once the door was shut, Cui Jiu moved the brazier closer to the bed. She stripped off the boy's wet, cold clothes and immersed him in a basin of hot. He was stiff from the cold, his heartbeat barely perceptible. Cui Jiu, touching her jade ring, retrieved some spiritual spring water from her space. As long as he still had breath, the spiritual water would surely help. After feeding it to him, she held his arm, waiting patiently. Only when she felt his body temperature gradually rising did she finally relax. Fortunately, it was just frostbite, his pulse was still there. After soaking him for a while, she wrapped him in a warm-down quilt and stoked the fire before stepping out of the room. Where? How is Chuanga? He's not in danger, is he? My dear grandson, he's so young. Understanding their worry, Cui Jiu went to reassure them. Don't worry, the child is just cold. His temperature is recovering, and he should wake soon. Nakiu, go in and watch over him. When he wakes, let mother and the others in. Where is sister-in-law now? He'll go see her. Cui Jiu quickly led her to see Lady Hai. Lady Hai had changed into clean, thick clothes and was wrapped in an animal skin blanket by the fire. Guard Jiang, sitting by the stove, rose when he saw Cui Jiu approach. Old Bai had also given Guard Jiang a set of clean clothes. Noticing he hadn't changed, Cui Jiu urged him to do so before they talked. The priority was to diagnose Lady Hai. Yuera, how is Chuanga? Sister-in-law, rest assured. Chuanga is fine and will wake soon. She reached out to take Lady Hai's pulse. As she listened to Lady Hai express her relief, she suddenly detected an unusual pulse. Surprised, she called her brother over, mindful of the crowd. Brother, sister-in-law is pregnant. It seems she was already expecting before we left the mansion. Cui Jiu was overjoyed. Is that true? Reflecting on that time, no wonder she had been so sleepy and had lost her appetite. She must have conceived then. Cui Jiu nodded and after a moment's thought cautioned him, don't spread the news about her pregnancy yet. Our situation is precarious and the fetus is unstable. They'll find some fetal preserving remedies from my medical chest. You must take good care of sister-in-law. With that, she made sure Lady Hai drank some spiritual spring water. The pregnancy was fragile, and she feared the Xie family might cause trouble, so caution was necessary. Fortunately, she had stored the entire herbal shop in her space, including all the fetal preserving prescriptions and ample herbs. While brewing the medicine, she also prepared a strengthening tonic for Guard Jiang using spiritual spring water. When she delivered it to him, Guard Jiang was deeply grateful and took the opportunity to recount the perils of their journey. Madam Chui, I intended to wait for you in Luzhou, but a great calamity struck the city recently, causing instability. Your sister-in-law is in poor health and couldn't withstand. Moreover, I heard that the border war is intense and some military camps are short on provisions, leading many deserters to flee to Luzhou. Chongping City seemed more stable than Luzhou. I counted the days of your exile and figured you'd arrive at the Chongping relay station around this time. So you brought them ahead to Chongping to meet me. Guard Jiang nodded but felt guilty. I didn't expect to encounter heavy snow on the road either. Chongping has been hit with the same weather as Luzhou recently. So, your sister-in-law and the child. It's all due to my negligence. Chui Zhiyu patted his shoulder dismissively. You've worked hard. I'm grateful to you. How could I blame you? If you hadn't brought them ahead, you might have encountered disaster in Luzhou, or even frozen to death. At least here it's safe. Guard Jiang had another thing he hadn't told her. His hometown was Chongping. He had planned that if he couldn't find her at the relay station, he would take the mother and child to his old home to hide rather than face danger in Luzhou. As he was lost in thought, Chui Zhiyu suddenly remembered something. She went inside and brought out a travel bag, handing it to Guard Jiang. Guard Jiang, I have a task. Would you be willing to take it? This is my payment. She took out a few gold leaves from her pouch. Guard Jiang shook his head quickly. Madam Chui, you needn't be so polite. You've helped me before, but it's only right that I help you. Chui Zhiyu was taken aback by his sincerity, so she said seriously, you've already helped me once. Let's keep things separate. I have a need, and I'll state it. If you don't want to take this task, you can tell me it's fine. But if you accept, then this payment is rightfully yours. Guard Jiang didn't want to accept so much money without cause. After thinking it over, he took only one gold leaf. Chui Zhiyu didn't insist, but as she handed him the travel bag, she secretly slipped the remaining gold leaves into his belt. Then she told him, I need you to deliver the contents of this bag to Song Hung, the Minister of Justice in the capital. It concerns the military provisions at the border and the corruption case in Chongping with many implications. The sooner the better. He knew Guard Jiang was an upright man. In the original story, he had served the Xie family so diligently, not just to repay the old master's kindness. As expected, upon hearing the gravity of the matter, his expression tightened. I will deliver this for you, madam. Chui Zhiyu smiled slightly and rose. There's no need for haste. Set off after breakfast tomorrow. As she finished speaking, Xie Shiryao, having somehow gotten wind of the news, limped over quickly on his injured leg and pointed at them with a sneer. Well, Chui Zhiyu. So you two have been in collusion all along. Is he the reason you want to divorce me? Upon hearing this, Guard Jiang immediately rose to his feet, but before he could speak, Chui Zhiyu stopped him. Leave it to me. She strode over to Xie Shiryao, who wore a fierce expression, and suddenly drew a dagger from her sleeve. With lightning speed, she slashed his outer robe, sending him staggering backward in fright. Before he could utter a word, Chui Zhiyu reversed the knife and struck his head hard. A resounding thud nearly made him see stars. In the next moment, Chui Zhiyu swung toward his lower body. Xie Shiryao, terrified, hastily covered his groin and scrambled away, shouting in fury, You vile woman! Vile woman! You'll get your comeuppance. Seeing his cowardice, Chui Zhiyu sneered. Her gaze cold, she said, You were the one who strayed outside, yet you have the audacity to accuse me baselessly. What kind of logic is that? Cross me again, and it'll make you a eunuch for life. Having witnessed her kill before, Xie Shiryao was truly terrified by her. His face ashen, he fled in panic. Encountering Madame Cheng, he gnashed his teeth and said, That Chui Zhiyu and Guard Jiang from the mansion have an illicit affair. How did you fail to notice? Hearing this, Madame Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. What? She and Guard Jiang? Seeing her baffled expression, Xie Shiryao was too annoyed to speak further, but a thorn had already lodged in his heart. He had once taken pity on Chui Zhiyu, thinking that if she would turn back and agree to be with him again, he would treat her well. Now, with the cuckold's crown firmly on his head, he vowed that when the day came, he would humiliate her to death, and make her and her entire Chui family regret their actions. Little did he know that Chui Zhiyu had never regarded him as anything. After settling her family, she was summoned by the officials the next morning to clear the road. This time, however, the difficulty was much less, and the snow gradually ceased. But the sky did not clear. The head official debated whether to proceed that day. After consulting with the other officials at the post station, they decided to set out as soon as possible to meet their deadline. In winter, snowfalls were incessant, and they could not delay the journey for a storm or two. Thus the post station dispatched an armored soldier to lead the way. But before departure, a new group arrived at the station. Nearly a dozen men in a prison cart, pulled by a driver. The leader was none other than Huang Wenyin, the eldest son of the Earl's mansion. Huang Wenbing, having spread rumors and disrupted the court, was executed in public after irrefutable evidence was found. Huang Wenyin and his group were ordered to be exiled with this team. The capital's yamen runners had hurriedly delivered them. As soon as Huang Wenyin appeared, the women of the Earl's mansion, as if finding their pillar of support, rushed forward crying and shouting. The old lady, tears and mucus streaming, hugged him and wept, my son, You have suffered. Your elder brother he. Unexpectedly Huang Wenyan glared at Cui Zhiyu, his eyes bloodshot, and accused. It's her. She conspired with the Minister of Justice to bring down our family. What? Old lady Huang stared in shock. Huang Wenyan roared. This wicked woman colluding with the Minister of Justice pinned the blame on my elder brother, causing our family to be raided. My brother was even beheaded. At these words the old lady fainted on the spot, while the other women, overcome with grief, collapsed to the ground. The death of the eldest son dealt a heavy blow to the Earl's mansion. Huang Wenyan wished he could tear Cui Zhiyu apart on the spot. Seeing this, Cui Zhizhou stepped forward from the crowd, shielding his sister, and said with dignity, Young Master Huang, how dare you slander my sister? If your brother truly did nothing wrong, why would he be executed? If you want no one to know, you'd better not do it. Bah? It's clearly this, Wenchu whispered in the Minister of Justice's ear. And that day when my brother met the minister at Shushang Terrace, you were right there beside him. Dare you say you weren't in cahoots? What has our Earl's mansion ever done to offend you that you hold such a grudge? Or perhaps you were trying to protect your husband Xiesheriao and made my brother take the fall. Facing his accusations, concubine Lu of the Earl's mansion burst into sobs. Cui Zhiyu, you wretch. I thought you were kind to us along the way, but now I see it's just your guilty conscience. Without the heir, how can we survive? You've ruined our entire family. They'll fight you to the death. Saying this, she looked around, picked up a large stone, and charged at Cui Zhiyu. Cui Zhiyu pushed her brother aside, easily snatched the stone from her hand, and without hesitation smashed it against her forehead. If your mind is muddled, go ponder in your dreams. With that, she fixed her blazing eyes on Huang Wenyan and advanced toward him. Huang Wenyan, you claim I ruined your family, but do you have any proof? If you have the guts, produce evidence that I framed you. But in the eyes of shallow, wretched people like you, a man and a woman meeting can only mean one sordid thing. You can't even see what's truly significant. You? How dare you speak so recklessly of me? Huang Wenyan grabbed a shovel and charged at her. Cui Zhizhou immediately seized his arm, and the two struck. Cui Zhiyu, angered, kicked him in the knee, snatched the shovel, and slammed it hard against his head. With a sharp crack, Huang Wenyan was knocked unconscious on the spot. The old lady and the others were shocked, crying and shouting for the officials to intervene. Officer, look at this. She's trying to kill people. We are being exiled, not sentenced to death. Cui Zhiyu dropped the shovel and glared at the Earl's mansion group, speaking sternly. I have shown you some kindness before. If you choose to believe slander and make an enemy of me, I will not hesitate to be ruthless. But remember this, your downfall is solely due to Huang Wenbing's evil heart and his heinous crimes. The official wanted to step in, but meeting Cui Zhiyu's cold gaze felt like a bone-chilling wind. He swallowed his words and first dismissed the Earl's mansion people. Once the road was clear, the entire group set off toward Luzhou, led by the armored soldier amid shouts. Huang Wenyan was revived with cold water. They could not let him delay the journey. Old Lady Huang and the others attended to him closely. Concubine Lu followed at a distance, both angry and anxious. She was deeply concerned about Huang Wenyan's injuries, but her status prevented her from visiting him, leaving her to fret helplessly. But when she thought of Cui Zhiyu, she vented her anger on Cui Nanshan. She kicked Cui Nanshan hard in the back of the leg and shouted furiously. Just now your family was so insolent, yet you didn't even step in to help your brother-in-law. You let your natal family bully us. Tell me, are you in cahoots with them? Cui Nanshan bit her lip and glared at her. Concubine Lu grabbed her by the hair. A lowly concubine, how dare you look at me like that? Cui Nanshan, don't forget you're a member of the Earl's mansion now. Try to side with outsiders if you dare. If you want to prove your loyalty, then go do one thing. Come here. She dragged Cui Nanshan to the very back of the line and whispered a single sentence. Cui Nanshan's eyes flew open, and her instinct was to refuse. But under her fierce, unrelenting glare, that sense of suffocating injustice could only be swallowed back down. She took a deep breath. Concubine Lu, seeing that she had no way out, finally released her. Then she clapped her hands together and let out a light, mocking laugh. Now you see the situation clearly, don't you? The reason we've been reduced to this state is all thanks to that elder sister of yours. Besides, you've already left your natal family. No one there will protect you anymore. Concubine Lu flashed a cunning smile. If you dare to tattle, you'll die without a burial ground tonight. Those armored soldiers are all ruffians from the barracks. They kill without blinking an eye. You'd better watch your step. Cui Nanshan clenched her fists so tightly that her entire body trembled with rage. She felt like a helpless chick whose fate was in someone else's hands. Concubine Lu was so brazen and so well informed about Huang Wenyan's movements that she must have conspired with him long before their exile. She stared at the front of the procession, where the Cui family sat comfortably in their carriage. Cui Nanshan felt the blood rush to her head, her entire body boiling with. Back then she had married up. Even though she was only a concubine, she had still entered the Earl's mansion. The Cui family was merely a household of merchants, lowly and insignificant. She had fought for this good marriage, hoping that her father and the rest would finally think highly of her, that they would at least provide her with some dowry to support herself. But instead of respecting her, they accused her of having no self-respect, of using despicable means to become a lowly concubine. They said she had shamed the family name. Not a single coin of dowry was given to her, not even a proper farewell meal. But look at the legitimate daughter Chui Zhiyu. She merely married some insignificant 9th-rank official's son, yet they lavished her with a fortune in dowry and sent her off in grand style. Even now that she's been divorced and widowed for 3 years, the Chui family still took her back. But what about me? Just because my birth mother was nothing but a lowly chambermaid, am I destined to get nothing? Even if she had used unscrupulous means to seduce the eldest young master of the Earl's mansion, she had still earned a legitimate title. What was so wrong with that? And now, because of Chui Zhiyu, she was being looked down upon and used. This was an indignity she would never swallow even in death. Lost in her thoughts, she took a step toward the direction of the armored soldiers. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, Chui Zhiyu and her family were talking intimately. Little Chuan had woken up. Apart from a slight cough, he was fine. The little one knew that it was his aunt who had saved him, so he clung to Chui Zhiyu, refusing to let go. He smelled of medicine, his body was soft and warm, and his little mouth spoke as sweetly as honey. Chui Zhiyu adored him. She held him tenderly for warmth, and her parents, seeing the child was safe, finally breathed a sigh of relief. But as they chatted, Chui Zhiyu noticed that her father still seemed troubled. She asked, "Father, is there something else bothering you?" He shook his head, saying nothing. Beside him, Lady Jing could only sigh. Looking at Chuan in Chui Zhiyu's arms, she said worriedly, "You are your sister-in-law, and Chuan shouldn't have to suffer with us. Why don't we think of another way to send them away?" Chui Zhiyu shook her head. "Given our current situation, nowhere is safer than under our own watch. We have plenty of people to take turns caring for them, and we're not short on food or clothes. The road ahead is long, but we're not as miserable as we thought, are we?" Little Chuan, with his bright round eyes, eagerly chimed in, wrapping his little arms around Chui Zhiyu. "I don't want to be separated from Auntie. Auntie is so amazing. I want to stay with father, grandfather, and grandmother." "Good child." Lady Jing smiled, her eyes full of affection as she took the child into her arms, cherishing him dearly. After walking for several hours, snow began to fall again up ahead. The road became increasingly rugged, and the carriage started to jolt. Everyone was starving, so they stopped for a while to rest and eat some dry rations. Chui Zhiyu called for Nakyu to fetch some charcoal to replenish their hand warmers. As they were about to enter the mountain paths where the temperature would surely drop, she also instructed everyone to put on their animal fur blankets. Soon an official came over and announced that the carriages would have to be dismantled as the mountain road ahead was too difficult to traverse. Chui Zhiyu looked ahead, puzzled. "Officer, I checked the map at the post station earlier. We could take the main road to Luzhou. The snow hasn't blocked it yet, so why are we taking this small path?" The official pointed to the armored soldier. "The armored captain says this is a shortcut. We've already delayed too much time. Taking the main road could add several more days to our journey. We need to reach Luzhou as soon as possible while the snow isn't too heavy yet. I've heard the weather in Luzhou isn't great. If we stick to the main road, we'll definitely be..." That armored soldier was the guide dispatched from the post station. As Chui Zhiyu watched him, she noticed concubine Lu from the Earl's mansion talking with him. After exchanging a few words, she scurried back to Huang, Wenyin, her face flushed with shyness as she offered him some dry rations. No one else paid much attention, but Chui Zhiyu noticed it all. In the original story, Huang Wenyin wasn't a prominent character. He only appeared a few times as a disposable pawn during his brother's rebellion. Chui Zhiyu became wary. She pondered for a moment, suspecting that the armored soldier's presence here was not as simple as it seemed. But at most they were just planning to ambush them halfway with some unexpected troublemaker. It wasn't a big deal. She was curious to see what tricks they were up to. Meanwhile, Chui Nanshuan, carrying her dry rations, passed by a tree. She saw Xie Shiryao shivering, his lips blue from the cold. After a moment's hesitation, she placed the broken clay pot she had picked up into his hands. The charcoal inside was from the batch Chui Zhiyu had distributed to the Earl's household. Chui Nanshan had snatched it from a maidservant. Xie Shiryao was startled, surprised to see Chui Nanshan. Chui Nanshan flashed a sweet smile and whispered, "Young Master Xie, take this to warm yourself. The road ahead is long, don't catch a cold." Xie Shiryao was moved. He called out to her, Are you my sister-in-law?" Back then, consort Li had initially wanted the second young lady of the Chui family to marry him. But after some inquiries, they learned she wasn't favored in her household and wouldn't be of any help to him. So they switched to the eldest daughter. He never expected the second daughter to be such a thoughtful and caring soul, so much better than that venomous woman Chui Zhiyu. In such dire circumstances, she was still willing to offer him warmth. Xie Shiyo's heart stirred. He held the clay pot tightly and expressed his sincere gratitude. As he watched Chui Nanshan hurry away, his heart felt like a pebble had been dropped into it, stirring ripples of emotion. When they set off again, everyone got out and walked. They went deeper into the valley where the snow was blinding white and the wind cut like a knife. Fortunately, they had family to support one another, thick clothes and warm stoves to ward off the cold and hunger. They walked until dusk fell. As they reached a stretch of mudflats, they suddenly saw a camp ahead with numerous torches planted in the ground. Just as they were wondering about it, dozens of armored warriors rushed out from the camp and surrounded them. "Gentlemen, we are under orders to escort these exiles to Tingzhou for rehabilitation. We have the official documents to prove it. Please allow us passage." The leading officer, trembling, produced the documents, silently cursing. In all his years escorting convicts, he had never encountered a group as troublesome as this one. First bandits, then beggars, and now even soldiers had to cross their path. They were truly plagued by the worst luck. But before the documents could even be handed over, the armored soldier at the front roared, "Seize all these women and bring them to my tent. Throw the men into the latrine." A wave of terror washed over the crowd, and they shrank back in fear. No one knew what awaited them. Jingshi, paralyzed with fright, instinctively shielded Cui Zhiyu and a Yao within her arms. She tried her best to keep their faces hidden. She knew these soldiers harbored ill intentions, and the reason they wanted the women was all too clear. The soldiers were overwhelming in number, and the group was thrown into chaos. Yet Cui Zhiyu watched them with a composed expression. That is until someone roughly yanked them to their feet. One of the soldiers immediately noticed the striking beauty of Cui Zhiyu and a Yao. A leering grin spread across his face as he grabbed Cui Zhiyu's chin. "A pretty little thing, aren't you? Take her away." Sister, I want to stay with you." A Yao struggled to reach Cui Zhiyu, and Nacho followed suit. The other women behind them screamed desperately for help, but in this vast valley, no savior was forthcoming. As Nacho looked at the swords and spears outside the tent, she trembled and cried out, "Miss these men. They might be even worse than the bandits." They were fully armed and utterly brutish. Cui Zhiyu, however, recalled the words of Guard Jiang. He had said the border was under intense pressure and some deserters had fled to Luzhou City. This valley was at the junction of Luzhou and Chongping. These men, she reasoned, must be those very deserters cut off from their supplies and on the run. Sister, what do we do? I don't want anything to happen to you, and I don't want to die." A Yao was terrified, reliving the trauma of being tied up in a cave by bandits, which had previously caused her to faint from sheer fright. Cui Zhiyu whispered soothingly, "It's all right, sister is here." Her gaze was as firm as stone. As she was led past the tents, she caught glimpses through the lifted flaps and spotted quite a few valuable items inside. It seemed these were supplies looted from Luzhou City. They were finally shoved into a large tent where dozens of women were roughly thrown to the ground. After a moment, some of the women from the Earl's household were singled out, their ropes untied, and they were released. Cui Nanshan was among them. As everyone was wondering what was happening, concubine Lu swaggered into the tent following behind Huang Wenyan and threw open the flap. Her shrill voice pierced the air. "Finally, you get a taste of your own medicine." She strutted over to Cui Zhiyu with a smug look and pinched her chin. "Aren't you supposed to be so formidable? How did you end up in this state? If it weren't for you, our entire household wouldn't have fallen to such depths. You've been living high and mighty on this journey, thinking that with the Minister of Justice's backing you could do as you please, didn't you? So what if he's your patron? The Emperor is far away, and he can't protect you here. But our brother-in-law here, that's a different story." She then cast a coquettish glance at Huang Wenyan and laughed. "After all, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. Even in decline, our brother-in-law has connections." Huang Wenyan was now appraising Cui Zhiyu's beautiful features, seemingly savoring her status as his prisoner. He joined the leading officer on a fur mat, drinking wine and feasting, utterly content. The two were old acquaintances, toasting each other in celebration, and even going so far as to categorize the women into different classes. Huang Wenyan pointed at Cui Zhiyu with a face full of hatred. "Soon he'll show her what it means to wish for death." Concubine Liu's expression shifted slightly, and she snorted, "Brother-in-law, aren't you afraid this beauty has thorns? You don't know her, she fears nothing. They say she's even killed bandits before. Aren't you worried she won't serve you, but instead? What do you know? A woman who resists is the most interesting, especially when she hates me to the core, but is utterly helpless. And what about her sister? She's young, probably still a virgin." He laughed lewdly, his pent-up resentment seemingly demanding release. "With both of them together. Brother, how I think you should join in too. We can have our way with these women." He made a crude gesture accompanied by the lecherous laughter of the other men. Cui Zhiyu looked impassively at Cui Nanchuan, who, though silent, couldn't hide the smugness on her face. She was practically itching to mock Cui Zhiyu. At that moment, Cui Zhiyu suddenly revealed a knowing smile. After glancing at Cui Nanchuan, she turned her gaze to, "Aren't you celebrating a bit too early? Have you forgotten that I might have a contingency plan? I knew from the very beginning that this journey wouldn't be simple. You have your informants, and I have mine." Her gaze deliberately flickered towards Cui Nanchuan, hinting, "Did you really think you could touch the people of the Cui mansion so easily?" Cui Zhiu's unflappable demeanor made them question if she truly had an ace up her sleeve. Concubine Lu, who had seen how Cui Zhiyu dealt with others, caught the exchange of glances between her and Cui Nanshan. A pang of guilt shot through her, and she lunged forward, grabbing Cui Nanshan by the hair. "I almost forgot. You're a Cui as well. Men, tie her up." Cui Nanshan was stunned and cried out in a panic, Lu Qingru, you promised me. I helped you get in touch with the armored soldiers. Weren't you supposed to let me go? I have no connection to them. Release me." As soon as the words left her mouth, the others looked at her with disgust, realizing that Cui Nanshan was one of the conspirators. Jingshi trembled with rage. "Cui Nanshan, how can you face your father? He took pity on you and secretly gave you so much food and clothing. And this is how you repay us." Now you're pushing your own sisters into the fire. So the master of the house had been secretly helping his youngest daughter. That explained why Cui Nanshun had been so quiet lately, but Cui Nanshun ignored Jing Shi entirely, screaming only at concubine Lu. Let me go. You have to keep your word, or else. Concubine Lu gave a cold laugh and slapped her across the face. Or else what? You're a prisoner now, what right do you have to make demands? It's your misfortune to be born a Cui. We'd rather kill 100 innocents by mistake than let a single enemy go. She then turned to Huang Wenyin with a feigned pout. Brother-in-law, this lowly concubine of your late brother is the little wretch's own sister. I'm sure she's still loyal. Huang Wenyin narrowed his eyes, suddenly recalling that Cui Nanshun had been one of his brother's favorite concubines. But that favor was never heartfelt as his brother. That little vixen Cui Nanshun, she has far more tricks than those girls in the brothels. She's a rare find. A concubine like her is hard to come by. After having her, I couldn't even look at those common women from the pleasure quarters. He had often heard his brother boast about her. Today he thought he might as well give her a try himself. They were just people of the Cui mansion anyway, deserving to be taken and tormented. Once they were dead, he could burn them as an offering to his brother in the afterlife. With that, Huang Wenyin pulled Cui Nanshun over, and in front of everyone sliced her outer garment to shreds, revealing her delicate fair shoulders. They kept only the women of the Cui mansion, while the others were dragged to a different tent. Xia Mingqing, reeking of filth, was taken to the latrine where the men were being held. She huddled close to Xie Shiyao, seeking a sliver of protection from her brother. The soldier grabbed the seemingly soft-skinned Xie Shiyao from the crowd, a sinister smile playing on his lips as his gaze drifted downwards. A soldier next to him joked, "This one should finally satisfy Captain Li's tastes." Hearing this, Xie Shiyao quickly covered his rear and shoved Xia Mingqing towards the soldier. "Captain, what's there to enjoy about a man like me? They are much softer and sweeter. Look, this is my sister, she's still a virgin. Let me go and she can keep you company." Upon hearing this, Xia Mingqing's eyes flew wide open, staring at her brother in utter disbelief. "Brother, what are you saying? You're my own flesh and blood." The military officer pulled her into an embrace only to sneer and shove her away, disgusted by the stench of horse dung clinging to her. He leered at Xie Shiyao. "I've seen shameless men, but one as heartless and vile as you. Never. You'd sell out your own sister without a second thought. But I've no interest in your sister. No, it's your very audacity that's caught my eye today." Realizing the dire situation, Xie Shiyao immediately fell to his knees, kowtowing in desperate submission. "Sir officer, if my sister won't do, I have servants at home with smooth, tender skin. There are even a few young and pretty maids. And if you prefer someone more mature, we have matrons of all kinds. Whether you want to eat them or boil them, it matters not. Just spare me, and I'll be eternally grateful. They'll give you countless gold and silver treasures. I guarantee you'll be pleased. At that time, whatever men or women you desire, I can provide them all." His words were resolute, yet they cut through Xia Mingqing's heart like sharp blades. This was her most trusted brother, the one she had always been proud of. He hadn't helped her in past troubles, and now he had severed their familial bond with his own hands. Fury surged within Xia Mingqing. With a strength she didn't know she possessed, she kicked Xie Shiyao, sending him stumbling directly into the officer's arms. His frail body collided with the man, and the touch of his smooth skin immediately ignited a spark of interest in the officer. The officer patted his head as if he were teasing a dog, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Today you won't be slipping through my fingers." With that, he hoisted Xie Shiyao onto his shoulder and strode out of the latrine. Xie Shiyao had never suffered such humiliation in his entire life. He screamed and thrashed, but no matter how he yelled, the burly man remained deaf to his pleas until Xie Shiyao spotted Huang Wenyin emerging from a tent, and he clung to the sight like a drowning man grasping at a lifeline. Brother Huang. Brother Huang. Though his relationship with Huang Wenyin was merely casual, they had shared a meal or two. And when he was close with Huang Wenbing, they had even frequented brothels together on several occasions. The burly man, seeing Huang Wenyin, gave him face and set Xie Shiyao down, offering a greeting. "Young Master Huang." Xie Shiyao realized these were indeed Huang Wenyin's men, confirming he had pulled some strings. He was saved. He quickly began to plead. "Brother Huang, thank you. We're brothers after all. Your brother's misfortune is a done deal, but from now on we must work together as one." Huang Wenyin scoffed, his gaze turning icy as he stared at him. "Now you speak of brotherhood. When you sold out my brother, did you ever consider him your brother then?" Xie Shiyao's heart clenched, and he shook his head frantically. "Injustice, Brother Huang. I had nothing to do with it. It was that Shui Jiu who colluded with the Minister of Justice to have your brother arrested. You think I don't know? My brother told me everything that happened. Xie Shiyao, you are nothing but a base, despicable coward. And you still expect me to save you. If I don't have you drawn and quartered today, it's only for my brother's sake." His eyes were bloodshot as he shot a venomous glare at the burly. The officer grinned, and without a word seized Xie Shiyao from behind. Moments later, blood-curdling screams echoed from within the tent. Scream after scream, enough to strike fear into any heart. Yet upon hearing this familiar voice, Xie Mingqing burst into laughter. Like a madwoman, she rolled around on the filthy floor of the latrine. "Serves you right, serves you right. It serves you right. Meanwhile, inside a separate tent, Chui Jiu remained remarkably calm. Beside her, Yao trembled in fear, and Yin Wanshu's eyes were red-rimmed. Taking a deep breath, Yin Wanshu, influenced by Chui Jiu's composure, said decisively, "Miss Chui, I have a plan." Chui Jiu looked over sharply and saw a delicate dagger hidden in Yin Wanshu's sleeve. Its blade was razor-sharp, and it quickly sawed through the ropes binding her. Once freed, Yin Wanshu immediately cut through Chui Jiu's restraints as well. But Chui Jiu stayed her hand. "Take a Yao and hide behind the screen." Yin Wanshu looked at her confused, wondering why they should hide behind the flimsy screen. It was a tattered thing, probably scavenged by the soldiers from somewhere. The conditions were crude, and Chui Jiu didn't want to waste time. She spoke earnestly. "Wanshu, since you've chosen to stand with me, I'm entrusting a Yao to you. Please take care of her. I'll handle whoever comes in." Yin Wanshu was worried, but Chui Jiu's resolute expression quelled her fears. Miss Chui was capable. She had known that so she did as she was told, leading a Yao behind the screen. Meanwhile, Chui Jiu touched her pearl jade ring, retrieving something from within its spatial fold. A commotion sounded from outside the tent, and the lead officer strode in with a swagger. But upon entering, he found the tent seemingly empty. He frowned deeply, about to call out, when Chui Jiu suddenly darted out from behind him, pressing the sharp dagger firmly against the man's throat. She spoke first, producing a document. "Officer, do you know what this is?" The man showed no fear of the blade, but his eyes widened in shock at the sight of the document. For the document pertained to military provisions. It even included a transfer order for the granary. The unique paper and official seal made forgery impossible. "How did you get this?" Chui Jiu smiled calmly. "What if I told you I know where the provisions are? Would you let us go? You were once soldiers who defended our homeland. How have you sunk to the level of bandits?" The soldier's armor clinked as he let out a bitter, mocking laugh, his eyes burning with deep-seated resentment. "Defending the homeland? Huh, utterly ridiculous. We shed our blood and risked our lives. For what? Not for military glory or horses, but to defend our country. But how does our country treat us in return? On the front lines, we can't even get basic rations. They let us starve to death. We are soldiers. The battlefield is our final resting place, but you don't see how many border troops die in battle. More than half of them starve to death, rotting away in these miserable tents. Don't you find that laughable?" Spittle flew as his pent-up anger finally found a vent. "You, the families of officials, live a life without worry. Even when you're exiled for your greedy crimes, you get supplies for the journey and food from town posts to survive. So why is it that we who risk our lives can't even get a single grain of rice?" Every word carried the grievance of thousands of soldiers. His words were indeed chilling. Putting herself in their shoes, Chui Jiu knew she would feel the same icy, but they were unaware of one crucial fact. Chui Jiu told him, "It's not that the court refuses to issue your rations, but that most of your pay and provisions have been embezzled by Chu Diyun, the corrupt prefect of Chang." "What a—" He seemed not to believe Chui Jiu's words. Chui Jiu shook the documents in her hand. "The news of Chu Diyun being flayed and displayed in public has long since spread, and even the provincial governor has been mobilized. You have nowhere to go now. If you force your way into the city, you will certainly be hunted down and killed by the court as deserters." Having read the original book, Chui Jiu knew how harsh this dynasty was toward border soldiers. "You have nowhere to go now. If you force your way into the city, you will certainly be hunted down and killed by the court as deserters." Having read the original book, Chui Jiu knew how harsh this dynasty— "I don't know what your relationship with Huang Wenyan is, that you would help him deal with a group of defenseless people like us. At this point, all I can say is that I know where your provisions are. If you agree to my terms, I'll take you to what you're looking for. With those provisions, you can escort them to the border. Not only will you be able to return openly and earn military merit, but you'll also be able to save your comrades who are suffering at the front lines. For you, this deal is not a loss." Chui Jiu negotiated with neither humility nor arrogance, every word spoken with utmost sincerity. "Do you think I would easily believe the lies of a woman like you? I have so many family members here. If I deceive you, you can simply kill me. Besides, you yourself said I'm just a woman. Could I possibly defeat you all?" Her reasoning made sense, and the man figured she wouldn't dare to pull any tricks. "Since you have the guts, I'll give you a chance. Tell me, where are the provisions?" Chui Jiu glanced behind the folding screen. "They'll take you there right now, but first release my family. Please have them taken to your camp to warm up and wait safely for my return. Otherwise, what can you do?" Chui Jiu put away the dagger and took out a jade pendant. Just as she was about to speak, the man turned out to be someone who "How do you have the ministers?" This saved Chui Jiu from explaining. "So you recognize Minister Song's token of authority? That's for the best. I have an excellent relationship with the minister. If I had no one backing me, how could an exile like me have so many supplies and even ride in a carriage? Besides, you've seen how courteous those officials are to me. Ordinary exiles never get such treatment." Chui Jiu silently thanked Song Hung in her heart. In the world of rivers and lakes, one sometimes has to borrow the prestige of another's official hat. This jade pendant. She had actually swiped it herself back then. It was a last resort, just in case. If there was ever a chance to meet again, she would definitely thank him properly. But thinking about it, she had also done quite a few favors for Song. With that thought, Chui Jiu felt no guilt. Seeing this, the man believed her words. He called his men into the camp first, settling everyone else, then left the camp with Chui. Chui Jiu led him deep into the woods. The man remained vigilant, especially when Chui Jiu told him the provisions were nearby. Suspicion arose, and he warned, "If you dare to pull any tricks, not a single one of your people will live. You know we've been pushed to the brink. Killing one is the same as killing 100. Chui Jiu smiled, her expression calm. "I'm just a weak woman, what more reassurance do you need?" After they left, the man in charge of the camp, following the man's orders, gathered everyone together. When Huang Wenyan came to the tent expecting some fun, he was met with this unusual sight. He asked in confusion, "Where's Brother Hao? Didn't we agree that after he's done it's my turn?" Not seeing Chui Jiu's figure, either the man in charge spoke up. "Brother Hao went to handle some matters. He asks that you wait here for his return. As for these people, no one is to touch them for now." Huang Wenyan immediately frowned, sensing something wrong. "What do you mean? Why didn't Brother Hao tell me?" The man in charge sneered. "Does our Brother Hao need to report to you when he goes on business? Just wait here patiently." Huang Wenyan wanted to rage, but thinking of these formidable soldiers, he dared not act rashly. Ling Hao was a former classmate of his late elder brother. Later Ling Hao enlisted, and they lost touch. It wasn't until Huang Wenyan was exiled recently that he sent people to seek connections everywhere, eventually getting in touch with Ling Hao. At that time, Huang Wenyan offered up all his valuables to bribe a messenger to deliver a letter to Ling Hao. Out of respect for his elder brother's wrongful death, Ling Hao agreed to save their family and teach the Chui household a lesson on the way. If he were disrespectful, he could lose his head to these deserters at any moment. So Huang Wenyan could only swallow his anger and bide his time. Chui Jiu led Ling Hao deep into the dense forest. In the snowy dark night, visibility was obscured. She found a raised mound and said, "Go dig up the snow over there and take a look. They'll search around here." The heavy snow had buried many places. Ling Hao stared at her with a meaningful gaze, and Chui Jiu tried to ease the tense atmosphere. "Sir, if it's convenient, I'd really like to know your name. After all, I'm giving you these provisions today, which makes me somewhat of a benefactor to you." The man snorted. "My name never changes whether sitting or standing, Ling Hao." Hearing this name, Chui Jiu suddenly paused. This was the Grand General Ling Hao, who in the original book had performed meritorious service in rescuing the emperor during Song Hong's campaign to exonerate Prince Huai. She never expected him to have degenerated into a deserter at this point, nearly heading down the wrong path. It seemed that everything she was experiencing now was closely tied to the original plot. But because of her appearance, many events had changed. Yet what of the outcome? Would the final result change? Chui Jiu couldn't help but sink into thought, but was soon interrupted by Ling Hao's roar. "How could the provisions be here? Are you playing?" Snapped back to reality, she said. "How would I dare to deceive you? Didn't you already see the transfer order for the granary? Search a bit more." With that, she turned and entered a thicket as tall as a man. Taking advantage of his inattention, she touched her pearl ring and released the provisions belonging to their camp from the spatial storage. This was in a way returning the goods to their rightful owner. Ling Hao followed the sound and saw the provisions scattered across the grass and snow, overjoyed. "You really didn't lie to me." Seeing this towering stalwart man, now clutching the provisions and wailing loudly, Chui Jiu was deeply moved. "You have no idea how many of our brothers starved or froze to death over just a bit of rations." 1,000 words condensed into just a few. The urgent priority was to rush back to the border with these provisions to save as many as possible. But at that moment, Chui Jiu suddenly bowed to him. "Sir, I believe you are an honorable man who keeps his word. But now I dare to ask one more favor, hoping you will grant it in light of these life-saving provisions." Ling Hao quickly helped her up and said politely, "I will certainly keep my promise. Feel free to speak. I want Huang Wenyan's life." The moment he arrived, he demanded the lives of dozens of people in the Chui household. His audacity was so immense that Chui Jiu had no interest in keeping him alive to torment him. Meanwhile, Huang Wenyan was growing impatient, and seeing no movement from the other side, he spoke with irritation. "Brother Hao, why hasn't he returned? What exactly is he doing over there?" Just then, from the adjacent tent, Xie Shiryao, tortured beyond endurance, was carried out and callously dumped before Huang Wenyan. Seeing this, Huang Wenyan's interest was piqued. He crouched down and patted Xie Shiyao's face. "Brother Xie, oh brother Xie, if my elder brother saw you like this, he could die with his eyes closed in peace." After saying this, he kicked him into the grass with utter disdain. Xie Shiryao silently opened his bloodshot eyes, enduring the intense pain, and crawled bit by bit deeper into the undergrowth. No one paid any attention to this insignificant figure. Only he, filled with resentment, was determined to hold on to his last breath and escape this place. He needed to find somewhere to seek the prince's aid. If he delayed any longer, not only would it affect the prince's plans, but his own life would be forfeit. When Ling Hao returned to the camp with Chui Jiu, he immediately summoned Huang Wenyan. Huang Wenyan rushed in impatiently, unable to contain his anger, and demanded, "Brother Hao, where on earth did you go just now?" Ling Hao pretended to adjust his trousers, put on his armor, and pointed to the 3 bound women on the bed. One was Chui Jiu, one was Yin Wanshu, and the other was a Yao. They're yours to enjoy. Seeing him leave the tent, Huang Wenyan glared fiercely at Chui Jiu and the others. He sneered, walked to the side, and retrieved a bag he had prepared earlier, spreading its contents out before them. Chui Jiu, oh Chui Jiu, tonight, you will truly savor the exquisite pleasures I have in store for you. See this? This is a barbed whip. And this is a white silk cord for your necks. And there's more. He casually picked up a lit candle and approached the three women, tilting it over their delicate skin. This wax, when it drips onto your skin, will surely give you a uniquely delightful experience. And what do you think this is, eh? He grabbed a container, abruptly pulled down his pants, and urinated into it. A Yao screamed and squeezed her eyes shut, while Yin Wanshu also turned away in panic, refusing to look. Chui Jiu, however, observed all these items with keen interest. Huang Wenyan, without even pulling his pants up, charged at her to tear at her clothes. But unexpectedly, in the next moment, Chui Jiu suddenly spread her arms, and with immense force overpowered him. With a swift turn, she pinned him down onto the bed. Immediately after, Yin Wanshu and a Yao rose to their feet. Yin Wanshu grabbed his other arm tightly, while a Yao wrapped her arms around his legs, biting down hard and refusing to let go. Chui Jiu, you vile woman, let me go. Do you have a death wish? Brother How, save me. He shouted loudly, and Ling Hao, hearing the commotion, lifted the tent flap and walked in. Huang Wenyan immediately pleaded for help. Brother Hao, quickly seize this vile woman, she intends to. But before he could finish his sentence, Ling Hao, holding a rope, bound him hand and foot. Huang Wenyan's eyes widened in disbelief as he yelled, Brother Hao, what are you doing? Brother Hao. Ling Hao remained silent. After binding him, he turned and left without hesitation. He left the tent to Chui Jiu and the others. Chui Jiu then retrieved his earlier bag, a faint smile gracing her radiant face. A barbed whip, is it? Let's see how it feels when it strikes. As her words fell, she lashed it upon him, without mercy. The pain made Huang Wenyan's eyes bulge, veins protruding as he let out a piercing scream. And this white silk cord for the neck, how does that feel? Yin Wanshu took it and looped it around his neck from behind, pulling tight. A powerful suffocation instantly overwhelmed him, his face turning crimson as if drowning in deep water. Especially the scalding wax dripping drop by drop onto his skin, seeming to sear through his flesh. Again and again until he had barely any strength left. After they had attended to him thoroughly, Chui Jiu picked up the container once more. Huang Wenyan's eyes widened in terror. Casting aside all pretense of dignity, he wailed and begged profusely. Ancestral grandmother, please spare me. I won't dare anymore, I'll never dare again. I'll obey you in everything from now on. Whatever you say I'll do. Please, just let me. But before he could finish, Chui Jiu forcibly pried his mouth open and made him drink from the container. She made sure he didn't waste a drop. The roars and screams from within the tent even made Ling Hao, a man never soft on his enemies, furrow his brow. He remarked to another, this woman is no ordinary one. She's got nerve. The other man readily agreed. Indeed worthy of being the minister's trusted aide. But Master Hao, if she's on such good terms with the minister, why was she exiled? Logically, the minister should have tried his best to protect her. Everyone knows the Minister of Justice is currently the Emperor's favorite. Protecting one person shouldn't be difficult for him. Besides, the family's crime was merely her elder brother writing a poem that displeased His Majesty. It's hardly a major offense. Ling Hao narrowed his eyes meaningfully. In my view, this woman's exile is just a facade. The truth might be different. While they speculated and chatted outside the tent, the people who had been released from the Earl's mansion were all being captured again. By now everyone knew that Huang Wenyan was in trouble, having offended the military officers, and was being tormented. The people from the Earl's mansion were terrified. Especially concubine Lu. She secretly tried to go see Huang Wenyan, but from a distance, she heard his agonizing screams coming from the tent. Frightened out of her wits, she scrambled away. Realizing she had no way out, and that even being caught in the procession would lead to no good, she devised a plan. She would slip away into the darkness. But she hadn't anticipated that only a few steps from the tent a figure would block her path. Concubine Lu was terror-stricken. The next instant, Chui Nanshan stepped forward, her face expressionless. Trying to run, Concubine Lu gasped, but remained defiant. You? Don't you dare block my way, Chui Nanshan. Get out of my sight if you know what's good for you. But in the next moment, Chui Nanshan viciously yanked her hair with such force that it felt like her scalp was being torn off. It seems you're the one who can't read the situation, now, Concubine Lu. I thought you'd have more time to flaunt. Tell me, if the others in the mansion found out about your secret affair, what do you think they'd do to you? Too bad there's no cage here to drown you in. However, we could strip you naked and let you freeze to death in these woods, then let the wild beasts gnaw at you bit by bit, until only a skeleton remains. Concubine Lu was petrified, her legs turning to jelly. Especially when Chui Nanshan tore off her bodice and pointed to the character Yin embroidered on it. All her words of denial crumbled instantly. Her legs gave way, and she fell to her knees. Concubine Chui, please let me go, let me go. I'll give you everything I have. Look, I have money, I have gold hairpins and silver notes. In a fluster, she pulled out all the valuables she had hidden inside her trousers. Chui Nanchun took them a smile on her face, but said nothing. Her eyes under the moonlight resembled a beast of the forest radiating a chilling coldness. At that moment 3 sharp whistles suddenly rang out from the valley. They pierced the silence of the night, startling everyone in the camp. Ling Hao looked up at the sky and shouted fiercely, "Signal, arrows!" Who fired them? Not only did they hear it, but Chui Jiu also caught the shrill sound. It shot straight into the sky like a signal flare. Moments later Ling Hao swiftly lifted the tent flap and said to Chui Jiu, "Madam Chui, someone has fired a signal. To be safe we must leave at once." Before Chui Jiu could respond, Ling Hao urgently summoned the surrounding soldiers, abandoned everything, and grabbed the provisions and pay. They were indeed well-trained, having come from the military camp. At Ling Hao's command, everyone evacuated the tent with remarkable speed. Yin Wanshu grabbed Chui Jiu's hand and said, "Miss Chui, that whistling arrow is used by the military to send signals. Who knows what kind of people it might attract? Should we also?" "No rush, Wanshu. You and Io go gather our people first, and have the guards keep a close watch. They'll be there shortly. We are court-exiled civilians, not deserters from the army. So no matter who comes we have no reason to panic." Yin Wanshu felt reassured and left the tent with Io. Meanwhile Huang Wenyan had already fainted from the torment. Chui Jiu's gaze darkened as she surveyed her. Ling Hao and his men had fled the border with a desperate, vengeful resolve, looting quite a few things along the way. Though the haul was modest, Chui Jiu carefully moved everything into her space. Warm animal fur blankets, freshly caught game flints, and candles. She left the tent completely bare. Then she went to Ling Hao's main tent and discovered a token he had left behind engraved with the totem of the border troops. Beside the token was a small wooden box. When she opened it, a vial inside emitted a pungent, irritating odor. She instinctively sensed it was most likely some kind. When she searched the last tent she hadn't yet entered, she was shocked to find over a dozen men inside. They were bound together, their mouths tightly stuffed, leaving no room to struggle. Upon seeing Chui Jiu, their eyes widened in unison. She freed one of them and asked, "Who are you people?" The man dropped to his knees without a word, trembling as he said, "Miss, please save us. We were ordinary citizens of Wuzhou, but Wuzhou has already fallen, and we were captured by those soldiers to be forced laborers. They were all gaunt, clearly having been starved. But since Ling Hao and his group had already left, keeping them here served no purpose. So she quickly untied them. Those soldiers are gone now. You can all go back." As soon as she said this, someone in the crowd burst into tears. "Go back? How can we possibly go back? Wuzhou has fallen. The entire city was massacred. We have no home to return to." At these words, despair swept over everyone present, their eyes turning dim and hollow. Wuzhou. Chui Jiu couldn't help but recall that in the original book of Border City was indeed massacred. And the true reason for the massacre wasn't defeat by the enemy. It was because Prince Huai had deliberately withdrawn the garrison, sacrificing the city to the enemy's slaughter for his own schemes. After the massacre, he used it as a pretext to infiltrate his own privately trained troops into the reinforcements, igniting war at the border and putting immense pressure on the imperial court. Those innocent border citizens became mere pawns in Prince Huai's rebellion, their families destroyed and lives shattered. Most likely that city was their homeland. Now they were homeless, and with the natural disaster upon them, even if released, they'd have little chance of survival. Chui Jiu pondered for a moment, then stepped outside the tent, touched her pearl jade ring, and pulled some dried rations from her space into a satchel. When she returned, she handed them the satchel and pointed them toward a path of hope. "If you have nowhere to go, head to the East Street Market in the capital and find a man named Li Shouguang. He's about to hire in large numbers. Since you're from Wuzhou, you must know how to ride horses. You have a natural advantage. They'll also give you some silver. Use it to buy fine Western region horses with strong endurance for long journeys. Do as I say, and you'll surely settle in the capital with food and clothing to spare." With that, she pulled a 500-tael banknote from her pouch. The men were stunned. "Miss, we're already grateful for the rations. How could we possibly take your money? I'm not giving it to you for free. It's a loan. Come next spring, I'll visit your caravan to collect the principal and interest. How about that?" The men exchanged hesitant glances. In their moment of indecision, Chui Jiu could see they were honest, simple folk. This banknote wouldn't be wasted on them. In the original book, the snow disaster that year would cripple the capital's transport trade, freezing the canals solid. The horse caravans would become the only lifeline for shipping grain and trading goods. Li Shouguang was a former classmate of the minister. However, in the original story, Xie Shiyao and Princess Chun used their space to steal the horses from his caravan, monopolizing the capital's transport. Seizing that opportunity, Princess Chun aided the court by shipping grain grown in her space to the disaster victims of Chongping City, earning merit and building considerable influence at court. But now that the space was in her hands, and she had sent these men with horses to bolster Li Shouguang, the princess would surely fail to win hearts this time. Besides, Xie Shiyao was still in exile. As she mused, the men all knelt before her. "Miss, we will forever remember your life-saving grace. We will do exactly as you've instructed. If we truly establish ourselves in the capital, we'll have the interest ready by next spring. We won't let your 500 tails go to waste. May we ask your name, miss? And where do you live? So we can. Next spring will come find you in the capital. Now go quickly. Whatever you see outside, don't pay it any mind. Leave through the back mountain and head south. That will take you to Chongping City. This travel money is enough to get you to the capital. She didn't harbor complete expectations. She was merely offering them a chance at survival. The ultimate choice was theirs to make. After seeing them off, a sudden cacophony of wails and cries erupted from the mudflats. Shuijiu sharpened her gaze and hurried over. A group of officials in provincial inspector uniforms had arrived. The guards from their group were negotiating with them, and the area outside the tents was crowded with people. It seemed everyone had gathered together. As Cui Zhiyu approached, Jingshi quickly grabbed her hand, deeply worried. Where are you, alright? Cui Zhizhou and Haishir were also concerned. Io said you went to take care of something, and you hadn't returned. I wanted to look for you, but these inspectors showed up. Inspectors say, this was desolate wilderness a considerable distance from Chongping City. There's no way a few whistling arrows could have brought them here so quickly. Unless these people had been trailing them from nearby all along. But then who had fired those signal arrows? Cui Zhizhou harbored the same doubt. As he was about to speak, Officer Zhao came to count heads. Cui Zhiyu seized the moment to ask, Sir, what are these Imperial inspectors do? Officer Zhao said with relief, Thank goodness for these Imperial inspectors. They came from Luzhou specifically to hunt down those deserters. When those fugitives ran off, I pointed them in the right direction. We're safe now. Cui Zhiyu sensed something amiss. Ling Hao and his men had fled on their own, the matter hadn't reached the capital yet, and there was no imperial decree in Luzhou authorizing their capture. Moreover, Ling Hao and his group had been leisurely setting up camp here. If the inspectors were truly after them, they would have been caught long ago. Recalling the whistling arrow, Cui Zhiyu began to form a suspicion. Just then, after the count, the officers realized several people were missing. One was concubine Lu of the Earl's Manor, another was Huang Wenyan, and also Xie Shiyao of the CF. Wasn't that young Master Huang in the tent on the far left? When Cui Zhiyu had last left, he was still unconscious. But the officer shook his head. That brat must have run off. Damn it. When we went to look, the tent was completely empty. Run off. He was bound hand and foot and unconscious. How could he have escaped in such a short time? Cui Zhiyu glanced at Yin Wanshu about to ask a question when two inspectors suddenly carried over the corpse of a woman with staring, unseeing eyes. Everyone looked and saw it was none other than concubine Lu of the Earl's Manor. A belly band was draped over her body, and the women present blushed with shame, gasping and averting their gaze. Cui Zhiyu, however, noticed the strangulation marks on concubine Liu's neck and the scratches on her face, clearly made by fingernails. At that moment, a sharp-eyed officer spotted the conspicuous character Yin embroidered on the belly band and began to jest. Old Madam, Huang, isn't this character your youngest son's name? Where's your youngest son? Old Madam Huang felt utterly disgraced. It was as if announcing to everyone that this concubine had been carrying on with her youngest son, and with her son missing and concubine Lu dead, didn't that make the murderer? Wench, how could the Earl's Manor tolerate such a woman? Get rid of her now. The old madam roared in fury. Wei and the others stepped forward to console her, but Cui Zhiyu's gaze was fixed on the swiftly flowing river. She beckoned Officer Zhao and told him, Sir, why don't you search downstream? Officer Zhao glanced at her and quickly dispatched two men to search. Sure enough, before long they found Huang Wenyan's drowned corpse lodged against a protruding rock. Old Madam Huang's eyes rolled back, and she fainted on the spot. Just then Xie Shiyao emerged from the bushes, disheveled and limping. Madam Chung rushed over without a second thought. My son, where have you been? You scared your mother to death. Thank goodness you're alright, thank goodness. Xie Shiyao, with vacant eyes, was supported by Madam Chung to rest, paying no heed to the turmoil from the Earl's Manor. As they passed by Cui Zhiyu, she caught a faint medicinal scent emanating from him. Her brow furrowed slightly. But the next moment, upon seeing Xie Shiyao, Xie Mingqing suddenly lost control like a mad woman and hurled a stone viciously at him. She ranted, This is retribution. Retribution, Xie Shiyao. You'd sell out your own sister. You are an unforgivable villain. Xie Shiyao rose in fury, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Madam Chung quickly held him back, then dragged Xie Mingqing aside and scolded, He's your brother. What nonsense are you talking? My brother? Who's my brother? My brother is the one who wants to kill me. Ha ha. Xie Mingqing, severely traumatized, had lost her wits even more. She grabbed an officer and laughed. Sir, my brother wants to sell me. He's worse than an animal. Xie Mingqing was already deranged, and now she was even worse. No one wanted to get near her except Madam Chung, who to prevent trouble tore off her sash and bound her. Yet even with 2 deaths in the group, nothing changed. The officers were used to it. Deaths were commonplace on the Exile road. As long as the journey wasn't delayed, nothing else mattered. So after the inspectors left, they were ordered to press on through the night. Taking advantage of the lighter snowfall, they pushed forward as far as possible. Bracing against the biting cold, they resumed their march. Cui Zhiyu and Nachiu organized the supplies, hastily burning some charcoal to place in a small hand warmer. As she handed it to Cui Zhizhou, he pulled her aside and whispered, You must be especially wary of Sheusesher. Why does brother say that so suddenly? To be honest, earlier I saw Sheusesher heading towards young Master Huang's tent. It was chaotic at the time, but when I checked the tent later it was empty. So I think your suspicion is correct. Chui Ziyu's smile faded. She had discerned his schemes the moment she smelled the medicinal scent on him. Just now I detected an unusual medicinal odor on him. If I'm not mistaken, those are some precious herbs. Those inspectors were likely summoned by him. Chui Zizhou was startled. If he is backing, doesn't that make you his prime target? Logically, yes. But he hasn't shown his hand, yet perhaps waiting to make a big move. Since he's staying quiet, he'll take precautions, and at least keep a close watch on him. This was to prevent him from pulling any tricks amid the chaos. Once they reached Luzhou, she might find a way to expose Sheusesher's true colors. I'm still worried about you. Brother, trust me. She whispered a certain plan to Chui Zizhou. Since their exile began, Chui Zizhou felt his sister had become the pillar of the family, possessing a naturally convincing air. So under her steadfast gaze he heeded her arrangements. They traveled until dawn. Sheusesher and his group remained quiet save for Xie Mingqing's occasional curses. As for the Earl's manor, it was said that old Madame Huang was so devastated she had to be supported by the manor's womenfolk as they walked. Cui Nanchuan, however, was far more attentive than usual. Freed from concubine Liu's oppression, she voluntarily accompanied the old madam, and even carried her for Wei saw this, and so did her maidservant, who saw through Cui Nanchuan's intentions. Madam with concubine Lu gone, that concubine Cui is busy currying favor with the old madam. Shall we? Never mind her. She's just a lowly concubine, as she can't stir up much trouble. As long as she doesn't set her sights on Fenger, let her scheme. Someone will deal with her. It was known to many in the manor that old Madame Huang had distant relatives in Tingzhou, exiled there 2 years prior. So everyone along the way sought to please the old madam, hoping for some support once they reached their destination. At dawn, heavy snow began to fall again. Exhausted and hungry, they had to stop. Everyone went to gather firewood, but Cui Ziyou directly lit the charcoal and placed a few meat buns on the stove to steam. She then slipped into the woods, found a few lacquer trees, and used a sharp dagger to collect some sap from their trunks. Nacho, curious, asked, "Miss, what do you plan to do with that?" She cast a distant glance towards the Xie family's camp, and said, "To lure the snake out of its hole." A snake? What snakes are out in this dead of winter? Given Xie Shiyou's temperament, he should have lost his composure back in Chongping City. Yet he had endured all the way until now, only showing signs of unease upon encountering the deserters. Cui Ziyou was certain that the whistling arrow was most likely his doing, and Huang Wenyan's death was probably connected to him as well. Since that was the case, she might as well seize the initiative and see what he was really plotting. With this in mind, she carried the collected sap to their cart. Finding some thick blankets and cloaks scavenged from the tents, she took one and smeared the sap onto. Once it dried, she brought these cloaks and blankets to the officials, exchanged a few words, and then returned to the campfire. The officials distributed some of the cloaks to others. Fearing she might not get one, Sheusesher rushed forward first, shivering before them. "Officer, we're freezing to death. Please give us some thick supplies." The official unceremoniously tossed the top blanket to her. Sheusesher grabbed it without a second thought, and covered herself and her son. Cui Ziyou, eating a steamed bun, glanced over, and smiled, patting Chuan Gear's chubby cheek. Just then she happened to see Cui Nanchuan approaching them with 2 bowls of hot. "Madam Xie, young Master Xie, this is wild vegetable soup I just made. The old madam asked me to bring you some. It's still warm." Sheusesher was clearly surprised that old Madame Huang would think of them. Shocked, but not polite, she said, "Oh my, then thank the old madam for me." With that she drank it eagerly, nearly scalding herself. However, Cui Nanchuan didn't leave in a hurry. Instead, she took out a small medicine bottle from her clothes and carefully handed it to Sheusesher. "Young Master Xie, you look unwell. Are you injured? This medicine is my own. Oh, it can treat external wounds." Sheusesher took it without hesitation, saying with a meaningful look, "Young lady, thinking of us, even at a time like this, we truly thank you. Actually, Miss Cui, you might not know this, but when we were discussing marriage with your family before, we originally wanted Shiryao to marry you. But it's all that concubine Li's fault, insisting we marry the legitimate daughter. Now look, we ended up with such a cursed star. Compared to you, your sister is like heaven and earth. If only you had married Shiryao instead. Shiryao, don't you think so? The second miss is gentle and charming. I find her quite likable." Cui Nanchuan's face flushed slightly, and she gave an awkward smile. "Madam, this. Mother, don't make things difficult for the second miss. Don't mind what my mother said." Sheusesher interrupted his mother, looking at Cui Nanchuan considerately. Cui Nanchuan stood up softly, reminded them again, and then left. As soon as she was gone, Sheusesher quickly lowered her voice and said to Sheusesher, "Does this Cui second miss have feelings for you? In your mother's view, she's still from the Cui mansion. Old Master Cui has secretly given her quite a bit. If you can get close to her, maybe we can get some supplies. Besides, she's also from the Earl's mansion. If we win her over, we can get things from there too. And also, if Cui Ziyou finds out you like her sister, she'll be furious. Mother, regardless, they won't leave Zhangzhou Mountain Pass alive." "What do you mean?" Sheusesher couldn't be bothered to explain. However, this scene was witnessed by Naqiu and Cui Ziyou. Nakiyu clenched her fists in anger and whispered, "Miss. When did the second miss get involved with the former young master? How dare they treat you like?" Before she could finish, Chui Jiu smiled. "This is good." "What?" Nakiyu didn't understand. Chui Jiu patted her head and whispered, "They're setting the stage. They'll put on a good show for you later, right?" The priority now was to figure out Xie Xiu's intentions first. When they set off again, news came from the Xie camp. Cheng Shi and Xie Shiyao were covered in red rashes with dense clusters of small bumps on their hands, as well, looking quite alarming. They sought help from the officials, but the officials avoided them. Get away. Get away. What is this?" There was no doctor in the group, so the head official quickly drove them to the back of the line with his whip. "Both of you stay far away from everyone. Without my permission, don't come any closer, or I'll give you a few lashes." Terrified Cheng Shi pleaded with a sorrowful face, "Officer, we don't know what this is either. The rashes just appeared. We need to see a doctor." "See a doctor?" The head official laughed in anger. "Out here in the wilderness, I'm already being kind by not leaving you two to fend for yourselves, and you want a doctor? Stay away. This is bad luck." He wanted to assign someone to watch them, but the other officials refused, fearing it was some plague that could spread to them. Just as the official was about to pick someone at random, Chui Jiu volunteered. "Officer, let me watch them." The official, seeing him come forward, readily agreed. Thus the mother and son were kept under Chui Jiu's watchful eye the entire time. Any suspicious move they made, Chui Jiu would know immediately. She knew it wouldn't be easy to pry his purpose out of him. When they stopped to rest in Luzhou, he would probably lose his patience. The lacquer tree sap is mildly toxic. Prolonged contact can cause skin allergic reactions. Since they were not far from Luzhou, and they kept using that blanket, their reactions would only worsen. By then he would be forced to seek help. However, the Xie family's current misfortune didn't slow their journey. After relegating the two to the rear, they continued on for a long. They returned to the main road by nightfall. With the road wider, their carts could be loaded again, allowing everyone to rest properly. Chui Jiu was also tired from walking. As soon as the cart was ready, she climbed in to warm up. Seeing the snow falling heavier outside, she thought she might need to bring out more. Some animal skin blankets alone wouldn't be enough to ward off the cold, especially for weak pregnant women like Haishur and the young and old in the group. With this in mind, she feigned sleep, touched her pearl jade ring, and entered the space. She went to the back of the warehouse. Previously, she had only been moving things and hadn't noticed that the cotton and vegetables she had planted had all ripened. Seeing the large cotton field, Chui Jiu's heart filled with joy, truly experiencing the delight of a bountiful harvest. She hurriedly picked the cotton, washed it in the spiritual spring, and laid it out to dry. Meanwhile, the big white tiger saw her and waddled over, asking for a pat. Thinking of Haishur, Chui Jiu also went to the warehouse to find some miscarriage-preventing herbs to brew for her. But unexpectedly, in a corner where herbs were stacked, she found a pleasant surprise. To her surprise, some of the herbs inside had sprouted new shoots. Could it be the influence of this spiritual spring space? Chui Jiu promptly picked out the sprouted herbs and planted them in the soil behind the warehouse. If all went well, new herbs would surely grow, and they would be readily available in endless supply. In the meantime, the cotton had already been dried. She only needed to find the right moment to bring them out. She opened her eyes, realizing that Na Xiu and Yin Wanshu had left the carriage at some point, leaving her alone. Seizing the opportunity, she carried out a box of cotton along with a few newly grown fruits and some herbs, placing them into the box. Once everything was ready, she summoned Na Xiu and the others, showed her, "Go fetch some bolts of cloth and some needle and thread from our cart." Though Na Xiu was puzzled by her mistress' request, she quickly retrieved the items. When she saw the fluffy white cotton, she was astonished. "Mistress, where did you get all this cotton?" In this dynasty of the original story, cotton was not cultivated. Cotton was only grown in the northwestern Xianglan kingdom, and even then in small quantities. It only reached this dynasty through trade. But given the great distance and scarcity, only the wealthy and powerful could afford it. They rarely saw cotton in their daily lives, so seeing such a large quantity, at once it was no wonder Na Xiu was shocked. However, Chui Jiu was prepared. "I scavenged these from the tents and quietly stashed them on our cart. We must keep this quiet. Let's quickly sew these into the padded vests, the more the better. Once we wear these thick clothes, we won't fear the cold." Na Xiu didn't probe further, smiling as she quickly got to work with the needle and thread. Later, Yin Wanshu joined them. It turned out she was highly skilled at needlework, her technique earning repeated praise from Chui Jiu. With something to do, time passed more quickly. Before they knew it, another day and night had passed with their intermittent travel, and they had unknowingly arrived at the borders of Luzhou. Once they crossed the Great River, they would reach Taoqiu County, officially entering Luzhou. But as they arrived at the bridge, they were shocked to find a notice board erected beside it. It turned out that the consecutive harsh winters had damaged the bridge, making it impassable for anyone. The escort officer's face darkened, and he couldn't help but curse. "Damn it. I must have been cursed with terrible luck to be assigned this escort duty. After this job, I never want to do it again." Chui Jiu walked to the riverbank, gazing at the slowly flowing water with a sense of foreboding. At this rate, the river would soon freeze over. If they had to wait for the ice to thicken enough to cross on foot, they would be delayed for many more days. There was no shelter from the wind and snow here, and the people in the group wouldn't survive that long. So they needed to cross by boat as soon as possible. Just as she was about to discuss the matter with the officer, she noticed a man in a bamboo hat calling out to her. Crossing the river. Last trip. Miss it, and there'll be no boat. Hearing this, the officer quickly hailed him. Chui Jiu glanced at his boat. It was fairly large, big enough to ferry them all across in one go. She then looked at the boatman and asked, "Boatman, how much silver to take us across?" The boatman grinned and held up 4 fingers. The officer grumbled, but reluctantly pulled out 400 copper coins only for the boatman to raise the price. 40 taels. 40 taels. Are you trying to swindle me? Do you believe I'll cut you down? Now, officer, we're honest businessmen here. I've got my brothers on the boat too. If you dare lay a finger on me, you'll all freeze to death out here. Besides, times are tough for everyone. 40 taels is already a bargain for all of you. Look at how many people you have. If it's really too much. He leered at Chui Jiu, reaching out a hand. How about this young lady spend a night with me instead? Chui Jiu let out a scoff and agreed readily. They'll give you 400 taels, let alone 40. Get everyone on the boat. Seeing her generosity, the officer knew she had money and didn't hesitate to wave everyone aboard, even hauling the carts onto the vessel. As the passengers boarded, the boatman eyed Chui Jiu with a shifty gaze. Seeing her calm and composed demeanor, he felt a flicker of unease. But his greed won out. When the boat reached the middle of the river, and he saw Chui Jiu standing alone on the deck, wicked thoughts stirred in his heart. However, Chui Jiu found him first. Seeing her approach, the boatman grinned. "Young lady, is there something?" But before he could finish, he felt a dagger pressed against his. The gleaming blade was only separated by a thin layer of clothing. One push from Chui Jiu, and he would be dead. The man immediately lost his nerve, his legs trembling with fear. "Spare me, heroine, spare me." 3. Seeing him stutter, Chui Jiu was speechless. She had expected a tough adversary, but he was just a small fry. Before she could even speak, the man was already begging for mercy. "I don't want your money. He'll take nothing, all right." Chui Jiu flashed a smile, and said calmly, "I despise those who break their word." Just as she finished speaking, the man suddenly noticed something, and instinctively leaned forward. "Oh no, the river is freezing over. Heroine, I need to call the men to break the ice, or we'll all die here." At that moment, Chui Jiu also noticed the river's surface freezing over at a visible rate. No wonder. The boat had only made it halfway across the river after. Seeing this, Chui Jiu touched her pearl ring, and produced various weapons and tools from her spatial storage. The man watched in disbelief as the tools seemingly fell from the sky, clattering onto the deck. It was as if he had seen the king of hell himself, and he fell to his knees in shock. Chui Jiu toyed with the hilt of a blade, and ordered him, "Why aren't you going to find people, and he'll tell you exactly who to get for the most effective results." She leaned in, and whispered a few words into the man's ear. Believing she possessed some kind of sorcery, the man scrambled to his feet, and rushed into the cabin, trembling as he called his companions. He then ordered certain members of the Xie and Bo households to join in chipping away at the ice. Especially Xie Shuyao. Chui Jiu had specifically instructed that he be the first to go. Suspended by ropes over the side of the boat, he used a pickaxe to break the ice, which only aggravated his already unbearably itchy and irritating skin condition. Cheng Shi was lowered down along with her son, grumbling as she gritted her teeth and chipped at the ice. "Shuyao, look at that Chui Jiu. None of them are down here suffering. She must have bribed the boatman to torment us. Back when your father was alive, our Xia household was so glorious. Now our whole family has fallen to this all because we married that poisonous woman Chui Jiu." Xie Shuyao remembered every single grievance vividly. He couldn't wait to reach Zhengzhou Mountain Pass. Once they arrived in Luzhou, he would make his move. He would annihilate the entire Chui family to quell the hatred burning in his heart. The members of the Bo household who were lowered down afterward also voiced their complaints endlessly. Especially old Madame Huang. At her age, she never expected to endure such hardship. But at that moment, Chui Nanshan took the tool from the old lad's hands and whispered, "Mother-in-law, let me help you. Your body can't take this." Old Madame Huang had always regarded this Chui concubine as nothing more than a lowly mistress who used her beauty to please. Now seeing her act with such filial, she couldn't help but ask, "Your Chui family is doing well now. Haven't you thought about going back?" Chui Nanshan suddenly welled up with tears, her face full of grievances with nowhere to voice them. "Old madam, I am already the first young master's woman. Even in death, I belong to the Bo household. Besides, if my elder sister ever learned I had thoughts of returning, she would surely beat me to death." Old Madame Huang was furious upon hearing this. "Your elder sister is truly a beast. Though you are a concubine's daughter, she should not have treated you so. Well, you have been so loyal to Binger. Once we reach Tingzhou, I will not let you suffer any injustice." Chui Nanshan was deeply grateful, and glancing at Wei, she raised her voice. "Madam, why don't you rest as well? Let me help you." Wei shot her a cold look and refused, "No need." Chui Nanshan's face showed embarrassment, and she began to look wronged again, prompting old Madame Huang to scold Wei. "Concubine Chui means well, yet you treat her kindness as if it were nothing. We are in dire straits now, and she still thinks of helping you, but you refuse to appreciate. What kind of mistress of the house are you? Wei was truly astonished. Had Chui Nanchun really managed to win over the old lady? She took the opportunity to remind the old lady, Mother, you know we are in this disaster. The entire Marquis household is gone. What mistress of the house is there? You? Worthless thing. The old lady glared at her, and gestured for Chui Nanchun to get to work. With their strenuous efforts, the boat moved slowly forward. When the boat finally docked, the Xie family and the others were exhausted, collapsing on the ground. The boatman came over with his men, and the constable, thinking they came for payment, stepped behind Chui Zhu, signaling her to pay. However, the boatman not only refused her money, but also offered fresh mutton with both hands. Young lady, this is our humble offering to you. Please don't hold any grudge against us. You see, this mutton is a rare delicacy these days. Ahead is Taoqiu County. We won't go further, you all go on your own. With that, the men fled in a panic. The constable and the others were left staring at Chui Zhu in amazement. She smiled nonchalantly, and then shared some of the mutton with the constable. Seeing this, the constables were overjoyed, and ignoring the plight of the Xie family, urged them to hurry to the county seat to find a place to rest. Though the laborers were utterly exhausted, the thought of having a shelter from the wind and snow gave them the strength to follow along. However, they never expected the entire Taoqiu County to be deserted with not a soul in sight. Doors and windows were tightly shut on both sides, and occasionally faint sobbing could be heard. The snow-covered county town exuded a chilling, eerie atmosphere. The constable tried knocking on one of the doors, but there was no response from within. Curious, they remarked, Taoqiu County is one of the prosperous counties in Luzhou with the official road leading to the capital. How has it come to this? They wanted to venture further into the county, but the snow was already knee-deep, making it too difficult to proceed. The constables had to settle for a relatively large farmhouse courtyard. Spotting a thatched shed nearby, they knocked on the door, but got no answer, so they decided to take shelter in the shed. The shed was enclosed on 3 sides, which was warmer than being outside. The constables found it strange and chatted among themselves. Why does it feel much colder in Taoqiu? The snow is so thick. I wonder if the road ahead to Luzhou is still passable. The snow must have started during these 3 days of travel, right? Chui Zhu and her group started a fire, and as the flames rose, the snow around them quickly melted. She couldn't help but recall what Guard Jiang had mentioned. When they were in Chongping City, the situation in Luzhou was already dire. Now it seemed that Luzhou might have already suffered a snow disaster. Could it be that the natural disaster originally meant for Chongping City in the original book had shifted to Luzhou? If that were the case, the current state of Taoqiu County made sense. People on the brink of starvation wouldn't have the leisure to wander around during a disaster. It seemed her plans might change temporarily, but that was a matter for later. The immediate priority was to fill their stomachs. The mutton given by the boatman was probably their most prized possession. She called for Nakiu to bring the cooking utensils, and Yin Wanshu volunteered to clean and cut the mutton into pieces before handing them to Chui Zhu. She had a special wooden box on the cart filled with seasonings and supplies scavenged from the Xie Mansion's kitchen when they had emptied it. Of course, there were also items from the Chui Mansion's kitchen. It had everything one could need. Besides salt, she found some spices to remove the gamey smell. Earlier, she had taken some fat from her space and cut it into pieces, keeping it on the cart for emergencies. In this freezing weather, it wouldn't spoil for weeks. She used it to render lard, then stir-fried the mutton until fragrant and put it in a pot to stew. Soon an irresistibly tantalizing aroma of meat filled the air. On another stove, she cooked a mutton and vegetable porridge, adding minced meat and fresh greens with the fragrance of rice wafting through. The first bowl of soup was given to Madame Hai. This sister-in-law truly needed some nourishment. The members of the Xie and Bo families watched longingly as they enjoyed the steaming mutton soup, while they themselves had to chew on the dry, tasteless flatbreads issued by the constables day after day. The bitterness in their hearts was beyond words. Chengshi bit into her flatbread with hatred. She was used to the disparity between them, and it seemed that as long as she cursed them in her heart, the flatbread tasted a bit better. But old Madame Huang could no longer bear the hardship of the flatbread. Tempted by the delicious aroma, she thought for a moment, and then suddenly called for Chui Nanchun. Concubine Chui, if you go and ask your father for some good food, he wouldn't refuse, would he? Chui Nanchun's face stiffened slightly, understanding the old lattice. Old Madame Huang was still useful to her, so she couldn't outright refuse. She had no choice but to swallow her pride and edge closer to the Chui family. Knowing that talking to Chui Zhu would be futile, she quietly approached Master Chui. But before she could even speak, Chui Zhu saw through her intentions and said directly in front of everyone, "If you want something good to eat, you can buy it with silver." Cheng Shi with her sharp ears heard that they could buy it with money, and immediately perked up along with the others. She even instructed old Zhang to go and inquire, see how much silver they want. They still had a little money on them, and if they could buy a bowl of mutton soup, that would be wonderful. Chui Nanchun suppressed her anger and asked how much. Chui Zhu said without changing her expression, "For others it would be 1 tael, but for you it's 20 taels. Hearing this, Chui Nanchun fumed. "Why is it 20 taels for me? Are you robbing me? I'm from the Chui family too, how can you treat me like this?" You know you're from the Chui family. When you and concubine Lu tied us up back then, why didn't you think about being a member of the Chui family? This mutton soup is made by me. Whether I sell it, and at what price is entirely up to my mood. The grudge over a mere bowl of soup made Chui Nanchun want to tear her apart on the spot. But she wasn't about to spend 20 taels just to get a bowl of mutton soup for so she returned to the old lady in a huff, her eyes red and weeping bitterly. Madam, it's not that I didn't try to get it for you, but they are just too bullying. Old Madame Huang had witnessed the scene and was naturally furious. As Chui Nanchun left Jean the maid beside Cheng Shi came to buy soup, but Chui Jiu said one thing, no sale to the Xie family. That nearly infuriated the entire Xie family to death. But just then the door of the farmhouse suddenly burst open. A gaunt man dashed out, rushed to their stove, and ignoring the scalding heat of the mutton soup, gulped it down greedily. The onlookers were startled and stepped back in alarm. This man devoured his food as if he hadn't eaten in years, wolfing it down with such haste that he would even lick the floor clean of any crumbs that fell. Though he was bundled up in thick clothing, his exposed hands betrayed an unnatural gauntness, the kind that only comes from prolonged malnutrition. Chui Zhizhou, fearing the man might be a scoundrel posing a threat to his wife and children, hurried forward to seize him and reprimand him. But just as he reached out, Chui Zhiyu suddenly stopped him. Brother, wait. Chui Zhiyu handed him the remaining porridge. The man abruptly lifted his head and carefully cradled the bowl of congee to his chest. At the same time, struck by a thought, Chui Zhiyu turned around and walked to the door of the house. She took a deep breath and pushed it open. The original text had briefly described the aftermath of a natural disaster. Heavy snow blocked the roads, and the entire city ran out of food. Countless people had. When she pushed open the door, she was startled to see an old man lying on the ground, his face cyanotic. Chui Zhizhou rushed over. The moment he touched the lifeless skin, he recoiled. He froze to death. Or perhaps he had starved. The corpse was nothing but skin and bones, not an ounce of flesh left. Chui Zhiyu immediately found the official and glanced at their supply cart. Sir, the situation here is dire. To be safe, let's unload the cart as quickly as possible and temporarily store everything in this house. The official was puzzled, but when he saw the dead body inside, he too sensed an ill omen. He followed her instructions. The others exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what was happening. Chui Zhiyu called for Nakiu to fetch some flatbreads for the famished man and negotiated with him to borrow his house. With food on the table, he agreed without a second thought. But before Chui Zhiyu could ask him about the situation, a commotion suddenly arose from outside the courtyard. First came a shout, then indistinct words from someone outside, followed by growing noise and chaos. They all stayed inside the house, but Chui Zhiyu and her companions went out to investigate. They saw people pouring out of their homes, crowding at the intersection and shouting loud. Chui Zhizhou hurried over and returned shortly. It's the magistrate distributing grain, so the people have come out. Why don't we go and get some to stock up? Chui Zhiyu thought for a moment and walked over. Just as she arrived, she saw several burly men kick a woman in line. All those pushing to the front were strong, able-bodied men. Even a stalwart like Chui Zhizhou could barely squeeze in. Before long, the grain was all distributed. Some women and children who hadn't received any wept bitterly, kneeling and begging the magistrate for just a little more. The magistrate himself was gaunt and haggard. Despair written all over his face, he rummaged through the empty sacks, not even sparing a single grain of rice. But there was no more grain. He slapped his hand on his thigh, guilt and sorrow mixing as he wiped away tears. This is the last of the grain. Hold on a little longer. The Imperial relief supplies are already on the way and will arrive within a few days. A considerable time had passed. The granaries must have been opened. Probably the heavy snow had made travel difficult, delaying the food. Chui Zhiyu stepped forward to ask more questions, but suddenly saw the magistrate collapse to the ground without warning. Your Honor, Your Honor. The attendants beside him rushed over. Seeing this, Chui Zhiyu hurried over. Finding his body ice cold, she knew there was no time to waste, and immediately ordered the attendants to carry him into the house. In a separate room with no one else allowed near, Chui Zhiyu first had her brother fetch some charcoal and a warm blanket. She elevated his neck, turned his head to one side, and tilted it back as far as possible. His hands and feet were icy, yet his forehead was scorching hot. It was likely a case of wind-cold fever combined with extreme exhaustion, leading to shock. Without a word, Chui Zhiyu touched her pearl jade ring and retrieved some medicinal pills she had taken from the pharmacy, along with a sip of spiritual spring water. She then ensured his entire body was kept warm. He should wake up soon. However, just as she reached the door, the red-faced attendant, his face frozen with tears, said to Chui Zhiyu, "Miss, are you a physician? You can surely save the magistrate, can't you? His honor has been like this because of us. He hasn't slept for days and nights, going door to door to distribute grain, scrounging for supplies, and leading patrols everywhere. He is a good official. He cannot die." As he spoke, he kowtowed, thinking of the prefect of Chongping City, Chu Diyun, compared to this humble magistrate, who cared so deeply for his people. It was a poignant contrast. "I'll wake up soon and don't worry too much." The red-faced attendant's anxious heart settled. He stood up shakily, and only then did Shuijiu notice that his legs seemed. Sensing her gaze, the attendant said, I've had this leg problem since I was a child, but the magistrate never looked down on me. He gave me a job. I am so grateful to him. Now our county has run out of food, and we're waiting for the relief supplies to save us. Shuijiu told him to go in and keep the magistrate company. But when she returned to the group, she heard people from the Xie mansion and the Earl's mansion talking to the officials. We need to get out of here quickly. If these villagers see that we have food, they'll rob us all. Exactly, they're already starving. If we don't leave, we'll end up just like them. One middle-aged man from the Earl's mansion was especially vocal. When he heard the official say he wanted to ask Shuijiu for her opinion, he flew into a rage. You are the official. Who does Shuijiu think she is? She's just an exile like the rest of us. If she wants to meddle, she can't drag us all down. So let's leave immediately. We don't need rest. If memory served, this man was Huang Mao, the second son of the Earl's mansion, who had been allowed into the group along with Huang Wenyan. He was Huang Wenbing's uncle. In the original story, Huang Mao had little presence, and Shuijiu couldn't recall if he was significant. But from the looks of it, he was no good. She was about to speak when she was interrupted by an attendant running over. Magistrate! Magistrate! Bad news. A landslide has blocked the official road to the north. The way is completely impassable, and the canal has frozen over. Supply boats can't get through. At these words, everyone was shocked. Even Xie Shiryao, who was among the crowd, could not contain himself. What did he say? Does that mean we're trapped in this godforsaken place? Unable to reach Luzhou, and with no one able to enter, how could he make his move? Meanwhile, at the Song mansion in the capital, the carriages and horses were already prepared. Minister Qin raced to the front of the mansion and handed a letter to the man in the carriage. Your Excellency, scouts report that the Imperial Relief grain has arrived in Chongping City, but the situation in Luzhou is grim. We might rest in Chongping and wait for the road to clear before heading north. Song Hung glanced at the letter. No need to rest. Head straight north. Barring any mishaps, the Chui family should have arrived in Luzhou territory. Secretary Qin could not fathom the magistrate's thoughts, so he could only follow his wishes. Meanwhile, the messenger sent to report had arrived at the small chamber. Magistrate Lin, who had just regained consciousness, nearly fainted upon hearing the news of the mountain collapse and the frozen river. It was the red-faced messenger who supported him and offered comfort, saying, Magistrate, magistrate, you must hold on. The magistrate's eyes reddened instantly, and his voice trembled as he spoke. How can I hold on? The Eastern Official Road is the only major route out of our county, and the canal is our largest hub for commercial transport. With this collapse and blockage, even if the imperial grain is distributed, it cannot be transported in. Now the city's granaries are completely empty, and the food the common folk have stored will not last long. Surrounding us are dense mountain forests, and even the other routes out are now difficult to traverse. At this rate, the lives of thousands of people in the city are at stake, and they might all be lost on my watch. He had been counting on the arrival of the grain, but now the roads were gone. A wave of despair welled up within him, and Magistrate Lin was consumed by anguish. Shuijiu was puzzled and said the canal freezing over and blocking cargo ships is indeed hard to resolve, but for the mountain collapse blocking the road, we can all work together to clear it. If everyone unites, the road will surely be dug out one day. Magistrate Lin let out a long sigh and said with tears in his eyes, My lady, you do not know the full extent of it. The collapse on the Eastern Official Road is massive. Even if everyone goes to clear it, it cannot be resolved in a day or two. Moreover, the city is already out of food. Everyone has had little to eat and lacks the strength for such hard labor. But we are at a dead end. Even if it seems impossible, we must try. He gestured to the messengers about to speak when Shuijiu spoke up first. Magistrate, I have an idea, but I must speak with you alone. Magistrate Lin was slightly startled, then looked at the people around him and signaled for them to leave. Only when the room was left with just the two of them did Shuijiu speak. If you are worried about the food shortage, I have some provisions that can sustain you for a while. At least it will prevent the citizens from starving to death in the coming days. This will give them the strength to clear the mountain collapse. Once the official road is dug out, the relief grain will naturally arrive. Magistrate Lin was astonished. Madam Chui, there are over 1,000 citizens in the city. Your group is just an exiled convoy. How can your supplies possibly hold up? How much grain there is, and where it is stored, you need not ask in detail, magistrate. The urgent task is to mobilize the entire city to clear the collapse and dig out the road for the life-saving grain, is it not? Magistrate Lin nodded repeatedly. Though he was puzzled, he had no other choice. As long as there was even a glimmer of hope, he had to hold on to it tightly. You are right. Then Madam Chui, why not come with me? Where is your grain stored? Shuijiu said, You can first take me to the city's granary. It will be dark soon. I will have my people deliver the grain to the granary later tonight, and we can distribute it tomorrow morning. However what? Add another condition to the distribution. It must be distributed per household, and only families with women, children, or the elderly can come to collect it. For households without these, the eldest member should come. Magistrate Lin was puzzled and said, It might be inconvenient for women and children to go out. What inconvenience. If we do not do this, can you imagine how many people will die, magistrate? Only by giving the vulnerable protection and making them valued will some people be willing to give them a bite to eat in times of extreme hardship. Otherwise, that grain would likely end up in the stomachs of certain men, not a single grain left. In times of famine, when life hangs in the balance, never underestimate human nature. You must have seen these past days, magistrate, that those who die the most are the women, children, and the elderly. This was indeed true. Chui Zhu's words were an eye-opener for Magistrate Lin, and his emotions surged. Yes, that is the logic. I had not considered this aspect. Madam Chui, on behalf of all the citizens of Taoqiu County, I accept your kindness. He began to kneel, but Chui Zhu quickly helped him up. Magistrate, you need not be so polite. As a human being, I am just following my conscience. Moreover, you are a good official. Since I have the ability to help, I will not turn a blind eye. To motivate more people, coercion and bribery are not long-term solutions. So when distributing the grain, you can add another condition: for every additional person who goes to dig the road, they get an extra share of grain. Magistrate Lin immediately led Chui Zhu to the granary. Before leaving, she briefly instructed Nakiu and her family, but the others, unaware of her whereabouts, were murmuring amongst themselves. That little brat is off doing who knows what again. Officer, can't we just leave? Is Chui Zhu and the magistrate going to get the grain? The officer was irritated by these short-sighted people and lashed out with his whip to silence them. The road is gone. Where do you think you're going? Can you fly? When Chui Zhu arrived at the granary, she walked around and saw that it was indeed completely empty. From the magistrate, she learned that Taoqiu County had already been struck by disaster over a month ago. At the time, it hadn't seemed so severe, so they had only informed the prefect of Luzhou. Several places in the Luzhou region were in a similar situation as Taoqiu County. They couldn't attend to everyone, so they could only mobilize their own city's reserve grain. Later, Luzhou also fell into distress, and they couldn't spare any more grain. They had no choice but to report to the capital. Now the grain was on its way, but their Chui Zhu thought that simply distributing grain was not enough. She said to the magistrate, Magistrate, after so many days of disaster, there must be many people who have caught colds. If we do not intervene in time, they will surely die. How about you find a few doctors in the city tomorrow to hold a free clinic with me? We can distribute remedies for colds to each household. I also have many herbs. And we must not neglect fuel for warmth. Madam Chui, you are very thorough. I have already ordered the clearing of some paths to the mountains. The citizens can go up to chop wood, but the priority is the firewood within the city. That is not organized enough. How about this? Just like with the road digging, anyone who can chop a bundle of firewood can also exchange it for a certain amount of grain. You can then collect all the firewood and distribute it as needed, ensuring every household has fuel for warmth. As for the grain, she had taken a considerable amount from Chu Diyun's granary last time. Even after giving away the provisions meant for Ling Hao and his group, she still had plenty of relief grain left, enough to sustain Taoqiu County for a while. As for the officers, Chui Zhu had communicated with them upon her return. They had no other choice now to leave. They had to wait until the road was dug out. Since these exiles were destined for hard labor anyway, and they were idle, now, she simply rallied them along with the local citizens to go dig the road and clear the previously lifeless county town was invigorated the next morning by the news of the grain distribution. For the sake of a few rations, they would even kill, let alone dig a road. So for the mere task of digging, everyone rushed eagerly with their tools to the site of the collapse. Meanwhile, Chui Zhu was at the city gate conducting a free clinic with the doctors. While they were busy, those who had returned to the farmstead were not idle either. They had not been cooking anything good these past 2 days for fear of attracting trouble. Worried that her grandson and his wife weren't eating well, Mrs. Jing had someone secretly boil a few eggs for the mother and son to eat. Chuan Gear had been playing with his peer phone gear for a few days and kindly shared one of his eggs with him. This scene happened to be witnessed by Cui Nanshun. Cui Nanshun frowned slightly, then crouched down in front of Chuan Gear, looking at the other egg in his hand and speaking with a smile. Chuan Gear, why don't you call me Annie? Seeing Cui Nanshun, Chuan Gear immediately hid his egg, took a few steps back and frowned. What kind of aunt are you? I only have one aunt, and that's Aunt Yu. Upon hearing this, Cui Nanshun's expression immediately shifted. Chuan, or I held you when you were a child. Have you forgotten your Aunt Chun so quickly? Come now, be good, let Aunt Chun see what your egg looks like. Unexpectedly, Feng Gu pushed her from behind, grabbed Chuan Ge's hand, and shouted, don't give it to her. She just wants to steal your egg to eat. Shame on her snatching food from a child. Cui Nanshun's face paled with fury. She grabbed Feng Gu, intending to scold him, but he suddenly burst into tears. Mother, come save me. Cui Nanshun immediately released him. Chuan Gu, ever loyal, packed a snowball and hurled it squarely at Cui Nanshun's face, then pulled Feng Gu and ran off, and this infuriated her so much that her face turned purple. It was one thing for those wretched women to bully her, but now even these snot-nosed brats dared to trample over her. Just thinking about it filled her with seething rage. Yet she dared not openly offend Wei Shi, and Chuan Gu had the formidable Cui Zhu backing him. She vowed these people would not get away with this. Just wait. Meanwhile, the sight of the two children mocking Chui Nanshan was observed by Zhang Mama, a servant by Wei Shi's side. She couldn't help but share the amusing anecdote with Wei Shi. Wei Shi found the children's cleverness endearing and chuckled. Concubine Chui has never harbored good intentions. Since concubine Liu's death, she has tried every means to curry favor with the madam and the others. Her ambitions are clear for all to see. We must remain vigilant around her. Zhang Mama, isn't Zhou Pa making shoes for Feng Ge? Have her make an extra sturdy pair for Chuan Ge as well. They bear us no ill will. Having traveled together for some time now, Wei Shi had a clear measure of Chui Ziu's character. Even after they reached Tingzhou, peace was unlikely, and she might need Chui Ziu's help. Zhang Mama, understanding the situation clearly, promptly went to inform Zhou Pa. That very evening, Zhou Pa crafted an additional pair of shoes. Meanwhile, Chui Nanshan paced back and forth, spotting a pair of shoes that clearly weren't Feng Ge's size. She immediately questioned Zhou Pa, who simply replied, "These are the shoes the madam ordered me to prepare for Chuan Ge." Zhou Pa offered no further explanation, knowing well the discord between Chui Nanshan and Chui Ziu. Chui Nanshan outwardly said nothing, but her gaze was fixed on the shoes. At this rate, Wei Shi and Chui Ziu would become friends, and she would be caught in the middle, targeted by both of them. Staring at the shoes thoughtfully, she found an excuse to dismiss Zhou Pa, then tampered with the pair. The next day, as someone off to work, Chui Ziu and her group had an early meal of steaming hot buns. Just as she was about to leave, Zhang Mama arrived carrying the shoes. Chui Nyangzi, Hai Nyangzi, these shoes were prepared for Chuan Ge by our madam. Feng Ge has a pair as well, both personally made by Zhou Pa. They are very warm. Our madam also mentioned her gratitude for your care along the journey. She hopes you will accept this small token of our appreciation. Upon hearing this, Hai Shi quickly accepted them with thanks. Zhang Mama, we appreciate the madam's kindness. Please convey our thanks to her. I will definitely have Chuan Ge wear these shoes. Zhang Mama smiled faintly and turned to leave. Chui Ziu took a second glance, then picked up the shoes to inspect them. Perhaps it was intuition, or perhaps just habit, but she meticulously examined anything given to her by others, only using it once she was certain it was safe. They truly lacked for nothing. And this examination uncovered a problem. Chui Ziu felt an unevenness in the sole. Using the bun in her hand, she pressed it against the sole. When she pulled it away, it was riddled with tiny holes. Moreover, some areas were torn as if by needles. It was chilling to imagine what would have happened to Chuan Ge's feet had he actually worn these shoes. Hai Shi was shocked. She snatched the shoe and cut it open, revealing several needles embedded upright in the sole, only their tips protruding. Without careful inspection, they would have been impossible to detect. Had Chuan Ge worn them, his feet would have been pierced 1,000 times over. Where? Chui Ziu frowned slightly, raised her voice to summon Zhang Mama, and threw the shoes before her. Zhang Mama, is this the shoe you brought for Chuan Ge? Zhang Mama looked at the shoe, and her face turned pale with fright. Trembling, she knelt immediately. Chui Nyangzi, please investigate. We would never harm Chuan Ge. Zhou Pa is the madam's wet nurse, and has served her for years. She would have no reason to harm a child. Our madam is genuinely grateful to you. These needles. Needles. She herself was at a loss, terrified, and unsure how to explain. Seeing her state, Chui Ziu calmly helped her up. Zhang Mama, go and fetch Zhou Pa. Zhang Mama dared not disobey, and quickly brought Zhou Pa. Chui Ziu deliberately chose a secluded corner to question her. As soon as Zhou Pa saw her, she knelt, and explained, Chui Nyangzi, I swear to heaven I did not tamper with those shoes. It wasn't me. It wasn't my doing. If it wasn't you, then think carefully. While you were making the shoes, did anyone come near you? Who could have possibly tampered with them? As soon as she finished speaking, a realization struck Zhou Pa. Chui. Concubine Chui. Only concubine Chui had approached her, sending her to fetch tea for the old madam. No one else had come close. She had been alone making the shoes for the entire evening. Chui Ziu helped her up and reassured her. In that case, Zhou Pa, you know how to report this to your madam, don't you? Daring to use the head of the household as a tool. Chui Nanshan's audacity was growing bolder by the day. Since that was the case, Chui Ziu had no desire to dirty her own hands. She patted Zhou Pa's shoulder. I am well aware of your madam's good intentions, but someone deliberately tried to frame her. I trust you will handle this matter decisively. By now, Zhou Pa was cursing Chui Nanshan vehemently in her heart. Usually the madam tolerated these concubines with immense patience. She had even said nothing when she knew Chui Nanshan was currying favor with the old madam. Yet this petty concubine now dared to turn her schemes against the madam herself. Trying to use the madam as a scapegoat to be targeted by Chui Nyangzi, what a cunning calculation. Filled with indignation, Zhou Pa found Wei Shi and recounted the incident of the needles hidden in the shoes. Seeing her madam's brows knit in a frown, Zhou Pa's anger reached its limit. Madam, that damned concubine Chui. She tried to use your hand to harm her own kin. She's worse than a beast. We cannot let her get away with this. It's time she learned who truly rules this household. The fact that even the usually gentle Zhou Pa was this enraged showed just how despicable Chui Nanshan's actions were. Thankfully, Chui Nyangzi is discerning and didn't blame us. Wei Shi put down her work and walked towards the house. Where is Chui Nanshan now? As for Chui Nanshan's whereabouts, even old Madame Zhou was unaware. The two searched the house, and only then learned that Chui Nanshan had followed the main group taken by the officials to dig roads. When she returned, Steward Zhang, you go outside and keep watch. Chui Zhiyu, while heading out for her free clinic, caught sight of Steward Zhang. Miss, I believe Steward Zhang is definitely waiting for the second miss to return. That second miss actually dared to scheme against young Master Chuan. She's utterly despicable. We should go tell the eldest young master. No, we should tell everyone in the manor. Chui Zhiyu curled her lips in a nonchalant smile. There's no need for us to spread the word, someone else will make it public soon enough. Just sit back and enjoy the show. Shortly after she left, Haisher gathered some items, preparing to deliver a small hand warmer and some dry rations to Chui Zhizhou. He had left in such a hurry this morning without taking anything, and she worried he might catch a chill outside. She then took her maid Xingsu and went to find Chui Zhizhou. When Chui Zhizhou saw Haisher, he was taken aback and quickly went over to her, looking at her with deep concern. It's still snowing. Why did you come out? Zhou, I'm fine, I can take care of myself. Are you cold? I brought you a hand warmer and plenty of food. Take a break and replenish your strength. Haisher thoughtfully took out the small hand warmer and dry rations from her bag, handing them to him with a bright smile. She and Chui Zhizhou had been betrothed since birth, growing up together as childhood sweethearts, each being the most important person in the other's life. Haisher was gentle and beautiful. Many young masters and nobles had once come to seek her hand in marriage, but none could compare to Chui Zhizhou. Amidst the vast expanse of white snow, this lovely woman, ethereal as a celestial being, stood out conspicuously among the crowd of weary, dust-covered ladies. Well protected by the Chui family, her skin was delicate, her brow soft and gentle. The way she tenderly cared for Chui Zhizhou was enough to make anyone who saw it envy. None was more envious than Huang Mao. How had he never noticed that the Chui family had such a wonderful woman as Haisher? She was absolutely his type. That Chui Zhizhou was practically a dead man walking. How could he be worthy of such a beauty? Thinking of his own shrewish wife, Yao Shi, who always wore a sour face, had a terrible temper, and did nothing but complain all day. Where was her gentleness compared to Haisher? If he were in Chui Ziz's shoes, Huang Mao couldn't imagine how happy he would be. The loneliness of the journey seemed to dissipate in Haisher's presence, rekindling a certain candle flame within his heart. His gaze towards her grew increasingly suggestive. He spat into his hands, gripped his shovel tightly, and shoveled snow with fervent effort, various thoughts racing through his mind. As soon as he returned, his first act was to seek out Chui Nanshan. Steward Zhang had originally intended to bring Chui Nanshan to see Wei Shi, but Huang Mao got there first. Seeing Chui Nanshan being taken away by Huang Mao, Steward Zhang was slightly startled, quickly hid herself, and stealthily followed them. Chui Nanshan glanced around nervously, quickly withdrew her hand, and put some distance between herself and Huang Mao. Second Master, may I ask what business you have with... This Huang Mao was the second uncle of Huang Wenbing. For propriety's sake, Chui Nanshan had to maintain her distance. She had no desire to be accused of adultery like concubine Lu and be abandoned in the wilderness by the old madam. Huang Mao noticed her deliberate attempt to distance herself, and snorted, "What are you afraid of?" Chui Nanshan quickly lowered her head. As she was about to speak, Huang Mao said bluntly, "Concubine Chui, you are now a member of our Earl's household, and I am still your second uncle. If I have a matter I need your help with, you surely wouldn't refuse." Chui Nanshan's heart skipped a beat, sensing trouble. But offending Huang Mao would certainly be unwise. Since he had come to her directly, he likely wasn't giving her a chance. "May I ask what second master needs my help with?" Huang Mao curled his lips into a smile, his long, narrow eyes gleaming with cunning, and whispered his plan to her. Steward Zhang, having overheard the scheme, widened her eyes in shock. Her mind racing, she immediately went to inform Wei Shi of what she had seen and heard. However, at that moment, Wei Shi happened to be speaking with Chui Zhiyu. Wei Shi glanced at Steward Zhang and smiled. "Have you discovered something? Madame Chui is not an outsider, speak freely." Upon hearing this, Steward Zhang quickly relayed Huang Mao's words to them. Madame Chui, I just saw second master approach concubine Chui. They were secretly discussing a plot against Madame Cui's sister-in-law. They planned to... Chui Zhiyu narrowed her eyes, slightly, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. She hadn't expected them to target her sister-in-law. Wei Shi looked at her and whispered, "Madame Chui, in my opinion, why don't I go and report this matter to my mother-in-law?" Chui Zhiyu shook her head. She glanced at Wei Shi, guessing her intention. Wasn't she seeking a partnership by having Steward Zhang report this to her? So she said with a light laugh, "I won't allow anyone to scheme against my family. Since Chui Nanshan is so eager, let her taste the bitter fruit of her own making." What does Madame Chui mean? Chui Zhiyu then leaned in and whispered her plan to them. In the original story, Haisher was used by Chui Nanshan and driven to her death along with the child in her womb. 2 lives lost. How could she let that tragedy repeat this time? Before leaving, Wei Shi remembered something else and cautioned Chui Zhiyu, "Madame Chui, for safety's sake, I must tell you that the Chailing restaurant in Taoqiu County is a property of the Earl's household, always managed by second master. Please be very careful." Chui Zhiyu's brow furrowed slightly as she thought it over. The original book didn't mention Huang Mao much, but it did mention the Huang family secretly collecting military funds for Prince Huai in Taoqiu County. So, was this all supported by Huang Mao's commercial network? No wonder he only came into prominence after arriving in Taoqiu County. Before that he had been silent and unremarkable within the group. Once on his home turf, he even dared to covet a married woman. It seemed he was looking for an opportunity to make his move behind the scenes. If that was the case, she would personally shatter his pipe dream. But for now, not a single shop in the city was open. Everyone was focused on survival with no mind for business. Taking advantage of her free clinic, Chui Zhiyu made some inquiries with Magistrate Lin. Your Excellency, do you know the owner behind the Chailing restaurant? Magistrate Lin regarded her as a benefactor and didn't hide anything. To be honest with you, madam, Shui, the Chailing restaurant only has 2 managers in charge. I don't know who the actual owner is. However, after this natural disaster in Taoqiu County, even if traffic returns to normal, I'm afraid that restaurant won't be able to reopen. Oh, what does your Excellency mean by that? The Chailing restaurant was famous for its luxurious and famous dishes catering to passing merchant caravans with delicacies from land and sea. But in the past few months, for some reason, the restaurant lost many of its ingredients and many of its famous dishes were no longer served. Combined with the bad weather, business gradually declined. The restaurant is large in scale. Even those 2 capable managers couldn't sustain the business. I suspect the owner behind it had some financial problems. It seemed that Huang Mao's troubles had cut off the financial chain behind the scenes. Hence, some precious ingredients gradually couldn't be supplied. Your Excellency, you mentioned those 2 managers are quite capable. Have you met them? They are both locals. They've been in business for many years and run their own shops, and they've always done well. And what about their character and business reputation? Chui Zhiyu asked. Magistrate Lin immediately gave a positive answer. They have a very good reputation here. That was even better. This time Huang Mao passing through Taoqiu would surely squeeze out the last bit of value from the restaurant. Chui Zhiyu then looked at Magistrate Lin again, and said with a smile, could your Excellency introduce me to the 2 managers of the restaurant? At the Chailing Tavern, 2 managers in thick garments hurried over and bowed in unison to Magistrate Lin. Upon noticing Chui Zhiyu, they exchanged a glance and inquired, Your Honor, and this lady is... Chui Zhiyu rose with a subtle smile. Greetings to both managers. I've asked Magistrate Lin to arrange this meeting to discuss the acquisition of your tavern. You wish to buy our tavern? Surely you jest, madam. Acquiring our establishment would require a considerable sum of silver. Given the current circumstances and the tavern's dismal state, only a fool would spend a fortune to take over such a losing venture. Yet they were unaware of Chui Zhiyu's intentions. She calmly produced several gold bars and a stack of documents presenting them. The sight of the gold left both managers wide-eyed with astonishment. No one had anticipated such a grand gesture from this woman, especially one connected to the magistrate. Their demeanor shifted to one of humility. Madam, this matter requires consultation with our boss, you see. Under these circumstances, your boss has no reason to... Furthermore, once I acquire the premises, the recipes and management methods are all detailed in these documents. You may continue in your roles as managers, though your employer... I will pay you double your current wages. Each month I expect a detailed account statement. Simply fill in the monthly performance as outlined in the documents, and deliver the accounts to the magistrate's office. En route, Chui Zhiyu had already informed Magistrate Lin of her plans. Unable to oversee things personally, she requested that one of his trusted aides temporarily collect the accounts on her behalf. Magistrate Lin agreed, without hesitation. As for the tavern's recipes based on the dishes Magistrate Lin mentioned, she deduced the local cuisine favored bold, heavy. In her past life, she had been an excellent cook. While retaining the tavern's core dishes, she added several new recipes and preparation methods, incorporating breakfast items, tea, snacks, and desserts. To the 2 managers, this news was a godsend and unexpected windfall. They exchanged a look. With Boss Huang in trouble and pressing them for debts, the tavern was on its last legs. This new opportunity was a blessing. Seizing the moment, they agreed before Chui Zhiyu could finish. Madam Chui, our boss indeed has no reason to refuse. We can sign the documents today and accept the payment on his behalf. We will also faithfully adhere to everything specified in your documents. Chui Zhiyu nodded. I'll entrust the establishment to you both. Run it as you have before, but update the menu according to my recipes and hire staff based on my criteria. Oh, and there's another profitable venture. I've acquired an additional property to open an escort agency. If you're interested, you can manage it as well. I'll provide the capital, and in return, I only ask for 30% of the profits. An escort agency. Madam Chui, we have no connections in that business, and besides, it's not difficult. Initially, just recruit capable men. Once the county roads are open, go to the capital and find a man named Li Shouguang. Tell him you can handle water transport for his goods. Taoqiu County was crisscrossed with rivers. In the original account, Princess Chun eventually monopolized all canal transport, amassing immense wealth through it. Having previously used the horse caravan for land transport, she now planned to use the escort agency to expand into water transport. Once they secured their first profit, more escort masters familiar with the waterways would join their cause. From then on, Princess Chun's monopoly over transport would be far from easy. Moreover, the monthly dividends alone would yield substantial earnings, so why not? From then on, Princess Chun's monopoly over transport would be far from easy. Moreover, the monthly dividends alone would yield substantial earnings, so why not? Madam, an escort agency is quite different from a tavern. We're afraid we. Before he could finish, Chui Jiu produced several silver notes. Money makes the world go round. You've been in business long enough to understand that. A zero-cost business opportunity like this won't come twice. With money thrown at them, all their lingering worries evaporated. However, as she was about to leave, she suddenly drew a dagger and slammed it into the wooden table, startling the two men. As they stood frozen, Chui Jiu smiled at me. Handle things efficiently, and you'll be well rewarded. But if you harbor any disloyalty, know that Magistrate Lin is always watching on my behalf. Rest assured, ma'am, we only wish to do business and earn a living peacefully. We wouldn't risk our own futures. That's for the best. Leaving the tavern, she cast a glance at the impressive storefront. Magistrate Lin added a remark. Madam Chui, you've shown great kindness to me and to all of Taoqiu County. They'll keep a watchful eye on your business affairs. I'm grateful for your support, Magistrate. But, do you truly trust them? Aren't you afraid they might cause trouble when you're not around? Chui Jiu chuckled lightly. Merchants are driven by profit. When everyone stands to gain, no one refuses. For me, modest earnings suffice. I care little for the exact amount. Her primary objective, of course, extended far beyond mere profit. Some things were simply accomplished along the way. Upon returning to the group, she discreetly instructed Nakiu and Wanshu to keep an eye on the Earl's residence. Sure enough, Huang Mao had returned wearing a smug expression, having somehow acquired a few live fish to finally enjoy a decent meal. Using the pretext of delivering fish soup, he found Chui Nanshun and whispered, "All set for tomorrow." Chui Nanshun nodded eagerly, took the bowl, and drank it hastily. Unbeknownst to her, Wei Shi glanced at Zhang Mama, who then created a commotion, drawing the attention of everyone present, including Yao Shi. Yao Shi sharpied as ever spotted the fish soup in Chui Nanshun's hands. When had her husband ever been so attentive to an outsider's concubine? Feeling her piercing gaze, Huang Mao quickly rose and left, rubbing his nose. The next day, most people had gone to work, leaving only a few in the residence. Once Hai Shi was alone, Chui Nanshun rushed over with urgency. "Sister-in-law, I think Feng Gu and Chuan Gu have fallen into the cellar in the back courtyard. I thought I heard Chuan Gu calling for help just now. Come quickly and see." Hai Shi sprang to her feet. "Is that true? Where are they? Take me there at once." Everyone knew her children were Hai Shi's life. Chui Nanshun led the way, guiding her to a small room in the back courtyard and pointing inside. "It's the cellar in this room. I just heard Chuan Gear crying for help." Hai Shi, visibly tense, pushed open the door. At that moment, Chui Nanshun let out a cry, feigning a stumble, and shoved Hai Shi from behind. But to her shock, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her neck. Before she could even turn around, her vision went black and she collapsed. Before long, a sliver of light filtered into the pitch-black room. Huang Mao glanced around, and seeing no one nearby, he eagerly slipped inside, and quickly he held the woman beneath him, tightly intoxicated by the incense on her body, his mind filled with the gentle image of Hai Shi he had seen during the day. With such warmth and softness in his arms, this was the good life. He kissed her soft cheek and whispered, "Stick with me, and you'll be far better off than with that Chui Jiu. Just look, my luck has turned. Heaven itself is sending me gold. Lady Hai, if I'm pleased today, I'll treat you to the finest food and drink. If you want the position of the legitimate wife, I'll divorce that ugly shrew." He bent over, inhaling her fragrance deeply, as if to merge her into his very... But at that moment, the door was kicked open from outside. With a loud crash, Yao Shi's furious roar pierced the tranquility of the backyard. "Huang Mao, are you even human?" She grabbed the woman on the ground in a rage. Chui Nanshun was jolted awake by the pain, and when she opened her eyes, she was met with a heavy slap from Yao Shi. The blow made her see stars, and she collapsed limp on the floor. Her clothes were disheveled, and Huang Mao beside her was in the same state. Once she regained her senses, Chui Nanshun was filled with terror. But when Huang Mao saw that the woman was her, not Hai Shi, his fury erupted. He leaped up and pointed at, well, Chui Nanshun. So this was your scheme, throwing yourself at me to seduce me, eh?" Chui Nanshun was so angry she could spit blood, but before she could speak, Yao Shi was already tearing at her clothes. "You shameless wench, just as brazen as that He is your second uncle." Chui Nanshun fought back, yelling, "I never seduced him. He was after my sister-in-law. It's him who has the lecherous heart." Just then Huang Mao spotted the old lady approaching, and quickly retorted, "Nonsense. It was you wretch who dragged me here, and tried to seduce me. Shameless." As more onlookers gathered, the farce grew increasingly ridiculous. When Chui Nanshun saw Chui Jiu and Hai Shi among the crowd, her eyes widened in realization. This was all Chui Jiu's scheme. She must have known that I planned to lure Hai Shi here, and that Huang Mao had his eyes on Hai Shi. So she turned the tables, threw me into the pit, and made me the shameless one. But before she could seize Chui Jiu and curse her, the fierce Yao Shi had already yanked off half her hair, her sharp nails raking across her face, making her scream in pain. Blazing with fury, the two women wrestled and tore at each other unstoppable, until Yaosher picked up a broken shard of tile from the ground, pressed Chui Nanshan's head down, and slashed her face. A streak of bright red blood flowed, and Chui Nanshan let out an agonized howl. The Xie family watched like spectators at a play. Madame Chung clicked her tongue at Chui Nanshan's state, and said regretfully, "That face no longer suits you, Shiryao." Watching the two women brawling, Chui Zhiyu called Chuan Gear over and pointed at Huang Mao's sleeve. Quick-witted, the boy slipped nimbly into the crowd and yanked hard on Huang Mao's sleeve. "You little brat." Huang Mao staggered backward and fell the documents in his sleeve, scattering to the ground. The old lady Huang rushed to help him up, but then she saw the contents of the paper. It was none other than the transfer deed for the Chailing Tavern, complete with an official seal. The old lady stared in disbelief, her face pale with rage. "You? When did you sell the shop? Where's the money? Where's the money? That was your father. Your father's only legacy for our family." After the capital confiscation, the tavern had been registered under Yaosher's name as an extra asset, but Huang Mao had always managed it. They had planned to collect the debts before leaving, then return to collect the money after setting things up in Tingzhou, always having a safety net. Now he had not only sold it privately, but also kept the proceeds a secret. He clearly intended to take it all for himself. The old lady began hitting and kicking him. "You unfilial son. You beast. If your father knew you abandoned your family, how could you ever face him again? The Huang family no longer has a son like you. Madam, please take care of yourself. Mother, let me explain." The old nanny rushed to console her, while Yaosher kicked Chui Nanshan aside, and also saw the deed. Her fine husband, after all her devotion, spending her own silver to support his family along the way, and now he had schemed to pocket the money without even a hint to her, and he intended to run off with that little slut, abandoning her, his legitimate wife, completely. She tore the deed to shreds, wailing in heartbreak. Huang Mao turned pale with fear, and cursed, "Have you lost your mind?" But the papers were already shredded. Flustered, he scrambled to pick them up, only to see a pair of shoes standing before him. Before Huang Mao could look up, the foot stomped down decisively on his hand. He howled in pain. The next moment his chin was yanked up and fist after fist rained down, rolling him on the ground, his miserable screams echoing without end. "Zhou." Heisher, worried about Chui Zhizhou, tried to stop him. But Chui Zhiyu held her back. "Sister-in-law, my brother knows Huang Mao tried to harm you. He won't let him off easily. Those who do evil must be punished. My brother may not be a warrior, but he's trained for a few years. Huang Mao is no match for him. Let's just watch." Arms crossed, Chui Zhiyu looked at the chaotic scene and found it quite a good show. Nakiyu, as if venting a long-held grudge, felt thrilled. "Miss, this play is wonderful." All that was missing was a handful of melon seeds to crack. Chui Zhizhou struck hard, making Huang Mao beg for mercy, but no one from the Earl's mansion came out. Even the old lady was too angered by her unfilial son to intervene. The officials, as long as the man was still breathing, chose not to meddle. Meanwhile, Chui Nanshan was scratched and bloodied by Yaosher, utterly disheveled. Both sides were battered, and in the following days no one had the energy to stir up trouble. Due to the snow disaster, the entire convoy was forced to halt in Taoqiu County. Every day Chui Zhiyu went into the city with Magistrate Lin. During this time, she discussed in detail with the two tavern managers about the shop's business strategy. Until the day the road was cleared and the snow finally stopped. The wide official road was the result of the entire city's day and night labor. The crowd cheered, and it also meant that Chui Zhiyu and her party could delay no longer. On the afternoon the road opened, the officials ordered everyone to prepare for departure. Originally they were to replenish supplies at Luzhou Post Station, but given the disaster, going to Luzhou would not only yield no supplies, but also add a detour. The officials decided to take a direct route heading toward Zhangzhou Mountain Pass, and the ruining area. However, Xie Shiryao, upon hearing that they would bypass Luzhou, immediately grew restless. He immediately confronted the officer, demanding, "If we don't go to the post station, will the higher-ups agree? Besides, our supplies are already scarce. If we don't replenish them there, what if we die on the road? There's still a distance to Zhangzhou Mountain Pass. And this whole area is forest. There's no. Who's in charge here, you or me?" The head officer, visibly annoyed, lashed him twice with his whip. Chui Zhiyu, walking at the very front of the procession, noticed his frantic urgency and narrowed her eyes, falling into contemplative thought for a moment. During the next rest, they found a sheltered spot to stop. The sounds of quarreling and scuffles drifted over from the Earl's Mansion group, waking Chui Zhiyu, who had been sleeping in her carriage. Nakiyu happened to come in then, clutching a hand warmer, and leaned in to share gossip. "Miss, I just saw Yao and Second Master Huang fighting." No one else from the mansion bothered to intervene, just letting the couple brawl. And to think that Second Master Huang, beaten so badly by our eldest young master, still had the strength to punch Yao until her nose bled. He's really showing off. But Yao isn't a pushover either, I think. Before she could finish, their carriage was violently rammed from the side. Nakiyu quickly got down, and as Chui Zhiyu lifted the curtain to look, she saw the brawling couple had stumbled right up to their carriage. Huang Mao was like a rabid dog, snapping at anyone who dared to get close. Head picked up a stick from somewhere and was trading blows with Yao. Huang Mao, already injured, was eventually knocked to the ground by Yao. Chui Jiu showed no intention of intervening. She even had her carriage moved further away to avoid getting blood on it. Two matrons from the other mansions began to criticize her. Madam Chui, the fight has reached your carriage, yet you don't even try to stop it. What if someone gets killed? Yes, aren't you the most kind-hearted one? Go on, persuade them to stop before someone gets beaten to death. Chui Jiu chuckled lightly upon hearing this. When did I ever claim to be the most kind-hearted? Don't put that label on me. I'm a black-heart person. This Huang Mao has already bullied my household. I'd be glad if he got beaten to death. Besides, why should I be the one to break it up? The fact that I'm not giving him a whack on the head myself is a sign of divine mercy. You're also concerned, why don't you go? And it was Yao who was truly the most unfortunate. Back when the exile began, she had apparently hidden some private property and used it to buy food from the officers, sharing it with some people from the mansion. She had hoped that once her husband returned things would get better, but she never expected Huang Mao to be so selfish and still harbor thoughts of other women. Her situation mirrored the original owner's suffering in the Xia household. Considering this, when they set off again, Chui Jiu had Nakiu secretly deliver a bottle of medicine to her. Yao, dragging her bruised and battered body through the snowy landscape, was slightly surprised to see the medicine Nakia brought. This is a gift from my lady, from Madame Yao. In her moment of despair, Yao never imagined that the one to offer her life-saving medicine would be a woman she had no connection with. Beaten black and blue by Huang Mao, none of the concubines or servants she had been close with had come to offer any comfort. Her eyes reddened, and she whispered, "Thank your lady for me. I have no way to repay this kindness today." Nakiu pitied her as well, and brought out a warm flatbread she had been keeping warm against her chest. "You haven't eaten all day, have you? Eat this to tide you over." Faced with Nakia's kindness, Yao's tears finally spilled over. After leaving, Nakiu happened to notice Yao sneaking along the path outside the procession. She watched him for a moment, but saw nothing particularly odd except that he seemed to be itching all over. He was once a spirited young man with some standing in the capital, and now he had fallen to this state. Nakiu just thought he deserved it. She rolled her eyes, and immediately went to find Chui Jiu. "Miss, I just saw Yao skulking around outside the procession, looking very suspicious." Chui Jiu lay down on her side, and said with a smile, "Don't worry about him. Miss, didn't you say that scumbag was up to something? Could he already be making his move?" The term scumbag was what Chui Jiu had taught her to use for Yao. Of course there were other names too, like beast or swine. Since we're not going to Luzhou anymore, he's probably getting restless. Then what should we do? We can't let him harm us. Nakiu had witnessed how shameless his family could be. Chui Jiu looked out at the gray sky, then beckoned Nakiu over, and whispered a few instructions to her. The forest paths were treacherous, and their pace slowed imperceptibly. Before it got completely dark, they found a boulder that blocked the wind, and stopped to rest. The officers ordered everyone to go into the woods to find something edible. This left everyone disheartened. What could possibly be found in this frozen wasteland? They clearly had dry rations, but were unwilling to share them. The officers had bows and arrows, and they selected a few men to hunt for rabbits or birds. Seeing this, Yin Wanshu turned to Chui Jiu and said, "Miss, could we ask the officers for a bow? I know how to hunt. With a bit of luck, I might be able to catch something good. You know archery?" Chui Jiu remembered there was an armory in her space, all looted from this. So when no one was looking, she took out a bow and some arrows from her space, and handed them to Yin Wanshu. Yin Wanshu took them slightly surprised. "Miss, you even have such a fine..." "Looted, it's nothing. Let's go." Chui Jiu was eager to see her archery skills. In the original story, Yin Wanshu was skilled with a curved blade and a bow, and had nearly killed Song Hung in close combat several times, only being saved each time by a highly skilled guard by his side. Once they entered the woods, Yin Wanshu's archery was indeed an eye-opener. She also had extensive outdoor experience, accurately locating rabbit burrows, brushing away the snow, and digging around inside the holes. Soon wild rabbits would dart out from other openings, hopping away. If one's archery wasn't quick, they would quickly disappear into the snowdrifts. Yao, whose archery was lacking, had no such luck. He saw plenty of rabbits, but couldn't hit a single one. He gritted his teeth, determined to catch at least one. He hadn't had meat in days, and was starving. He focused intently on one, holding his breath, and drew his bow ready to shoot it in one go. But just as he was about to release, the rabbit was struck by another arrow and fell to the ground. Following the direction of the shot, he saw Chui Jiu smiling coldly at him. She casually took the bow from Yin Wanshu's hand and aimed it at Yao. Seeing this, Yao was terrified. He scrambled away, shouting in anger as he rolled. "Chui Jiu, you're inhuman. I am your husband. Your husband. Are you trying to murder me to kill me?" Yao gnashed his teeth in fury, crying out for help. "Help! Help! Officer, she's going to kill me." His shout was so loud it sent clumps of snow tumbling from the slope above. The officer, without a word, kicked him away and warned him in a low, menacing voice. "Keep your voice down. Don't you see the thick snow up there? Do you want it to collapse and bury you alive?" Yao quickly lowered his voice. "Officer, Chui Jiu wants to kill me. She has a bow and arrow." As his words trailed off, Chui Jiu emerged from the woods carrying 3 plump rabbits. She offered one to the officer, a bright smile on her face. Officer, this is a small token of our respect. Best to prepare it while it's still fresh. The officer's face immediately broke into a grin, and he gave her a thumbs up. Now this is what I call thoughtful, Madam Chui. He then shot a glare at Xie Shiyao and delivered a swift kick. You stay in line. Xie Shiyao stared at Chui Zhiyu with intense dread, feeling that her smile was a knife in disguise, as terrifying as a vengeful spirit come to claim his soul. During her 3 years of widowhood in the Xie household, she had been a picture of meekness, a weak woman who obeyed every command. Why, after being exiled, had she become so formidable? She had repeatedly outwitted them. Look at them now. Only the Chui family had managed to start a fire and enjoy fragrant roasted rabbit feasting on meat but his group. They couldn't even get a scrap to eat. The rabbit they had their eyes on was snatched away right in front of them. He clenched his fists so tightly that he felt his molars might grind to dust. Just wait. Her triumph wouldn't last. The valley ahead would become her grave. Xie Shiyao swallowed his anger and trudged back to his group. Lady Chung listlessly chewed on her dry rations, her eyes fixed longingly on the pot of rabbit stew in the Chui family's camp. Seeing Xie Shiyao return empty-handed, she sighed repeatedly. Shiyao, when you were at the academy, I told you to practice your archery. Even if you didn't join the army, it could save your life. How could you not even match a woman? If you think I'm so useless, mother, why don't you try it yourself? He flung the bow and arrows at Lady Cheng's feet, his appetite gone, and stormed off in a huff. Before long, Chui Nanchuan, carefully avoiding the notice of others, crept into the bushes and offered Xie Shiyao a bowl of hot, wild vegetable porridge. Young master, please don't go hungry. Xie Shiyao looked up and saw her bloody, disfigured face. With the scabs, half of it had become even more hideous. He instinctively frowned and pushed her porridge away. No need. It's best if you second miss, stay away from me from now on. It wouldn't be proper if others saw us. His words cut Chui Nanchuan deeply. Young master Xie, you misunderstand me. I'm not the shameless person they say I am. Nothing happened between me and I've been wronged. But before she could finish her explanation, Xie Shiyao had already turned and walked away. Chui Nanchuan's heart felt as if it had been pierced by a She gingerly touched the wound on her face, then in a fit of rage and frustration violently knocked the bowl of hot porridge to the ground. She had been outmaneuvered by Chui Zhiyu, and now even Xie Shiyao looked down on her. The very thought ignited a blaze of fury within her. After a brief rest, they continued their journey. The woods were treacherous. To rest properly, they needed to reach the valley ahead and find rocks to shield them from the biting wind, or they would freeze to death. While the others were gathering firewood in the valley, Chui Zhiyu doubled back along the path they had taken. A careful inspection revealed several anomalies along the way. Besides their own footprints in the snow, she found tattered pieces of cloth clinging to tree trunks and bushes, as well as stones arranged in deliberate patterns. These signs would be easy to miss without close scrutiny, but upon careful examination, they were clearly intentional markers. Connecting this to the 3 whistling arrows, Chui Zhiyu began to form a grim suspicion. She glanced up at the sky. Upon returning to the valley, she noticed the visibility was decreasing and took extra note of her surroundings. She then urged her family to gather as much firewood as they could. But the quantity didn't truly matter. She had given the order. If they ran out, she would secretly replenish the firewood and charcoal from her storage space when no one was looking. She had emptied the entire Sierra state back then. All their years of accumulated firewood were in her space, enough to burn for days and nights on end. As the mist in the air thickened, visibility plummeted. Combined with the encroaching night, one could barely see their own hand in front of their face. Through the haze, an officer's voice rang out. This is ice fog. It's not safe to travel. We'll make camp here tonight. The snow on the mountain is deep, so keep your voices down. Seeing the world dissolve into a blur, Chui Zhiyu immediately called for her brothers to stoke the fires, making them as bright as possible. The valley was dotted with sparse rocks, and any shelter was better than none. She took a torch and walked cautiously through the crowd, searching for Xie Shiyao's current location. But the fog mixed with snow was too thick to see through. Away from the fire, the cold was biting. She had no choice but to return to her family's side, remaining vigilant of their. Much later, when those around her had fallen asleep, she detected a faint familiar scent in the icy mist. It was very subtle, almost imperceptible, without careful attention. But the original owner of this body had an exceptionally keen nose. She stood up and took a deep breath, and a memory surfaced in her mind: the package she had found in Linghao's tent. This was the same smell, though that one was stronger. Recognizing the danger, she immediately touched her pearl ring and retrieved the cold-resistant masks she had sewn. The original book mentioned that a plague had followed the disaster. To be prepared, she had used her free time on the road to have Nakyu and Inwanshu help her sew these masks. Inside each mask was a layer of gauze soaked in medicinal herbs, and the outside was made of relatively windproof animal hide, primarily for warmth and protection. Now they would come in handy, certainly better than directly inhaling these strange odors. She roused her family and quickly instructed Nakyu to distribute the masks for everyone to put on. Seeing her grave expression, her family sensed something was wrong and complied without question. Lady Chung was disturbed by the commotion, and a well-meaning person nearby suggested, Madam Xie, perhaps we should cover our faces with cloth too. But Lady Chung scoffed. I think you've lost your mind. They're insane, but are you insane too? She thought the Chui family was simply terrified of death. It was just ice fog, it wouldn't freeze anyone. Wearing these masks was a complete overreaction. It was just like those merchant families, uneducated as they were. Chui Jiu tried to go find the officers, but after only a few steps she froze. In the darkness ahead she saw several pairs of dark green eyes glowing faintly. Her expression changed. She immediately turned back. Brother Chioer wants you light all the fires. Burn all the firewood we have. As she spoke she raised her torch, and led her family forward, positioning the blazing fire between them and the threat. She said, there's a large rock formation ahead. The others, unable to see the path, could only follow Chui Jiu. Just as they were about to reach the rocks, a blood-curdling scream erupted from behind the fire. Ah! This shout startled everyone, but at this moment, aside from those of the Chui household, the ones without masks were gradually losing consciousness. At this moment Changshi also realized with horror that she seemed to have inhaled some sort of hallucinogenic drug. She felt dizzy sometimes seeing Shi Yao beside her, but when she rushed over he was gone. Other times she saw a crowd of people standing ahead. Her remaining sanity made her tightly cover her mouth and nose. In a panic she followed the bonfire. Just then the sound of wolves howling came from the darkness behind her, startling her into sudden clarity. She shouted loudly, Chui Jiu! Chui Jiu! But there was no response from ahead. She hurriedly covered her mouth and nose again. As the sounds behind her grew more harrowing, the ground began to shake and chunks of snow fell from above with increasing frequency. Her shouts echoed through the valley. Chui Jiu raised her torch and saw more and more snow rolling down from above. She immediately urged her family to huddle together under the massive rock. At that moment Changshi also groped her way over. Just as she was about to step forward, a huge block of snow suddenly crashed down, leaving a crater in the ground before her. Changshi was tripped by the impact. Terrified of the wolves catching up from behind, she forgot all decorum and immediately reached out her hand, shouting, Chui Jiu! I am your mother-in-law. Why don't you pull me up at once? Chui Jiu raised her torch, staring at her expressionlessly. Changshi saw the coldness in her eyes, and suddenly realized she was deliberately refusing to help. Furious, she began to curse loudly. You shameless wretch! If you don't save me, aren't you afraid you'll become a vengeful ghost and come for your life? Pull me over now. Chui Jiu saw her about to get up and cross the ditch, then suddenly lowered the torch, startling her into immediately retracting her foot. This is murder. You're trying to kill me. Shi Yao, oh Shi Yao, my son, this wretch is trying to cut off our lifeline. Where are you? Afraid the commotion wasn't big enough, her screams caused even more snow to tumble down. Chui Jiu glanced at her, but before she could turn away, Aunt Zhou was the first to rush over and curse back on her behalf. Shut your mouth, Madam Xie. See that snow? The more you shout, the more it falls. At this rate, you'll be buried alive by your own doing. Instead of yelling, turn around and look at your crazy daughter. With that she pulled Chui Jiu and ran to take shelter under the rock. Changshi turned around and was horrified to see Xie Mingqing in the midst of the chaos, tightly gripping Xie Xiu's arm, muttering deliriously, brother, let's die together. Let's die together. Xie Shiao had never known his sister to possess such strength. Looking up, he saw the snow above becoming increasingly dense. Without a moment's hesitation, he kicked Xie Mingqing away. Seeing this, Changshi cried out in shock, she's your sister. But before she could finish, she too felt the snow sliding. Abandoning her daughter, she grabbed her son and rushed under a nearby rock. The next moment it was as if the mountains were splitting and the earth was cracking. Mixed with the screams echoing in the valley, the cascading snow crashed down. The entire world seemed to be crushed beneath the heavy weight of the snow. The ground shook violently and countless snowflakes splashed against their faces and bodies. Chui Jiu and the others clung tightly to each other, none daring to. In Chongping City, Vice Minister Qin received the scout's report, his heart sinking. He immediately knocked on the Grand Secretary's door, and upon entering couldn't wait to speak. So the scouts report that an avalanche occurred in the Hantan Valley yesterday. Lady Chui and her party. Song Hung's handsome brows furrowed deeply as he after Hantan is Zhangzhou. Take several horses and ride through the night. Vice Minister Qin hesitated, then reminded him, Sir, if we arrive too quickly we may attract unwanted attention. Moreover, this time it's not like our usual official departures from the capital, but... Song Hung narrowed his eyes slightly, a sharp glint flashing within. Akin, this official's heart is with the border. What harm is there in being a little faster? Elsewhere, after the avalanche, a profound silence fell. Chui Jiu and the others only dared to slowly open their eyes when the sounds around them had completely faded. The valley was so still that not even the sound of a bird or the whisper of the wind could be heard. Only an eerie, bone-chilling cold remained, and faces were etched with unease and fear. Chui Jiu saw that the rock above them remained steadfast. It had provided a perfect natural barrier during the avalanche. But those who hadn't managed to squeeze under it were to varying degrees buried beneath the snow. She immediately got up and along with her brothers began digging through the snow piles, pulling out the buried one by one. Before they knew it, the sky was beginning to lighten. The path before them was no longer the valley from the previous day. Everything was buried under the snow. The officials, still shaken, thought of the others, and quickly called for everyone to gather. Besides those safe under this rock, some had survived under other rocks as well. After a search, the bedraggled and exhausted survivors trudged over with heavy steps. Compared to the sparse few survivors from the Xia and Bo households, the Chui family was in much better shape. Everyone was accounted for. Many faces from the Xia and Bo households were missing. Some had been killed by wolves, while others who hadn't made it to shelter before the avalanche were now buried alive. No one had died in the previous calamities, but here in this valley more than a dozen had perished in one go. The officials dared not linger. After confirming the headcount, they urged everyone to leave quickly. Most of their supplies were buried. Only the Chui family's cart, which had been parked under the rock, managed to preserve a little food. Everyone's heart sank. Jingshi, feeling a lingering dread, tightly gripped Chui's hand, her emotions unable to settle. "Where? Thank goodness for you, thank goodness for you." Chui Zhizhou also recalled the event with a start. "If not for you, sister, we might have. But Where, how did you know that rock would save us? And how did you know to have us wear masks?" Remembering the escape yesterday, he saw some people who seemed to have lost consciousness, unable to move at all. He then guessed, could it be that there was something sinister in the ice? Chui Zhizhou didn't want things to become overly complicated. Knowing too much wouldn't help them, and would only scare them, so she simply said, "Yesterday I noticed the wolves, so I had you light the fire. I had also noticed that rock earlier. The cries of those bitten by the wolves could easily trigger an avalanche. In that situation we had to take a gamble and try our luck under the rock. Luckily we were fortunate. The rock didn't collapse, and instead gave us a way to survive." She had actually already considered the worst-case scenario. If the rock showed signs of collapsing, she would have tried to move them all into her spatial realm without a second thought. She didn't know if it would work, but it was an option. So, the hallucinogens in the icy fog and the wolf pack were probably all Xiao's doing. As for the avalanche, it was probably just an accident. After all, the Xia household had also lost many people. Even Xia Mingqing was buried in the snow, and Cheng Shi had been wailing the entire way. Perhaps his intention was to use the wolves to kill everyone here. Winter wolves are especially ferocious, but how could he have lured them? And where did he get such a drug? Someone behind the scenes must have been helping him. Chui Zhizhou narrowed her eyes slightly. When they stopped to rest, she silently walked over to Xia Shiyao. The long journey had exhausted him. The moment the officials called for a halt, he rolled out his animal hide and lay down on the spot. But he didn't sleep peacefully, muttering in his dreams, his body trembling with fear. "Princess! Princess! No! No!" He woke with a start, his eyes meeting Chui Zhizhou's unfathomable gaze. She suppressed her smile, her voice turning cold. "So it was Princess Chun who sent someone to help you in the shadows." Xieshiyao was still shaken, his face covered in cold sweat. Even after Chui Zhizhou's words, he had not yet come to his senses. It was not until Chui Zhizhou produced a dagger, twirling the hilt in her hand with a cold sneer. "Xieshiyao, you must be terrified now, aren't you? Those wolves and the people behind you, who knows how many perished in that avalanche. You've caused Princess Chun such heavy losses. Do you think she will let you off?" When they had left the valley, Chui Zhizhou had taken a closer look and spotted a wolf's tail beside a rock, leading her to believe that most of the wolf pack had been wiped out in the avalanche. Connecting this to the present, she boldly speculated that Xieshiyao must be afraid so much so that he begged for mercy, even in his dreams. But from another perspective, if Princess Chun simply wanted to help him, she had plenty of ways to get him out of exile. Moreover, in the early days of exile, her brother had mentioned that he saw Princess Chun abandon Xieshiyao. If she had given up on him, why would she secretly send people to track and quietly assist him? What was the purpose? Clearly it wasn't just to save him. So she moved closer, her cold demeanor pressing down like dark clouds over a city. "Why don't you tell me what is Princess Chun's real intention? Perhaps I could even help you." She sneered coldly, seeing the terror in Xieshiyou's eyes, wishing she could end him with a single strike. Unfortunately, protected by the aura of a key supporting character, she couldn't kill him. Chui Zhizhou had considered this before. Perhaps the original story hadn't reached a turning point yet, so these important supporting characters couldn't simply die. Unless it was their destined time to perish. But since they couldn't die, tormenting them was a fine alternative. Xieshiyao, nursing his resentment, backed away while speaking defiantly. "All I can tell you is that the people of your Chui family won't live much longer." He curled his lips mysteriously. "No matter how capable you are, Chui Zhizhou, can you protect that many people when the time comes? Utter fantasy. You can't even save yourself, and you think you can help me. I see. Chui Zh." Before he could finish, Chui Zhizhou kicked him down the slope. Xieshiyao tumbled violently down the long slope, his miserable cries echoing repeatedly. Chui Zhizhou rose without looking back, coldly staring at the vanished figure, her gaze darkening. She couldn't extract anything useful from him, but the man wasn't particularly clever and always let slip some clues. Ahead on this road should be Zhangzhou Mountain Pass roaming. After the avalanche, the people behind them likely lacked the energy to cause trouble on the road. If they truly intended to act, Roaming City would surely be the trap. Chui Jiu summoned Nakiu and instructed her to tell the male members of the family to be extra vigilant about everything around them. Xieshriao kicked down the slope, had severely twisted his ankle again. New injuries atop, old ones excruciatingly painful. After great effort, he climbed back up and Madame Chung watched her son's plight powerless to help him. My son, can you still walk? Your mother seems to have caught a chill, feeling terribly unwell. She dragged her heavy body, feeling as if she might collapse at any moment. Madame Chung had always believed herself to be robust back in the Xie residence. When Chui Jiu had money, she often bought her fine tonics. She rarely felt this ill. Surely, it must be from inhaling those things yesterday. Chui Nanchun seized the opportunity to quietly slip to the back of the group, picked up a thick stick from somewhere, and handed it to Xieshriao, feigning concern. Young master, using this as a crutch will help you move faster. I also have some medicinal powder, let me apply it for you. Though she knew Xieshriao despised her appearance and no longer felt the same as before, she still remembered the words Huang Wenbing had spoken before his death. He had said that Xieshriao was protected by Princess Chun and had once saved the son of Prince Huai, so he would surely receive care upon reaching Tingzhou. Now that he was in dire straits and utterly disheveled, if she could be his savior, he would surely remember her kindness when he came into his own. So she suppressed her emotions and attended to him with gentle warmth. Xieshriao didn't refuse. Why not take advantage of a woman offering herself freely? Only a fool would pass that up. Especially now that even his mother couldn't help him, finding someone willing to care for him was no easy feat. Especially a simple-minded girl like this. A few tender words would make her walk through fire for him. Manipulating her was far easier than dealing with that princess. So he seized the moment to touch Chui Nanchun's hand and whispered, Chunner, if I'm fortunate enough to reach Tingzhou, they'll definitely take you into my household and give you a good... Chui Nanchun's heart leaped with joy, but her lips said, Young master, I care for you, because I can't bear to see you in pain. When you suffer, my heart aches too. As for anything else, I have no expectations. I know you are the finest woman under heaven. Rest assured I will never betray you. After leaving the valley, they climbed another mountain. Fortunately, the weather had cleared, and it was no longer snowing. Their supplies were down to a pittance, and Chui Jiu had no good reason to supplement more, so she decided they would finish what they had first. Without the snow, walking became easier. At some point, more and more red berries appeared along the roadside. The officials paid them no mind, so Chui Jiu stepped forward, and Nakiu quickly stopped her miss. These berries are so bright red they're surely poisonous. We shouldn't risk trying them. Just like certain mushrooms, the more vivid the color, the stronger the toxicity. But Chui Jiu laughed. These are called dojin yang, edible berries. You can eat them fresh or dry and grind them into powder, and they're also great for brewing wine. She grabbed a handful and swallowed them whole, chewing with a sweet and sour taste that was quite pleasant. Nakiu was slightly startled. Seeing her mistress unharmed, she too wanted to try one. Huang Mao saw how deliciously they were eating without any ill effects, and without a second thought kicked a servant, Go pick more to stock up. How can we let them take them all? His gaze was filled with envy and resentment. He had truly underestimated that girl from the Chui family, a discarded woman with no small amount of skill. She had ruined his plans, and the debts head collected were taken by that old woman. To make it worse, Haisher and Chui Ziz's couple kept hovering around before his eyes every day. Why couldn't that beauty be his? He remembered this grudge against the Chui family clearly. Yet the wild berries grew more abundant, and the whole group picked their way along the direction of the bushes. To stave off hunger, they stockpiled as much as they could. Unbeknownst to them, the sky darkened, and they arrived at a rolling hillside with no trees in sight, only red berries covering the ground. Under the moonlight, the berries seemed even redder against the snow, and both sides of the road were lined with crimson fruit. For some reason, everyone felt a sense of unease. The official escort glanced around and asked the leader, Captain, how come we've never seen this road when escorting prisoners before? With so many red berries on both sides, such a memorable path, it's impossible not to remember it. Unless we've taken a wrong turn. Bring the map, and let's have a look. The official ordered everyone to rest where they were intending to start a fire and study the map carefully. But at that moment, someone at the front of the line ran over shouting, Officer, there seem to be houses ahead. Have we arrived at a village? Houses? According to the map, the surrounding area was nothing but desolate wilderness, with the nearest village lying at the foot of Zhangzhou Mountain Pass. Puzzled, the group pressed forward a little further, only to find sparse, crudely stacked stone huts dotting the hillside, yet not a single flicker of light within them. They resembled the small earth god shrines found in the wild, but they didn't quite have the look of one either. As a cold wind swept by, a chill ran down everyone's spine. Chui Jiu approached one of the huts and noticed the stones used to build them were relatively new, as if they were hastily erected shelters. As she pondered this, the clang of bronze gongs echoed through the desolate hills. Several figures emerged from the moonlight carrying a red sedan chair. The torches flanking them created a scene that looked at first glance like a wedding procession. The group was utterly terrified. Oh, officers, who on earth would be holding a wedding in this godforsaken place in the dead of night? As they panicked, the man leading the sedan chair beat his gong and began to sing loudly. Though the snow has ceased since yesterday, we tread as mournfully as if still lost in a blizzard. Oh. Two ghosts stare, not knowing what's amiss, wandering without a goal. Oh. To claim the bride, we sing her name. Oh. When will the sky finally clear its gloom? Oh. Ghosts. It's haunted. This is the Ghost Stockade, officers, the Ghost Stockade. Zhao Tu was the first to react, fleeing in sheer terror, his wits scattered to the wind. Seeing the officers run, the rest of the group descended into chaos, scattering in all directions, running away from the red sedan chair. Cui Zhiyu was also pulled along by Nakiyu, with the family looking out for each other. But she was not one to believe in ghosts or gods. She told Nakiyu to go on ahead while she hid behind a rocky outcrop. Picking up a stone, she hurled it without hesitation at the sedan chair. One stone, then another struck the chair and bounced off, but a furious roar erupted from within. Who dares? A man. By now everyone in the procession had fled, but figures suddenly emerged from the shadows, blocking the escape routes of some. Among them, Huang Mao and his mother were cornered on a cliffside. The lady of the Bow Mansion, her heart pounding with terror, lost her footing on a loose stone and fell hard. With a cry of pain, her body tumbled over the edge of the cliff. After a brief scream, the old madam of the Bow Mansion desperately grabbed hold of Huang Mao's hand. Huang Mao crashed heavily to the ground. Seeing he was about to be dragged over the edge, he quickly seized a tree root nearby. He managed to brace himself with all his might, but his mother's entire body was now dangling precariously over the cliff, and she shrieked in sheer panic. Maoer, please save me. Huang Mao was running out of strength, and with the sounds of their pursuers closing in, he looked at his mother with a sudden coldness. Mother, things have come to this. You have to let go. I can't pull you up. The old madam stared at her son's icy gaze, a maelstrom of shock, and chills sweeping through her, her eyes widening in disbelief. Maoer, I am your own mother. The one who bore you and raised you. How can you just stand by and watch me die? You must pull me up no matter what. Straining to hold his position, Huang Mao said, If I could pull you up, I would. But mother, if I do, we might both die. If I die, who will be left to protect the Huang family's legacy? My sons are waiting for me in Tingzhou. All my sons are waiting for me there. He reached out and gripped his mother's hand. Thinking he was going to pull her up, the old madam's face lit up with hope, and she struggled to climb up a little. However, Huang Mao was merely rummaging through her belongings. The pouch at her waist, the silver notes and gold bars hidden in her underclothes, and the gold hairpins and leaves tucked in her bun, stripping her of everything valuable. Without waiting to pull her up, Huang Mao began to pry her fingers loose one by one. The old madam watched in stunned horror and desperation as her own son methodically severed her lifeline. Despair consumed her. Her curses carried by the howling wind rose from the cliffside. Huang Mao, this is matricide. You will be struck down by heaven for this. You will die a miserable death. The rest of her words were swallowed by the wind at the bottom of the cliff. Huang Mao lay on the cliff edge, watching emotionlessly as the lady of the Bow Mansion fell into the abyss, disappearing without a trace. In that instant, he snuffed out the last flicker of guilt within him. There was no one to blame now. Better one death than two. Besides, his mother had always favored his elder brother. When his brother died unexpectedly, she had even blamed him for it. She never gave him a single coin from the sale of the Chailing Tavern, and instead berated him as an unfilial son. Since she already saw him as unfilial, why should he risk his own life to be dutiful? Huang Mao weighed the jewelry and gold in his hands, then hid them in his clothes with a smirk, turning to leave. But a figure suddenly lunged at him from behind. With a sharp cry of pain, Huang Mao was caught completely off guard and shoved over the cliff. In his terror, he caught a glimpse of Yao Shi's alto familiar face. On the cliff's edge, only Huang Mao's shoe remained. Yao Shi, her face pale, picked up the shoe. It was one she had sewn for him overnight, having sacrificed the soles of her own shoes to add an extra layer, fearing he would suffer from the cold on the journey into exile. She had married into the Bow Mansion at a young age, honoring her husband above all, diligently managing his household affairs. When he wanted concubines, she helped him acquire. When he had a son with another woman, she was willing to adopt the child as her own, loving him as if he were her own flesh and blood. But after all these years of selfless dedication, what did she get in return? It all turned to foam, leaving her with nothing. And having witnessed his utter disregard for his own mother, how could she ever harbor any hope for such a selfish man? If he didn't die, she would be next. Huang Mao, karma is a cycle. Go and repay your mother with your life. Yao Shi sprinted into the woods, but she couldn't evade the black-clad man. What she didn't see was Huang Mao clinging desperately to a tree branch jutting from the cliffside. Meanwhile, the rest of their group was completely surrounded. The people who cornered them all bore scars on their faces. Some were so disfigured from severe wounds that their original features were unrecognizable. And the red sedan chair held no bride, but a man dressed in red. A ghastly burn scar marred his face. He approached Cui Zhiyu and yanked her close. Since when did the Xuanzhao army have so many women, children, and old folk? Xuanzhao army. According to the original text, the Xuanzhao army was a force stationed at the borders, with most of its members being under Prince Huai's command. Cui Zhiyu suddenly looked up, her eyes sharp. We are merely a group of exiles sent by the court. We know nothing of any Xuanzhao army. If we have offended, what is the Xuanzhao army? The man sneered. You people burn cities and slaughter innocent civilians. You tell me what the Xuanjiao army is. Now that you've fallen into our hands, don't expect to leave. Seeing this, Cui Zhiyu quickly touched her pearl ring and produced a token from her spatial storage, one she had taken from Ling Hao earlier. As it clattered to the ground, the man's gaze was instantly drawn to it. His expression shifted slightly, and he swiftly picked up the token. In the original tale, the Xuanjiao army was the force that confronted Ling Hao. Given this man's intense hatred for them, he might well have some connection to Ling Hao. That was precisely why Cui Zhiyu produced the token as a test. As she had suspected, the man's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing it. He grabbed her, his face a mix of shock and suspicion, demanding an explanation. How do you have Brotherling's token? Seeing this, Cui Zhiyu explained. We truly are just exiles from the court, nothing more. The Brotherling you speak of, is that Ling? We encountered him on our way to Luzhou. We helped him by chance, and he gave me this token in return. As for where they were headed, I'm not entirely sure, only that they went west. The man furrowed his brow, his expression a mixture of doubt and intrigue. Cui Zhiyu offered a smile to ease the tension. If you still have doubts, we have the official documents and travel seals. I can have the officers show them to you. We're certainly not spies for the Xuanjiao army. However, the officers had scattered in fear moments before, so retrieving them was not immediately possible. The man gave her a thoughtful look, then ordered his men to bind them and bring them into the stronghold. Not only were the people of Cui's household captured, but others were also brought in one after another. Cui Zhiyu noticed that these stronghold inhabitants were all skilled martial artists with robust builds and thick calluses on their hands. Each of them bore fierce scars, the marks of fire. Some were so severely burned that their faces were unrecognizable, while others carried lighter wounds. As they were being led in, a man burst in and spoke urgently to the red-robed man. Brother Mu. Old Nyo. He might not make it. What a... The red-robed man's face changed instantly. Seeing this as her opportunity, Cui Zhiyu stepped forward. Perhaps I can be of assistance. Thus Cui Zhiyu was led to a stone hut where a faint light flickered. Several severely wounded individuals lay on the ground. One of them had a gruesome wound clearly worsened by a lack of timely medication, leading to a massive infection. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that all their scars were fresh. Cui Zhiyu looked at the red-robed man and said, "They'll go get some medicine." As she turned, a man blocked her path. The red-robed man followed with a grim expression, likely wary of any tricks. Their extreme caution suggested they had been driven to the brink by the Xuanjiao army. Cui Zhiyu pondered this for a moment, then asked an additional question. Sir, how did you come to offend the Xuanjiao army, to make them? Before she could finish, the man flashed a blade, signaling her to stop talking. Cui Zhiyu shrugged and held her tongue for now. She opened the wooden chest on the cart, and while touching her jade ring, swiftly retrieved some hemostatic powder along with bandages and sesame oil from the shelves. The man's wounds were mostly in hard-to-bandage areas like the armpits and head. The lack of ventilation had accelerated the infection on the wound surface. She rolled up dry mugwort leaves, lit them, and cauterized the patient's wound with the heat. The intense pain made the man howl in agony. Cui Zhiyu held his hand down, but the red-robed man suddenly seized her by the throat. His wound is already burned like this, and you want to burn him more. What are you trying? If you don't want him to die, this is the fastest way. Are you the physician, or am I? My family is in your custody. I have no reason to risk his life. Let go. Cui Zhiyu's gaze turned cold as she stared at the man. He looked at her for a long moment. Seeing the patient was on the verge of death, he decided to treat this as a last resort. Besides, Cui Zhiyu had indeed brought medicinal herbs. As she cauterized the wound, she tossed a packet of golden wound powder to the man. Apply this to the wounds, and have someone decoct these other herbs I brought. Her gaze was resolute, carrying an intangible authority that commanded attention. The man followed her instructions, but before long he rushed back into the hut, his face tense as he lowered his voice. The Xuanjiao army is closing in. Take everyone and retreat into the mountains. They'll lead them away. You can't go alone. I'm coming with you. You're the only one who knows the escape route. Take the brothers and leave first. Even at this critical moment, they were still arguing over who should go. Cui Zhiyu had seen enough. She stood up decisively and pushed Old Song aside. He'll go with him to lure them away. You take the others and retreat, and bring my family along as well. Please. The two men were momentarily stunned. Before they could speak, Cui Zhiyu urged them. If we wait any longer, no one will be able to leave. Where are the horses? The red-robed man gave her a meaningful look before decisively leading her out. In the distance, torchlight flickered on the mountain ridge, slowly drawing closer. The man mounted his horse and pulled Cui Zhiyu up with him. Aren't you afraid of death? Cui Zhiyu ignored his question, asking instead. You know where the Xuanjiao army's temporary camp is, right? Well, lead them straight there. Are you insane? You want us to walk into their den and die? General Mu, Hui, doesn't the saying go to catch a tiger, one must enter the tiger's lair? They already know your hiding place and are pursuing you. Can you evade them forever? Wouldn't it be better to wipe them out in one fell swoop for peace of mind? If they weren't eliminated, the entire exile convoy would remain in danger. Cui Zhiyu kicked the horse's flank. The startled animal neighed and shot forward like an arrow from a bow. The man tightened the reins, steadying both of them, and asked her in astonishment, "How do you know my name?" Unbeknownst to him, Chuejiu had already pieced together the various clues and matched them with a specific plot point from the original book. If her guess was correct, this redrogued man was likely a general named Mu Hui mentioned in the original story. Like Ling Hao, whom they had encountered earlier, he was a commander of the Rongqing army. They each led half of the Rongqing army, one defending the south and the other the north. Ling Hao, heading south, was struck by natural disaster, had his supplies withheld. Meanwhile, Mu Hui in the north attacked Gempa City. To claim military merit, Prince Huai's men set the entire city ablaze, caring nothing for the Rongqing army fight. In the original story, the Rongqing army disintegrated as a result and was inevitably absorbed by the Xuanzhao army, allowing Prince Huai and his allies in the court to seize control of the border. When she first met Ling Hao, Chuejiu hadn't connected all these dots. Now the pieces had fallen into place, perfectly aligning with the book's narrative. Since she was already embroiled in this conflict, she would sweep away these villains and give those power-hungry court officials who treated the people with such contempt a well-deserved setback. They galloped into the underbrush, the horse letting out a sharp neigh amidst the torchlight, causing a stir among the pursuing group. In the darkness, Chuejiu saw figures closing in from behind and felt arrows whiz past her ear. While Mu Hui was focused on their escape, she quickly touched her jade ring and summoned the white tiger. In an instant, she leapt from the horse and gave its flank a hard kick. "Wait for me in the woods down the slope ahead." Startled, Mu Hui whirled around, but only caught a fleeting glimpse of a white figure darting into the underbrush. "Little tiger, you're up." Chuejiu clung tightly to the white tiger's neck as it soared into the air with incredible speed, its silhouette cast in the faint firelight, terrifying the men. A tiger? How can there be a beast?" Before they could finish, the white tiger sent them flying with a few swipes of its massive paws. Seizing the moment, Chuejiu rolled off the tiger's back and gave its rear a pat. "They'll leave them to you." As the tiger charged forward, she swiftly stripped the uniforms off two fallen soldiers. After changing into one uniform herself, she carried the other and headed forward. The tiger had driven most of the men to the rear, and she deliberately took a path away from the firelight, descending towards the lower forest. Emerging from the thicket, she saw Mu Hui pacing back and forth on horseback in the lower forest. "Mu Hui," she called out, tossing the stolen uniform at his face. "Put this on." From behind them, they could still faintly hear sounds, some like screams, others like roars. Noticing Chuejiu's unervingly calm expression, unlike any ordinary woman, Mu Hui couldn't help but ask, "I saw a white blur earlier. What was that?" Chuejiu ignored his question and asked her own. "You were making all that commotion on the hill to scare away outsiders trying to enter the stone fortress, weren't you?" Seeing Mu Hui nod, Chuejiu smiled. "It's a crude method, but it might work on a few scouts from the Xuanzhao army. Unfortunately, they've already traced you here. Good thing they didn't send many, it's not too troublesome." Mu Hui didn't fully grasp her meaning, but he felt she meant him no harm, especially since she carried Brother Ling's token. His attitude towards her softened. "Once we're at the camp, do you have a plan to deal with the remaining men?" Chuejiu beckoned him closer and whispered her plan succinctly. When they reached the campsite, dressed in military uniforms, they walked in silently under the cover of darkness. No one noticed anything amiss. They stopped outside a tent that cast several flickering shadows. Exchanging a glance, Chuejiu drew a dagger and slit a small opening in the back of the tent. Peering inside, Mu Hui's face contorted in shock. A Jing. The name sounded familiar to Chuejiu. Looking closer, the person at the front was slender, unlike the other burly men. Their features were delicate, albeit dirty. Chuejiu wanted to ask more, but Mu Hui had already burst into the tent before she could stop him. A Jing. Mu Hui rushed to the person's side. Upon seeing him, A Jing's red-rimmed eyes welled up with tears, and she cried out emotionally, "Brother Mu, you're really alive." Chuejiu pulled the tent flap closed, recognizing this person called a Jing. In the original book, she was a female general who went to war alongside Ling Hao. She had taken her disabled brother's place to join the army and avoid him being conscripted. Tragically, she was captured by Prince Huai's forces in a battle and met a terrible end. The abuse she suffered was unbearable to witness. Chuejiu had been deeply saddened by this character's fate, even shedding tears for her. Now that she had encountered her in this life, she was determined not to let her suffer such inhuman torment again. She realized she had already stepped into the plotline of the rebel faction's expansion earlier than in the original book. When she had first transmigrated, Chuejiu thought she was just a cannon fodder character and hoped to survive the exile and live a peaceful life. Now it seemed she couldn't escape the main storyline. However, some things had changed because of her presence. She decided not to overthink it. Anyone who stood in her way, whether part of the main plot or not, would be dealt with. Evil must be punished. Leaving the tent, she retrieved several barrels of palm oil from her space and handed them to Mu Hui. Then she went out alone again. Although this was a temporary camp, it was quite large with several small wooden cabins that probably held a lot of supplies. Spotting a patrol squad, she pulled a spear from her space's armory and seamlessly joined the back of the line. She followed them to guard the outside of a wooden cabin. To her surprise, there was an unexpected bonus. Shortly after standing outside, she heard a voice from within that she knew all too well. General Chui. General Chui, please spare me. Xiesheriao. When did he get here? General Chui, you must believe me, it was truly an accident. I didn't know there would be an avalanche. We had to bypass Luzhou because of the disaster, and I had to act early or I'd miss my chance. Before he could finish, the man kicked him hard in the chest. The princess ordered that you wait for Song Hung to arrive in Luzhou and look for the Chui family before sending the signal. We were to act together and eliminate them. Even if you missed them in Luzhou, you should have waited for Song Hung to show his face. You fool. Song Hung never came, but you sent the signal halfway, causing an avalanche that buried many of our brothers. Even the spirit wolves we raised died in vain. You've disrupted the prince's plan, and for that you deserve to die. General Chui, I was trying to kill the Chui family first. Song Hung would have come looking for them eventually, and then we could. Do you think Song Hung is as stupid as you? If the Chui family is dead, why would Song Hung show up? You idiot. The armored man beyond reason drew his sword and thrust it towards Xieshio's chest. At the critical moment, someone intervened. General Chui, don't be rash. He is after all the princess bedfellow. It's better to keep him alive. His actions have ruined the plan, but when we reach ruining the princess, we'll deal with him personally. The furious General Chui threw the sword aside, and not satisfied beat Xiesheriao again. If the princess wasn't protecting you, I'd cut you into pieces and feed you to the dogs today. You useless good-for-nothing dog. Xiesheriao didn't dare to retort, only kneeling and begging for mercy. General Chui, spare me. It's all the fault of that eldest Chui girl, Chui Jiu. If it weren't for her, we would have reached Luzhou a long time ago. You don't know how cunning that woman is. She's an ally of Song Hung, the Minister of Justice. If we don't get rid of her first. Still making excuses, eh? The princess wants to use her as bait to lure Song Hung out. Otherwise, with how cunning he is, who could easily get to him? Talking to you is a waste of my breath. Hearing all this, Chui Jiu realized that Xiesheriao had indeed been plotting something big. But it wasn't just aimed at her, it was more about Song Hung. But Song Hung was the Minister of Justice in the capital. Why would he come all the way to Luzhou? And how were these people so sure he would come looking for her? Why? Doubts swirled in her mind, but she couldn't figure it out. The original book never mentioned Song Hung coming to Luzhou. Glancing around, she took the opportunity to slip away before anyone inside came out. With the military uniform, she could move around freely as long as she didn't act suspiciously. Since there weren't many people, she quickly mapped out the camp's layout. She had a good idea of what was hidden in those wooden cabins. Since she was already here, there was no reason to leave empty-handed. She caught the scent of palm oil, figuring Mu Hui had done his part. Picking up a torch, she headed to the cluster of tents and hurled the flame onto them. The fire caught the oil instantly, flames leaping high. Nearby piles of straw for warmth fueled the blaze even faster. Chui Jiu ran shouting loudly, "Fire! Fire!" At her cry, the patrolling men rushed over in a panic, throwing the camp into chaos. Seizing the distraction, Chui Jiu circled to the back of the cabins. Seeing everyone running to extinguish the flames, she slipped inside easily. Inside there were some provisions, but more importantly weapons. The sheer quantity was beyond Chui Jiu's imagination. She had expected only some supplies and food at this temporary outpost, but all 3 cabins were filled with weapons. There were crossbows, spears, sturdy high-grade armor, and even several crates of gunpowder. There was also a cabin full of military medicine. By the time they reached Tingzhou, these would definitely come in handy. Chui Jiu decisively looted everything, storing it all in her space. However, when she arrived at the last wooden cabin, she suddenly noticed it was built against a cave. After emptying the provisions and supplies, she spotted an entrance. It was pitch black inside, obscuring everything from view. Yet its deliberate concealment suggested hidden secrets. Chui Jiu retrieved a small torch from her space, lit it, and stepped inside. At first glance, it seemed like an ordinary cave, but as she ventured deeper, she discovered a hidden world within. Rows upon rows of grain crates lay before her, far exceeding her expectations. The sheer quantity stunned her. There was not only grain, but also countless gold-silver treasures, and a variety of exquisite porcelain. Beyond these were ledgers and documents. Chui Jiu weighed the gold bars and ingots in the chests, then decisively moved everything into her space. After examining the ledgers, she realized these were all supplies from the Bianpa city granary, and the gold and silver were undoubtedly the city's military payroll. The Xuanjiao army had long planned this. While Mu Hu's troops defended the city, they sealed it off, entirely disregarding the civilians and supplies left inside, and burned the entire city to the ground. Their sole purpose was to rightfully replace the Rongqing army and bring Prince Huai's forces to the border. Meanwhile, they pocketed all the wealth. Pity those innocent souls. Since that was the case, she would leave them not a single scrap. Let them feast on air. After emptying everything, Chui Jiu calmly walked. But no sooner had she left the cabin than several soldiers blocked her path. "What are you doing here?" they barked. Chui Jiu quickly lowered her head and rasped, "I'm leaving right now." Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a burly female commander directing a group ahead. As she pondered, the soldiers behind her shouted sharply again. What are you standing around for? Don't think just because you're pretty and General Ashur has your back we won't touch you. Ashur. Could it be Ashur, Prince Huai's formidable right-hand woman from the original story? This female general in her 30s possessed immense strength and was a fearsome tigress in the Xuanzhao army. Though a woman, she came from a military family and was full of roguish energy. Few in the army dared to provoke her. The book mentioned she kept countless Yinji slaves favoring handsome young men. After the Rongqing army was routed, she had privately captured many male soldiers, subjugating them and tormenting them daily, especially with her peculiar preferences. Seeing her approach, Cui Jiu lowered her head, without hesitation, ignoring the puzzled looks behind her, and quickly melted into the night, circling through the woods to rendezvous with Mu Hui. She hadn't gone far when a rustling sound came from the bushes. Instinctively, Cui Jiu tightened her grip on her dagger, her eyes sharp with vigilance. Only when a familiar voice came from behind did her heart settle. Cui Jiu. Xie limped up, whispering urgently, "You started that fire, didn't you? Are you trying to escape now? Do you know how many people are in this camp? Where do you think a woman like you can run? You're courting death." He looked around, and seeing Cui Jiu alone, his tone suddenly shifted. "If you beg me today, I might just spare your life. Otherwise, one shout from me and you won't escape this place, no matter how capable you are." Cui Jiu saw that despite being taught a lesson, he still strutted before her. At that moment, she suddenly recalled the tigress Ashur. She touched her pearl jade ring, pulling out a bottle of medicine from her space, while approaching Xie with a faint smile. "Xie, haven't you had enough punishment for one? You're already a clay bodhisattva crossing the river, barely saving yourself. Instead of threatening me, you should think about how you'll explain yourself to Princess Chun once you reach ruining." At her words, Xie's eyes widened in shock. But the next moment, she clamped his mouth shut and poured the entire contents of the medicine bottle down his throat. Xie struggled desperately, but having just been beaten, he was no match for Cui Jiu. After being force-fed the drug, a wave of dizziness overwhelmed him, and he could only watch as he passed out. Cui Jiu's gaze hardened. She dragged him out of the bushes and boldly approached Commander Ashur. She claimed this Yinji slave of hers had tried to flee in the chaos. Ashur, surrounded by her group of Yinji slaves, saw Xie's handsome face, and without a second thought angrily kicked him. Then she summoned her subordinates, forced the drug down his throat. "Let's see where he can run to now." Cui Jiu watched as two of her men grabbed the powder and brutally shoved it into his mouth. Seeing this, she curled her lips. In the original book, this tigress loved using such special drugs to make her Yinji slaves more alluring and obedient. It made them more effeminate while also creating a strong drug dependency, binding them to her. Withdrawal would bring agonizing symptoms. Just as Cui Jiu was about to leave, Ashur called out, "Stop." Her dangerous gaze swept over Cui Jiu, as if trying to see through her, suspicious of this unfamiliar. Coincidentally, shouts erupted from the camp at that moment. "General Ashur, it's terrible. The fire isn't out yet, and our temporary storehouse has been looted. There's nothing left." Hearing this, the burly commander's expression darkened with fury. Impossible. So many things couldn't just vanish into thin air. Seeing her storming off towards the storehouse, Cui Jiu kicked the unconscious Xie aside, and once again disappeared into the night. As she neared the rear woods, she heard Mu Hui's voice in the distance. "Miss?" Cui Jiu hurried over and found Mu Hui carrying a Jing on his back, followed by their few brothers-in-arms who had survived, all huddled together behind a dark cluster of rocks. A Jing asked anxiously, "Miss, are you all right?" Cui Jiu shook her head, not wanting to waste time, and urged them. "Their camp is on fire, and the storehouse is in chaos. They won't have time for you all, so let's get back to— Mu Hui, you know where my family is, right? Can you still find the way?" But a Jing interjected anxiously. "Miss, you said their storehouse was raided. Those supplies are the people's provisions and wages from Bienpa City. We should. More importantly, your lives matter. Besides, the few of us don't have the means to move those things. Let's go first." Cui Jiu didn't tell them she had already cleaned out the storehouse, leaving not even a scrap for those villains. Mu Hui agreed with her logic, and quickly led them away via smoke. Throughout the journey, A Jing couldn't calm down, recalling how their entire Rongqing army had been betrayed by the Imperial Xuanzhao army. "We thought the Xuanzhao army was here to reinforce us. As long as we held Bienpa City, we could win the border war. But we never imagined they would. Disregard so many lives, sealing you all inside the city to be burned with the enemy. They are utterly heartless. And those of us who didn't enter the city, they didn't spare, either taking us all prisoner. Why hasn't the Imperial Court done anything?" A Jing was furious, thinking of the innocent brothers and civilians who had died. Hot tears welled up. She looked at Cui Jiu with deep gratitude. "Miss, you are our savior." "I am no savior, just happened to be in the right place. As for the Xuanzhao army's actions, it's a complex matter involving court politics. For now, focus on staying alive. As long as you live, there will be more opportunities. Those villains will get their due. Besides, the Minister of Justice is already investigating the border situation. Your plight will surely be seen by the court." Back when Shu Diyun was embezzling military funds, she had sent a trove of corruption ledgers to Song Hung via Guard Jiang. He should be able to trace the military payroll and uncover the Rongqing army's current plight. But a Jing said, hasn't the Minister of Justice Song Hung already been dismissed from his post? Hearing this, Cui Zhiyu was taken aback. Dismissed from office. When did that happen? It was a month ago. I heard it from General Liang, but I don't know the specifics. A month ago? If so, they had been in Chongping City at that time. Did those items from Guard Jiang actually reach Song Heng's hands? For a moment, Cui Zhiyu was puzzled. In the original story, there was no plotline of Song Hung being dismissed. Could it be that her own appearance had altered the course of events? Lost in thought, A Jing asked her, Miss, do you know this Lord Song? Cui Zhiyu withdrew her expression and said calmly, we've crossed paths a few times, but I am now an exiled convict. Matters of the capital are no longer my concern. The urgent matter now was to reunite with her family and ensure their safety. At that moment, the Cui family, who had been taken to a safe place, were burning with anxiety. Cui Zhiyu had been gone for some time, and there was no sign of her. Unable to sit still, Cui Zhizhou insisted on going out to find her despite others' attempts to stop him. Just as he reached the cave entrance, he suddenly saw Cui Zhiyu's figure. Overcome with emotion, he immediately pulled her over and looked her up and down. Where? How are you? Seeing her clothes reeking of sweat, he grew even more worried. Brother, don't worry. I had to evade pursuers. We are safe now. The earlier pursuers had likely been driven away by Xiao Hu. The Xuanjiao army camp was now in chaos, unable to attend to this place. She had taken all the grain, money, armor, and medical supplies from their camp. They must be frantic now, and she and her family had to take this opportunity to reach a safe area as quickly as possible. The officials quickly counted the people. Taking advantage of the brief rest, Cui Zhiyu lay down in a quiet corner for a while. She touched her pearl jade ring and entered the space to check the grain in the warehouse, but unexpectedly saw the large white tiger running toward her, whimpering. It was like a spoiled cat rubbing its head against her and raising its chin high as if seeking praise and affection. Could it automatically return to the space? Was it truly a spirit beast of the space? Cui Zhiyu fondly patted its head, but then she heard Brother Chuan calling her. Auntie Annie, we have to leave. Cui Zhiyu opened her eyes and left the space. She saw Brother Chuan staring at her with his round eyes full of admiration. I knew Annie would come back safely. Auntie, you're amazing. Cui Zhiyu pinched his chubby cheek, picked him up, and walked over to her family. Mu Hui and the others had also packed up. After bidding farewell to Cui Zhiyu, they planned to return to the original camp to reunite with Ling Hao. Meanwhile, Cui Zhiyu's group had to go back the way they came, find the correct route, and head toward Zhangzhou Mountain Pass. Otherwise, if they changed the route without authorization, the officials would not be able to report to the court. During this incident, several people in the group had been killed or injured, and Xie Shiyao was nowhere to be seen. This drove Madame Chung into a panic. She knelt before the officials and kowtowed incessantly. Sir, my son hasn't returned yet. I don't know where he fled to hide. He couldn't have abandoned me, his mother. Please search for him more diligently. The officials had no energy for this. Seeing that too much time had been wasted, if Xie Shiyao didn't return on his own, they would simply treat him as dead. After 2 consecutive nights of terror, everyone in the group was exhausted and no one caused trouble. They retraced their steps to the previous valley, and the officials found the correct route again. By then the snow had stopped, and the weather had been excellent for several days, providing good visibility so they wouldn't lose their way in the mountains. Once they passed Zhangzhou Mountain Pass, the journey to Tingzhou would be shorter and the roads would be flat and easy. But Cui Zhiyu had a feeling that Ruining City was not peaceful. Princess Chun seemed to be planning to strike at Song Hung there. Yet a Jing said Song Hung had been dismissed. Where was he now? And why would he go to Ruining? She was still unclear. On the other hand, thanks to the food they had seized and the good weather, the journey had been less arduous for her family. In the Earl's mansion, the old lady and Huang Mao were both dead. The responsibility of managing the household fell on Madame Wei, the matriarch. So the journey, until they reached a certain path where they suddenly found a person lying across the road. He weakly raised his head and called out to the officials, Sir. His voice was shrill, almost making the officials fail to recognize him. They looked closely and saw that it was Xie Shiyao, who had been missing for days. They had thought he had died under the cliff like Huang Mao. To their surprise, he was still alive. When they learned it was Xie Shiyao, everyone was surprised and puzzled except for Cui Zhiyu, who had expected this. After all, that person had said Xie Shiyao was Princess Chun's bedfellow. If she wanted to act, she would do it herself. He was still useful, so it was not unusual for him. This was the only road they had to take to reach Tingzhou. Madame Chung, seeing her son alive, rushed over to care for him. But after a few days, Xie Shiyao seemed to have changed. He had lost a lot of weight. His face was utterly lifeless, as if he had been tormented for a long time. His whole body seemed frail enough to be blown over by a gust of wind, and even his voice had changed. Madame Chung was shocked. Son, your voice. What happened to it? Xie Shiyao was filled with rage, wishing he could kill Cui Zhiyu with a single knife. If it weren't for her that day, how could he have fallen into the hands of that perverted woman? Sure, her medicines were not meant for ordinary people. In some aspects he found it hard to speak of. But Cui Zhiyu was leisurely sitting on the cart, looking unconcerned. Seeing this opportunity, the officials let everyone stop to search the nearby woods for something to eat. With the weather improving, small animals had come out of their burrows, making it easier to hunt rabbits. Today the officials had an unexpected find. They spotted a wild boar. And Shewantstheland happened to be nearby. With her precise archery, she hit it every time. When the officials saw the boar wounded and weakened, they rushed forward and, craving meat, they stabbed the boar several times until it lay still. But the officials took advantage of this opportunity to profit. If you wanted wild boar meat, you had to pay silver. It was the same principle as buying supplies at the post station. Those without silver could write IOUs promising to do certain tasks in exchange. Chuijiu saw that the officials clearly intended to make a big profit when they reached Tingzhou. People from the Earl's mansion had connections in Tingzhou, so someone would surely pay. Those without connections could provide labor, so the officials would profit either way. Who wouldn't crave this rare wild boar meat? Everyone came to exchange for pork. Chuijiu, however, set her sights on the offal. Seeing Sheshredsthedivorcepapers approaching, she pretended not to notice, and called not Shou over to Shou or later go ask the officials for some pig intestines and stomach with the innards. Don't wash them, just boil them like that, and let Big Brother eat them. It's a great tonic for me. It boosts energy and blood with the same effect as deer tendon. Miss, eat them without washing. Is it really effective? Of course. If you wash them, they lose their potency. I wouldn't tell just anyone. Hurry up before someone else snatches them. Sheshredsthedivorcepapers overheard these words. Ever since that tigress had fed him medicine and tormented him, his body had completely changed. He desperately needed to replenish himself. Besides, Chuijiu knew medicine. Since he was at his wits' end, he might as well take a desperate gamble. He immediately took all the silver Madame Chung had saved and shoved it into the official's hands. He'll take all these pig offal. Madame Chung had set up the stove, eagerly awaiting her son's purchase of fine goods. Yet when she saw the stinking pig offal and the unclean large intestines, she suppressed her nausea and asked incredulously. Sheshredsthedivorcepapers, unwilling to listen to her nagging, unceremoniously dumped everything into the pot. His physical discomfort must be the result of the medicines administered by that tigress. Chuijiu knew medicine, so what she said must be true. If he could only consume these things, he would surely regain his manhood and be restored to his former self. With that thought, despite the foul stench from the pot, he shut his eyes and swallowed everything in one go. He pinched his nose tightly and swallowed it all in one breath. But as soon as he released his grip, the pungent odor assaulted him again, setting his stomach churning. No matter how hard he tried to bear it, he could not stomach the overwhelming filth in his mouth. He immediately vomited. The onlookers were filled with disgust, and he seemed to be retching out his very organs. Collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion, he was in such agony that he wished he could dig out his own stomach. Chuijiu, seeing his distress from afar, had no idea what had caused it. Out of concern, she slipped away from the crowd and approached him from behind to offer comfort, but as soon as she caught the stench, she instantly regretted it. She silently cursed her misfortune, wondering how she had ended up with this man. Yet looking at the entire company, only Sheshredsthedivorcepapers offered her a glimmer of hope. Now that the old madam was gone, the entire manor was under the control of that way woman, and she would never have a chance to rise again. If she didn't find a patron once they reached Tingzhou, she would live under White Shadow for the rest of her life. Just as she was thinking this, Sheshredsthedivorcepapers noticed her. A thought struck him, and he quickly got up, took a sip of water, smiled at her, and led her into a nearby thicket. He deliberately said, "Chunner, I know you must care about me. Though I am down and out now, once we reach Tingzhou, I will surely make a comeback. Then I will definitely let you enjoy the good life by my side." Although Chuijiu felt disdain for him, she still harbored a secret delight, and said coyly, "Young master, you are not deceiving me, are you? I have seen your hardships along this journey, and I know your kindness. I, Sheshredsthedivorcepapers, am not one to forget favors. I will repay anyone who treats me well, and I also keep a mental note of those who have wronged me." Chuijiu knew he was referring to Chuijiu. She lightly covered her face and feigned weakness, saying, "My face has become like this. You truly don't mind." Sheshredsthedivorcepapers' heart stirred. He immediately leaned in to kiss her cheek, and eagerly grasped her small hand, guiding it down toward his lower body. Behind the concealing bushes, the two dared to be intimate, but no matter what they did, Sheshredsthedivorcepapers remained unresponsive. The more it happened, the more frantic he became. Could it be that he really could no longer perform as before? He was unwilling to accept it, and wanted to prove himself. Seeing that even after all this he as a man remained unmoved, and worried that the commotion might be discovered, Chuijiu hastily retreated from the woods. Before she could speak, Sheshredsthedivorcepapers quickly tried to save face. "Chunner, there are too many people here, I haven't felt it yet. When I find a suitable opportunity another day, I will properly cherish you." Chuijiu was no fool. Whether it was due to lack of feeling or some other reason, she did not want to expose the truth. So she turned and left, leaving Sheshredsthedivorcepapers alone in his fury. Why? He did not want to become like a eunuch. He was a man. He was a man. At that moment, Chuijiu also noticed Chuijiu returning to the crowd with a pale face. Following the direction she had come from, she vaguely saw someone still in the thicket. No need to guess, it must be her scumbag ex-husband. But after being tormented by that tigress for several days, his mood must have sunk to rock bottom like an ant on a hot. Otherwise, how could he bring himself to eat those stinking things? Although some pig intestines were wasted, she had bought some wild boar liver, pork stomach, and a whole hind leg. Over this period, even Chui Zizhou had become exceptionally skilled in kitchen affairs. Especially after Heist's belly had grown noticeably, he was even more cautious. Everything that entered Heist's mouth was personally cooked by Chui Zizhou. And indeed, he had already cleaned the pork stomach and liver thoroughly. There was a small lake ahead. One could find a pebble to chisel a small hole in the ice and wash them. Chui Zizhou first stewed the pork stomach, then set up another stove. She took out fresh chili peppers, ginger, garlic, and other seasonings from her storage space and stir-fried. Then she picked up a long, thin stone slab to use as a griddle and grilled the freshly cut pork on it. Once cooked, they dipped the pieces in dried chili powder and ate. The officials had also cooked some pork congee, so she took the opportunity to buy several bowls for her family. In this way, they had both a staple and side dishes. It had been a long time since they had enjoyed such a proper meal. The fresh pork had no unpleasant gaminess. Instead, the meat was firm and flavorful, filling the nose with fragrance upon entering the mouth. It could no longer be described by mere deliciousness. Even old Master Chui couldn't stop eating, praising repeatedly. "Yuer, I never knew you had such skill. If we reach Tingzhou, perhaps we could even open a restaurant." Or Madame Jing shook her head, saying, "Tingzhou is a desolate and cold place with nothing. If we can survive the exile and have a life, there will be content." Chui Zizhou smiled and comforted them. "Father, mother, don't worry. We have already endured the hardships of this exile journey. Why fear that we cannot make a living in Tingzhou? With me here, even if it's a lawless no man's land, we can turn it into a good place. It will definitely be no worse than our mansion in the capital." Madame Jing tightly grasped her hand. "Yuer is the most capable. As long as our family is together, no matter where we are, it will be no worse than the capital." As she finished speaking, even little Chuaner came running over and said, "Grandmother, Aunt is the best. She will surely keep her word. You child, you truly are Aunt's good nephew." Throughout this journey, it was Chui Zizhou who taught him to read and played with him. Unbeknownst to them, Chuaner had become something of a little fanboy. This child actually had great potential. Once they reached Tingzhou, she would carefully teach him other knowledge. But just then a cry of surprise came from the group. There seemed to be fish in that lake. Hearing this, Madame Chung, who had been craving meat badly, immediately stood up and was the first to run toward the lake. Old Ding and the others also hurried over, hoping to catch some food for their families. Chui Zizhou suddenly remembered something and called out to them. "Wait!" But few heard her. She walked up to Old Ding about to explain when Madame Chung ahead suddenly darkened her gaze and grunted. "What do you want to say now? This lake is not your Chui family's property. Are you trying to stop us from fishing? Your Chui family already eats well enough. You can't stop me with just a word." Madame Chung bent down, picked up a large stone, and without hesitation stepped onto the frozen lake. As long as they could break through the ice, there was hope of finding fish. Chung Shi was so frantic that she didn't even bother calling for Xieshiyao, her sole focus fixed on chipping away. Chui Zizhou, however, held the others back. She tapped the frozen lake with her hand and said calmly, "The weather has warmed these past few days, so the ice isn't thick. If you rush onto it and crack the surface, you could easily sink to the bottom." Hearing this, Old Ding quickly withdrew his foot, and the others dared not move recklessly. Chung Shi sneered. "Right, you're absolutely right. All of you stay away and don't fight me for the fish. This spot is all mine. Get out, all of you." As she spoke, she smashed a small hole in the ice and crouched down to peer in. Sure enough, several fish were swimming near the opening. She burst into laughter and immediately grabbed a stone to smash other spots. As if possessed, she struck with all her might, and as she spotted more and more fish, she laughed and reached for a stick to spear them. But the moment she stood up, the ice beneath her feet suddenly cracked with a sharp snap. Before she could react, her body plunged straight into the lake. Terror drained the color from her face as she clung desperately to the ice, but the surrounding slabs broke one after another. In no time, the entire section gave way with a dreadful groan. Chung Shi panicked instantly, and the others fled in fear. Only she thrashed in the water, screaming, "Help! Someone help me!" Chui Zizhou watched her impassively. Chung Shi, no longer stubborn, begged pitifully, "Yuer, save me." At that moment, Chui Nanshan came running over with a long pole and extended it toward her. "Aunt, grab it. He'll pull you up." Chui Zizhou hadn't expected Chui Nanshan to play the hero now. Chung Shi seized the pole and yanked with all her might. Her strength was considerable, and with her heavy waterlogged body hanging off the ice, the pole dragged Chui Nanshan straight into the water with her. With a loud splash, Chui Nanshan tumbled into the frozen lake, gulping water as she thrashed wildly. "Help! Help!" Chui Zizhou watched the spectacle like a mere farce, turned decisively, and walked away without a backward glance. Behind her came Chung Shi's furious shouts, You heartless wretch! You're trying to kill us! You! Save!" The commotion caught the attention of the guards, who fished them out. They emerged shivering like two drenched dogs, their faces pale from the cold. Chui Nanshan clenched her fists tightly, her eyes bloodshot, as she glared venomously in Chui Zizhou's direction, her patience utterly spent. She had gone this far. Fine. Very well. Then don't blame her for what came next. But before she could even rise, Wei Shi's icy gaze pressed down on her like a crushing weight. A frigid voice followed. How generous of a concubine from the Marquis mansion to risk her life to save another family's woman. Concubine Shui, since when did you have such a kind heart? It's a pity the young lord died so early. He never got the chance to cherish you. The words nearly suffocated Shui Nanshuan, every syllable dripping with mockery, aimed straight at her. She could only pretend not to catch the underlying insult and stammered, "A life is a life. I can't just watch someone die, unlike Shui Jiu." "Oh, is that so? If it weren't the Xie family matron who fell in today, would you still risk your life for anyone else?" Wei Shi stepped closer, her gaze hardening. "Don't forget you're a concubine of the Marquis mansion. Just because your husband is dead doesn't give you license to be unfaithful." Her warning stare made Shui Nanshan cower, but it only fueled her hatred deeper. In her eyes, Wei Shi and Shui Jiu were in league together, nothing but bullies out to She refused to be trampled beneath their feet. But as they journeyed through the mountain paths, she found no opportunity to teach them a lesson. With guards leading the way, she dared not make a move. 10 days later, they passed through the Zhangzhou mountain pass and arrived outside Ruining City. Compared to the disasters plaguing Luzhou, Ruining fared far better. Though patches of snow still covered the ground, the weather was noticeably milder and untouched by calamity. They reached the post station without trouble and were assigned a courtyard to rest in. Outside that courtyard was tethered a fierce, vicious-looking yellow dog. The moment they entered, the beast began barking without end. It startled the entire group. Fortunately, it was leashed and posed no real threat. Still, no one dared rest near it, all choosing to sit as far away from the snarling hound as possible. The station was crowded and warm, and after hours of continuous walking, everyone collapsed into exhausted sleep. Chui Jiu had never let her guard down the entire journey, and once at the station she especially asked her brother Chui Zhizhou to keep a close watch on Xie Xiu's movement. This place didn't feel safe, especially since he had once said he'd make his move on Songheng here. Chui Jiu approached a guard and slipped him some silver. This time, she didn't even need to speak. The guard already knew what she wanted and waved her through. "Madam Chui, go ahead and shop, but make sure you buy enough this time. Once we leave here, we head straight for Tingzhou. The road is desolate with nowhere to resupply, so it's best to be fully prepared." Chui Jiu nodded. "Thank you for the reminder, officer." After leaving the station, her first stop was the market to check on livestock trading. She had studied the map with the guards earlier. After ruining, the terrain was mostly flat. Walking the whole way would be slow and exhausting, so she needed to secure more mounts and carts this time. Besides, under the guise of shopping, she could pull out even more herbs, grain, and warm clothing from her spatial storage. She calculated that by the time they reached Tingzhou, spring would likely have arrived. It would be warmer and easier to do things. But as she turned into an alley, a sudden bark erupted behind her. The vicious yellow dog snarled ferociously. Chui Jiu frowned slightly and turned to see it standing at the alley's entrance, baring its teeth and barking wildly. She touched her pearl jade ring, her eyes sharpening with vigilance. But out of nowhere, several large stones flew in and struck the dog square on its rear. The beast went mad and lunged straight at Chui Jiu. She planted her feet, but before she could react, a dark figure dropped from above. He struck the dog's tail with a single blow from his staff, then gave a few sharp whistles and tossed a large chicken leg to the side. The hound immediately chased after the fragrant morsel. "Guard Jiang." Chui Jiu recognized him and was stunned. She never expected to see him here. While she was still reeling in shock, Guard Jiang sprinted forward. With a swift turn, he drew his blade and slammed the sheath hard onto someone's head. A man was knocked to the ground, and as he struggled to rise, Guard Jiang's blade was already pressed against his throat. The man's face went pale with terror, and he instinctively glanced toward Chui Nanshan in the distance. At this moment, Chui Nanshan could no longer stand her ground. Staring at the man, she said rapidly, "Since we've both been caught, it's better for you to take all the blame alone than for both of us to suffer punishment. Besides, my relationship with your young master is no simple matter. If you ever want a way out, you know what to do." With that, she turned and bolted. However, Guard Jiang's scabbard slammed into her back with the speed of a gale. The impact sent Chui Nanshan sprawling to the ground, her face twisted in agony. Chui Nanshan glared back, hatefully wondering who this Guard Jiang was to interfere at such a critical moment. But before she could utter a sound, Guard Jiang had already knocked the man unconscious with a single blow. He then turned and let out a sharp whistle, summoning the vicious dog. He hurled another chicken leg towards Chui Nanshan, and the ferocious hound immediately lunged at her. Shrieking in terror, she scrambled to her feet and fled as fast as her legs could carry her. But the beast was swift, and she was no match for it. She could only snatch up stones from the ground and hurl them at the dog, yet each throw only enraged it further. Eventually, the dog abandoned the chicken leg, entirely fixated solely on Chui Nanshan, barking and snapping its jaws. She screamed wildly, leaping about like a frantic monkey, and in her panic, she accidentally stepped right onto the fallen man. The impact jolted him awake. Clutching his chest, he opened his eyes only to see the drooling beast right beside him. His face drained of color and terror, and without a second thought, he shoved Chui Nanshan aside and fled, vanishing into the distance. Chui Nanshan wanted to curse at him, but the hound was already upon her, sinking its teeth into her shoulder with a vicious bite. She cried out in agony, kicking the beast away with all her might. She sprang to her feet and ran for her life, engaging in a desperate battle of wits and will against the dog as she screamed for help. Watching her flee towards the courier station, Cui Jiu sheathed her dagger and walked over to Guard Jiang in astonishment. "When did you get here? Did you go to the capital?" Guard Jiang respectfully returned her greeting, and only after confirming they were alone did he answer truthfully. "Madam Cui, on my way back to the capital, I happened to meet Lord Song. I handed the account ledgers directly to him, but—" He paused, then continued. "When I saw him, he had already been banished from the capital." Banished? Cui Jiu hadn't expected this. So that was why he had come to Ruining, and why he had been targeted by Princess Chun and her group. The reason they hadn't acted elsewhere was likely because Ruining was far from the capital, making it easier to conceal their deeds, coupled with Xie Xiu's cooperation from within. But how did they know Song Hung would come looking for her? Even Cui Jiu was baffled. Yet this wasn't the most pressing matter. Something else was more important. "Do you know why he was banished? And to where?" Guard Jiang shook his head. "I'm not entirely sure about that. After I gave him the ledgers that day, he gave me some travel money and told me to return to you to ensure your safety." Cui Jiu's brows furrowed slightly as she pondered, then she let the matter go. "Very well, let's discuss it later." There was no point in racking her brains over it now. Since Guard Jiang had arrived safely, she had nothing to worry about. She led him to purchase supplies. On the way she asked him, "What are your plans now?" Guard Jiang answered without hesitation, "Madam Cui, you have shown me great kindness. I have nowhere else to go. Allow me to escort you all to Tingzhou." He would follow behind the group, ready to lend a hand whenever they encountered trouble. Cui Jiu initially thought to dissuade him, but on second thought, since he was a man without a home, following her would at least ensure he wouldn't starve, and he could become someone she trusted. Going to Tingzhou together would be a mutually beneficial arrangement. With that, she said no more and went along with his plan. After purchasing ample supplies, she finally located the livestock trading post. There were several stables there, each run by a different vendor. One vendor sold both livestock and ducks. Upon inquiry, they learned he raised the ducks to supply meat to nearby restaurants. Ruining was famous for its authentic roast duck dish. Any merchant caravan or traveler passing through would make a point to taste it. Moreover, Ruining was a major city comparable to Chongping in its prosperity. However, beyond Ruining, the landscape grew increasingly desolate. A plan began to form in Cui Jiu's mind. She first approached the vendor with the largest number of livestock to inquire about the prices of horses and donkeys. Noticing she was an outsider, the vendor decided to exploit her, dramatically inflating his prices. 50 taels for a donkey and 10 more for a horse. Seeing the vendor's smug grin, Guard Jiang wasted no time on words. He swung his scabbard, striking the man square in the eye. The vendor erupted in fury, shouting, "If you can't afford it, then don't buy. Are you trying to commit murder? I'm warning you. Everyone here is a local. If you want to cause trouble, I'll report you to the authorities right now and have you report us." Cui Jiu stepped forward with a faint smile. "You're a businessman. Surely you're familiar with the capital's commercial law. According to the law, anyone who sells defective goods or inflates prices for livestock, textiles, or other goods shall be punished with 60 strokes of a cane." The vendor's face paled slightly, but he huffed defiantly. "You think I'm afraid of you?" "I." Before he could finish, Guard Jiang suddenly produced an official travel document bearing a government seal. The vendor, even as he yelled for his assistant to fetch the authorities, scoffed at the document. "You think that piece of paper can intimidate me? Let me tell you, among all the merchants in Ruining, I have the best relationship with the magistrate. You struck me first, and he'll make sure you regret it." Just then, some patrolling constables happened to pass by, summoned by his assistant. They came over with fierce expressions, ready to hold someone accountable. But the moment they saw the document, their faces changed dramatically. They immediately broke into apologetic smiles and bowed deeply. "So you are Lord He's trusted associates. We failed to recognize your eminence. Our apologies, it was all a misunderstanding." Upon hearing it was Lord He, the vendor was dumbfounded. Seeing his inaction, the constable hissed at him. "What are you standing there for? Apologize to the young master and madam at once. Do you know who you're dealing with?" The vendor, quick to read the situation, immediately plastered on a fawning smile and clasped his hands in a deep bow, his attitude doing a complete 180. This lowly one was at fault, entirely at fault. "Madam, young master, I'll give you any livestock you need, all at the local market price. With the officers here as our witness, I swear I won't cheat you this time." Cui Jiu crossed her arms and let out a cold sneer. She turned and walked over to the adjacent stable, beckoning to its owner. She then presented several 100 tael banknotes. "Boss, I'd like to discuss a business deal with you." The vendor, seeing this windfall from heaven, was stunned for a moment before eagerly inviting Cui Jiu and her party inside. Meanwhile, the first vendor's face turned ashen. He shamelessly tried to call Cui Jiu back, but Guard Jiang silenced him with a single slap. Once seated inside, Cui Jiu noticed paper and a brush on the table. She took them and drafted a contract. She then slid it across the table to the vendor and got, "If you accept this long-term deal, you will surely become one of the wealthiest merchants in the region." Upon hearing these words, the boss smiled, saying, "My lady, you must be joking." In the year following the natural disasters depicted in the original book Ruining City, as a vital transportation hub for three nations, saw an increase in commercial, especially during tense times at the border. Runing, being the largest city closest to the front, had many goods that needed to be transported to the border. From food supplies to everyday utensils. Later, due to strict checkpoints, smuggling salt also became a lucrative business for Runing. A significant portion of the expenses for the private soldiers raised by the King of Hawaii in the original story came from smuggling official salt. However, smuggling official salt is a serious crime, and she had no need to take such risks to compete with them. Instead, she could use those transport channels to sell different goods. Thus, in the contract, Chui Jiu instructed the boss to transport duck down to Tingzhou every 2 months, also providing him with a source for cotton and certain methods for external transportation. The boss was somewhat taken aback when he saw Chui Jiu take out a few tufts of cotton from her pouch and place them before him. The duck down from the ducks you have slaughtered is of no use to you. If you clean it according to my method and transport it to the Tingzhou post station, I will cover these costs for you, ensuring you make a profit without any losses. As for this cotton, sew it into clothing. It will be both warm and beautiful. You know that our Jinghua has no channels for growing cotton, and the prices from Qianglong Kingdom are too high, but I have a source for cotton. If you can become the first, and indeed the only one selling this cotton in Jinghua, I'm sure you will earn quite a bit. Of course, my supply price is far lower than the price from Qianglong. The boss was delighted but still cautious, saying what you say makes sense, but such a great opportunity, why don't you do the business yourself? His caution was understandable. Opportunities that fall from the sky are rare. Chui Jiu replied honestly, I am an exiled criminal of the court, and cannot leave Tingzhou, so I can only earn with others. In the beginning, I don't require you to spend a single penny. If you are concerned about making a trip for nothing, consider these silver notes as an advance payment from me. Such a zero-cost business would entice anyone in trade. After some consideration, the boss readily agreed. As for the duck down, although he was unsure of what she intended to do with it, it was of no use to him, and being able to exchange it for a considerable sum of silver was indeed thus the signing of the contract went smoothly. Before leaving, Chui Jiu also conveniently purchased 3 horses and 2 donkeys for transporting goods. Guard Jiang was somewhat puzzled, saying, Chui lady, although that boss doesn't seem greedy, can you truly trust him? What if he takes your money and doesn't deliver the goods? Chui Jiu shrugged. If worst comes to worst, I would only lose this bit of silver. Moreover, he is a businessman, after trying out the transport once and tasting the sweetness, seeing the long-term benefits, most people wouldn't refuse. Besides, I still have. When we arrive in Tingzhou, if you're willing, you can join me in doing some business. At that time, with you present, that boss wouldn't dare to back out. Guard John's face flushed slightly. It was the first time he felt valued by someone. Where did you get that pass document from the Lord? Guard Jiang almost forgot about this matter and hurriedly said, it was given to me by Lord Song. He said that with this I could smoothly pass through some county checkpoints and avoid some troubles. I didn't expect it to come in handy so quickly. Lord Song, known as He Yuan, was the former prime minister who had already retired. In the original book, he was an old friend of Song Hong. The document given to Song Hong by Lord Song likely served as a means to escort him safely to his place of exile. However, he ended up using it to repay a favor benefiting himself. This Song Hong truly lived up to being the male lead in the original story, not speaking of love, but wholly devoted to the country, engaging in a battle of wits with the King of Hawaii. It is a pity that in this life, due to her influence, the plot has changed, leading to his exile to the border. She did not know how he would rise again in the future. Carrying ample supplies, she returned to the post station before nightfall. However, just as she arrived at the entrance, she heard shouting from inside. A burly man was seen shoving Haishur aside with an aggressive demeanor. Sister-in-law, Aling. Chui Jiao and her mother Jingshi hurried to help Haishur, and upon seeing this, Chui Jiu shielded them behind her. Is sister-in-law all right? Chui Jiu glanced at Haishur, who hastily grasped her hand, and said urgently, You where they want to drive your brother outside. Your brother has caught a cold. If he sleeps outside for a night, wouldn't he freeze to death? Chui Jiu frowned slightly. Caught a cold. When did this happen? She hadn't noticed anything unusual about him these past few days. Haishur could only speak truthfully. It has been 2 days already. At first he didn't want you to worry, so he didn't let me say anything. I thought he could recover in 3 or 4 days, but Jingshi was very worried. Ling, before this we were in the residence, and he could recover in 3 or 4 days, but now we are in a place like this, the cold will only worsen. At this moment the man shouted angrily, how can he rest in the post station when he is this ill? What if he infects us? We just recovered from the plague last year in Runing. I cannot let an insignificant person harm us. Anyone who dares to stop me, send him out to lie outside. This burly man was the station master. Even though Nachio had given him some silver for favors, it still had no effect. After his outburst, he walked into the post station. In this urgent situation, Chui Jiu still needed to check on her brother's condition. Chui Jiu had been thrown into the snow outside the back courtyard. Nachio and In Wanshu were keeping watch over him, bringing him blankets and a small stove for warmth. Upon seeing Chui Jiu, both women rose. At this moment, Chui Jiu had little strength left. His face was pale and weary, and he was coughing incessantly. His voice, when she reached out to check his forehead, was burning hot like iron. He was definitely running a high fever. Chui Jiu quickly called out to Nacho and Wanshu. Xiu and Wanshu, go help me boil some hot water. By the way, we have some camp cloth in our wooden box, bring that over too. These camp cloth tents were things she had scavenged from the storage of the Xuanjiao army. While they went inside, Chui Jiu activated her jade ring and quickly searched the shelves of medicinal herbs in her space for suitable remedies. She thought to herself that if only she had some modern Western medicine, those medicines work quickly, and she wouldn't have to painstakingly research traditional Chinese herbal form. However, just as she finished that thought, she saw another shelf behind the herbs filled entirely with Western medicine. Her face lit up with joy, and when she reached out to grab it, she discovered that some blue text appeared on the shelf. Under each type of medicine, there was a corresponding goodwill value. They had originally planned to stay at the way station for just 2 days. Little did they expect that before even spending a single night there, the station master would already be putting them to work. Carrying bricks and building houses was arduous labor to begin with, and thrown into the work before they had even recovered from their journey, it wasn't long before they were all groaning in exhaustion. Chui Jiu, feeling for her people, quietly spoke a few kind words to the station master and offered enough gold to finally make him relent. The members of the Bo and Xia households could only watch with envious red-rimmed eyes as Lady Jing and her group were freed from the hard labor, retreating to their rooms to rest. Chui Nanshun had been injured by a vicious dog earlier, and had it not been for the townsfolk driving the beast away, she would have been mauled to death. Now, with her old wounds not yet healed and new ones added to her face, her misery was beyond words. Having endured this prolonged period of hard labor, her body gave out by the next morning. Dragging her heavy frame, she sought out Xie Shiyao to ask for his help, only to discover that Chui Zhizhou, who had seemed even more ill than her the day before, was now bursting with vitality. He showed no signs of having caught a chill at all. He had fully recovered in just 1 night, and this despite being outdoors without the warmth of a room. That Chui Zhiyu truly had some skill. Not only her, but everyone else was astonished at how quickly Chui Zhizhou had recovered, and old Ding and the others now held Chui Zhiyu in even greater reverence. Unable to contain their pride, they said to others, "Our young lad's medical skill is greater than even some physicians. Look at our young master. He's fully recovered after just 1 dose of her medicine. Tell me what physician can match our young lad's quick-acting prescriptions. What prescription did your young lady use? Yesterday your young master looked at death's door, and yet he's completely better after a single night." The stark difference in Chui Ziz's condition was noted by everyone, and Chui Ziyu's prescription was being touted as a miraculous formula. Chui Nanshun immediately set her sights on that prescription. Changing her plans on the spot, she waited until the others had gone to haul bricks, then feigning illness, she snuck back to the rooms and crept over to the cart belonging to Chui Ziyu's group, rifling through it frantically. She hadn't expected what she found. The sheer amount of grain, herbs, and various supplies was beyond her wildest imagination. No wonder they had been eating and drinking so well all along the way. She, on the other hand, shared the same surname Chui, yet suffered such hardship. Why? Why? She stuffed dry rations into her pockets as she frantically searched for the prescription. She knew Chui Jiu would surely be brewing medicine for Chui Zhizhou again today, so the herbs must already be prepared. But before she could search for long, a hand landed. Chui Nanshun gasped in shock, but before she could even cry out, her hair was yanked and a searing pain shot through her as she was roughly dragged off the cart. A fist immediately slammed into her face, causing her to struggle violently in pain. "Daring to steal from us." The attacker was Wanshu. Though her fighting style was unrefined, she had no shortage of brute strength. These supplies were Whocares' most precious possessions. How dare an outsider even think of touching them? She didn't hesitate beating Chui Nanshun until she was howling. The commotion drew the attention of the station master, who rushed over with a fierce expression, lashing his whip to stop them. "Are you courting death? Causing a ruckus and brawling here? They'll have you chopped to pieces." Chui Nanshun, her hair in a wild mess, looked at the station master with a face full of grievance and immediately began to sob out her tale. Sir, please save me. I merely saw they had life-saving medicine. I don't want to die, so I just came to take a look. But she tried to beat me to death, sir." She covered her face and wailed, emphasizing repeatedly, "They are exiled criminals, just like me. Why do they get to have so much good food and fine clothes? I only wanted their life-saving medicine." The moment the station master heard life-saving medicine, his expression shifted. He had heard earlier that morning about Chui Ziz's miraculous overnight recovery, and he was intensely interested in such a remedy. Now, with Chui Nanshun's words, he was even more convinced of its immense value. He immediately turned to Wanshu and demanded, "Where's the medicine?" Wanshu's face changed slightly, realizing the official intended to claim it for himself. She certainly couldn't reveal it, so she only said, "Sir, this woman attempted to seize another's property and was caught red-handed in the act of theft. Surely you can't condone such behavior. I asked you where the medicine is." The station master didn't want to hear anything else. He only demanded the medicine. Seeing that Wanshu refused to answer, his anger flared, and he raised his whip. "Talk." Wanshu gritted her teeth and remained resolutely silent. She didn't want to bring trouble upon Chui Jiu, so she didn't resist. She let the station master's whip lash across her body, not uttering a sound, even as her clothes were torn and her skin was split open. It was only when Chui Zhiyu returned to retrieve something that she witnessed the scene. She immediately stepped forward, catching the station master's whip in her hand. Facing his vicious expression, she merely lowered her gaze, then revealed a cold smile. Sir, can't we discuss matters civilly? She's just a frail woman. How can she withstand several lashes from your whip? The station master snorted and held out his hand. Hand over the medicine, and I won't whip her for no reason. Since she won't talk, I'll just keep beating you until you give me the medicine. He raised his whip again, but Chui Zhiyu chuckled lightly. It's just a prescription, isn't it? Follow me, sir, and I'll give you several. Young lady. Yin Wanshu called out to her through the pain, but Chui Zhiyu gave her a reassuring look and calmly led the station master over to the cart. She rummaged through a chest, found some herbs, and handed them to the station master. Sir, if these aren't enough, I can go out and purchase more for you tomorrow. The station master squinted at her with ill intent. You are just an exiled criminal. Where did you get so much silver? And traveling with so many fine goods? I've never seen anyone like you. Chui Zhiyu smiled. Naturally. Someone behind me has greased the wheels. Otherwise, how could the officers escorting us have been so lenient with me? She then deliberately dangled a carrot in front of him. If you don't make trouble for us, sir, once we leave this way station, I'll have an even greater reward for you. The station master had also heard that she had connections, but tonight all their lives would end here anyway. What a pity about this money cow. His eyes rolled, and he suddenly felt reluctant to let this money cow of a woman die. He spoke up. Very well, I'll give you a chance to live. Tonight, don't go to the woodshed with your family. After dark, come alone to the stables and find me, and you'll be spared. Having said this, he turned and left with the herbs. Chui Zhiyu's brow furrowed slightly as she sensed something amiss. Not go to the woodshed. Go to the stables to find him. And a chance to live. Could it be that the person behind the princess is making their move? Or is this the station master's own selfish scheme? She composed her expression as Yin Wanshu hurried over, asking with concern, Young lady, what did he say? Chui Zhiyu offered a reassuring smile. He said, tonight is his death. Huh. Yin Wanshu was confused, but Chui Zhiyu had already walked over to Chui Nanshan. Chui Nanshan felt utterly miserable. Not only did the dog bite wound throb with pain, but she had also caught a chill. Her head was heavy and her feet unsteady, as if she might faint at any moment. Seeing that stealing the medicine was futile and clinging to life, she hesitated repeatedly before swallowing her pride. With a trembling and humble voice, she suddenly began to plead with Chui Zhiyu. Elder sister, I was wrong, I was truly wrong. Tears streaming down her face, she kowtowed incessantly. I shouldn't have done those foolish things. I don't want to die either. Elder sister, I am still a member of the Chui clan. I still bear the surname Chui. Although my mother was just a chamber servant, and I was never favored by my family since birth, I only wish to live. That is all. For the sake of our shared surname, please save me, won't you? Don't let me die of illness. I know your medical skills are excellent. I promise you, as long as you save me, I will never be like before. I will be obedient and know my place, I swear. Before she could finish, Chui Zhiyu interrupted her with a voice devoid of any warmth. There is no regret medicine in this world. You've come to the wrong person if you seek my help. Besides, aren't you quite close with that young master of the Xia residence? Now that you've fallen to this state, why not ask him for aid? Instead, you come to beg me, the one you've wronged. Hearing this, Chui Nanshan wailed, even louder, sobbing. Elder sister, I truly know I was wrong. It wasn't intentional for me to get close to young Master Xia. He insisted on approaching me just to spite you. Unbeknownst to her, these words only sounded absurd to Chui. She crouched down, observing Chui Nanshan's current pathetic state, yet her eyes remained utterly indifferent. Have you forgotten what you said when you were exiled? And how did concubine Lu die? Do you think I didn't know? Do you truly think I'm unaware of whether you pursued Xie Shiyao, or he pursued you? More recently, do you think I could pretend not to see that vicious dog blocking my path yesterday? Her eyes were icy cold, instilling an inexplicable fear, and before she could speak again, Chui Zhiyu grabbed her chin. Tell me, why would I ever cure your illness? She released Chui Nanshan's face, about to speak, when suddenly a commotion erupted outside the post station. Nachio hurried over and whispered to Chui Zhiyu. Miss, a group of people has arrived outside. They want us to vacate the main hall. How many are there? Chui Zhiyu asked her, recalling the station master's earlier words, feeling that this group's arrival was ill-timed. Nachio thought for a moment, then said, I'm not sure exactly how many. I just heard the officer say we need to give up the main hall for them to rest, and we should move to the woodshed. This was all unfolding exactly as the station master had planned. Nachio added, the scale of their procession doesn't seem like they are exiles like us. But if they were officials or merchants, they wouldn't be staying in the lower-class hall with us. This was contradictory in itself. Chui Zhiyu wanted to investigate, but officials blocked their path, shouting for them to move their belongings to the woodshed in the backyard. By the time they finished tidying up, it was already night. Unexpectedly, the officers brought them a basin of charcoal, burning vigorously. Even old Ding was surprised. Ruining is indeed a big city. Although the officers here are fierce, they don't stint on our food and supplies. Look, they even provided charcoal. At other stations they'd be lucky to have a place to stay, let alone charcoal. While the others noticed nothing amiss, Chui Jiu sensed something was off. She glanced around warily, and when no one was watching she began to pace within the small woodshed. She checked the walls behind the firewood smelled, and looked for anything unusual, but found nothing. She planned to investigate the main hall after her family fell asleep. As everyone gradually dozed off, Chui Jiu, worried about the airtight space, went to open the only window. However, as she reached out, she discovered the window was nailed shut. Frowning, she immediately went to the door and tried the latch. To her surprise, the door was also locked from the outside. Furthermore, the paper window was sealed with an extra layer of oilcloth. She glanced at the thick, abundant charcoal fire and let out a cold laugh. Could it be that the station staff intended to suffocate them with charcoal fumes? Her gaze darkened as she decisively stored the charcoal into her space. Many of the others had already fallen into a deep sleep. Chui Jiu pulled out a dagger, carefully slid the outer wooden bolt aside, opened the door, and then closed it securely behind her. The station was eerily silent, with no sign of firelight or any figures. Chui Jiu hurried towards the main hall. Passing the duty room, she saw the officer who had brought them charcoal fast asleep inside. She didn't disturb him, but went to the side of the main hall, only to find its windows were also sealed. As she was about to pry one open, a dark shadow suddenly lunged out. She sensed the movement, keenly tightened her grip on the dagger, and spun around to stab backwards. The person was quick, pressing a blade to her throat. But then they saw each other's familiar faces, and Chui Jiu froze for a moment. Vice Minister Qin. Madam Chui. The man was none other than Vice Minister Qin, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. Chui Jiu had suspected that this new group entering the station might be connected to Song Hung, and now she was proven right. She asked, "Where is the Lord? Is he still inside?" Vice Minister Qin pulled her into the shadows, whispering, "The station is a trap. The Lord has long since evacuated. The one inside is a decoy I arranged. So you knew someone was planning to ambush you here. It's a long story. The side door to the backyard is unlatched. Once the station catches fire, take your family and escape through the back." Even if he hadn't encountered Chui Jiu, Vice Minister Qin, upon realizing their extermination plan, would have sought her out to lead her to safety. But Chui Jiu grabbed his arm. "You plan to burn this place down." A smile curled on her lips. "How about I add some fuel to your fire?" Without an accelerant, relying solely on him to leap across rooftops to set fires would be too slow, giving the culprits a chance to flee. Since they wanted to poison them silently, they should taste the bitter fruit of their own scheme. Chui Jiu went to an empty room, and while Vice Minister Qin wasn't looking, touched her pearl jade ring and swiftly retrieved several barrels of palm oil from her space. Just like when she had burned the Xuanjiao army camp. Seeing the palm oil, Vice Minister Qin exclaimed in surprise, "Where did this come from?" Chui Jiu didn't explain, only saying, "Just go ahead and set the fire. They'll go move my family first." After he nodded, Chui Jiu immediately left the room. However, she didn't return to her family right away. Instead, she headed straight for the station's storeroom and backyard. Time to secure these supplies first. The storeroom was filled with grain along with Imperial Reserve horses and mules, spirited and sturdy, fit for traversing the road. They were far superior in quality to the ones bought at the livestock market. The mules were also in excellent condition. Besides these, there were also riverboats stored here from the nearby water station. She stored them all into her space. By now the flames outside were already blazing into the sky. Awakened by the shouts of the inn's servants, everyone was roused from sleep. Chui Jiu hurried to the woodshed and found that Chui Jiu had already brought the family out. Relieved, she headed to the stables outside the inn. She strode in just as the station chief received word of the fire within the inn. His face turned pale with fright, and he immediately called for his men. But as he stepped out of the stable, Chui Jiu blocked his path. Before the station chief could react, Chui Jiu, gripping her sword hilt, struck him unexpectedly in the arm. The chief howled in pain, but she pressed forward, pulling out a cloth and swiftly muffling his mouth. His wound stung, and the more he struggled, the more he bled. Chui Jiu, prepared, used a rope to bind him and dragged him back into the room. Once the stable door was locked, she harshly threw him to the ground. Inside, she discovered a group of bound commoners. They were gaunt, haggard, and utterly disheveled. On the first day at the inn, Chui Jiu had learned that the station chief had captured civilians for forced labor, and they too had been immediately put to work hauling bricks upon arrival. Seeing these terrified, trembling people, Chui Jiu felt a pang of distress. This damned bastard wielding his meager authority to oppress others. She snatched the whip from the chief's waist, and without a word lashed him. "Ah, milady, have mercy. Please spare me." The station chief had lost all his usual arrogance. At her mercy, he could only beg for his life, his pleas unending. But Chui Jiu thought of the lashes inflicted on Yin Wanshu. How could she face Wanshu, who had been so loyal to her, without avenging her? So she struck, without hesitation, lash after lash, until his skin was torn and bleeding. The chief was drenched in sweat from the pain, cycling through begging, rage, and curses before finally returning to tearful, fawning pleas. But Chui Jiu ignored him entirely. Seeing he had little strength left, she discarded the whip and turned her gaze to those cowering in the corner. She walked to the empty room next door, retrieved some dry rations and travel money from her space, and offered them all to the captives. Go now. It's not safe here. Leave as soon as you can. The commoners, surprised that this woman had come to rescue them, hesitated for a moment before falling to their knees in grateful thanks. Miss, thank you for saving our lives. Miss. Before they could finish, Chui Jiu had already turned and left the stable. These refugees, once the lowest laborers of Ruining, had been seized and forced into hard labor, without any recourse, suffering beatings for a long time. Now able to vent their anger, they grabbed stones, mud, broken tables, and even horse manure from outside, hurling it all at the station chief. Still not satisfied, they were determined to unleash all the pent-up rage from the unjust beatings they had endured. The small stable was filled with the chief's anguished howls, but these sounds were soon drowned out by the chaos and commotion outside the inn. Meanwhile, Sheusesher was trapped in his room, his head spinning. The blaze outside raged, sending waves of heat and falling beams and tiles, filling him with growing panic. His family was screaming in terror, yet their minds were strangely clouded, leaving them weak and powerless. Sheusesher tried to open the window, only to find the doors and windows had been sealed shut from the outside. In that moment, shock washed over him. It dawned on him that they intended to kill everyone, including him, leaving no survivors alongside Chui Jiu and the others. He had known about today's plan to silence them, but he was the princess man. Surely they wouldn't harm him. But he hadn't expected their ruthlessness. In a panic, he kicked at the door with all his might, while his mother Cheng Shi grabbed his arm with her heavy body. Shiryao, what's happening? Take your mother away from here. I don't want to die. Gathering his strength, Sheusesher saw a burning beam collapse ahead. He dodged just in time and noticed the wooden door had been burned through. Flames licked the edges. One of the maidservants was struck by a falling beam, screaming, "Help! Young master, save me!" But Sheusesher didn't spare her a glance, ignoring even his own mother as he charged through the inferno and out of the house. Shiryao? Cheng Shi was stunned, her heart sinking into despair. Throughout this arduous journey, no hardship had broken her, but her own children had shown her such coldness, leaving her feeling both desperate and heartbroken. Unwilling to die there, she followed Sheusesher's lead, rushing recklessly through the flames. Outside, the inn servants and soldiers were all fighting the fire, and escaped convicts were being dragged back to help. Chui Jiu first ensured her family was safe. Seeing no one was injured, she went to assess the situation. Sheusesher and his mother had also escaped, but Cheng Shi was covered in soot, her hair disheveled, and singed eyebrows completely burned off. They were utterly disheveled. Sheusesher was no better, his clothes in tatters, looking like a beggar. Chui Jiu was about to approach when she spotted Minister Qin in the shadows. She hurried over to him and whispered, "Minister Qin, is everything settled inside?" Minister Qin gave her a lingering look. Just then a familiar voice called out from behind, "Master, the Lord has been ambushed and injured. Please come quickly." At this, Minister Qin's expression changed drastically, and Chui Jiu turned to see who had spoken, finding the face strangely familiar. Looking closer, she realized it was the young man she had saved in the arena. But there was no time to ask questions. She said to Minister Qin, "Take me to Lord Song. I can treat his wounds." Minister Qin didn't hesitate, and led Chui Jiu away into the shadows. The inn was bustling with people fighting the fire, and with her brothers there to watch over the family, Chui Jiu wasn't worried. Instead, she was concerned about Lord Song. How had he been ambushed? She quickly returned to her family, gave a brief explanation to Nakiu and her eldest brother, and grabbed a bundle to carry. She followed Minister Qin to a dilapidated house with a gaping hollow roof. The door creaked open, revealing a figure lying motionless on the ground. Minister Qin and the young man, their faces pale with fear, rushed over, shouting, "My lord." Chui Jiu took out a flint and lit a flame. As the room was illuminated, they saw Song Hung lying in a pool of blood. A deep gash on his back was bound with cloth, but it hadn't stemmed the bleeding. Seeing this, Chui Jiu instructed Minister Qin and the young man to boil some water and fetch a clean cloth or towel. While they were gone, she touched her pearl jade ring, entered her space to get painkillers, and also exchanged for some antibiotics and saline solution. There were no modern suturing tools, but fortunately, she had cleared out the Xuanjia army's armory earlier, which contained wound medicine, including the needles and mulberry bark thread used for suturing in this era. She carefully propped Song Hang up, removed his upper garments, and used the saline to clean his wound. The pain roused him slightly, but his tired face only showed a faint twitch of his brow. Impressed by his endurance, Chui Jiu advised, if the pain becomes unbearable during stitching, feel free to cry out. No need to hold back. She spread out the leather, washed her hands, and sterilized the needle and thread over the flame. She moved behind him, and by the dim light, carefully stitched the wound closed. Song Hung remained silent, but cold sweat had broken out on his shoulders and back. Chui Jiu quickened her pace, and as she finished, she was surprised to see a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. She was momentarily taken aback. "My lord has a strong spirit." Song Hang's clear gaze met hers, staring intently, as if trying to see through her. As the candlelight flickered, he asked in a hoarse voice, "Chuan Yanzi, who exactly are you?" But today was merely for the handover at the Longshang relay station. Perhaps tonight, perhaps tomorrow someone would lead them to the Tingzhou Earth City, which was where they would ultimately settle. This sentence was the very first thing she had said when she came to find him at Shusheng Terrace. Now she repeated the same words. Song Hung averted his gaze and spoke on his own accord. Back then you had the vice minister deliver a message to me, had Yun Xiu pass me the intelligence from Chao Hu's department, and later sent your own guards to hand over the registers and account books of corrupt officials. Tell me, could a merchant's daughter possibly do such things? Cui Zhiyu smiled unfazed. Your Excellency, I merely happened to learn of these matters by chance. Because I believed you were an incorruptible official who would uphold justice for the innocent, I spared no effort in conveying the information to you. I never expected you to encounter such a calamity. But regardless, I harbor no ill intentions toward you. Please do not overthink it. After saying this, she recalled something else, and thanked him earnestly a few times. Along the journey, I have also been rescued from danger by you on several occasions, and I am deeply grateful. I know you mean me no harm. I am merely curious. Your Excellency. Before Song Hung could finish, Vice Minister Qin's anxious voice rang out from outside. Cui Zhiyu rose to open the door. As she took the basin of hot water, she saw Vice Minister Qin rushing hastily to Song Hung. Once the lofty, refined minister of the board, he was now reduced to such a state. Vice Minister Qin was filled with self-reproach. Your Excellency, it was my failure to escort you safely. Song Hung motioned for him to rise. How are things at the relay station? Thanks to Lady Cui's assistance, I have already burned down the station. They should not be able to do anything to us now. However, Your Excellency, we must leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, once they discover we are not at the station, they will surely create more trouble. Once we leave, ruining the vast and distant lands will make it difficult for them to do anything to you. At this point, Cui Zhiyu voiced her confusion. What exactly happened? She had only heard that Princess Chun's people intended to use Xieshi to harm him. Vice Minister Qin told her the truth. Your Excellency was impeached for some matter angering the Emperor and was demoted to Longchong in Tingzhou. On the way, we discovered that assassins were lying in wait. We found a substitute to take Your Excellency's place at the station, and just as we expected. Now Cui Zhiyu understood. They had used a clever trick of swapping the cat for the prince, foiling the plan to silently poison them at the station. The real Song Hung and the young man had bypassed the station. The person who went ahead to report and register was led by Vice Minister Qin, pretending to be the official, while lost in thought the young man added. Even so, Your Excellency and I were discovered. They probably thought we were Your Excellency's attendants and sought to silence us. Your Excellency was even wounded because of me. His eyes were red, and he bit his lips tightly, his face full of guilt. It was rather pitiful to see. Song Hung waved his hand, and took the opportunity to introduce him to Cui Zhiyu. Lady Cui, do you still remember Yun Xiu? You rescued him from the arena, and sent him to Uefu Inn to deliver intelligence to me. Now he has been by my side for some time, and has taken Vice Minister Qin as he finished speaking. Yun Xiu formally bowed to Cui Zhiyu. Thank you, Lady Cui, for saving my life. Cui Zhiyu quickly helped him up. Since they were all friends, there was no need for such formality. Your Excellency, Song, your wound is not too serious. I have left some medicine. Vice Minister Qin, please change the dressing once a day for him, and ensure he rests well. It is getting late now. As Vice Minister Qin said, you should leave quickly to avoid more trouble. Your Excellency, Song's wound cannot withstand further agitation. Behind the dilapidated hut was a thawed river. Following the river downstream would allow them to quickly evade the eyes of those villains. Once they left the boundaries of ruining, they would encounter a vast grassland, making it hard to track them. At this moment, the official boat she had looted from the station came in handy. She beckoned to Vice Minister Qin. I saw another boat at the back just now. It can take Your Excellency downstream. It's over there. Follow me. She urged them on while quickening her steps. Arriving at the riverbank ahead of them, she swiftly took the official boat out from her storage space. However, Song Hung had Yun Xiu follow Cui Zhiyu instead. He is young but agile. In a critical moment, he can protect you. It is not far from here to Tingzhou. Once we arrive there, we will meet again. Before Cui Zhiyu could decline, Yun Xiu had already walked to her side, looking at her with hope and joy. His demeanor was completely different from the pitiable wretch who had been imprisoned in a cage about to become food for wild beasts. Now, despite his ragged clothes, his sharp-featured face was filled with an air of fierceness. As befitting Vice Minister Qin's disciple, his eyes and brows already bore a resemblance to his master. As the official boat disappeared from sight, Cui Zhiyu withdrew her gaze and spoke to Yun Xiu. Your name is Yun Xiu. The young man quickly nodded. It was given to me by Your Excellency. He teaches me to read every day and often keeps me by his side. Lord Song is a good man. When you return with me later, pretend to be an orphan I found with no home to go to. If anyone asks you anything, you need not answer. Just stay close to me at all times. Yun Xiu nodded firmly. Rest assured, Lady Cui. Your Excellency has already instructed me. He already instructed you. Could it be that he had planned for Yun Xiu to stay with her all along? Song Hung was truly inscrutable. Meanwhile, the fire at the relay station had been mostly extinguished. Everyone collapsed on the ground in exhaustion, utterly oblivious to the cold wind outside the station. They were even feeling hot and tired from running around to put out the flames. They sat on the ground, and no one even noticed when Cui Zhiyu returned. It wasn't until the officials called out to them, "Rest quickly. We'll set out at dawn." With the station burned down like this, if they stayed any longer they might be summoned for extra duties or subjected to additional investigations. Since the handover documents had already been signed, leaving this place as soon as possible was the best course. The officials also wanted to avoid trouble, so they busied themselves counting the people and announced in a gruff voice that they would depart in an hour. The chaotic scene earlier had made it impossible for anyone to pay attention to those around them. Only when they were about to set out did they suddenly notice that 2 more people had joined them. One was Huang Mao, whom everyone thought had died at the bottom of the cliff. The other was Yun Xiu, whom Cui Zhiyu had brought back. Huang Mao's appearance startled the Earl's residence group. Yao Shi in particular turned pale as a sheet. She couldn't understand how he could have come back to life after she had pushed him off the cliff. Huang Mao's eyes blazed with fury as he stared at Yao Shi as if he wanted to tear her apart. But with the officials present, he had to suppress his rage for the time being. He had initially planned to escape, but the Xuanjiao army who had saved him showed no concern for him, only agreeing to escort him to Ruining. As a man of no status, penniless, and with his household registration cancelled, he couldn't survive in Ruining City alone. At least in Tingzhou he still had trusted subordinates. Since his biological mother was dead, he was now the head of the Huang family. Once he arrived in Tingzhou and reunited with his confidant's, life would surely improve. Thus he had rejoined the group. However, he had barely returned when he encountered the relay station fire. He had toiled as a laborer for several hours, and there was no outlet for his frustration. At least in Tingzhou he still had trusted subordinates. Since his biological mother was dead, he was now the head of the Huang family. Once he arrived in Tingzhou, and our food and supplies are already limited. That Shui woman adopted In Wanshu, and now she's picking up another orphan. Since when are exiled prisoners allowed to do such things? Is she completely disregarding the imperial decree and the officials? He even tried to incite others. One more person means one more mouth to feed. Do you want him to share our rations? Yun Xiu lifted his eyes, his slender gaze as sharp as a night wolf's, exuding a thick murderous intent. Cui Zhiyu walked up to him and said only one sentence, "Who my grain feeds is none of your business." But before she could finish, Huang Mao suddenly let out a howl. He doubled over in agony, veins bulging across his face. Upon closer inspection, a tiny needle was lodged in his clothing, its point piercing his flesh. Cui Zhiyu was briefly taken aback, but then an official approached, impatient with the delay, and kicked Huang Mao back into the line. "Mind your own business. Move along." When he turned to Cui Zhiyu, she greeted him with a smile, and slipped a few pieces of silver into his hand. Money makes the world go round, and thanks to her the convoy had gained several horses and donkeys, which greatly hastened their journey. They had to reach Tingzhou within the set time, or the officials would face punishment. So once the road leveled out after Ruining, they dared not waste a single moment. As they passed through the gates of Ruining, a crowd suddenly appeared before them. The officials tensed up, but the people merely ran to the side of the convoy, offering steamed buns and vegetables, some even placing warm eggs in baskets. "Last night this lady saved us and taught that heartless station master a lesson. Thank you, our savior. Thank you. If not for you, we might never have seen our families again. We can return home today, all because of you. I will set up a shrine for you at home, burn incense for you daily, and pray for your safe journey." Cui Zhiyu nearly fainted at these words. A shrine and incense. She was neither a bodhisattva nor a ghost, and couldn't accept such worship. She quickly urged them to rise, but their gratitude was overwhelming, so she accepted the offerings. The officials grinned from ear to ear at the free food, and the villagers escorted them all the way out of the city gates. Watching her receive such adoration, some from the Bo and Xia households in the rear could hardly believe this was a scene from their exile. Why, her Huang Mao couldn't even keep warm or catch a whiff of an egg, yet she received gifts for free. They were all exiles. What kind of logic was this? The more he thought, the angrier he got. Finally reaching his limit, he glared at Yao Shi all the way, waiting for a chance to retaliate. When they stopped to rest after noon, Naqiu rushed over to Cui Zhiyu. "Miss, I saw that Huang Mao grabbing Yao Shi by the hair and beating her. Even the officials can't stop him. If this continues, she won't survive." Naqiu felt sorry for Yao Shi. When she had given her some food, once Yao Shi had been endlessly grateful. Along the way, she had occasionally helped them with embroidery, for she had fine skills, and had become a friend to Naqiu. Seeing Huang Mao treat her so inhumanely now, Naqiu was anxious. That's why she had come to Cui Zhiyu for help. Just as she finished speaking, they heard Huang Mao curse "bitch" and shove Yao Shi onto the rocks. Yao Shi's forehead struck the stone, and immediately bled, a horrifying sight. No one dared to utter a word as Huang Mao raged, "You bitch, you're trying to kill me. Well, I won't let you have your way. If I don't kill you today, I'll beat you a little every day until you wish you were dead." Before he could finish, a sharp pain shot through his back. The same pain as this morning. He howled and realized someone had struck him with a hidden weapon again. Furious, Huang Mao pulled out the thin needle and went to complain to the official. Sir, there's someone in our group hiding weapons. They've stabbed me twice now. Which blind bastard is it?" The official, annoyed by his arrogance, lashed out with a whip. "Shut your mouth. Huang Mao seethed, but dared not speak, glaring venomously in that direction. He saw Cui Zhiyu and Nakiyu helping Yao Shi to her feet, and immediately knew. He stormed over and grabbed Cui Zhiyu by the shoulder. It was you little bitch, wasn't it? But the next moment Yun Xiu's hand had already twisted his wrist, and with a slight force there was a sickening crack. Huang Mao screamed in pain. Cui Zhiyu kicked him away and he pointed at her, snarling, "Yao Shi is from my Jiangbo mansion. You? Protecting her means opposing me. Think carefully, Cui Zhiyu. Don't be ungrateful." Watching him gnash his teeth, Cui Zhiyu only sneered. "Your mansion's people. We are all exiled criminals now stripped of our titles. There is no high or low anymore. And today I will protect her." Cui Zhiyu rarely showed such a hard stance in public. Throughout the journey, everyone had seen how formidable she was. Even the officials were under her thumb. A mere Huang Mao was nothing but a fly. Especially with Yun Xiu standing beside her. With another flick of his finger, a thin needle embedded itself into Huang Mao's shoulder. His cold, sinister gaze bore into Huang Mao's soul. Huang Mao's face went pale, and he dared not act rashly. This young man had skills. Seeing him cower, Cui Zhiyu led Yao Shi to her carriage. Nakiyu and Wan Shu quickly brought water cloths and some of the healing ointment Cui Zhiyu had given them, and began to clean her wounds. Meanwhile, Cui Zhiyu stared at Yun Xiu thoughtfully. "Did Vice Minister Qin teach you those skills?" When they were alone, his expression softened into one of docile obedience. He shook his head honestly. "These weren't taught by my master, but by the Lord. Song Hung. He knows martial arts." She never would have guessed. "Miss Cui, the Lord is a good man and a good official. Last time you had me deliver him information, he personally led a raid on the fighting arena and dealt with a group of corrupt. If Lord Song has the skill to teach you, how did he end up getting hurt himself?" Yun Xiu quickly replied. "The Lord was ambushed saving me. Miss Cui, the Lord is a good man and a good official. Last time you had me deliver him information, he personally led a raid on the fighting arena and dealt with a group of corrupt merchants colluding with Chao Hu. But that also made him enemies. I heard from my master that the Lord was framed and impeached in court, forced into demotion. And to be sent to a place as remote as Tingzhou, it's almost like exile. Perhaps because he had once been favored by the emperor, demotion was a mercy. Otherwise his fate would have been the same as the Cui families." Unfortunately, Cui Zhiyu could not foresee what lay ahead for Lord Song. The story was diverging from the original book. She patted Yun Xiu's shoulder. "Since he's a good official, even a temporary demotion isn't necessarily a bad thing. Gold shines wherever it is. Yes, I believe that even if he's just demoted to be a station master, he'll definitely make a comeback." "What? He became a station master? Well, that really was no different from exile. Tingzhou, being the most remote border region, was naturally disadvantaged, sparsely populated, and bitterly cold. Even the neighboring countries that shared its borders disdained to claim it, which spoke volumes about its desolation. Naturally, the Longchong relay station, which fell under Tingzhou's jurisdiction, was arguably the poorest and lowest-ranked station in the entire nation. Being demoted to serve as its station master was little different from being a convict in exile. Cui Zhiyu let out a deep sigh. But gold would glimmer eventually, wouldn't it? Even if not, perhaps she could still give him a hand. For the first 2 days after leaving Runing, Cui Zhiyu remained highly vigilant, fearing that something unexpected might occur. Fortunately, aside from occasional squabbles within the group, there were no unusual incidents. With her horses and donkeys, their pace had picked up considerably. Coupled with the flat open roads, they could now cover over 100 kilometers a day. Within 7 days they had traversed that barren wilderness, and luckily they encountered. After another 7 days they would catch sight of the only hill within Tingzhou's borders, Mount Longchong. At its foot lay the Longchong relay station, their final. However, reality was somewhat different from what Cui Zhiyu had anticipated. She had assumed that by now spring would have arrived in Tingzhou, and it would be less cold. But it was not warm at all. The wind was much fiercer than in the capital. As a result, each of them wrapped thick blankets and animal pelts beneath their cloaks. The Cui family, however, had duck-down vests for everyone. Cui Zhiyu had specially sewn them with Nakiyu and the others along the way, and they had also stitched some animal fur into their shoes. As the wind grew stronger, Cui Zhiyu urged everyone to put on their cold-weather masks and distributed the newly made fur hats to the family. At the foot of Mount Longchong, snow blanketed the earth and thousands of miles were locked in ice. The entire world seemed frozen solid. It was breathtakingly beautiful, yet fraught with danger. The officers urged them to speed up again. This area offered no shelter from the wind, and if they delayed until nightfall, without reaching the mountain's base, many would surely freeze to death. Even though everyone was exhausted, they dared not waste a single moment. Inside the carriage, Yunxiu was patiently teaching little Chuan how to wield a dagger, though young little Chuan showed remarkable talent for such skills. It all started a few days ago, when he saw Yunxiu practicing his blade techniques. Intrigued, he pestered brother Yunxiu to teach him. Cui Zhiyu had long planned to have Officer Jiang teach the family some basic self-defense once they arrived in Tingzhou. After all, in this land, a little ability to protect oneself was essential. Now that little Chuan had taken the initiative to learn, it worked out perfectly. During a rest stop, Cui Zhiyu selected several exquisite daggers from her spatial arsenal, sharp blades compact, and elegant ideal as concealed weapons. Even her elder brother Cui Zizhou for the first time expressed a desire to learn martial arts. Looking at the entire family, he was overwhelmed with guilt. You swear it's all because of me that you've been dragged into this. I am a man, once we reach Tingzhou, I should be the pillar of the family. How can I let you my sister take risks and fight for me at every turn? You've already looked after us so much on this journey. Cui Zhiyu knew he meant well and comforted him. We are family. There's no need to speak as if we're strangers. Helping each other is only natural. But it would be even better if you could learn some martial arts for self-defense. Just as she finished speaking, a sudden cheer erupted from outside the carriage. They had caught sight of the entrance to the Longchong relay station, but a new challenge lay before them. A frozen river blocked their path. The river was covered in ice, yet some parts had melted, revealing turbulent water dotted with icicles. No one knew how deep the water was beneath the ice, so they dared not wade across recklessly. While pondering, the officers split up to search for a crossing point. Cui Zhiyu and the others got off the carriage to minimize its weight as much as possible. She carefully examined the ice. It seemed thick enough to hold their weight as long as they walked cautiously. Moreover, the temperature was low, so the ice wouldn't melt too quickly, unlike the river they had encountered on the way to Luzhou. Soon the officers found a suitable route. Apart from a small melted section, near the bank the ice in the middle layers was still of considerable thickness. They called out to the group, urging everyone to tread carefully across the ice. Cui Zhiyu walked beside her parents, doing her best to watch over the family. Unbeknownst to them, the second master of the Earl's mansion, who had been trailing the Cui family, quickened his pace and approached Yao. Without hesitation, he snatched Yao's hat and mask and put them on himself. Yao instinctively tried to resist, but Huang Mao even snatched away her cloak. A gust of wind struck her, and a bone-chilling cold surged through her. Huang Mao, those are mine. Give them back. Yao stepped forward, but Huang Mao grabbed her by the collar and dragged her to the melted edge of the riverbank, raising a foot as if to kick her into the icy water. But before his foot could land, Cui Zhiyu was quicker. From behind him, she kicked him directly into the melted section. A loud splash rang out. Huang Mao's feet plunged into the freezing water, and he gasped, shrieking from the cold. Those ahead glanced at him, but dared not waste time on the ice, and no one came down. As Huang Mao struggled to climb out, Yunxiu with a cold expression added to Cui Zhiyu's handiwork. Every time Huang Mao crawled onto the ice, Yunxiu kicked him back in. Furious, Huang Mao had ice crystals clinging to his eyelashes, and he shivered as he cursed, "You bastards. Are you trying to kill me? The officers are right here. I don't believe you dare." Before he could finish, Yunxiu kicked him again, and he landed hard on his backside. His thick cloak was soaked through with icy water, heavy and biting. Especially his feet, submerged in the freezing water, soon turned into blocks of ice, gradually losing all sensation. Cui Zhiyu watched him coldly from the side, ignoring his loud shouts and threats. She said only lightly, "The officers are here, so killing you would do me no good. But I have plenty of ways to make you suffer." Huang Mao gritted his teeth, holding back his anger. You would go against me just to protect Yao. Cui Zhiyu, you'll regret this. Once we reach the Longchong relay station, you'll regret it soon enough. But no matter how he howled, Yunxiu repeatedly kicked him back into the icy water. Only when he was about to collapse did the officers call from the other side. "Hurry up and get up." Cui Zhiyu then led Yunxiu away, while Nakiyu had already brought a new cloak for Yao to put on. Huang Mao's feet were completely numb. He could only clench his molars and crawl like a seal across the ice inch by inch. Not far ahead lay the only cluster of buildings for 10 miles around, the Longchong relay station. After nearly 4 months of arduous trekking, they had finally reached their destination, Tingzhou. But today was merely for the handover at the Longchong relay station. Perhaps tonight, perhaps tomorrow, someone would lead them to the Tingzhou Earth City, which was where they would ultimately settle. Most of the prisoners exiled to Tingzhou are picked up and made slaves by armored soldiers beneath the ancient city. Every day they either repair the city walls, or cultivate wasteland, or are temporarily assigned to do menial work at relay stations or official farms. The daily tasks are heavy and arduous, and food is quite limited. It is truly not easy for those who have been exiled here to survive. Longchong relay station is different from other stations. Behind it are several straw huts, which serve as residences for some of those who were previously exiled here. However, there are no signs of the indigenous people. Cui Zhizhou told Cui Zhiyu that the indigenous people of Tingzhou are a tribal group that survives by hunting, living year-round in Longchong Mountain. Those who have been exiled here should try to avoid contact with those indigenous people. Looking ahead at the icy expanse apart from the relay station, there is no sign of life in the desolate world. Great plumes of smoke rise from the snowy ground, and the swirling snow obscures everyone's vision, making it hard to keep their eyes open. They had only heard of the bitter and harsh conditions of Tingzhou, but had never seen the desolation with their own eyes, not even catching a glimpse of the indigenous people. Even though the scenery here is breathtakingly beautiful, vast, and enchanting, no beauty can compete with the desolation within their hearts. Before reaching the relay station, the wails of lamentation from the group have already begun to follow one after another. In such an environment, even the usually calm Cui Zhiyu frowned. The beginning of this journey seemed to be even more difficult than she had imagined, or one could say that there was. However, looking at it from another perspective, it is precisely because there is nothing that her space for action is vast. At least she is not alone, as she has her left and right arms with her. The entire Chui family is present. They have hands and feet, and she has enough space. Even building a city here would not pose too great a challenge. To be honest, if one sets aside the dilemmas and looks at the current scene, Chui Jiu feels as if she has entered an unreal paradise. Snowflakes dance in the air, and the entire world is pure and immaculate, as if it has not been tainted by any worldly pollution, only a realm of tranquility and purity. By the time they reach the relay station, the snow has also stopped. The setting sun hanging on the horizon casts golden rays, dyeing the entire world with a warm gold. The snowflakes sparkle in the sunset, resembling countless diamonds scattered across the ground, shimmering and radiant. The golden light covers the snow-capped mountains, transforming the cold world into a brilliant and colorful painting. At the entrance of the relay station stand several duty officers who lead them inside. While the officers are changing shifts, they stay in the backyard not long before they see several officers carrying a freshly hunted deer into the courtyard. With swift movements, the officers quickly cut the large deer into several pieces. The deer meat is still warm, and with each cut, steam rises, condensing into mist in the cold air. The officers, used to eating wild food, had long started a fire, skewering the cut deer meat on long forks and rudely tossing it onto the flames to roast. As long as it is cooked, they devour it ravenously. Though it is simple and crude, it still makes them drool with envy. Especially for the Bo family and the Xie family, who had not eaten much meat. The two families were nearly drooling, eagerly watching the deer meat and swallowing their saliva. What they ate the most were dry and unsatisfying wheat cakes. The people of the Chui family are better off, as Chui Jiu takes care of them, allowing them to occasionally eat preserved meat and some fresh rabbit meat, having both meat and staple foods. However, they had never tasted deer meat before. Chui Jiu pondered for a moment and was about to speak when an officer came over with a piece of cooked meat, smiling and teasing. "Do you want to eat? You will be taken to the Earth City tomorrow, which is pitiful. Today I will show mercy and reward you with some." Upon hearing the word reward, everyone widened their eyes. However, the officer suddenly changed his tone. "Bring silver to buy it." Upon hearing that it still needed to be bought, the faces of the people instantly fell. However, the Chung family could not resist the temptation of meat. Swallowing hard, Cheng's mother turned her back to everyone and fished out a few treasured coins from her clothes along with a piece of broken silver, taking small steps toward the officer to exchange for meat. But halfway there, she was snatched away by Xie Shiyao. "Does mother still have silver?" "This is the last bit of money mother has." "Shiyao, we haven't eaten meat for a long time today. Let's eat our fill." As she spoke, she reached out to take the silver, but Xie Shiyao pressed her hand down, smirking. "Mother, I'll go buy it. You stay here and wait." Recalling the last time with the wild boar meat, Cheng's mother hesitated to trust her son, but before she could refuse, Xie Shiyao had already marched up to the officer with the. However, he did not buy deer meat. In recent days, Xie Shiyao had increasingly felt that something was wrong with his body. No matter how much he exerted himself, a certain part of him seemed to have lost its response. It is worth noting that his once proud ability was his strength. He was young and strong, and precisely because of this, when he went south with his uncle, he managed to capture the prince's heart. He still hoped for himself, holding on to the thought that he would someday please the princess and escape his predicament. But if his most prized skill is gone, how will he ever escape this cursed place? Wouldn't that mean he would die here in humiliation? Therefore, no matter what method, he had to give it a try. The deer whip was said to have miraculous effects in books, and he occasionally supplemented it after going south with his uncle. Now that he had something fresh, wouldn't its effects be even better? So he no longer hesitated, and immediately walked up to the officer, specifying that he wanted the deer whip. The officers exchanged glances and laughed. With a swift motion of their knives, they cut it down, but they couldn't help but laugh at the few pitiful coins in Xie Shiyou's hand. "You can't possibly think to buy such a precious part with this little bit." Xie Shiyao seemed to be prepared. He pulled over his maid Xiaohuan, pushing her in front of the officer. "My maid can be used as collateral." Xiaohuan was Xie Shiyou's personal maid, raised in the Xie family since childhood. She had always been compliant with him and Cheng's mother, but who would have thought she would be treated as a commodity at the last moment? "Young master, please don't." Xiaohuan cried out in desperation, but Xie Shiyao kicked her away and stared unflinchingly at the deer whip in the officer's hand. Seeing Xiaohuan was young and beautiful, they tossed the deer whip in front of Xie Shiyao. He picked it up like a treasure. Holding it carefully, he hurried back to the group, calling for Cheng's mother and the others to fetch some firewood. Cheng's mother thought they had bought meat and was overjoyed, busy gathering firewood and even secretly buying a few pieces of wood from the officers. However, upon returning to the group and seeing Xie Shiyao roasting a deer whip, her vision went dark, nearly fainting. "Where's the deer meat? Where's the promised deer meat?" Xie Shiyao paid her no mind, simply taking the piece of wood from her hands. Madame Chung, furious, yanked her hands back, snatched up the wood, and hurled it at Xie Shiyao. "You unfilial son. Unfilial. I told you to buy venison, and you bring back this thing. Mother, what do you know? With this we have a chance to escape danger. We up. Before he could finish, Madam Chung threw a tantrum, kicking away his deer penis and the campfire. Seeing this, Xiesheriao immediately pinned his mother to the ground, shouting and beating her, terrifying the servants nearby. However, this commotion did not affect Shueisher in the slightest. Shueishu wanted to buy a deer leg, but she knew these officials were insatiably greedy. She couldn't reveal her wealth in front of them, lest she invite disaster. Even the horses and donkeys were dealt with by Shueishu before they reached the post station. She kept 3 horses as gifts for the escorting officials, and the rest, she claimed, had run away, but in reality, she had stored them in her space. She also packed away other good supplies, making them look just like ordinary exiles. In this way, when they arrived at Longchong Post Station, the local officials on duty found nothing suspicious. However, a few bits of silver certainly couldn't buy venison, so Chui Jiu devised another plan and spoke to the officials. Since this isn't enough to buy it, how about this? I'm a good cook. Let me make you some sizzling grilled venison on an iron plate. How about that? If it's delicious, then please share some with me. If it's not, you keep the silver, and I won't ask for the meat. The official's interest was piqued. You're that confident in your cooking. Anyway, compared to their crude way of roasting it raw, anything would be more delicious. She first sliced the deer leg meat into thin pieces and arranged them on a porcelain bowl. She had taken some spices from her space, including lemongrass, which she pounded into a juice. Mixing it all together, she added some salt and evenly rubbed the mixture onto the meat slices. She let it marinate for a while. During this time, she prepared a bowl of dry dipping powder, washed a pair of chopsticks, and then, using what was available, placed their iron cleaver over the fire until it was red hot. The officials watched her skilled movements with great interest. Others also found it peculiar and gathered around to watch. Before long, the cleaver was glowing red. Seeing that the venison was sufficiently marinated, Chui Jiu sprinkled a little white flour she had brought from her space onto it. These supplies were in very small quantities, and everyone knew they were part of their personal belongings, so no one suspected anything. She picked up a marinated meat slice, coated it in flour, and placed it on the heated iron blade to grill. In a short time, the fat began to sizzle, and the flour coating turned crispy. The spices released their aroma, instantly tantalizing everyone's senses. They all smelled the fragrance, completely devoid of any gamey odor. Saliva instantly filled their mouths. The officials were especially eager, rubbing their hands together, impatient to have a taste. After grilling a plateful, Chui Jiu first offered it to the officials to sample. The deliciousness hit them right in the head while it was still hot. They had never tasted such delicious venison. Compared to the original gamey, woody flavor, these slices were tender and fragrant, leaving a lingering taste in the mouth and a desire for more. Good. The taste is truly excellent. You woman didn't lie to us after all. Satisfied and in good spirits, they generously gave all the remaining deer leg meat to Chui Jiu. Using the same method, she grilled the meat for her family. They all huddled around the fire, eating the cheaply acquired venison and warming themselves with free firewood. It was an incredibly delightful meal. This made everyone else envious, especially Madame Chung, who had just been beaten by Xiesheriao. With red, tearful eyes, she clung to another maid and wept inly. My fate is cruel, so cruel. My own children treat me like this. It's one thing that my daughter is dead, but my son, why does my son act this way? Xiesheriao, whom she constantly bemoaned, looked at the roasted deer penis and felt nauseated just from the smell. He also saw the venison Chui Jiu was grilling and could only use it to console his appetite, imagining that the deer penis in his hand was just as fragrant as her. So he closed his eyes and tried to swallow it in one go, but the deer penis was too big and got stuck directly in his throat. He could neither swallow it nor spit it out. The stench lingered, assaulting his senses along with a feeling of suffocation. He clutched his throat tightly and slammed himself hard against a pillar. Only then did he manage to dislodge it. His face was flushed red, tears and saliva streaming down his face as he vomited uncontrollably. At Longchong Post Station, they had no room to sleep in. They could only sleep under a thatched shed wrapped in blankets to get through the night. Knowing it was freezing cold and exposed to the wind, Chui Jiu waited until the officials were resting at night, then brought out more blankets from her space along with small charcoal braziers for them to hold. The family huddled together, and it wasn't so cold anymore. In the early hours of the morning, just as dawn was breaking, the guards from Tuching came to take over. It was then they discovered that 2 people had frozen to death overnight. Huang Mao was so frostbitten that his toes had actually fallen off, a condition worsened by his feet having been soaked in the icy river earlier. He couldn't walk now, so the servants had to drag him along behind the group on a blanket. He gritted his teeth silently, telling himself that his trusted aide would arrive soon. He just had to hold on a little longer, and he would be free from this predicament. But deep down he wasn't sure when his aide would come. The weather was decent today with no strong winds or heavy snow, so they soon arrived at Tuching. When they saw what was in store for them, everyone was deeply shocked. Some even wiped away tears as if they could already imagine the suffering that awaited them in this harsh environment. Heisher touched her pregnant belly, and tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. She feared she might not be able to keep the baby. The earthen city walls stretched for hundreds of miles with only sparse thatched sheds scattered inside and out. For those exiled here, even having a home to return to was nothing more than this. And those who had sheds were considered lucky. As newcomers, they didn't even have a shed to stay in, or instead the guards led them to a holding camp within the earthen city. Inside the holding camp was endless darkness filled with crude cells and tall wooden stakes. Outside, countless heavily armed soldiers stood guard. Wanshu whispered into Chui's ear. "Miss, I just heard one of the soldiers say that these guards aren't ordinary escorts, but the border troops stationed here." Border troops, as the name suggests, hold a higher status than the armored guards. Being formal soldiers, they naturally wouldn't show any mercy. Hearing this, Chui suddenly remembered something and asked, "Then have you heard who commands these border troops?" Wanshu pondered for a moment, then shook her head. "I haven't heard of that." Chui patted her on the shoulder, gazing at the seemingly endless internment camp before them. "The conditions here are harsh. Do you regret coming?" Unexpectedly, Wanshu shook her head decisively, not finding it bitter in the slightest. "I don't regret it. I have Unikiu Io and many friends by my side now. How could this be bitter?" Seeing her positive outlook, Chui felt at ease. "This is only a temporary residence. The Chui family isn't guilty of a first-degree crime, so after spending some time here, we should be able to move to the thatched sheds behind the post station, or perhaps local stone houses. Don't worry, our hardship won't last forever." Chui spoke with confidence, though the others believed this was to be their permanent dwelling. Looking inside, they saw cell after cell separated only by simple stone walls, with some cramped cells cramming entire families. A mix of various odors wafted out so pungent that even the freezing weather couldn't mask the stench of filth. There were no latrines, only a ditch within each cell for waste, with no separation between men and women, making the conditions utterly deplorable. They also noticed that few women were held in the cells, whereas their group was predominantly female. Entering the camp, they drew numerous stares. Those gazes were enough to instill fear in anyone. Io clutched Chui's hand tightly. "Sister, their eyes are so terrifying." Chui calmly patted her hand, reassuring her. "It's all right, sister is here." The guards led them deeper into the camp. As they passed a bonfire, they suddenly saw two officers pressing a red-hot branding iron firmly onto a man's shoulder. The acrid smell of seared flesh hit their noses as the man let out a miserable scream, struggling violently with reckless abandon. With a surge of inexplicable strength, he broke free from the officer's grip, snatched a sword from one's waist, and ran it straight through the officer's abdomen. Blood splattered instantly. The next moment, the man stabbed his wife beside him, then with tears streaming down his face, embraced her body and slit his own throat. The brief but bloody spectacle stunned everyone in place. Several women in the group shut their eyes tightly, trembling in fear. They seemed to feel the oppression bearing down on them. The journey into exile had merely been arduous. Compared to this camp, it was far better. This place was the true hell on earth, the beginning of their real torment. Yet it didn't stop the lead officer from pressing on. Chui dared to ask about the incident, and the officer seized the opportunity to warn the crowd. That man tried to escape and was caught. You all saw what happened. That's the fate awaiting anyone who tries. No mercy. So behave yourselves. If you perform well, depending on your crimes, there's a chance to leave the camp, get registered under Longchong, and move into the thatched sheds. Those last words offered a glimmer of hope to many. But before their unease could settle, the officer pointed to a hilltop not far away. "That pit is full of bones. If you disobey or try any tricks, that's where you'll end up." They looked up, and upon closer inspection, they could see several skeletons by the pit's edge. Here exiles were treated worse than beasts, stripped of all humanity. The man who killed his wife before taking his own life likely did so to spare her further suffering, choosing death as the only release. They were assigned to different cells, typically by family unit. Larger families were given 2 cells. Their cell was at the far end of the camp. Chui noticed a cellar next door and asked, "Officer, is that cellar also used for holding prisoners?" The officer, noting her comely appearance, replied with a grunt, "You want to go in there? It is a cell, but many have died in it. If you wish, I won't stop you. People have died there. So what? Which cell here hasn't seen death?" Chui nodded firmly and volunteered her family to take the cellar cell. Others thought she had a death wish. Cheng even laughed out loud. "That cellar reeks of corpses. Moving in there is just asking to die." "Well, it's fitting. That wretch deserves some torment." The Chui family, however, trusted her and voiced no complaints about moving into the cellar, though a hint of fear lingered. Upon entering, an indescribable stench hit them, and it was stuffy pitch black. Chui took a torch from the officer and found the place better than Shed imagined. Though bare, no charcoal, no straw mats, and even some nameless bones, the space was warm and shielded from drafts. Compared to the open cells outside exposed to the bitter wind, this was far better. Chui caught on to his sister's reasoning, a smile spreading across his face as he reassured their parents and his wife. "You wear things well. It may not look like much, but it blocks the wind and snow, keeping us warm. Once we clean it up, won't it be much better than outside? As for these bones, they're fellow sufferers like us. What's there to fear? Let's properly gather them and bury them so they can rest in peace. In return, their spirits will surely bless our family." Chui's words indeed had a calming effect. Io's fear vanished. Yes, they too had endured such hardship. They were all pitiable souls. Filled with this compassion, Io even grew bold enough to help her brother gather the remains. Chuizhiu looked around and instructed Nakiu to lead the others in bringing their supplies inside. The officers hadn't confiscated their belongings, figuring they were only exiles, nothing valuable besides some rations and fur coats. They spread all the animal fur blankets across the floor, laid out the quilts, and neatly stored the rest in boxes, which were then carried to a hidden spot and covered with dry straw from the cellar. Nakiu noticed the small amount of charcoal left at the bottom of a box and quickly told Chuizhiu, "Miss, we're running low on charcoal. We need to be frugal." The officers didn't provide any charcoal for the cellar cells. To get firewood, one had to cut it themselves. But with forced labor from dawn till night, there was no time to go. "It's fine, use it for now. I have a plan." First, they needed to warm up the place. However, burning charcoal wasn't ideal here since the cellar was poorly ventilated. So she had Wanshu take Old Ding to open the cellar hatch, warning them, "When the fire is lit, you must ensure ventilation or well die from fumes. Don't worry, miss. They'll keep a close watch. Besides, the cellar is warm enough. We'll only burn it for a short while and then put it out. No need to keep it going." Within, Wanshu, keeping an eye on it, Chuizhiu felt somewhat assured. She then continued, torch in hand, toward the dark depths. It was clear this cellar had been hastily dug, containing nothing but an unusual odor. A dampness hard to describe, with a faint fermented scent, but not the rot of dead animals. Chuizhiu examined the earthen walls closely and suddenly spotted a relatively moist, pitch-black mud-like substance. She leaned in and sniffed it. Wasn't this natural peat? This is a fine find. Chuizhiu immediately retrieved tools from her space, dug some, and stored it away. The natural peat was too damp to be used immediately, and outside the camp large-scale sundering was impossible. Thinking of the unique sunlight and climate within her space, she was certain that the efficacy would be greatly enhanced. Chuizhiu planned to dig some each day and store them in her space. Once dried, they could be used as fuel. It was an inexhaustible supply. Furthermore, when spring came and farming began, these peats could also serve as fertilizer. There were even other uses. Only when she heard Nakiu calling her from outside did Chuizhiu cease her actions. She then took out a piece of smoked cured meat from her space along with freshly grown tomatoes. Worried that it might not be warm enough, she took the opportunity, while searching for supplies, to retrieve several more quilts from her space. As Nakiu built up the fire in the stove, the others finally saw the cured meat in Chuizhiu's hands and were astounded. "Yuer, when did we still have such a large piece of meat?" By the time they arrived at Longchong relay station, their supplies were nearly depleted. Chuizhiu casually brushed off the question, and the others didn't think much of it. Only Master Chui cast a few extra glances at her. Chuizhiu stir-fried some cured meat, and also used some to make a broth, adding a few dried vegetables to simmer. She also boiled 2 eggs from the supply crate, and gave them to Hersher and Chuangir. Everyone gathered around the fire, savoring the fragrant cured meat, and the room instantly felt even warmer. After eating and drinking their fill, drowsiness set in. Since no tasks had been assigned on the first day, everyone seized the chance to rest. It was the first time in a long while that they had slept in such a warm room, free from the biting cold. However, Master Chui called Chuizhiu aside, and lowering his voice asked her earnestly, "Yuer, why do you have so many good things? Take that piece of cured meat, for example. At the relay station, I looked through the supply crates, and there was no cured meat nor so many quilts. How did you bring them in? Take that piece of cured meat, for example. At the relay station, I looked through the supply crates, and there was no cured meat nor so many quilts." What exiled convicts had it so good, eating well, and living well on the road with supplies that seemed inexhaustible? Master Chui was a meticulous man by nature, having been a merchant for years, skilled in calculating details. It was only to be expected that he would notice. Chuizhiu then whispered to him, "Father, since it's like this, I won't hide it from you. Actually, someone has been secretly aiding me." "Who?" "The former Minister of Justice, Lord Song. I had once done him a favor, so I asked him to look after us. Lord Song is a good official. Though he has been unjustly framed and demoted, he has not forgotten his gratitude to me." At this moment, Song Hung was like a versatile brick, moved wherever needed. It was better than directly telling Master Chui that she possessed a space. This excuse of Song Hung was plausible, and Master Chui believed it. However, for her sake, he added a few more words. "Yuer, if that is really the case, then Lord Song has shown great kindness to our family. Now that we have arrived in Tingzhou, we should not continue to rely on his assistance without reason. Father, I know my limits. Rest assured, we will not be trapped here forever. As long as we work together, we will surely get out of the camp. Once we move into the thatched shed behind the relay station, we will obtain local registration and will no longer be good. Yuer, you have worked hard on this journey. Your father has been well taken care of by you all. Now I feel my body is much better. In the days ahead, I will share your hardships." "Father, don't say that. We are family. Your safety is what matters." It seemed that those medicinal herbs and spiritual spring water had indeed worked wonders. Chuizhiu hadn't noticed before, but now she saw that Master Xia's health had indeed improved greatly. "Father, get some rest early. Recharge your energy. There are hard tasks awaiting us tomorrow." Seeing this, Master Chui stopped worrying. Everyone fell asleep in this rare warmth. The next day before dawn, the soldiers were already urging everyone outside. The prisoners were all released from their cells. Some were taken to Longchong Mountain to build the city walls, while others were taken to the forest on the other side of the mountain. Intingzhou spring had not yet arrived. The land was covered in ice and snow, unsuitable for farming. Their main task was hard labor. The group that had just arrived the day before was assigned to the forest. The snow knee-deep made walking difficult, yet they had to use rusty axes to cut down trees and then haul each log down the mountain. The mere ascent and descent consumed much labor. Moreover, each person was assigned a quota. If they failed to cut the required number of trees, they would go without dinner that night and be flogged on the spot. Thus groans filled the air, and no one dared to slack off. Seeing this, Cui Zhiyu, while no one was watching, retrieved several sturdy axes and flexible saws from her space behind a bush. These were items she had looted from the armory of the Xia mansion. Now they came in handy. She distributed them to her family, claiming they were tools obtained from the officials. Cui Zhizhou and the others did not suspect a thing. The new tools were extremely sharp, and the flexible saws allowed two people to work together to fell trees faster. Cui Zhiyu then devised another plan. After sharing her idea with Cui Zhizhou, he decisively sawed one of the logs into blocks and bound them together with ropes to form a smooth sled. It could haul several trees at once, much faster than carrying one or two at a time. Thus they completed their tasks faster than the others. People from the Xia mansion and the Earl's mansion silently complained. Xie Shiao in particular had been pampered since childhood, never having done hard labor, and was not strong. After cutting down less than one tree, he was utterly exhausted. He simply plopped down onto the snow and completely gave up. No matter how Cheng Shi urged and shouted, he remained unmoved. Cheng Shi, realizing that if they failed to finish the task before dark, she too would suffer flogging, became frantic with worry. She hugged her maidservant and lamented. Xie Shiao, irritated just by listening, decided to distance himself from them and went to another spot to cut slowly. But then he saw Cui Zhiyu and Nakiu gathered around an old tree, with Nakiu looking extremely excited. Miss, can we have another feast today? How wonderful. Even heaven is helping us." Upon hearing this, Xie Shiu's ears perked up. A feast? What did they see? He eagerly threw down his axe and stealthily followed Cui Zhiyu. Parting the bushes, he saw Cui Zhiyu take off her jacket and pick something from the tree, placing the items into the jacket and folding it up. As she picked, she said, "These are all edible, delicious, and tasty. When we get back, we can have a good treat." So it really was some food. How could they be so lucky? Xie Shiao looked on. To prevent them from picking everything, he threw some stones to attract the officials who would drive them back to work. Little did he know that Cui Zhiyu had already noticed his presence. She exchanged a glance with Nakiu, and they shared a knowing smile, continuing to put on an act as they walked. "Miss, are these really all edible?" "Of course, whether boiled in soup or deep-fried, they are a delicacy. Especially the yellow ones, which are the most delicious." Listening to their fading voices, Xie Shiao kept his eyes fixed on the officer. As soon as the officer left, he dashed without a second thought to the tree where Cui Zhiyu and her companions had been. To his surprise, he spotted quite a few mushrooms, a patch of which had already been picked, leaving only the yellow ones untouched. Xie Shiao secretly rejoiced, thinking his move to lure the officer here was perfectly timed, or else everything would have been stripped bare. He never imagined that in this godforsaken place amidst the snow and ice there would be mushrooms to eat. He quickly brushed aside the snow and plucked every mushroom growing on that tree. Mimicking Cui Zhiyu, he hid them all inside his jacket. He didn't return until nightfall, clutching the mushrooms with a joyful heart. These mushrooms would last him for days. While others had to gnaw on dry wheat cakes, he could finally improve his diet, having not tasted something so fresh in a long time. As soon as he reached the cell, he eagerly started a fire to cook the mushrooms. Seeing the envious looks from others, he let out a smug snort. "Want some? If you want some, you can share my workload tomorrow, and I'll share these with you." The servants of the Xia household were taken aback. Their tasks were already overwhelming. Taking on more would be exhausting. A single meal wasn't worth the risk of dropping dead from exhaustion, so they decided against it. Xie Shiao snorted, lifting his chin and scolding them angrily. Fine, you don't want any, do you? Then just watch me eat with envy." As soon as the mushroom soup boiled, he began to wolf it down greedily. But the taste in his mouth was not the delicious flavor he had imagined. Instead, it carried an indescribable, strange aftertaste. He paid it no mind, deliberately showing off how deliciously he was eating. Huang Mao from the neighboring cell, drawn by the smell, looked over and chuckled. "Young Master Xia, where did you get such fine food? How about letting me have a taste?" Xie Shiao ignored him. But before he could even finish that bowl, he suddenly felt a sharp cramp in his abdomen, his nose and brows scrunching up in pain. Huang Mao exclaimed in surprise, and quickly stepped forward with concern. "Young Master Xia, what's wrong with you?" However, Xie Shiao only felt the world around him twist and distort. He shook his head dizzily, and amidst the bizarre, surreal visions, he seemed to see a stunningly beautiful face. It was like a breathtakingly beautiful woman dancing before him, enticing him. Xie Shiao felt a rare surge of impulse, eagerly wanting to prove his manhood. He hastily embraced the woman before him, refusing to let go. But to others he appeared to be throwing himself into Huang Mao's arms, even undoing his own pants. Huang Mao's face changed dramatically. Limping in fury, he swung a fist at Xie Xiao's face. Damn you. How dare you make a move on me? Disgusting. Seeing Xie Shiyao like this, the onlookers were stunned, then burst into laughter and mockery. So young Master Xie has a fondness for men, even daring to make a move on second Master Huang. No wonder Madame Chui wanted to divorce him earlier, and even the princess stopped helping him. They must have known about his peculiar tastes. The Xie family loyal officials for generations ruined by a man like him. What a pity, what a pity. Tisk tisk, utterly shameless. Facing the contemptuous stares, Madame Chung felt utterly disgraced. She grabbed a young maid and quickly walked away, abandoning her own son. As she fled, she fumed in exasperation. A family tragedy, a family tragedy. To have raised such an unfilial son. From now on, don't claim he's a member of the Xie family. We can't afford such shame. The old master would turn in his grave. You and she have watched you grow up since you were little. You've always lived in our Xie household. Although I've been harsh on you, it's only because I wanted to protect you from being bullied by outsiders and help you distinguish right from wrong. My own children are either dead or injured, and I hold no more hopes. I only wish to take you in as my goddaughter. Would you be willing? From now on we can depend on each other like mother and daughter, okay? You and she have watched you grow up since you were little. You've always lived in our Xie household. Although I've been harsh on you, it's only because I wanted to protect you from being bullied by outsiders. Madame Chung realized she couldn't rely on this son of hers and needed to plan for her own future. She couldn't afford to be left with no one to care for her. Meanwhile, Xie Shiyao, as if possessed by madness, wandered outside the cell, giggling foolishly and stripping off his clothes, a truly disgraceful sight. Cui Nanchun could hardly believe his eyes. He calculated silently, realizing that no one had come to help Xie Shiyao yet. Could he have bet on the wrong horse? It seemed he needed to distance himself from this man. A useless fool, completely devoid of any value. At that moment, deep in the cellar, Cui Jiu was carefully preparing a pot of chicken stewed with mushrooms. The savory aroma of the mushrooms filled the entire cellar, completely masking the strange odor within. Moreover, the cellar was warm and cozy, not cold at all. She claimed the fresh chicken was a wild one she had caught in the woods, and no one suspected a thing. Combined with the fresh mushrooms she and Nakiu had picked, a simple stew was enough to make one's mouth water. You were so quick-witted, miss. You knew he was following us with ill intentions, so you deliberately left some poisonous mushrooms for him. You were so quick-witted, miss. You knew he was following us with ill intentions, so you deliberately left some poisonous mushrooms for him. Now he's been poisoned and hallucinating, nearly scaring second Master Huang to death. Miss, you should have seen the scene just now. It was utterly ridiculous. Who would have thought that the once spirited young master of the Xie family would end up like this? Recalling the grievances her mistress had suffered in the Xie household, Nakia's eyes reddened, and she couldn't help but sigh. Thank goodness heaven has eyes. You've finally seen the true nature of that family. Their downfall is entirely their own doing. Serves them right. Were it not for the system's protection based on the original story's plot, Xie Shiyao would have already died. She wondered when she would finally be able to take his worthless life and truly seek justice for the original owner of this body. While the stew was simmering, she went outside to collect some clean ice, brought it back, and mashed it with tomatoes in a clay pot. Last night, she had taken a few pears from her spatial storage and frozen them under the ice. Now that she had brought them back to the cellar, the frozen pears had the perfect texture. Seeing these fruits, Nakiu was astonished. Miss, where did you get these? It's so cold outside, how can there be such thriving large fruits? Cui Jiu casually replied. I was curious too. Maybe there's some wild fruit unique to Tingzhou that we've never seen before. I tried one earlier, it tastes really good. Chuan Gear, being at an age where he craved tasty food, looked over eagerly. At Cui Jiu's nod, he took a big bite. Juice spurted out, and the icy sweet taste made the boy's eyes widen in delight. With the sweet and sour tomato ice slush and the hot savory chicken and mushroom stew, the family enjoyed a cozy meal together, all the fatigue of the day melting. The officers noticed the efficient method Cui Jiu and her brother used to transport wood. The next morning, they had Cui Jiu teach others how to build sledges. This allowed them to haul more timber down the mountain with less effort. The idea was simple, it's just that no one had thought of it before. Only Xie Shiyao sneered in disdain. He was still suffering from diarrhea after eating those mushrooms yesterday. Seeing Cui Jiu perfectly fine now, he was certain she was behind the sabotage. A woman can't find peace in this camp for long. They'll just wait and see when she gets taken by every man here. Furious, he scooped up a handful of snow and rubbed his face. His ruddy complexion grew increasingly gaunt. As he turned, he suddenly came face to face with a smiling woman. She had two ruddy patches on her cheeks, her narrow eyes squinted into slits, and her imposing, burly build instantly reminded Xie Shiyao of that tigress in the Xuanjiao army. A wave of numbness shot through his entire body.